Yu snaps awake from a daze, his entire body slick with a cold sweat when suddenly a hand claps down on his shoulder from behind. Hey man, you okay? Without a thought, Yu's battle-honed instincts ignite and he reacts violently, lashing out and grabbing the closest thing he can find as a weapon. As his senses clear, he realizes he's clutching nothing more than a computer mouse. The person who startled him is just one of his office colleagues. Yu, what is wrong with you? Were you up all night binge-watching Jade Rabbit Studio again? Realization dawns as he takes in the drastically different surroundings. Yu just stares blankly at the object in his hand, muttering over and over, a computer mouse. This can't be right. Once he manages to compose himself a little, he levels a chilling sharp glare at his colleague and demands to know the time. His coworker, assuming Yu is just half asleep, casually replies that it's only 10:30 with plenty of time before lunch. At these words, something snaps inside Yu. He becomes violently agitated, grabbing the man by the collar and screaming, "I asked you what is the year?" A female coworker nearby immediately jumps in, "It's 2019. What's gotten into you today? Did you fall and hit your head or something?" Witnessing the scene, other colleagues begin to laugh and crack jokes. "Haha, you've been reading too many of those regression stories. This is Earth, buddy. Oh, and I've got a massive surprise for you, a mountain of looming deadlines." But at that moment, Yu's focus is pulled elsewhere. His gaze is fixed on the distant horizon where an unnatural crimson stain is beginning to bleed across the entire sky. It's an incredibly bizarre sight. Noticing Yu staring blankly out the window, his boss stomps over to reprimand him. "Hey Yu, are you slacking on the job again? Get back to your desk now or I'm docking your pay." But contrary to his usual meek self, Yu turns to face his boss with a look so cold it could freeze hell over. The true nature of this coming betray, Manhwa hides in plain sight, and instinctively he attacks anyone who dares to get too close. With a single fluid motion, he slams his boss onto the floor, his mind racing to connect the dots. 2019, wasn't that the year the cataclysm began? 2019? A blood-red sky. Don't tell me. Today is April 1st. As Yu grapples with this horrifying realization, a coworker cautiously tries to de-escalate the situation. Chin, you, what's gotten into you? This April Fool's Day prank of yours is going way too far. But with the date confirmed, Yu knew it was real. This was the day the world ended. Without another word, Yu turns to leave, but not before offering a solemn warning to his colleagues. You should all leave now and spend this time with your families. Today might just be the last day of the world. And history would prove him right. April 1st, 2019 was forever marked as the beginning of the end. It was a bloody, brutal ordeal in the most literal sense of the words. No one could have ever suspected that a terrifying unknown virus was laced within that crimson rain. Anyone touched by it would collapse only to rise again moments later, hideously mutated. They became zombies and monsters, relentlessly hunting what was left of humanity. From that day forward, the world became a living hell. This was the exact future Yu had already lived through once. The nightmarish memories of that first day were seared into his soul, and would never fade. Now he wanders aimlessly down the street, his mind reeling, trying to understand how he was sent back to this exact day. Suddenly, a man bumps into him from behind, snapping, "Hey, don't just stand in the doorway." Seeing the man completely absorbed in his phone, a wave of nostalgia for the world before it all fell apart washes over Yu. A mobile device from this era. A smartphone. Just as I thought, I have one as well. As he browses through it, a particular name in his contacts catches his eye. It's Yu's younger sister. Her image instantly materializes in his thoughts, triggering a cascade of long-forgotten memories. The influx is overwhelming, a torrent of information that forces Yu to grip his head in agony. He lets out a pained cry. Are these the memories of this vessel? It seems the two consciousnesses are beginning to fuse. Once he manages to regain some semblance of control, his first instinct is to call his little sister, Shia Yu. The second she picks up, Yu's voice erupts. He shouts frantically, "Shia Yu, you need to get home immediately." Now, the sheer panic in her brother's tone instantly frightens Shia Yu. She's so alarmed she sounds close to tears. "Brother, did I do something to upset you?" Realizing his approach was too harsh, Yu tries to calm himself. He quickly softens his voice. "No, that's not it at all. Something incredibly serious is about to happen and I don't have time to explain. Shia Yu, I need you to trust me. Just come home right now." Hearing the gravity in his voice and not wanting to cause him more stress, Shia Yu agrees to be back by noon. Still, after the call ends, a deep sense of unease settles over her. In her entire life, she's never heard him so utterly panicked. Lost in thought, she's startled when a hand taps her on the shoulder. She spins around to find her best friend Xiao Ting, but something is clearly wrong. Xiao Ting is drenched in sweat, her face is flushed, and she's gasping for air. "Xia Ting, what happened to you?" Xiao Yu asks, her voice laced with concern. Xiao Ting answers weakly, "There was a downpour in my neighborhood this morning. I think I got caught in it and came down with something." Realizing Xiao Ting is burning up with a high fever, Xiao Yu immediately helps her to the school infirmary. Elsewhere, Yu gazes upward. He watches the sky as it begins to shift into an ominous deep crimson hue. The blood rain, it's almost here. I need to move fast. First provisions, then a means of defense. In my past life, I was like everyone else. Though I possessed the powers of a mutant, I was utterly helpless. I couldn't withstand a single strike from the zombies and mutated beasts. I was forced to watch as my loved ones and allies were torn apart, one after another, until I met my own end on the claws of a monster. But fate has granted me a second chance, reborn 100 years before the cataclysm began. This time will be different. I will forge myself into a force to be reckoned with before our enemies emerge. I will use this power to shield my comrades and my family. With his resolve solidified, Qin Yu springs into action, beginning his preparations. It was only after some time, as the crimson clouds blotted out the sun, that the general populace began to sense that something was terribly wrong. Yet for them, a teenager marching down the street, brandishing an iron pipe, was a far more pressing and bizarre sight. He was being stared at like he'd lost his mind, but only Qin Yu understood the catastrophe about to befall the world. Damn it, he thinks. It's already beginning. There's no more time. Just as the first drops begin to fall, Qin Yu frantically flags down a taxi. When the driver sees a young man climbing in with a heavy iron pipe, he understandably gets a bit nervous. He attempts to break the tension with some small talk. Hey, look at that. The rain's a weird red color, isn't it? Haha. But Qin Yu has no time for pleasantries and offers a curt but sincere warning to the driver. Once you get me to my destination, you should go straight home. The roads are about to become a nightmare, and I'm afraid you might not make it back at all. It was the most he could offer. After all, the kind of truth this coming betray Manhwa hides would get him locked up. Telling the driver the world was ending would just earn him a one-way trip to a psychiatric ward. During the ride, Qin Yu tried to check on his sister again, only to discover she wasn't where she was supposed to be. Home, yet he wasted no time in calling her. Shia Yu, are you still on campus? I'm heading over to get you. Fearing her brother would start to worry, Shia Yu quickly clarified, brother, I'm still in the infirmary with Xiao Ting. She's not feeling well. At these words, Qin Yu's voice grew frantic. Is it a sickness with burning skin, a fever that won't break, and is she unconscious? Just then, Xiao Ting began to stir, causing Shia Yu to hastily end the call. Yes, that's it. Oh, I think she's waking up now. I have to go. In her haste, she completely missed Qin Yu's desperate warning from the other end. Xiao Yu, get away from her right now. She's mutated, terrified for his sister. Qin Yu, exuding an almost palpable killing intent, gripped the driver's shoulder. Driver, floor it now. The startled driver immediately stomped on the accelerator, yelping in fear. All right, okay, just please don't do anything to me. Back in the nurse's office, Xiao Ting's eyes snapped open. They were a horrifying blood-red hue, and the muscles in her face were twisted into a grotesque mask of pure malice. As Xiao Yu and the teacher were conversing, Xiao Ting suddenly shot up into a sitting position, her gaze fixed and empty upon them. Seeing the movement, the concerned teacher rushed to her side. My dear, you're still far too weak. You should lie back down. Oh my, your eyes are incredibly red. In that instant, Xiao Ting's pupils narrowed to pinpricks, and a terrifying network of crimson veins erupted across her sclera. She descended into madness, lunging forward and sinking her teeth deep into the teacher's finger. The teacher cried out, struggling to wrench her hand free, but the bite was vicious, drawing a torrent of blood. Why would you bite me? Horrified. The teacher scrambled backward, not daring to approach again. But Xiao Yu, blinded by concern for her friend, cautiously moved closer to ask Xiao Ting, what's the matter with you? Abruptly, Xiao Ting craned her head back, a chilling, unnatural smile stretching across her lips. The sight sent a jolt of pure terror through Xiao Yu, who instinctively recoiled, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. The teacher, oblivious to the true danger, remained on the floor, desperately trying to staunch the bleeding from her wounded finger. In that very moment, Xiao Ting completely snapped, pouncing on the helpless teacher and tearing into her with inhuman savagery. Witnessing this ghastly spectacle, Xiao Yu was paralyzed with shock, frozen to the spot. By the time her mind could process the horror, the teacher was already a lifeless body, lying in an ever-widening pool of her own blood. It was only then that a piercing, terrified scream escaped Xiao Yu's lips. The sound immediately drew the attention of the deranged Xiao Ting. Without a moment's pause, she swiveled towards Xiao Yu, her eyes glowing with the bloodlust of a predator that had just cornered its prey. But in the absolute nick of time, Qin Yu burst in, sending Xiao Ting flying across the room with a powerful swing of his metal rod. Granting his foe no quarter, Qin Yu immediately reversed his grip, pointing the jagged end of the rod downward, and without a second's hesitation, he drove it deep into Xiao Ting's neck. The brutal finality of the act shattered Xiao Yu, and she collapsed into tears, stammering through her sobs, brother, you just ended her. In stark contrast to her hysteria, Qin Yu calmly wiped the crimson from his iron rod. She was already gone, turned into one of them. The friend you knew is no more. This kind of sudden asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk the ugly truth that we must face. Let's move. We need to leave immediately. We can talk once we're safe at home. This entire area is about to erupt into chaos. With the immediate threat neutralized, the two siblings made their way out, intent on getting home to safety. As they stepped into the open, Xiao Yu noticed the bizarre blood-colored rain, and, driven by a morbid curiosity, she reached out her hand to feel it. The sight sent Qin Yu into a panic as he lunged to stop her. Xiao Yu, lying in an ever-widening pool of her own blood. It was only then that a piercing, terrified scream escaped Xiao Yu's lips. The sound immediately drew the attention of the deranged Xiao Ting. Hand. Seeing her brother's strange reaction, Xiao Yu asked with a worried tone, what's wrong, brother? It's just a little bit of rain. Hearing that, Qin Yu was taken aback and questioned her, you don't feel it, this rain is hot. Xiao Yu was completely bewildered by his words and asked with a puzzled expression, hot no. Is this some kind of acid rain? Qin Yu found this incredibly strange, his mind plunging into deep thought. How peculiar. Even those with certain antibodies to this blood rain would still register its heat, but this was no time to ponder such mysteries. Qin Yu produced a raincoat he had prepared and passed it to his sister. For now, don't think about it. Just put on this raincoat and do your best to avoid any contact with the water. From here on, we have only one objective: escape this hell. Are you ready? We leave immediately. With that, Qin Yu charged forward, iron rod gripped tightly, poised to attack anything that posed a threat. Swept up in the moment, Xiao Yu yelled to boost their spirits. Charged Qin Yu was rendered speechless and quickly urged his sister to be quiet. Recognizing her mistake, Shia Yu instantly covered her mouth and ran silently behind him. By this point, the streets outside had devolved into a gruesome battlefield. Countless frenzied people were relentlessly lunging at and tearing into anyone nearby. Witnessing this carnage, Shia Yu was frozen with terror. Brother, what is happening? Seeing his sister halt, Qin Yu yelled anxiously, Shia Yu, do not stop. We have to run straight home. After they ran for a while longer, a desperate scream for help from a nearby building snagged their attention. A man was being pursued by a pack of the infected, pleading with the siblings for aid. Seeing the gash on the man's arm, Qin Yu knew the grim truth. This world of *** betray Manhwa hides ***. He was already a lost cause. He stated bluntly, Friend, you've already been bitten. The infected can smell your blood and will not stop. Do not follow us. Hearing this, the man screamed in absolute panic. No, I wasn't bitten. I won't turn into one of them. Qin Yu was uncertain how to proceed, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. This guy's yelling is just drawing all the nearby infected straight to us. Realizing he was doomed, the man's desperation twisted into malice as he grabbed Shia Yu's hand, refusing to release his grip. Why you and not me? I was bitten. But you're fine. I don't care anymore. If I'm going to die, we'll all die together. This vile threat was the last straw for Qin Yu. You want to die? Go ahead and die alone. You will not drag my sister down with you. With a single brutal punch, the man was sent flying backward, where he was immediately swarmed and torn to pieces by the horde. Seizing the grim opportunity, the two siblings bolted. Hearing the man's blood-curdling screams from behind, a panicked Shia Yu covered her ears. Brother, we just killed him, she stammered. Qin Yu reassured his sister without breaking stride. Shia Yu, do not let that burden you. He was already bitten. His fate was sealed, and he made the choice to try and take you with him. If I hadn't done that, none of us would have survived. Following that, the two of them raced back toward their home. Seeing the ruined landscape outside their apartment, Qin Yu cautiously came to a stop. It seems the chaos reached our front door, too. Shia Yu stayed directly behind me. I fear there are still infected inside this building. Qin Yu took the lead, slowly and carefully guiding his sister inside. Seeing the pitch-black interior devoid of any light, Shia Yu timidly whispered, Brother, it's so terrifying in here. Let's just make a dash for our apartment. In that exact moment, Qin Yu detected a faint, unnatural sound and whispered back, whispering a sharp warning to his sister. Quiet, I hear footsteps. And just as you'd expect from a man who had already endured the end of days, a genuine zombie lurched into view ahead. The moment its dead eyes locked onto living flesh, the creature lunged forward with a guttural roar. Instinctively, Qin Yu snatched a nearby iron rod, positioning himself as a shield for his sister. Shia Yu, stay behind me, he commanded, but with the meager strength of this current body, he found himself unable to overpower the undead monstrosity. He was shoved back, his defense slowly crumbling under the relentless assault. Seeing her brother's life on the line, Shia Yu frantically grabbed a loose brick and hurled it with all her might, striking the zombie square in the head. Infuriated by the interruption at its crucial moment, the undead creature shifted its bloodthirsty gaze towards Shia Yu. Confronted by the grotesque monster, Shia Yu's legs gave out from under her and she collapsed to the pavement, screaming in pure terror. Fortunately, Qin Yu seized the momentary distraction, using the opening to deliver a final decisive blow to the zombie. Gasping for breath, he asked, Are you hurt? We need to get home now. But in that instant, Shia Yu broke down, completely, tears and snot streaming down her face. Uncle? That was Uncle Wang. From next door, she sobbed. The brutal reality of this disaster was too much for an innocent girl like Shia Yu to process. Once her sobs subsided, Qin Yu gently guided his sister back to their apartment. The moment they stepped inside, Shia Yu was left speechless by the mountain of supplies stockpiled in their living room. Brother, did you know this was going to happen? She asked, her voice trembling. Fearing she might misunderstand, Qin Yu was quick to calm her. Shia Yu, you need to listen to me very carefully. The apocalypse has begun. From this day forward, every single moment will be more perilous than the last. I swear I will protect you, but you have to grasp the true horror of the world outside. You must listen to everything I say. As her sole remaining family, Shia Yu's trust in her brother was absolute. Okay, I'll always listen to you, brother. With her assurance, Qin Yu began his grim explanation. The zombie plague, the end of the world. It's all real. Everyone will eventually be forced to sacrifice others just to survive. The darkness in people's hearts, the kind of deep betray Manhwa hides behind fiction, will become our new reality. So in this new world, you can never ever trust anyone easily. Even the most basic zombies possess unnatural strength and explosive power, like they're pumped full of adrenaline. And the evolved ones, the mutated monstrosities, they can shatter human limits many times over. For a regular person, trying to fight them head-on is nothing short of a death wish. As for how I know all of this, I'll explain everything to you in due time. Our most critical mission right now is to become stronger, to evolve by training and hunting, so we can acquire the power needed to stand against these monsters. Asterisk, sigh, asterisk. The end of the world is truly here. We should cherish this last sliver of warmth from civilization while it lasts. With the utilities still running, Qin Yu decided to take the opportunity to wash the cold rainwater and grime from his body. But suddenly, Shia Yu pushed the bathroom door open and barged right in. Brother, you forgot your body wash and loofah. The sudden intrusion left Qin Yu completely stunned. Huh, why did you just walk in, or did you want to use the shower first? The brutal reality of this disaster was too much for an innocent girl like Shia Yu to process. Once her sobs subsided, telling him there was no reason to be so flustered. After they had both cleaned up, Shia Yu began preparing a few simple dishes. Once you get me to my destination, you should go straight home. The roads are about to become a nightmare. They're the only ones who can keep us safe. Without even a second of hesitation, Qin Yu shot down the idea. Absolutely not. They have no idea how to properly deal with these things. At best, they could only offer us a few short years of safety. Hearing his logic, Shia Yu questioned, "Brother, how can you be so certain you can't reason with them?" Qin Yu sighed and explained, "Do you really think the military command would even entertain a request from an ordinary citizen like me? If we showed up at their gates, I doubt we'd ever get past the front guard, let alone see anyone in charge." Hearing this harsh reality, Shia Yu's shoulders slumped and she sadly rested her head on the table. The truth in her brother's words was undeniable. Seeing his sister's despair, Qin Yu tried to offer some encouragement. "Shia Yu, listen to me. You have to understand that aligning ourselves with a weak group will get us nowhere. True strength is the only thing that matters now. It's the only real bargaining chip we have to negotiate with the powerful. Besides the zombies and monsters, the greatest threat we face is the darkness within the human heart." Having endured so many years in the apocalyptic future, Qin Yu knew all too well the kind of treachery a betray Manhwa hides. He was grimly determined to forge his own power, ensuring the tragic fate of his past life would never be repeated. Later that night, Shia Yu noticed her brother had locked himself in his room and cautiously went to check on him. "What are you up to in there?" Qin Yu, who was meticulously handling a collection of test tubes, flinched, startled by the sudden interruption. "Shia Yu, please go outside for a moment. I'm preparing ammunition and it's extremely dangerous in here." Hearing the word ammunition left Shia Yu utterly stunned. "Brother Yu, you actually know how to make something like that?" In her memory, her brother was nothing more than a typical office worker. How could he possibly possess such hazardous knowledge? Unwilling to delve into a lengthy explanation, Qin Yu gave a dismissive answer. "It's simple enough if you know where to look. Now, please hurry and shut the door. The fumes in here will become overwhelming soon." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Shia Yu obediently left, allowing her brother to concentrate. After completing his task, Qin Yu collapsed onto the bed, staring pensively at the ceiling above. It had been countless years since he'd last felt the comfort of a soft bed and the luxury of a peaceful night's sleep. Just then, Shia Yu appeared at his door, clutching a pillow tightly. "Brother, I'm scared. Can I sleep in here with you?" And so on the very first night of the world's end, the two siblings shared a room. Before drifting off, Qin Yu offered a silent prayer, desperately hoping that when he awoke, this second chance wouldn't turn out to be just a fleeting dream. Early the next morning, the instant Shia Yu's eyes fluttered open, she saw her brother already dressed and preparing to leave. "Big brother, where are you headed so early?" Qin Yu tightened his grip on the iron pipe in his hand and offered a reassuring smile. "I'm going to scout the other apartments in this building. If there are any infected, I'll deal with them now." Hearing his plan, Shia Yu asked with a worried expression, "But didn't you say that for a normal person, fighting one of those things is basically a suicide mission?" At that moment, Qin Yu's back seemed to loom larger, radiating an unfamiliar confidence. "Your brother is no longer a normal person. Don't worry. In my previous life, I was a level 2 spear master." Shia Yu had absolutely no idea what he meant by that, so all she could do was plead for him to be careful. On the first official day of the apocalypse, Qin Yu stood alone in the building's hallway. All right, he breathed, time to begin. After mentally preparing himself, he began knocking on each door one after another. He hit the jackpot on the very first try. From within, the telltale groan of an infected answered his call. Hearing the shuffle of movement inside, Qin Yu immediately fell into a defensive stance, just as he anticipated. "Come on then," he muttered, "be my first offering." With a burst of shocking power, the infected creature shattered the door, lunging forward, its vacant eyes scanning the area for any living prey. Tanvu refused to give it the chance, lunging forward and bringing the iron pipe down with crushing force onto its skull. "No need to search. I'm right here." A few swift practice blows were all it took to put the creature down for good. Even so, with the strength of an ordinary man, a single encounter left him gasping for breath, his lungs burning. Once he was certain it was truly dead, Tanvu cautiously drew his knife and began to slice open its abdomen, wondering, is there any evolution energy in this one? After a moment of rummaging through the grotesque innards, his fingers finally closed around a small crystal. But it was just an ordinary shard, not the prize he sought. As expected, a low-level walker like this was completely empty. Undeterred, Tanvu began a systematic sweep of the entire floor, banging on each door to lure out and dispatch the undead that swarmed from within. "Please hurry and shut the door. The fumes in here will become overwhelming soon." Hearing the urgency in his voice, Shia Yu obediently left, allowing her brother to concentrate. A single soul left alive on this floor. Just then, a faint sound from inside pierced the silence, the unmistakable whimper of a child. Hope surged through him instantly. A child's cry. Could someone actually be alive in there? He forced himself to temper his excitement, refusing to let it cloud his judgment. Tanvu gripped his pipe tighter, eased the door open, and stepped cautiously inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, a shadow darted past the corner of his vision. What was that? A zombie, some kind of mutated creature. He followed the sound of the crying on high alert. Tanvu swung his weapon without a second thought. Monster die. But as he committed to the attack, his instincts screamed a warning, a deep feeling that he walked straight into the kind of cruel trap a betray Manhwa hides in its darkest chapters. From behind him, a small zombie child launched itself through the air, its tiny jaws aiming for the flesh of his neck. Luckily, Tanvu's reflexes were sharp, and he used the pipe to brutally bat the creature aside. Seizing the moment while it was dazed, Tanvu lunged, aiming the jagged end of the pipe for a killing blow. But to his shock, this was no ordinary walker. The child zombie moved with uncanny agility, sidestepping his thrust with ease. It even knew to retreat. It's intelligent, he realized with a jolt of dread. Damn it, an intelligent one will hold a grudge. I can't let it escape. Without a moment's delay, Tanvu bolted after it, determined to eliminate the future threat. But in the end, he was just a fraction of a second too late. The creature scrambled towards an open window and leaped out into the open air. Believing it had secured its escape, the little monster actually turned its head and gave Tanvu a taunting wink. It had clearly forgotten one crucial detail: they were several stories up, and a fall from this height would do nothing but splatter it into a pulp on the pavement below. A grim, satisfied smile spread across Tanvu's face. Still just a low-level creature after all. With the threat gone, he began scanning the apartment for any signs of life or salvageable goods. Ah, it seems the child's guardian became its first meal. That explains the trap. He turned his attention to the kitchen. Now let's see if there are any useful supplies left. By the time the sun began to set, Tanvu finally made it back, hauling 2 heavy sacks of supplies. Shia Yu, I'm home. From the kitchen, Shia Yu, who was preparing a meal, heard her brother's voice and rushed to the door to meet him. Big brother, where did you find all of this? Tanvu set the bags down. There were no other survivors in our building, which means it's full of leftover supplies. I still need to make a few more runs to get everything. Later, after a quick shower to wash off the grime, he went right back out. The following morning, Shia Yu woke to find him preparing to leave again. Are you going out already, brother? Tanvu explained that he had to become and evolve within 3 days on top of securing more food reserves. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Shia Yu stood up decisively and said she wanted to go with him. Tanvu's voice was sharp and immediate. Absolutely not. It's far too dangerous out there with your current condition. Without my strength and survival skills, your chances of making it out there would be slim. Don't you worry. Once I'm powerful enough to guarantee your safety, I promise I'll take you with me. Ever the devoted sister, Shia Yu had no desire to be a burden to her brother, so she could only nod in agreement. All right, big brother. Just please be careful. After methodically clearing their entire building, Tanvu ventured outside to test his fortunes, quickly spotting a lone zombie shambling nearby. He seized the moment for a stealthy assault, dispatching it with a single decisive strike, but then another lurched out from the shadows of a car, its hands clamping onto Tanvu's shoulder. Unfazed, Tanvu eliminated it with cold efficiency and resumed the hunt for his next quarry. As twilight descended, Tanvu found himself sitting among a pile of the fallen, lamenting, damn it all. Over 10 of them slain, and I've shattered a few weapons in the process, yet not one of them yielded any evolution energy. It's growing dark. Shia Yu must be worrying herself sick. The moment he stepped through the door, Shia Yu wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. Big brother, you were gone all day. I was terrified. Tanvu gently comforted her. It's all right, Shia Yu. I took down dozens of zombies today, but unfortunately I came back empty-handed. Seeing the frustration etched on his face, she tried to console him. Don't be discouraged. I know you'll find it. I'll just stay here and pray for your success. Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from the street below. Damn it, run for it. The cry instantly seized the siblings' attention. Down below, a desperate group of survivors was being pursued by a relentless horde. Spotting a fence ahead, the ragged group scrambled over it, narrowly escaping the grasping dead. Son of a bitch, can't even get yourselves eaten quietly. The leader of the group spat. Just then one of his men pointed towards their building. Boss Wong, look up there. There are people in that window. Realizing they were exposed, Qin Yu instinctively pulled his sister down out of sight. Seeing that they were other survivors, Shia Yu's hope flickered. Big brother, there are others alive. Should we help them? Qin Yu's response was ice cold. Shia Yu, have you already forgotten my warnings? In this new world, the kind of evil it betray Manhwa hides is child's play compared to what desperate people will do. We have to be vigilant. Down below, the survivors, ecstatic at the sign of life, began probing the area. It didn't take them long to find their front door, pounding on it insistently. Hello in there, don't play games with us, we saw you. Open this door now. When the door finally edged open, the leader immediately snarled, what are you, deaf? What the hell took you so long? But his aggressive posture faltered upon noticing the heavy steel pipe gripped firmly in Qin Yu's hand. His eyes were like shards of ice, radiating a palpable sense of danger. Is there a problem, he asked. The leader's demeanor shifted instantly. Whoa, brother, no need to get so worked up. We're not here to make trouble. Just got a little carried away seeing other living people you know. The men flanking him quickly adopted the same friendly facade. The leader continued, his eyes darting past Qin Yu, trying to get a look inside. So brother, think you could let us come in for a bit? We haven't eaten in days. But as he tried to edge forward, Qin Yu's body became an immovable wall. No. Just then, Shia Yu emerged, holding 2 small bags of supplies. Big brother, maybe we can spare some food for them. The girl's naivety was almost painful. The instant the leader's eyes landed on Shia Yu, a predatory glint appeared in them. Well now. Thank you. That's a mighty generous, heart you have there. Yes. A very kind girl indeed. Sensing the shift in their demeanor, knowing these men were trouble, Qin Yu thrust the supplies into their hands and gestured sharply to the apartment across the hall. That room is empty. It's clear of the dead, if you're looking for shelter. Get out of here. Shoved aside, the survivors grumbled as they choked down their instant noodles. He really thinks a few pathetic cups of ramen are enough to make us disappear. One of his lackeys, however, was just grateful for any scraps he could get. After finishing his meal, the bald-headed leader gloated, recalling the morning's encounter. Hey, did you guys see the look in that witch's husband's eyes when we put them in their place this morning? The guy looked like he wanted to tear us limb from limb, ha. The others joined in with their own crude laughter. How could I miss it? That little princess always acted so high and mighty with her wealth, never even sparing us a glance. Well, now she's getting a taste of what real power looks like. Abruptly, the leader's tone shifted. Oh, speaking of which, did you two get a load of that girl from before? His crony caught on instantly. Of course I did. She's an absolute masterpiece. So you're thinking of having a little fun, boss. The two shared a booming, disgusting laugh, their wicked intentions hanging thick in the air. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, the bald man grumbled, the only problem is that punk with her is a bit too full of himself. Tomorrow, we'll have to teach him some manners. And so their venomous scheme began to take shape. All right, here's the plan. Tomorrow morning, we go knocking for more food. The second he opens the door, the three of us will swarm him, got it? And that girl, who cares if she's his girlfriend or his sister? Tomorrow, we'll pull our usual routine. We'll have our fun with her while he watches, and then we'll put him out of his misery. Yeah, just finish the punk off. We'll keep his pretty little toy for ourselves to enjoy later. We can hole up here for a good while after that. I saw they're sitting on a mountain of supplies in there. Little did they know, the very definition of what a dark betray Manhwa hides was unfolding right above them as Qin Yu listened from the balcony, hearing every last word. He waited until the dead of night when the three thugs were deep in slumber before slipping into their room like a shadow. First, he clamped a hand over the bald man's mouth, silencing him permanently in a single swift motion. Startled by a faint sound, the shaggy-haired man jerked awake, but before a scream could escape his lips, a blade found its home and he was gone. In mere moments, all three of them had been efficiently eliminated by Qin Yu's hand. When his sister discovered the scene, Qin Yu offered only one chilling statement: they were not good people. The following dawn, Qin Yu was out again hunting the undead, yet his search yielded nothing, which left him a bit frustrated. Why is my fortune so rotten? Days have passed and I've taken down over 100 of these things, but they're all the lowest level. How can there not be a single evolved one among them? Is it possible that since the outbreak is still new, there hasn't been sufficient time for evolutionary energy to coalesce? Lost in thought, he suddenly found he had wandered aimlessly toward the local supermarket. Seizing the chance, he decided to venture inside and scout for any useful supplies. At that very moment, a tremendous crash reverberated from nearby. Acting on pure instinct, Qin Yu ducked into the nearest cover he could find. The origin of the commotion was a colossal monster, easily the size of an automobile. A mutated beast. Perfect. That thing must weigh between 130 and 150 pounds. It might just have evolutionary energy. A creature of this caliber is risky given my current abilities, but with a careful approach, I should be able to handle it. Shadowing the creature from a distance, Qin Yu watched as it charged into the supermarket. But the instant it crossed the threshold, it was violently thrown back out. Qin Yu's jaw nearly hit the pavement in sheer disbelief. Good heavens, what in the world is happening in there? A gigantic arm suddenly erupted from the supermarket's entrance, seizing the monster by its tail. In a desperate act of self-preservation, the beast tore off its own tail to break free. Losing its prey sent the entity within the supermarket into a furious frenzy, unleashing a roar that shook the very ground. In the next instant, a monstrous creature burst forth, and the mere sight of its silhouette was enough to drain the color from Qin Yu's face. Could it truly be a demon type? He quickly shook off the shock. This was no time to be paralyzed by fear. Demon-type zombies were the stuff of nightmares, terrifying creatures even 100 years into the future when countless powerful individuals had emerged in the apocalypse. Yet they could all be effortlessly defeated. Each one possessed a unique form and a different set of abilities. But the one trait they all shared was the power to instill bone-chilling terror with their name alone, making even the bravest turn white as a sheet. While their numbers were scarce, few enough to count on one's fingers, a single one of them possessed the power to annihilate 100 or even 1,000 people as if it wielded the very power of a demon, which is precisely how the devil species earned its name. If I can hunt this one before it reaches full maturity, I could absorb its evolutionary energy and instantly gain the superclass abilities of two evolved beings simultaneously. The mere prospect sent a jolt of exhilaration through Qin Yu, but he forced himself to remain incredibly cautious, concealing himself to the side to covertly watch the devil species. Once it had finished its hunt, the creature slowly made its way back into the supermarket. It wasn't on a destructive rampage. Instead, it carefully lowered its body, meticulously avoiding any damage to the building. From the outside, the supermarket appeared perfectly untouched, so much so that even Qin Yu was nearly fooled into walking right in. He remained hidden, carefully analyzing the setup before committing to a plan. This creature was intelligent, seizing the most well-stocked location to wait for prey. It's the kind of cunning trap a classic *** betray Manhwa hides *** from its hero. It's definitely a devil species, there's no question. Even though it's not fully grown, confronting it directly with my current strength would be a death sentence. Yet this is the golden opportunity I need to rise to the top of this ruined world. Besides, if I let it mature, it will become an unstoppable force, and I'd likely just become another one of its victims down the line. I have to be bold. My mind is made up. I'm going to bet everything on this. Having resolved himself, Qin Yu cautiously set down his backpack and crept toward the supermarket's entrance. He took a deep, steadying breath, then sprinted into the center of the doorway and bellowed, "Hey, you freak, come and get me." Alerted by the sound, the devil species instantly charged towards the entrance. The target had swallowed the bait. Qin Yu bolted directly back towards his backpack. "Go on, enjoy your final hunt." The creature stormed outside, but finding no one, it began to scan the area. At that exact moment, Qin Yu yelled out, "Hey, I'm over here." The devil species, completely oblivious to the trap, let loose a deafening roar as it thundered directly towards Qin Yu. The moment it crossed over the backpack's position, Qin Yu revealed a wicked grin. "Time for your present." Instantly, the backpack detonated in a massive explosion, launching the devil species through the air. Packed inside was every bit of explosive that Qin Yu had painstakingly crafted over the last few days. Witnessing the creature take a direct, devastating hit, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh in triumph. "Haha, perfect, it looks completely wrecked, but who's to say it doesn't have one last trick up its sleeve?" It's not worth the risk to check until it's completely finished. Playing it safe, Qin Yu positioned himself at a distance, silently monitoring the scene. Only after he was absolutely certain the devil species had stopped moving did he begin to cautiously advance. Looks like it's finally over. Now let's see what kind of rewards it dropped. Just then a mutated cat leaped into view, giving Qin Yu the shock of his life, sending him into high alert. Whoa, a mutated feline. It seemed acquiring this prize wouldn't be so simple. Then, the upper head of the devil species lurched forward, devouring the mutated cat in a single horrifying gulp. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face went ghost white with terror. The creature had been playing dead. I'm damn lucky I didn't charge in. To prevent any more nasty surprises, I must eliminate it immediately. Scanning his surroundings, Qin Yu noticed several barrels of oil nearby. After a moment of consideration, he resolved to burn the devil species to ash. Gravely wounded, the creature was immobilized and could only watch as Qin Yu drenched the area in oil and set it ablaze. After waiting for the inferno to burn itself out, Qin Yu moved in with his knife, his excitement palpable. It has a surprisingly savory smell. Let's see what treasures you have for me. After a brief search, he located the devil species evolution energy. This item is truly exceptional. Even during my past life, almost no one ever managed to get their hands on one. Of course, Qin Yu hadn't forgotten the mutated cat from before. Inside its remains was the familiar evolution energy he was accustomed to. After securing his spoils, Qin Yu didn't hesitate to consume the devil species evolution energy. He was immediately struck by an agony akin to dying and being reborn, a sensation as if his very frame was about to be torn apart. So this is the power of a devil species. I never endured an evolution this agonizing in my previous life. Let's gauge my current level of strength. Qin Yu casually scooped up a rock and hurled it directly at a wall. With just that slight exertion of force, the wall crumbled into dust. He now possessed at least 4 times the strength of an ordinary man. In this day and age, that was exceptionally rare. Next on the agenda was testing his new abilities. Qin Yu closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the changes within his body. First up was the flame ability. Perfect. My power in my past life was also pyrokinesis, so I won't need any time to acclimate. From a faint spark in his palm, Qin Yu effortlessly summoned a massive torrent of fire that swirled around his body. Haha! While the flame ability isn't the rarest, it's incredibly potent and exceedingly practical. I am thoroughly satisfied. Now for the second ability. Qin Yu found it quite bizarre and needed an object to test it on. He then crouched and casually aimed the ability at a rock on the ground. In an instant, the single rock became 2, leaving Qin Yu utterly flabbergasted. A duplication ability, the kind of power a world of *** betray Manhwa hides *** is truly something else. I know little about this one, but there's no question it's an extremely rare skill. It seems the copy ability can only be used once on any given item. If I can duplicate a rock, what about evolution energy? Just as Qin Yu theorized, the evolution energy could also be replicated, and it possessed the exact same potency as the original. This ability is just ridiculously overpowered. Wielding 2 abilities at the same time was something Qin Yu had never even conceived of. Just then, the disturbance began attracting more and more zombies from the immediate vicinity. Suddenly, a daring concept flashed through Qin Yu's mind. He focused his will and unleashed the copy ability upon his own body, and to his profound shock, it actually succeeded. Without a single moment of hesitation, the 2 Qin Yus charged into the fray. Facing the zombies now, he felt vastly more confident than before. Without exchanging a single word, the 2 of them moved in perfect, seamless coordination. In what felt like a heartbeat, the remaining zombies were completely wiped out. But now, Qin Yu confronted a massive problem. He couldn't just continue on with 2 versions of himself. He had to determine if this copy. Thankfully, the duplication ability could be dismissed, and with a flicker, the copy version of Qin Yu dissolved into nothingness. However, this immense power came at a steep price. The very instant the clone dematerialized, a wave of fatigue twice as potent as normal crashed over Qin Yu. He knew that recklessly abusing this power would prove to be exceptionally perilous. After taking a moment to recover, Qin Yu started to inspect the remains of the zombies he'd just dispatched, searching for evolution energy. It appeared the world had shifted, as these creatures now contained the very essence of evolution, a perfect gift for Shia Yu. With his spoils collected, Qin Yu made his way home. The second he walked through the door, Shia Yu flew into his embrace, her voice filled with relief. "Big brother, you're so late, I was worried sick." A gentle smile touched Qin Yu's lips as he replied, "Don't you worry. Your brother is not the same man he once was. From this day forward, I promise you'll have nothing to fear." This time, however, Shia Yu's worries weren't so easily calmed. "If you plan to be gone for that long again, then you have to take me with you." Qin Yu didn't hesitate to agree with his beloved sister. "Of course. I will absolutely take you with me. Here, eat this, and you can become an evolved just like me." As her brother presented 2 peculiar-looking objects, Shia Yu looked on with a hint of skepticism. An evolved, Qin Yu elaborated, explaining that once she evolved, low-level zombies would no longer be a threat to her. Convinced by this, Shia Yu consumed the evolution energy without a moment's hesitation. When her brother asked if she felt any change, she pondered the question seriously before answering, I think it would be even more delicious with a touch of sugar." Her response left him utterly speechless. Qin Yu could only cover his face in exasperation. He wasn't asking for a flavor review. Suddenly, a surge of energy flared, but Shia Yu just blinked blankly for a second before replying, "I don't feel any power surging through me at all." Qin Yu was completely baffled by this outcome, scratching his head in sheer confusion. It should have been impossible to consume evolution energy and not undergo the transformation. "Here, try this second one." This time, Shia Yu added a bit of sugar for flavor, but the outcome was identical. She felt absolutely no change. This bizarre situation sent Qin Yu into deep thought. The entire scenario defied his understanding, the kind of unexpected twist a betray Manhwa hides in its darkest chapters. To absorb two sources of evolution, energy, and have no reaction was an unprecedented event. Noticing the grave look on her brother's face, Shia Yu started to feel a little downcast. Big brother, are these things really valuable? Since they didn't work on me, I must have wasted them. Qin Yu gently patted her head, reassuringly. It's all right. To us, these aren't considered that precious, so please don't blame yourself. After a moment of thought, Shia Yu timidly spoke up again. Well, it's not that I felt nothing times at all. I just felt that it was really delicious, and eating it made me feel incredibly happy. Hearing this, Qin Yu was taken aback for a second before asking again. Incredibly happy, Shia Yu's face lit up as she gestured with excitement. Yes, it felt so good to eat, and I already want to have more. A new theory began to form in Qin Yu's mind. Perhaps Shia Yu's latent potential was so vast that she simply hadn't reached the minimum threshold for evolution. To prove his hypothesis, he would need to find significantly more evolution energy in the days to come. Putting the mystery aside for the time being, the siblings shared a meal. Afterwards, while Shia Yu was browsing the web, she stumbled upon some crucial information and immediately called her brother over to see. Qin Yu calmly approached, strolled over, casually crunching on an apple, and remarked, "The internet's still up. It looks like the situation in most places isn't that dire." But the second his eyes landed on the monitor, all the color vanished from Qin Yu's face as he instinctively choked out a single word. "Otherworlders." Baffled, Shia Yu asked Big Brother, "What in the world are otherworlders?" Qin Yu replied with a grim expression, "They are calamity and the end. Zombies, mutants, the apocalyptic plague. If you can imagine something infinitely worse than all of those combined, you'd be thinking of the Otherworlders." An unknown power had ripped through this already ravaged apocalyptic world, tearing open a series of new spatial rifts that served as gateways. These portals connected to an entirely different dimension, unleashing alien creatures into our world, beings we came to call the Otherworlders. From these shimmering tears in reality, a flood of monstrous, grotesquely formed creatures emerged, each one a nightmarish spectacle. Their species and forms were wildly bizarre, yet they all possessed a single unifying trait, an unyielding hostility and a murderous drive aimed at humanity. No one understood their origins or their link to the virus. The true reason, the ultimate betray Manhwa hides in shadows we can't yet pierce. But one thing was terrifyingly clear: their arrival signaled that this city's days were numbered. Just hearing this was enough for Shia Yu's imagination to run wild with the sheer terror of what these otherworlders represented. Qin Yu then gestured towards the screen. That is the insectoid race. They originate from a central hive and breed at an unstoppable rate. Once their population hits a certain threshold, they will swarm out, consuming and obliterating cities and towns for 100 miles in every direction. They descend like a biblical plague, leaving nothing behind but stripped bones and the silence of death. We're out of time. Starting tomorrow, I have to accelerate my growth, and I have to do it fast. Hearing his resolve, Shia Yu asked to join him. This time, Qin Yu didn't say no. With the world changing so drastically, it was crucial for her to start adapting to this brutal new reality. 2 days later, Shia Yu accompanied her brother on a hunt, her sole duty being to provide backup and watch his six. Her brother handled all the direct combat. After a few skirmishes, Qin Yu observed that even the zombies were evolving and getting stronger. Following his usual routine, after dispatching a zombie, Qin Yu began searching for its evolution energy source. This time, he discovered a particularly high-grade core. With his copy ability, 1 became 2, and before long, Shia Yu had absorbed 10 evolution energy sources. I can feel it, something is happening," she exclaimed. Hearing her excitement, Qin Yu eagerly asked, "You feel something, what is it?" Shia Yu instantly snapped into a combat stance, shouting, "Ha, I feel like I could knock out a bull with a single punch right now, Qin Yu." He explained, "As an evolved human, your physical prowess and reflexes will now be far superior to those of an ordinary person. Try to focus your senses again. You might have awakened a special ability." After concentrating once more, Shia Yu felt a new sensation wash over her, an incredible surge of power, as if her entire being had just leveled up. Suddenly, she perceived something peculiar. "I think I feel something else. It's difficult to explain. It's like a feeling that can make things stronger." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's mind raced instantly, suspecting it was an enhancement-type ability. He quickly snatched a brick from the ground, snapped it in two, and handed a piece to his sister. "If it's an enhancement ability, that would be incredible. Try to use your power to enhance this piece." After she channeled her newfound energy into it, Shia Yu handed the half-brick back to his sister. First, Qin Yu effortlessly crushed the unenhanced half of the brick in his palm. "You see," he began, "this is the brick before your enhancement. I can shatter it with ease. Now let's test the half you've empowered." Despite originating from the very same block, the difference in durability was like night and day. Qin Yu had to summon every ounce of his strength just to fracture the magically reinforced piece. "There's no doubt about it," he declared. "This is an enhancement ability. Shia Yu, you've just become a top-tier evolved human." Upon hearing his words, Shia Yu's face lit up with pure joy. Even if she didn't grasp the full implications of her newfound power, she was simply ecstatic that she could finally be a help to her brother. To further test her ability, Qin Yu asked his sister to cast her enhancement on him. Instantly, he felt a wave of incredible power coursing through him, and couldn't resist unleashing a flurry of strikes, effortlessly demolishing a nearby brick wall. With this game-changing ability, Shia Yu was finally ready to join him on hunts. Starting tomorrow, Qin Yu announced, "I will teach you the art of combat." True to his word, the following day, Qin Yu located a lone zombie to serve as his sister's first training partner. "See that walker over there," he pointed. "Your mission is to defeat it. First empower your weapon with your ability, then from that position you strike. I'll be watching your back. So there's no need to be nervous. Heeding her brother's instructions, Shia Yu cautiously crept towards the unsuspecting zombie, whispering to herself, "Don't be nervous." But just as she closed the distance, the creature abruptly spun around. The sudden movement startled her, causing Shia Yu to flinch and miss her opening. Fortunately, her evolved reflexes allowed her to easily evade its clumsy swipe. After that initial scare, Shia Yu squeezed her eyes shut, let out a fierce cry, and began relentlessly bashing the zombie's head. She was lost in the moment and didn't stop until Qin Yu rushed over to intervene. "Hey, that's enough. It's over." It was her very first kill, and the adrenaline left Shia Yu trembling and drenched in a cold sweat, profusely. "Phew, did I do it?" she panted. Qin Yu gave her a careful, critical look. "Yes, your mindset was a little shaky, but your power and technique are solid. All things considered, it was an excellent first attempt." He then turned his attention to the zombie's remains. "If you had struck it a few more times, we might have lost the evolution source entirely." "Ah, speak of the devil. This one actually has one. Shia Yu, I need you to enhance this source. After that, I'll use my copy ability to split it into two. By doing that, we'll end up with 4 evolution energy sources." The synergy between these two siblings' abilities was nothing short of miraculous. Transforming a single source into 4 meant their power would skyrocket in no time at all. After putting their theory to the test, Qin Yu confirmed his earlier speculation. "My hypothesis was correct," he mused. "Even though it's a duplicate, the enhanced evolution source retains nearly double the potency. This is incredible." Just then, Shia Yu spoke up. "Brother, I have a feeling that if I keep consuming these, I might even awaken a brand new ability." Her words made Qin Yu recall his sister's other strange traits. Shia Yu had never been afraid of the corrosive blood rain. She was completely unfazed that time she touched the acid rain, remarking, "Hot, not at all. Is this supposed to be acid rain?" And even when she absorbed the zombie's evolution source, her reaction was far from normal. The power overflowed within her, yet she seemed completely unaware of it. He concluded that she possessed an extraordinary need for evolutionary energy. Tilting his head, he glanced at his sister at his side and couldn't help but wonder if this was a blessing or a curse, especially with the kind of insidious betray Manhwa hides from view and what changes Shia Yu would undergo as she grew stronger. Suddenly, his deep contemplation was shattered by the distinct crackle of gunfire erupting not far from their position. Both siblings were instantly on alert, their heads snapping towards the sound. "Gunshots," Qin Yu stated grimly, quickly making a move. A decisive call. "Stay sharp. We're moving in to investigate," he commanded. "Shia Yu, get behind me and find cover. Be prepared to disappear at a moment's notice." She gave a compliant nod, simply saying, "Understood." A flicker of concern crossed his features. If these were mere bandits, he was prepared to neutralize them and claim their resources. Meanwhile, on the other side of the conflict, a thick wave of the undead shambled forward, drawn in by the commotion. The sound of gunfire was a dinner bell, and the horde was closing in, methodically trapping a small squad of soldiers. One of them yelled over the gunfire, laying down suppressive fire, "Captain, we have to pull back. We can't put a dent in this swarm with the ammo we have left." Another soldier echoed the sentiment as he laid down, covering fire for his retreating comrades. "Xiaojang, are you still blind to the situation? The brass wants our captain gone. Why else would they dispatch just the 4 of us on a suicide mission to rescue? General Lee's success means nothing, and failure gets us court-martialed back at base." The soldier Xiaojang shot back, "That's a hell of a lot better than becoming zombie chow here. My magazine is running dry." The 4th squad member then offered his grim assessment. "He's got a point, Captain. Even if by some miracle we clear this wave, another will just take its place. This entire operation is a lost cause. Your skills are exceptional, but you're being undermined by vipers in our own ranks. The kind of *** betray Manhwa hides *** in plain sight. If you ask me, the 4 of us should ditch this mission and find somewhere else to hole up and survive." The captain squeezed off a few more rounds before letting out a heavy, weary sigh. "You think I haven't considered everything you've just said, but in this ruined world with only the 4 of us," he trailed off. His words caught in his throat as his gaze locked onto an unexpected sight. It was the 2 siblings, Qin Yu and his sister, materializing atop a massive heap of debris. Their sudden appearance startled the embattled soldiers. "Look, we've got civilians over there." From their elevated vantage point, Qin Yu and Shia Yu gazed down, surveying the undead horde and scanning for any signs of life. A spark ignited in Qin Yu's crimson eyes as he spotted the soldiers. A single thought crossed his mind: survivors down below amongst the shambling corpses. A female zombie abruptly snapped its head back, its vacant eyes fixing directly on Qin Yu. It seems an obsession with a handsome face persists even after death, and she wasn't alone. In a chilling ripple effect, nearly every zombie in the vicinity began to shift its focus, lumbering towards Qin Yu and his sister. He registered the change immediately, but rather than panicking, he responded with a calm, quiet, One of the soldiers below cried out, "Why are they all swarming them now? Does their power act like some kind of beacon?" Seeing a potential escape route, one of the 4 soldiers urged, "Captain, this is our chance. Let's pull back while..." Those 2 were drawing all the heat, but the captain flatly rejected the idea. "A man with any honor wouldn't even consider it," he retorted sharply. "How could you suggest such a thing? Have you forgotten what it means to be a soldier? All units open fire. We're saving those 2 civilians, even if it costs us every last round we have." At that moment, the iron rod in Qin Yu's grasp began to glow, heating to a brilliant red. He issued a command, "Shia Yu, I need a power boost. Don't move from that spot and keep yourself safe. I'm handling this horde." She replied, "Got it," adding a quick warning for her brother to be careful. As the young man leaped into the fray, The soldiers were so dumbfounded they momentarily ceased firing. A thunderous explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of smoke and a veritable ocean of fire. The inferno was accompanied by the horrifying, unholy shrieks of the incinerated zombies. Ag, the captain could only stand there utterly awestruck. He thought to himself, is this one of the fabled ancient martial masters? But even the legends don't speak of power this overwhelming. The rooftop instantly felling a horde of zombies. From the opposite direction, the air crackled with the sound of thunderous impacts and agonized screams. Following the brutal assault, the entire zombie mob lay inert on the pavement. Qin Yu and his sister approached the two soldiers with unnerving calm. In a gesture of goodwill, the soldiers lowered their firearms, grateful for the timely rescue. But your power and technique are solid. All things considered, it was an excellent first attempt. He then turned his attention to the zombies' remains. Qin Yu's expression flickered with surprise as the name registered. He echoed Lin Fang. The captain, now slightly intimidated, asked hesitantly, Are you perhaps an ancient martial artist? That was a terrifyingly close call back there. Thank you. Now, for those unfamiliar with the term, ancient martial artists are the absolute apex of human power and technique. They wield extraordinary abilities and can drive their training to superhuman extremes, backed by a will of pure iron. They don't even require the path of an evolver to face down the most fearsome of zombies. A select few among them command god-tier skills that could easily humble even high-ranking evolvers, which more than compensates for their natural physical limitations. Unfortunately, as much as Qin Yu might have wished it were true, he had to maintain his impassive expression as he clarified, I'm no ancient martial artist. Upon hearing this, Lin Fang visibly relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief before immediately trying to recruit the young man for the military. Brother, with a talent like yours, you really should join the army. I guarantee you'd have a brilliant future ahead of you. Qin Yu, however, showed little interest in the proposition and simply responded with a hint of dismissal. I'm not one to be constrained. I'll have to decline the offer to join the army, but I thank you for it. Lin Fang chose not to push the matter, though the disappointment of failing to recruit such a capable individual was clear on his face. That is a genuine shame. Well, since you're not interested, we'll take our leave. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance down the road, I'll be certain to lend a hand. And with that final promise, he and his three squad mates turned and departed without a moment's hesitation. Shia Yu glanced at her brother, a puzzled look on her face, and voiced her confusion. Big brother, whenever we've met other survivors, you're usually eager to put them in their place. Why were you so deferential towards that man? Lin Fang. Qin Yu offered no detailed explanation, stating simply, I know who he is. At that, Qin Yu's mind drifted back to a memory from his previous life where he stood amidst a ruined city staring up at a hero's monument. He recalled asking his companion at the time, what's the story behind this statue? His friend had explained. That's a monument to Lin Fang. In the bleakest period of history, S-rank evolvers were exceptionally rare, especially one who wielded immense power yet remained dedicated to protecting the weak. He ultimately fell in a cataclysmic battle at the Black Forest, becoming a martyr revered by all subsequent generations. Hearing that tragic tale, the kind of brutal truth a betrayed Manhwa hides in its final act, Qin Yu had fallen into a deep contemplative silence. Finally, recognition dawned on him as he exclaimed, I remember now. The old-timers always spoke of him with such immense reverence. His companion then clambered onto the hood of a rusted-out car, bearing his face in his hands. My terror of the Black Forest, he confessed, is even stronger than my respect for Lin Fang. I can only pray a catastrophe of that magnitude never strikes again. The memory then began to fade, and Shia Yu sensed her brother had no intention of elaborating further. So how do you know him, big brother? She probed again. But Qin Yu had absolutely no intention of revealing too much to his sister. The more she understood, the greater the danger she would face. So he simply brushed it off, saying, oh, it's nothing important. A friend mentioned his name a while back, so don't give it a second thought. As Lin Fang's silhouette faded into the distance, Qin Yu's thoughts turned to the impending Black Forest outbreak. That cataclysm was still over a decade from erupting. Lin Fang, you'd better savor this peace while it lasts. With the soldiers gone, an eerie emptiness had fallen over the streets. In the center of the desolate road, a creature was feasting on an unfortunate soul's remains. It was a mutated dog, its form a grotesque mess of torn and mangled flesh. It let out a low growl as it devoured its meal, possessively guarding it against any potential thieves. Tucked away in a nearby alley, Qin Yu signaled to Shia Yu, whispering, shh, stay silent. Judging by its appearance, that thing is probably a highly evolved mutant. I'll take care of it. The dog, lost in its gruesome feast, suddenly froze, sensing that something was amiss. It snapped its head up just in time to see Qin Yu descending upon it, iron rod poised to strike. Already committed to the attack and unable to change his course mid-air, he clenched his jaw and cursed, damn it, I've been spotted. And just as he feared, by the time his feet hit the pavement, the beast had already sidestepped the fatal blow. The creature immediately pounced on Qin Yu, seemingly eager for a fresher meal, but this particular prey was not going to go down without a fight. Qin Yu expertly swung his rod, slamming the creature to the ground. With a fierce snarl, the dog scrambled to its feet and bolted. Watching it retreat, Qin Yu's body went rigid as he shouted, this is bad. If it escapes, intelligent mutants like that are known to hold a grudge. At that exact moment, Shia Yu appeared at his side, yelling, big brother, the rod, let's do it. A smirk played on Qin Yu's lips. Great minds think alike. I was thinking the very same thing. With that, he gripped the iron bar, corrected, his stance, took a moment to aim, and launched it with all his might. His target was the fleeing mutated dog. The iron bar found its mark, piercing the beast's leg and eliciting a howl of pure agony. But the attack wasn't over. The bar began to glow a menacing fiery red, as if it had just been pulled from the heart of a furnace. In an instant, flames erupted from the rod, completely engulfing the mutated dog and turning it into a charred wreck, a truly unforeseen and devastating attack. When the inferno subsided, the dog was utterly lifeless, its body blackened and scorched smoldered heavily on the pavement. The two siblings cautiously approached the corpse. Lacking any real offensive abilities, Shia Yu hung back slightly, asking in a timid voice. "It's finished," Qin Yu confirmed, pulling out a knife prepared to carve into the creature's body in search of an energy core. A mutant of this caliber should definitely have evolution energy. His younger sister then asked with curiosity, "Brother, isn't your ability related to fire? So how come I've never seen you breathe flames or hurl fireballs?" He answered while meticulously dissecting the carcass. "It's not that I'm incapable of it, but compared to projecting raw flames, I find it more effective to imbue my weapons with my firepower. I may give up some attack range, but when I combine it with my combat skills, the destructive power is amplified immensely, and the damage I inflict on an enemy is far more devastating." Upon hearing this, Shia Yu's eyes sparkled with pure admiration for her brother. "So you're basically a battle mage." Qin Yu then extracted 2 energy cores from the body, chuckling with satisfaction. What incredible luck! This beast's body held 2 sources of evolution energy. One was its own, and the other, I'd wager, belonged to its last meal. A secret this world of betray Manhwa hides until you look closer. Shia Yu crouched down to examine the charred remains and exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, there's something else in here." From within the dog's corpse, she retrieved a ring. It had an ancient weathered look, and she had no clue what it could be. It certainly didn't look like an item that could enhance her abilities. She was just about to toss it aside, thinking this is less useful than a piece of bread. But Qin Yu's keen eyes had already locked onto the object. "Wait, Shia Yu, could that ring be?" He stared intently. Gazing at the golden ring adorned with bizarre engravings, he cried out, "This is a treasure from a dimensional relic." He immediately urged her. "Shia, hurry, slip it on and let's see what it's capable of." Ever obedient, Shia Yu followed her brother's instructions without a moment's hesitation. Just like that. The instant the ring slid onto her finger, it erupted in an eerie pulsating blue light, almost as if the artifact itself was alive. It began to seize control of Shia Yu's hand, causing her to cry out in alarm. "What's going on?" A jet of blue flame then shot out from the ring, blazing intensely for a brief moment before vanishing. Once it subsided, Shia Yu snatched her hand back and questioned her brother, her voice trembling with shock. What was that?" Acting like a walking encyclopedia of this new world, Qin Yu calmly explained, "That is the power of a dimensional relic. It works by converting genetic energy into different forms of power and unleashing it. It appears this ring's particular power is fire, a perfect match for my own." Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Shia's eyes widened with pure curiosity as she asked, "What exactly is a dimensional relic?" Qin Yu began his explanation. Ever since the apocalypse started, pocket dimensions of all shapes and sizes began to manifest randomly all across the globe, distinct from the usual dimensional rifts. And while these pocket dimensions are fraught with incredible danger, if you can successfully conquer their trials, you can acquire an abundance of loot. He didn't pause there, continuing his lesson. This loot manifests in a multitude of forms. Some discover treasures imbued with dimensional power, while others awaken unique dimensional abilities and skills. It is largely because of these dimensional relics that what's left of humanity has managed to cling to survival in this harsh new world. Shia Yu gazed at her brother, her eyes filled with pure admiration. She clapped her hands together and praised him enthusiastically. "You're just so incredible, brother. It feels like you know everything." But Qin Yu didn't allow the compliment to lower his guard. His gaze shifted to the dog's carcass as he began to analyze the situation. The fact that this mutated hound could swallow a dimensional relic suggests that a deeper truth, the kind of betray Manhwa hides, is at play here. It means there has to be an entrance to one nearby. Moreover, the fact that even a simple mutated beast could escape with its life means that particular relic can't be overly dangerous. The only problem is that the entrance isn't stationary. I just wonder if we can locate it before it shifts. With that thought, he issued an instruction to his sister, "Shia Yu, I need you to enhance the ring and then I will duplicate it." As always, she complied without question. "Of course, brother." And in an instant, the two siblings were each adorned with an identical ring. After a moment of observing and evaluating his own copy, Qin Yu seemed somewhat disappointed. "Just as I suspected, it's nothing extraordinary. No wonder that beast was able to get its paws on it." The pair of siblings then returned to their shelter and used a portion of their food reserves to prepare a modest meal. Seated at the dinner table, Shia Yu looked at her brother, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Brother, we had such an amazing haul today." A small smile touched Qin Yu's lips as he summarized their gains. "As of now, your physical constitution is already 5 times stronger than that of a normal person, while mine has reached 8 times that level. And when my power is combined with your unique ability, it becomes amplified to a staggering 16 times the norm." She let out a curious "oh" and then asked, "What does being 16 times stronger actually feel like?" Qin Yu's expression flickered with surprise as the name registered. He echoed Lin Fang. The captain, now slightly intimidated, asked hesitantly, Are you perhaps an ancient martial artist?" Hearing this revelation, Shia Yu cheered with unrestrained excitement. "Are we truly that powerful now?" Qin Yu simply nodded. "We are. But we still haven't located that dimensional relic. Once we find it, our power can ascend to an entirely new level." Following their conversation, the pair extinguished the lights and settled in for the night. He suggested they get some proper rest as their hunt would resume the next day. Shia Yu instantly agreed, but just then a faint rustling echoed from the darkened hallway. The apocalypse had honed Qin Yu's senses to a razor's edge. He never truly slept, and the faintest disturbance was enough to jolt his eyes open. He slipped from the bed, his hand finding the light switch. They shared the bed so he could always be there to protect his sister. As the light flickered to life, the sudden movement stirred Xiao from her sleep. Brother, what's wrong? It's the middle of the night. He swiftly raised a hand, silencing her. Shh, stay quiet. There's something just outside our door. Qin Yu cautiously gripped his trusty iron bar and crept toward the entrance. The door groaned in protest as he flung it open, revealing a monstrous centipede lurking in the darkness. It gaped its massive fang-lined maw, unleashing a piercing shriek as it lunged forward. Fortunately, Qin Yu's reflexes were sharp enough to intercept the attack with his iron bar. Spotting his sister descending the stairs, Qin Yu yelled a warning. Xiao, stay back. We've got company. He summoned all his strength, shoving the colossal insect back out of their home. Get the hell out. Terrified for her brother's safety, Xiao rushed outside after him, calling out, Brother, wait, I haven't even used my ability on you yet. As she stepped into the hallway, she found Qin Yu had already dispatched the creature. The iron bar in his hand was buried deep in its skull as he stood panting beside the grotesque corpse. Xiao quickly ran to his side to lend him her strength. He let out a heavy breath, wiping sweat from his brow. Without your support, he admitted that fight would have been much harder. Staring at the giant multi-limbed carcass sprawled before their door, Xiao Yu couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. What even is that thing? It's horrifying. Qin Yu didn't answer immediately, his mind racing as his expression darkened. An iron wire centipede, he murmured. But how is this possible? Has the insectoid tribe already broken through the army's defenses and infiltrated this deep? No, that can't be right. The true danger of betray Manhwa hides is often its timing, but the insectoid tribe shouldn't be this powerful yet. This one must have crawled up from beneath the ground. Noticing her brother's troubled muttering, Xiao asked with concern, Brother, is something wrong with that creature? Why do you look so pale? Just then, a sudden sense of dread washed over Qin Yu and he reacted instantly, shoving his sister's head down. A split second later, a glob of green venom shot past where they had just been standing. They both whipped their heads around, looking back into the house. Seeing the source of the attack, Xiao Yu pressed herself against Qin Yu in terror. A venom-green insect hovered in mid-air, brandishing two enormous pincers. This was clearly a formidable foe, especially since it could launch attacks from a distance. A knot of unease tightened in Qin Yu's stomach. This is not good. The siblings stared at the creature, their faces drained of color. An insectoid hunting party, he breathed. They've reached us already. As the bug tends to charge, Qin Yu shoved his sister to safety and braced for impact. The insect slammed down right where he had been standing. Its landing was like a meteor strike, shattering the floor tiles, but he had already leaped nimbly into the air. The tables had turned in an instant. Qin Yu now clung to the ceiling, glaring down at the insect, which stared back up from the cratered floor. He refused to hesitate, deciding to press his advantage. With a silent whoosh, Qin Yu dove down from above. A sickening squelch echoed as the iron bar plunged through the insect's carapace, unleashing a torrent of green ichor. He landed, yanked his weapon free, and with a sharp flick cleared the viscous fluid from its tip, never taking his eyes off their surroundings. Stay alert, Xiao Yu, he warned. This hunting party might not be alone. Their hunting party likely consists of more than just those two. Qin Yu's eyes darted around, his senses on high alert. We have to be careful. But before he could finish his warning, a sudden roar shattered the silence. A torrent of brilliant blue flame erupted from the shadows, instantly consuming him and leaving his sister, Xiao Yu, frozen in shock. Believing her brother was incinerated by the brutal assault, she screamed his name, Brother, yet tragedy was narrowly avoided. In that split second, Qin Yu had managed to materialize a protective barrier just in time to intercept the blast. The shield cracked and splintered under the immense heat, but it had absorbed the fatal blow. A direct hit like that would have been the end of me, he thought, grimly watching the new insectoid assailant buzz into the house through the shattered windowpane. Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. It was a winged creature resembling a grotesquely mutated bee, and it gave him absolutely no opening to retaliate, already coiling to launch another devastating attack. He lunged towards his sister, yelling, Xiao Yu, you run. Fearing she was too stunned to move, he seized her hand and yanked her into a desperate sprint. After they had fled for a short distance, Xiao Yu finally came back to her senses, her voice trembling with worry. Brother, what about our home, our supplies? How did they even find us here? Qin Yu explained grimly, they're a hunting party from the insectoid tribe. That one breathing fire is known as a firebug, and it's likely their leader. The kind of monster betray Manhwa hides. It's so dangerous that even a dozen low-level evolved humans working together might not be enough to take it down. The words had barely left his lips when another deafening explosion tore through the air. The firebug had launched another volley of fire. Their hunting party likely consists of more than just those two. Qin Yu's eyes darted around, his senses on high alert. We have to be careful. But before he could finish his warning, they had no choice but to flee. Qin Yu stayed right behind his sister, pushing her to run faster as the firebug appeared to be savoring the cruel game. It hovered menacingly in the air above, aimed its abdomen downwards, and unleashed another searing jet of flame. A thunderous explosion erupted, impacting the very ground Qin Yu had just vacated. Thick smoke billowed everywhere as he by some miracle dodged the blast and leaped out of the impact zone. In their hasty escape, they hadn't even had time to change. He was still in his slippers. But then, to his sister's surprise, he abruptly stopped running. Qin Yu spun around to face the firebug, his expression darkening as he snarled, You damned insect. You give it an inch, and it takes a mile. Fury igniting in his eyes, he thrust out his hand and conjured a fireball of his own. You want a taste of this, huh? The sphere of flame rocketed towards the firebug as commanded, yet the creature didn't even flinch, let alone try to evade. A deafening blast echoed as the small detonation lit up the dark sky, momentarily resembling a burst of New Year's Eve fireworks. Seeing that her brother had halted his retreat, Xiao Yu also paused, asking tentatively, Brother, did you get it? He whipped his head around and shouted, Xiao Yu, don't stop, keep running. Just as the smoke in the air began to dissipate, it revealed the firebug completely unscathed by the attack. It simply hovered in the same spot as if openly mocking Qin Yu's pathetic attempt. He was utterly infuriated, cursing under his breath. You didn't even bother to move. Are you looking down on me that much? A defiant flame flickered to life in his palm as he resolved, fine then. Let's just see whose fire is truly stronger. High above, the firebug seemed to accept the challenge, charging up another blast. On the ground, momentarily resembling a burst of New Year's Eve fireworks. Seeing that her brother had halted his retreat, one blue crashed into each other with spectacular force, a clash of fire and ice that brilliantly illuminated the night. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, letting out a cold, frustrated snort as he poured all his energy into holding the line. But it was painfully obvious, the firebug was on another level. His fireball was completely swallowed by the creature's attack. He patiently clarified, to put it in simple terms, in the eyes of an ordinary person or even to most zombies and mutated beasts, we are essentially monsters. All right, I can see yours packs a bigger punch. Just then, he noticed something new. Xia was desperately trying to conjure a blue fireball. Qin Yu's voice was laced with panic as he yelled, Xia, get out of here, you can't do anything, as she fiercely launched a fireball. The projectile shot straight at the firebug. The effort left Xiao Yu gasping for air as Qin Yu watched the fiery orb make direct contact. It struck the creature high in the air and he exclaimed in disbelief. Has it gotten too lazy to even dodge? The words had barely left his lips when the firebug began to plummet. It fell from the sky like a kite with a severed string. Completely astonished, Qin Yu immediately spun around to face his sister Shia Yu. How in the world did you manage that? She explained. Brother, I gambled on using my enhancement ability on the fireball, and it actually worked. A proud smile spread across his face as he praised her warmly. That's my Xiao. You can leave the rest to me. But before leaping back into the fray, Qin Yu made a swift calculation. The firebug's power was more than 20 times that of an ordinary person, and even with Xiao's power boost, my strength is only at 16 times their level. A direct victory is a long shot, but I can capitalize on this opening. I'll strike while it's disoriented from the enhanced fireball and shatter its wings. That way it won't be able to hunt us down ever again. From behind, his sister's encouraging voice rang out. Brother, give it your all, but please be careful. Just as she finished her sentence, the firebug slammed into the earth. Qin Yu exploded into motion. This was his one chance. He gathered his momentum and surged forward. As he closed in on the downed firebug, his form blurred and split into two, creating a perfect clone, one attacking from the left and the other from the right. With two synchronized strikes, they cleanly severed the firebug's fragile wings. The deed done, he coolly remarked. Leaving your wings exposed was your greatest blunder. But then a chilling premonition washed over him, the kind of deep-seated dread, betray Manhwa hides right before the true tragedy strikes. Xiao Yu's heavy panting had not subsided. Now she was racked with coughs, spitting up blood. The sight made Qin Yu's heart leap violently. His heart pounded in his throat. She was the only family he had left in this world. Xia, he screamed in pure terror, clutching at his own chest. He felt a strange sensation. After expending so much of his own energy, a dreadful thought crossed his mind. Had the enhancement ability completely vanished? Could it be? Did my cloning ability double the backlash on Xiao, pushing her body past its absolute limit? In that moment of horror, a new threat emerged. A colossal monstrous firebug appeared. It beat its wings and soared towards him, the air vibrating with a deafening, ominous buzz. What but after flying only a short distance, it too crashed to the ground, landing helplessly on its back. Unable to right itself, he gripped a sharp iron rod. A wave of relief washed over him. This one couldn't fly either. Qin Yu immediately spun around and raced back to his sister. Xiao Yu, are you all right? We need to leave now while it's grounded. Okay, she managed. The two siblings began their escape, completely oblivious to the fact that the firebug was already stirring. As he supported Xiao Yu, he kept an eye on it, thinking this creature's speed is its main weapon, but only in the air. On the ground, there's no way it can catch us. But just as that reassuring thought crossed his mind, something materialized directly in their path. They were confronted by a truly shocking spectacle. What in the world is that? A zombie bearing a distinct red mark suddenly ripped its way out of the firebug's head. He pursed his lips, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the new threat. Another demon type? No. It's just a standard mutated zombie. Was it drawn here by the commotion? Without warning, the zombie lunged forward, swiping with claws that looked as sharp and hard as iron. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, he barely managed to deflect the attack, but the zombie's speed was terrifying, and beads of cold sweat began to trace paths down his face. Its strength is unbelievable. At least 10 times that of a normal person, and I'm only at 8 times. It's overwhelmingly stronger than I am. Seeing his brother nearing the point of exhaustion, Xiao prepared to risk her own power, but he instantly shot down the idea. Xiao, don't you dare, he said, forcing himself to his feet. If you use your power again, you'll be the one to collapse. I'm staking everything on this next move. He bolted forward, a blur of motion, gripping the iron rod and swinging with everything he had. But in a horrifying twist, the zombie impaled him, sending a spray of blood into the air. His hands shook violently as he made a desperate grab for its leg, forcing a heart-wrenching scream from his sister's lips. Brother. With the sheer force of a protagonist's will, he clung on. But as he grappled with one foe, a far deadlier one emerged. Brother, be careful. The firebug is here. A sinister blue magical energy began to pool in its abdomen, preparing to fire. A blindingly powerful bright blue beam of energy shot straight for him. His face contorted with dread and panic as the light consumed his vision, followed by a deafening bang. A massive explosion detonated right before her very eyes. Tears welled as she whispered, Brother, my brother. When suddenly a voice cut through the chaos. Xiao, run. It was his voice. When did you? She stammered her question, answered by the sight of his boots sprinting beside her. The moment that creature charged, I had already deployed a clone, he explained. Hearing this, her despair shattered into relieved laughter mixed with tears. Brother, you're incredible. You even managed to trick me. Back at the epicenter of the blast, the body that had been there moments before had completely vanished. Just then a sharp stabbing pain shot through Yu. Shia Yu was quick to ask, what's wrong? Covering his mouth as a pained cough escaped, he realized the agony his clone suffered had been transferred directly to him. I'm fine, he insisted. Let's run. It seemed that in their frantic escape, they had completely forgotten about the firebug, which simply stood back and watched them flee into the night. The siblings finally stopped in front of a shuttered shop. Quick inside, they slipped beneath the heavy security gate, collapsing onto the floor to rest. They had endured a night that could only be described as a living hell. As he closed his eyes, a grim and persistent thought echoed in his mind. He knew that starting tomorrow, survival would become infinitely more difficult. The kind of brutal reality a grim *** betray Manhwa hides *** behind its opening act was about to begin. Their continued journey led them to hunt the zombie for energy, and their efforts were rewarded. Nice. We found evolution energy after killing just one. The two of them quickly picked up the cores. After consuming the cores, he looked over at his thrilled sister. I successfully raised my physique to 9 times its normal level. However, this power-up alone wasn't nearly enough to sustain them. Pressing onward, they meticulously scanned their desolate surroundings for any advantage. That's when they spotted a green supermarket. There's a supermarket over there. An overwhelming sense of elation washed over the two siblings. Seeing the potential haven, he exclaimed, this is great. They hurried over only to hear panicked voices coming from inside. Hey, Zhengfang, what are you so scared of? I'm holding it, so hurry up, damn, what a useless coward. Yu heard the exchange and whispered to his sister, there are people inside. I'll go in first, you be careful, okay? Inside, one man was desperately restraining a frenzied zombie while another stood paralyzed holding a baseball bat high. Zhengfang, you little punk, the man strained. I can't hold it much longer. If I die here today, it's going to be your fault. The kid's voice trembled as he replied, I'm sorry, you can't blame me for this. At that moment, the zombie broke free from the man's grip with a violent shrug. Damn it. The atmosphere became dangerously tense. The zombie snarled, its growl echoing as it turned on the man who had been thrown into a nearby stall. A heavy shelf came crashing down, pinning the man and leaving him struggling to escape. As he scrambled, the zombie charged forward. A piercing scream ripped through the air. This is bad. Zhengfang is pinned by the shelf and can't get away. The kid's face was a blubbering mess. Help me, he shrieked. The bat finally swung, smashing against the creature's head before snapping clean in two from the sheer impact. A sharp impact to its head made the zombie switch its focus, causing the girl to tremble with raw terror. It's looking at me now. The undead creature lunged straight for Tuna as everyone screamed her name in a panic. Tuna. In that instant, a blur of motion shot past so fast that even the zombie was forced to look. Its head was seized in a powerful grip, stunning the creature itself. It was far too quick for the zombie to even process before it was violently dragged away. The floor shattered beneath the impact, leaving a deep crater where the zombie's skull had been mercilessly smashed into the concrete. Everyone could only stare, their minds reeling in shocked silence. They were still struggling to comprehend the scene that had just unfolded. He rose to his feet and strode toward her, the very picture of effortless cool, a true alpha. He gallantly extended his hand to help her up, a gesture that brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Get up, thank you. From the back of the room, Tuvu's voice called out, with a tone of disbelief. Tuna, hearing her name, the girl instinctively turned. Tuvu, is that really you? Tuvu. The two friends rushed toward one another, overcome with joy at this completely unexpected reunion. To find a dear friend in a place like this was a miracle. Both girls then faced Tanvu, saying with a bright smile, Brother, this is Tuna. She's my absolute best friend from school. Thank you so much for saving me. Tanvu's intense gaze, however, remained locked on Tuna. That Tuna, he thought, his memory flashing back. A street in some forgotten neighborhood completely overrun with the undead. We're completely surrounded. What's the plan? Tanvu and Chongfang were on edge. Against a horde of zombies at this level, breaking through their lines seemed utterly impossible. Damn it all. I never thought I'd bite the dust in a place like this. Just then, a gleaming scythe sliced through the air, and the zombies were cleaved in two by its deadly arc. What in the world is going on? The silhouette of a woman in high heels emerged from the chaos, and then her face came into view. It was none other than the goddess of death herself. She's incredibly strong. Tanvu was simply staring captivated until Tuv's voice snapped him out of it. Hey, why are you gawking at her like that? A hand suddenly landed on Tanvu's shoulder. Oh, it's you, Nathan. Luan looked at Tanvu and remarked, My friend, your technique is truly on another level. I can't thank you enough for what you just did. Having said that, he immediately turned to fuss over Tuna, completely forgetting about the other person who was still trapped and waiting to be rescued. Tuna, are you hurt anywhere, Uncle Lu? I'm perfectly fine. Please don't worry. Could you guys possibly help me out first? With a flick of his wrist, Tanvu sent the heavy shelf flying. Truong Fong was finally free, his face beaming with relief. Man, thank you so much for that. You're a true beauty who just saved a hero. And Li, however, shot him a look of pure contempt and pointed a finger right in Truong Fong's face. You dare call yourself a hero after that pathetic display? A stray dog would have been more useful than you. Even Lu Kong began to question him. There are 4 of us, and we all have weapons. Dealing with a single zombie should never have been an issue. Truong Fong, you fool. You nearly got every single one of us eliminated. Do you even grasp the severity of your failure? Truong Fong, refusing to be shamed, immediately shot back. Didn't this kid jump in at the perfect moment? Nobody even got a scratch. Besides, this is the first time I've ever had to do something like this. Who put me on finisher duty against the zombie in the first place? Hearing his defiant excuses, Lu Kang's patience wore thin and he snapped. My plan was to create and seize the perfect opening. Tuna risked her own life to act as the bait. I was supposed to control the zombie from the rear. Out of these 3 simple assignments, which one could you possibly handle? Our strategy has already taken down several zombies successfully. The only variable that went wrong was you. You endangered everyone and you're still trying to justify it. It's in moments like this the true cowardice and betray Manhwa hides is revealed. Realizing the situation was not in his favor and that he was at least partially at fault, Trong Fong finally conceded. All right, I get it. It was my mistake. Okay, Trong's attention then immediately shifted, landing upon Tuvu. Trong Fong casually approached her, slicked back his hair, and began his attempt to charm the girl. So, you must be the famous Tuvu. That's right, the name's Truong Fong, the undisputed king of 2 high schools. I'm sure my reputation precedes me, and believe me, I've certainly heard all about you. Hearing Truong Fong's blatant posturing, Tuvu responded with a hint of awkwardness. Oh, so you're the senior Truong. The name does ring a bell. Just then, Lu Kan's expression tightened, his brow furrowing in concern. Something felt off. He shouted, what was that noise? Are there still walkers around here? An earthquake? No, it was just Tanvu devouring his food. Lu Kan was utterly speechless. The boy was just relentlessly stuffing his face. He must have been absolutely famished. I imagine everyone else is hungry as well. Let's all get something to eat. Once we've refueled, we'll make our way back to the camp. Tuna glanced at Tuvu for a moment before curiously asking Tuvu, how is it that your brother doesn't resemble you at all? Tuvu quipped back playfully, we're not related by blood. What's the matter? Already developing a little crush on my brother. Did I hit the nail right on the head? A deep blush spread across Tuna's face. You mischievous girl, since when did you learn to make jokes like that? Lu Kan shouldered his pack and took the lead, with Tuna and Tanvu following close behind. They moved with practiced stealth through the desolate streets, careful to avoid any sound that might draw the attention of the undead. After arriving in front of a grand mansion-like structure, they slipped inside. Lu Kan announced their return. Everyone, we've made it back. Tanvu stepped into the main hall and began methodically scanning his new surroundings. His eyes eventually settled on a young man with a rooster-comb haircut seated beside an elderly woman. Tanvu thought to himself, this survivor camp is filled with the elderly and the frail. Their combat potential is practically non-existent. No wonder a girl like Tuna was sent out for supplies. This fragile piece is the kind of setting where a classic asterisk betray Manhwa hides its true colors, and these people will have a hard time surviving the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Tuna rushed over to an old man, her voice filled with concern as she called out Grandpa. She quickly knelt beside him, opening her pack to retrieve a loaf of bread. You must be starving, right? We managed to find a lot of food this time. The old man coughed weakly a few times before responding. Tuna, my dear, the world outside is perilous. You have to be so careful. Lu Kan then raised his voice. All right, everyone, I know you're all hungry. Come get some provisions. No shoving, form a single line. Tuna's grandfather turned his gaze to Tanvu, asking with gentle curiosity, and who might this young man be? She was quick to make the introductions for both of them. Grandpa, this is Tanvu, and beside him is his sister Tuvu. If not for their help today, I'm afraid you might not have seen your granddaughter ever again. The old man replied, his voice filled with immense gratitude. This sanctuary is hardly a paradise, but for better or worse, it is a place where we can watch over one another. If the 2 of you wouldn't mind, we would be honored if you stayed. We'd be happy to, they replied in unison. Wonderful, Tuna said brightly. You both must be exhausted. Please follow me and I'll show you to some empty rooms. She began leading Tanvu and Tuvu to their quarters. As they walked, Tanvu suddenly broke the silence, asking your grandfather. He doesn't seem like an ordinary man. Tuna replied with a cheerful smile. Of course not. My grandpa is incredible. He's a miracle doctor who has saved countless lives, far more skilled than any of those so-called department heads or traditional medicine specialists in the old world. Tuvu looked impressed, but then added, oh, but your grandfather's cough sounds so severe. Is it possible he has a serious condition that he's unable to treat himself? At the question, Tuna's bright expression suddenly clouded over, and she explained. During his youth, he suffered some severe injuries while practicing his martial arts. Now that he's gotten older, those old, deep-seated wounds have begun to resurface, which is the reason for his current weakness. Tanvu had already suspected as much. Indeed, I'd sensed an extraordinary presence from the old man. True martial arts should forge a resilient body, not break it. So for him to be riddled with so many chronic ailments from his practice, and after hearing this girl say he is a master of ancient martial arts, he must be the real deal. Ethan's hand tightened into a fist as a thought crystallized. Although my level 2A combat rating is considered formidable, reflecting on my past fights reveals my methods are utterly unrefined. If I were to confront a genuine master, my flaws would be laid bare for all to see. But if I could secure his tutelage in the Earth Devil system, then reaching level 3 would be a certainty. I might even ascend further, perhaps to the coveted Grandmaster rank. With this in mind, Ethan then prompted her for more details. Nah, tell me everything about this shelter. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to recount the full story of their camp. Most of us are just survivors from the nearby towns. We all banded together to watch each other's backs. Honestly, we're just scraping by one day at a time. Mr. Liu is the most seasoned and powerful fighter we have. He leads every expedition we make. His eldest son is with us too. Then there's Mason, he's some kind of trust fund kid. Handsome and from a family with deep pockets. But once the dead started walking, all that money became worthless paper, Na went on. The man who was hurt, that's Mr. Li. Originally, he and Mr. Liu were on a supply run, but a single moment of carelessness led to a devastating injury. So Mason and I had to step up and take his place. but even the two of us together don't have half the strength of Mr. Liu alone. Her words only solidified Ethan's initial assessment. This group was by and large composed of the weak. If they were attacked, he feared only a handful could mount any real defense. The potential for a sudden asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk just beneath the surface. Still, there was no other path to the old man's wisdom. I'll have to protect this place, he resolved. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where Ethan lay on a bed, his mind racing. Without Yuna at his side, an unsettling emptiness lingered. He pushed himself up, a sudden curiosity taking hold. I wonder what Yuna is up to. Is she even asleep yet? Maybe I'll go give her a little surprise. He slipped out of his room and into the corridor, searching for Yuna's door. It wasn't long before Ethan spotted a room whose door was left invitingly ajar. A smirk touched his lips as he thought, she must be feeling just as lonely as I am. That girl Yuna is on the exact same wavelength. She's a bold one, deliberately leaving the door open for me like this. Without a moment of hesitation, Ethan slipped inside. Once his eyes adjusted to the dark, he saw a figure bundled tightly in a blanket, restlessly tossing and turning upon the mattress. He was utterly convinced it was Yuna, completely oblivious to the fact that the person in the bed was in fact Na. He paused, a frown creasing his brow as his mind drifted back to his past life, a relentless struggle for survival against zombies, monstrosities, and other superpowered individuals. Back then, just finding a safe place to sleep and securing 3 square meals a day was a monumental task, to say nothing of indulging in matters of the heart. Shaking off the memories, Ethan decided to proceed with his surprise. He silently crept onto the bed and reached out, grabbing Na's foot. The figure jolted, yanking their leg back in a flash. He merely chuckled to himself, assuming Yuna was just being coy and playing hard to get. But then a familiar yet wrong voice spoke from the blankets. Yuna, you're at it again. You really don't give up, do you? Fine, let's go for another 100 rounds. The sound of Na's voice sent a jolt through Ethan. He knew instantly that something was terribly wrong. At that exact moment, a knock came from the hallway, followed by Yuna's voice. Nina, why is the door shut? I can't get in. Hearing that voice from beyond the door, Na's face flushed a deep crimson. She shot upright, only to lock eyes with Ethan, who was sitting right there on her bed. The two of them were frozen in a moment of pure, unadulterated awkwardness as he scrambled to get to the door. Yuna's voice was laced with confusion as she asked, Big brother, I only stepped out for a moment to grab some sweet potatoes. What brings you here? He stumbled over his words, trying to explain, Oh, it's nothing, really just a simple misunderstanding. I was concerned you might be frightened all by yourself, so I came to see how you were. But since Na is with you, I'll just be on my way. With that, Ethan abruptly pulled the door shut, practically slamming it behind him. He concealed himself just outside his face, burning a deep shade of crimson and broadcasting his utter mortification as a wave of panic washed over him. A helpless scream echoed in his thoughts. What in the world am I even doing? Later, after composing himself, Ethan descended the stairs and found Na's grandfather. Ethan initiated the conversation politely. Good morning, sir. The old man greeted him warmly. Ah, Ethan, my boy. You're up bright and early. You young ones have endured so much for so long out in that world. Why don't you get some more rest? Ethan approached the elder and replied respectfully. I'm quite all right, sir. I just came down to see if there was any way I could be of assistance. A quiet sigh of relief escaped Ethan's lips. The old man had used that affectionate nickname again, a clear sign Na hadn't mentioned the events of last night. Just then, from beyond the walls, the guttural growls of the undead became audible, their fists pounding relentlessly against the door. Mr. Lee whispered, his voice a low warning to the group. Everyone needs to be absolutely silent. We have several of them scaling the walls, making their way to our level. A small girl began to weep, her tiny hands clamped over her mouth to muffle the heartbreaking sobs. I don't want to die, she whimpered. The teenage boy beside her was spiraling into panic, gripping his head. Damn it all, what are we supposed to do? There are hardly any of us who can actually fight. At that moment, Na's grandfather abruptly pushed himself to his feet, leaning heavily on his cane. Ethan quickly crossed the room, placing a hand on his shoulder. Sir, please don't move. It's only a handful of them. Leave this to us younger folk, Ethan insisted. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu cautiously opened the door, just a crack to survey the looming threat. A short distance from their main entrance, a few of the undead were desperately clawing at the windows, searching for any point of entry. Mr. Liu watched them, his voice tinged with anxiety. How could they possibly know we were hiding in here? Ethan, ever the pragmatist, answered calmly from beside him. Some of the infected have evolved. They've developed a primitive intelligence likely on par with that of a cunning predator. And that's more than enough for them to have tracked us down. After all, even a basic beast knows how to stalk its prey. Upon hearing this grim assessment, the old man's face turned a shade paler. He pressed a hand to his forehead, lamenting, with our small number, I can probably take on 1. No trouble at all. But against 2, I fear someone would get injured. How in the world are we supposed to deal with 5 of them? Just as he spoke, his eyes widened, seeing Qin striding forward heroically, an iron bar gripped in his hand. The old man shouted in alarm, Hey Qin, have you got a death wish? You can't possibly take on that many of them alone. The words had barely left his mouth when Shia Yu materialized at his side. She offered a reassuring smile. Uncle Liu, please don't worry. For my brother, these creatures are nothing more than a trivial warm-up. Qin Yu's bold advance successfully captured the attention of the entire undead pack. With a collective snarl, they abandoned their assault and charged directly at him. As the first one lunged, he sidestepped with fluid grace, evading the attack before delivering a swift, final blow that ended it. He had barely dispatched the first before a second was upon him. Qin Yu merely leaned back, dodging by a hair's breadth before his eyes blazed with cold fury. He turned and fixed his gaze upon it, and in an instant, a deafening, sky-shattering explosion erupted from the creature. When the blinding flash faded, the zombie was a charred husk. Liu Kun stammered in absolute disbelief. What is he? That's the kind of secret power a betray Manhwa hides until the final act. A moment later, Yu had dealt with all the zombies and stood triumphantly among their fallen forms, his work swiftly done. He turned back to Liu Kun, confirming the task was complete. Send the others out to repair the barricades. I'll stand guard. As the hours crawled by under a perpetually grim sky, the immediate threat outside the apartment complex was finally neutralized. Liu Kun re-entered the shelter, his voice echoing with relief. Everyone, you can relax now. The danger is over and the barricades are secured. Upon hearing the news, a wave of relief washed over the building's residents, their fearful whispers turning into cries of gratitude. Thank heavens, I was absolutely terrified. One of them approached Yu, his voice trembling with appreciation. What happened today? It was terrifying. We owe our lives to you, Yu. As Yu offered a polite nod, watching the man return to his family, Shia's grandfather rose from his seat, his voice cutting through the murmurs. Yu, he beckoned a word with you. Without hesitation, Yu replied, of course, sir, and the two promptly disappeared into a private room. Once the door was shut, sealing them in privacy, it was Shia's grandfather who broke the silence. You have taken lives, the old man stated, his voice low and certain. And not just one. At these words, Yu's demeanor shifted, a shadow crossing his face. Your perception is keen, he admitted grimly. Yes, more than one. Accepting the confession, the grandfather began to unbutton his shirt. I am fully aware that in this weakened state, I'm no match for your strength. But the desperation of betray Manhwa hides can turn even a dying man into a shield. If you intend to harm anyone here, I will not hesitate to lay down my life to stop you, even if it only buys them a few precious moments. He let his cane clatter to the floor, his voice raspy with resolve as he confronted the young man directly. Speak plainly. What is your true objective? Observing the old man's unwavering resolve, Yu felt a surge of genuine respect. It is true what they say, he remarked, with age comes profound wisdom. He moved to placate him, holding up a hand. Sir, there's no need for such tension. I am not here to cause harm. I wish only to propose a transaction. The grandfather's stance softened slightly, his suspicion giving way to curiosity. A transaction, he repeated. What sort of transaction? Sensing the old man's willingness to listen, Yu laid out his terms. It is quite simple, a mutually beneficial arrangement. You will accept me as your student and impart to me all of your skills. In exchange, he continued, I will eradicate the chronic illness that has plagued you for years, allowing your body to be completely renewed. Hearing this audacious claim, Shia's grandfather released a weary sigh. Young man, if it is my techniques you desire, I am willing to teach you. However, I am more intimately aware of my own mortality than you could ever be. You may have your ways of dealing with the undead, but what of the dying? Can you truly pull a man back from the precipice of his own demise? I do not need a rebirth, but if you swear to protect my Xiao, then it is not impossible. Unfazed by the old man's skepticism, Yu slowly lowered himself into a seated position, picking up a discarded iron bar from the floor. Sir, your conditional acceptance is all I needed to hear. As he finished speaking, his grip tightened on the metal. The center of the solid iron bar buckled and compressed under the sheer force of his hand. Witnessing this impossible feat, Shia's grandfather could only gasp in utter astonishment. You, that strength. Yu simply tossed the ruined bar aside, his point made without needing further words. He continued, his voice steady. Sir, I possess a method that will not only restore your health but grant you power rivaling my own. You will no longer need me or anyone else to be the guardian for your granddaughter Xiao. Faced with this promise backed by an undeniable display of power, the old man's doubts evaporated. He agreed without another moment of hesitation. Young man, I am someone who has honored his word for his entire life. If you can truly deliver on your promise, then I will pass on the entirety of my life's work to you. Sometime later, in a different well-stocked room, a furious Jiang Fang was causing a scene. He jabbed a finger in Yu's direction, his voice ringing with indignation. Explain this. Why do I receive only a single piece of bread while this newcomer who just arrived today? 2 pieces, Liu Kun immediately cut him off. What are you yelling about? He's been the one keeping us all safe. For the past 2 days, what's the problem with him getting a little extra? And you, what have you done besides sit around and act like some pampered prince? Why does he need so much? To fatten himself up for the zombies. Hearing that jab, Jiang Fang became even more incensed, jumping to his feet and roaring. Uncle, but at that moment, Brother Li cut in. Just eat your food. You're lucky you got any at all. That one time you helped, you nearly got me and Xiao Nam torn to shreds. You're a grown man, who here owes you a living. Seeing that the entire group was turning on him, Jiang Fang's face contorted with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at them and screamed. Fine, that's just fine. You've all wanted me gone for a long time, haven't you? Well, I'm leaving, and don't you dare try to stop me. With that declaration, Jiang Fang spun around to leave, kicking a chair over in a petty display of frustration. Liu Kun watched his retreating back and asked nervously, it looks like he's actually leaving. Should we call him back? Brother Li just snorted calmly, and replied, leaving, please. The cowardice, his little act of betray Manhwa hides won't let him get far. He'll come crawling back soon enough. Meanwhile, the person at the center of the whole argument finally spoke up. It's all right. Shia Yu and I are heading out after we eat. If we happen to spot the kid, we'll just drag him back. Hearing this, Liu Kun sighed and quickly warned Yu, we found a lot of food last time. It should be enough to last us for a good while. There's no need for you to take that risk again. But Shia Yu, sitting beside him, was quick to offer reassurance. Don't you worry, sir. My brother and I are both more than capable. Those things can't lay a finger on us. A few moments later, having finished their meal, the pair stepped out into the hallway. Suddenly, Shia Yu called out to him, hey. Hearing her voice, he immediately turned and responded, yeah. What he didn't expect was for her to pout and hit him with a very loaded question, whose body is better. mine or Xiaona's. Taken aback, Qin Yu hastily tried to explain, it's not what you think, besides you're one to talk. Who could have guessed you'd end up in her bed the very first time you met? Despite his defense, Xiao Yu still turned away with a sulk and warned him, I'm letting it go this time. But if I ever catch you fooling around behind my back again, I swear I won't be so forgiving. Hearing her use a phrase like that, he froze completely dumbfounded. Fooling around behind your back? Where in the world did you even learn to say that? The scene then cuts away, shifting from the relative quiet of the apartment building to the sprawling city now absolutely swarming with the undead. A steel rebar was driven forcefully through the chest of a fallen zombie. Qin Yu knelt beside it, rummaging through its remains for something, muttering to himself, this one's a dud too. Xiao Yu, having just finished checking the other two corpses, quickly reported, these two are empty as well. Once he was done, he walked over to her and sighed in frustration. Their luck for the day was proving to be terrible. Suddenly, she leaned in close to him and whispered something strange. Hey, did you just let one rip? There's a really weird smell. Hearing this, Qin Yu just laughed, not taking her seriously at all. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way anything I produce could smell that foul. It must be the sheer number of rotting corpses in this area or something. But the moment the words left his mouth, a strange deep sound echoed through the street, causing both of them to freeze in place. Xiao Yu, startled, let out a small gasp. What was that sound? Qin Yu wondered with a growing sense of dread. A roar that powerful. Could it be one of them? He immediately turned to her. Xiao Yu, with me. We need to find some high ground to get a look. That stench was getting stronger, and that unearthly roar was anything but normal. The pair ducked into a nearby building, racing up the stairwell. When they finally burst onto the rooftop, they were completely unprepared for the sight that awaited them. He couldn't stop the sharp gasp that escaped his lips. That's... She was equally stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stammered, what in the world is that thing? It's absolutely massive. A significant distance from their position, a colossal beast was lumbering through the ruins. As they focused, they realized it was a gigantic dragon that had just torn a skyscraper down to its foundations. Qin Yu's voice was a low, urgent hiss. It's a guardian dragon. Stay down. If that thing sees us, we're finished. I can't believe this world ended only 2 months ago, he muttered in disbelief, and yet a creature has already evolved to this monstrous state. At this rate, it's guaranteed to become a beast lord-level threat in the future. Hearing his grim assessment, Xiao asked with a blank expression, a guardian dragon. What does that mean? He quickly filled her in on the horrifying details. When a mutated beast is on the brink of death and then gets infected by the zombie virus, it transforms into a guardian beast. These abominations possess the traits of both a mutated creature and a zombie, making them far more terrifying than either one individually. From his chilling explanation, she grasped the true gravity of their situation, her brow furrowing with deep concern. So, what's the plan? While it's distracted, should we try to take it down? Qin Yu immediately shut down her reckless proposal. Absolutely not. The risk is astronomical. We're changing hunting grounds now. The scene transitions, revealing a location that is significantly more tranquil than the last. Xia Yu, clutching a glowing energy core, cheered with delight. Hey, I got another one. And another, that makes 3 in total. He approached her, taking the cores from her hand with a satisfied nod. I was starting to think today was a total loss, but this turned out to be a pretty decent haul. After passing them over, she felt a wave of exhaustion and rubbed her shoulder, suggesting, let's take a break. We've been on the move for hours. Without hesitation, Qin Yu agreed, pointing towards a nearby structure. Good idea. Let's rest in there. We can see if there's any food left as well. A short while later, a steaming bowl of instant noodles materialized. As Qin Yu slurped them down, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and commented to Xiao Yu, who was sipping from a water bottle beside him. It's a little too quiet around here. She paused mid-sip and replied casually, well, that's because we cleared them all out. But he wasn't convinced. No chance, he immediately countered her point. We only took down about 70 or 80 of them this morning. Remember, we're evolved now. With our enhanced senses, we should be able to pick up on any undead activity within a 1-kilometer radius easily. It's just not possible for there to be absolute silence. Unless... He trailed off, his eyes flicking towards the window. Unless they're hiding from us on purpose. And just as his suspicion peaked, mere feet away, a lone zombie was silently observing their every move. The moment he spotted it, he shot to his feet, startling her so much she cried out, hey, what's going on? He snatched his weapon and warned her. Xiao, get ready. It's just as I feared. The quiet was a trap, the kind of cruel twist a betray Manhwa hides before the slaughter. The words had barely left his mouth when the ceiling directly above them spiderwebbed with cracks. An instant later, the entire structure gave way, and a horde of the undead came crashing down upon them in a shower of debris. Qin Yu reacted instantly, impaling the nearest zombie with his steel rebar, dropping it in a single fluid motion. He then barked an urgent command, Xiao Yu, those evolution cores we just collected, leave one. For the old man, but the rest is for us now. She gave a firm nod, her compliance immediate and unquestioning. In the very next moment, the cramped convenience store erupted with the sounds of vicious snarls and brutal carnage. Just a second later, a colossal detonation tore through the air, sending the zombie horde flying. Qin Yu, his eyes glowing a menacing crimson, stood like a guardian before Xiao Yu, his steel rebar pulsating with a brilliant light. As he fought to regain his composure, he managed to force out the words, this is bad. Really bad. At that exact moment, a torrent of bizarre black shadows descended upon them from above. He instantly pulled her into a run, yelling, Xiao, move, we've been led into a trap. The pair bolted, pushing forward with every ounce of their strength, a monstrous horde of the undead hot on their heels. In the midst of the chaos, Xiao asked, her voice laced with confusion, wait, aren't these things supposed to be brainless? How could they possibly use tactics? Qin Yu, equally perplexed, shot back, I have no idea. By all logic, they shouldn't possess this level of intelligence. Then, without warning, as they neared an intersection, another wave of zombies surged from the side, cutting off their escape. This is a disaster. We're completely boxed in. Believing they were trapped, he cursed under his breath, damn it all, there's nowhere to go. But just then Shia Yu's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of an opening. Brother, look, there's a small alleyway right there. Without a moment's delay, the two ducked into the constricted passage. However, the horde of undead pursued them without mercy. All at once, Qin Yu skidded to a halt. Seeing him stop, she cried out, bewildered. Brother, before she could utter another word, he interrupted sharply. Shia Yu, this space is tight. Stay right behind me and you'll be safe. Just concentrate on enhancing my power. If these freaks are intelligent enough to coordinate, then it's time I taught them a real lesson. His expression hardened with raw animosity as he spoke, his voice dripping with menace and what true terror really feels like. With that, Qin Yu let out a powerful roar, unleashing his energy like a dam breaking, channeling all of his pent-up fury. He immediately surged forward, crashing into the wave of zombies. In an instant, Qin Yu became a whirlwind of destruction, fighting with relentless ferocity. Yet the creatures were unfazed, continuing their snarling, lunging assault. This unyielding advance only ignited his battle spirit further as he roared, "Come and get it." The very second he uttered the words, a tremendous blast wave erupted from the heart of his fiery onslaught. In the immediate aftermath, he swiftly struck down what appeared to be a leader-class zombie. Even though countless undead were obliterated, they just kept coming, swarming him with dogged persistence. Their tenacity was starting to grate on Qin Yu. You still haven't had enough. It seems you won't be satisfied until I've wiped every last one of you out. Meanwhile, Shia Yu's eyes caught something in the distance, and she shouted, "Brother, up there, look high atop a building." In the direction she indicated, a trio of zombies were intently observing their every move. The deep-seated treachery this betrayed Manhwa hides became clear in a single glance. I knew it. There's no way these things would have strategic abilities on their own. It has to be them, the ones watching from above. Qin Yu's mind raced as he began issuing commands, a new plan instantly taking shape. Shia Yu, stay glued to my side. We're heading straight for them to settle this score with those three puppet masters. The undead continued to flood the narrow alleyway, pinning them down. Abruptly, a massive shockwave of power obliterated the wall of the adjacent building. Both he and Shia were primed and ready to execute their new strategy. At that very moment, a grotesque, large-headed zombie atop the skyscraper glared down at them with unnerving focus. The pair immediately made a break for it, aiming to shake the pursuing horde. The moment they hit the stairwell, Qin Yu commanded Shia Yu, "You move faster. I'm about to bring this entire staircase down the stairs and watch them scramble after us." Then in a flash, he swung his arm, smashing the staircase with a single decisive strike. True to his word, the base of the stairs shattered into 1,000 pieces, leaving the frenzied zombie horde in disarray amidst the chaos. Their path was completely obliterated. Xiao Yu shot a smug look down, taunting the undead creatures below. In an instant, the zombies erupted in a furious roar and began to surge upwards. Seeing their bizarre tactics, she yelled, "Brother, look at that. They're actually forming a ladder out of their own bodies." He dismissed the horde with a glance, replying, "Let them. Our targets are those three. Once they're down, the rest will crumble like dust. They're no real threat." With that, Qin Yu decisively threw open the door, revealing a scene that looked as if the zombies inside had been lying in wait for him and Xiao Yu all along. A blue and a red zombie rose to their feet, poised to pounce into the fray. Assessing the situation instantly, Qin Yu warned Xiao Yu, "Stay sharp. If I'm reading this right, the ability of the zombie in the middle is to control the others. The two flanking it are just its puppets." She then asked inquisitively, "So you mean that thing was the reason the zombies downstairs were so coordinated? It was controlling all of them?" After a moment's observation, he confirmed with a grim calm, "Exactly. It's the one pulling the strings. The kind of devious power this betray Manhwa hides. I fear it might surpass even my own when I'm enhanced." No sooner had Qin Yu spoken than the large-headed zombie pointed a finger and let out a piercing shriek. As predicted, the red zombie obeyed, instantly hurtling towards him as massive fireballs materialized around its speeding form. The crimson creature then opened its maw, preparing to unleash a torrent of flames at Qin Yu. Seeing the attack, Xiao screamed, "Brother, use your fire to counter it." His own powerful flames erupted, clashing violently with the zombie's fiery blast. From within the heart of the explosion, the blue zombie suddenly lunged. It slashed at Qin Yu with vicious speed. The sudden danger tore a panicked cry from her lips. "Brother." Thankfully, a powerful blast of ice sent the blue zombie flying. It was Xiao Yu. Unable to stand by, she had jumped into action. "Stay away from him." After steadying himself, Qin Yu immediately praised her. "Xia, excellent work." The iron rod in his hand connected with the creature, but it appeared completely unfazed. Still, Qin Yu didn't falter, intrigued by its astounding resilience. Instantly, the iron rod became wreathed in a blazing aura of power. He then powerfully thrust the weapon straight through the blue zombie's torso. "Then let's see you handle this." This attack clearly inflicted immense agony as the creature began to scream without end. As the blue zombie shrieked, Qin Yu swiftly retreated, issuing a careful warning. "Xiao, fall back now." Without a second's hesitation, Xiao obeyed and found cover. It seemed the blue zombie was now more enraged than ever before. It unleashed its full power, flash freezing nearly everything in its immediate vicinity. Concealed behind a wall, Qin Yu whispered, "Xia Yu, cancel my enhancement." Hearing his command, Xiao Yu immediately began to protest. "But brother," he cut her off sharply before she could finish. "I have a plan. Do it now." She complied instantly. Meanwhile, the blue and red zombies frantically scanned the area for any sign of their targets. That's when Qin Yu appeared directly behind them, his voice cutting through the silence. "Hey, looking for me?" He raised the iron rod in his hand. issuing a defiant challenge. "Come on, you pathetic mongrels, let's dance." The instant they laid eyes on Qin Yu, they charged, lunging at him with a savage growl. In a flash, the crimson monstrosity slammed him to the ground, pinning him down with immense force. The sight brought a wave of twisted satisfaction to the bulbous-headed zombie, which cackled with glee. But just as it savored its victory, something caught its eye, and it instinctively glanced aside. To its astonishment, Qin Yu had somehow teleported directly behind it. Both the green and red zombies froze, their jaws hanging open in utter disbelief. Poised to deliver the final decisive strike, Qin Yu let out a guttural roar, raising the enchanted iron bar high above his head. Go to hell with that. The magically charged weapon plunged directly through the bulbous-headed zombie's cranium. The shocking spectacle left its underlings completely stupefied. Instantly, they crumpled to the ground, their power seemingly evaporating into thin air. Despite this, the green zombie fought to push itself upright, but Qin Yu gave it no such chance. His iron bar descended swiftly, piercing straight through its skull. A moment later, he exhaled a deep sigh of relief, the immediate threat now neutralized. Just then, Shia Yu's bright voice called out, "Brother, look quickly." All the other zombies are scattering in chaos. As if he had anticipated this all along, Qin Yu simply offered a knowing smile. "Of course," he explained. "Without their master to command them, they're no better than mindless animals." He then produced a sharp blade and began to carve a long incision into the corpse of the bulbous-headed zombie. It was clear Qin Yu was searching for something, and sure enough, noticing his focus, Shia Yu asked with curiosity, "What did you find?" The instant her eyes fell upon the gem in Qin Yu's hand, she knew it was different from all the others they had collected. This one pulsed with an unbelievably potent evolutionary energy. Examining it intently, he slowly remarked, "Its color is a slight step down from a demonic-grade core, but even so, this is an incredible find." With that, Qin Yu presented the gem. "You know the drill. We'll copy and enhance it, one for each of us." Shia Yu's hands flew together in excitement as she exclaimed, "This is amazing, truly amazing." But as he began the process, Qin Yu seemed to sense a strange power emanating from the core. Seeing him hesitate, she asked with a puzzled look, "Brother, what's wrong? Go on and copy it. Why isn't it working?" It was clear that he had stumbled upon a peculiar property hidden deep within the gem. "It seems," he muttered, "there's some kind of energy level suppression at play." Completely intrigued, Shia Yu repeated, "Energy level suppression? I've never heard that term before." At once, Qin Yu took on the role of a mentor and began to explain. "So what exactly is energy level suppression? Essentially, it's when a significant power disparity between two entities creates a form of hierarchical dominance. To put it simply, if my energy level is far greater than yours, any enhancement you try to cast on me will be severely diminished. By that same logic, the energy level of this evolutionary core is vastly superior to my own, which is why it's resisting my attempt to copy it." As the implications sank in, she hesitantly ventured a guess. "So, does that mean?" That spiky-haired man. With just that fragment of a question, Qin Yu knew exactly what she meant and confirmed. "You've hit the nail on the head. That guy is far more powerful than we ever imagined. However, his ability is a peculiar one. It doesn't directly enhance his own fighting strength. But he was unlucky. The best he could find were an ice wielder and a fire user who were only moderately strong. My guess is, he sics his zombie horde on us hoping to overwhelm us, then seize control of our bodies to bolster his undead army. The kind of devious plot a classic betray Manhwa hides is all about." He then stared intently at the glowing gem. "It looks like copying and enhancing this is going to consume a great deal of our time." Much later, Shia Yu slumped to the ground, utterly drained, sighing with relief. Finally, "It's finished." Gazing at the gleaming gem, he mused aloud. "Just how much of a power-up are we talking about here?" The moment the words left his lips, they both popped the crystals into their mouths and consumed them. Instantly, Qin Yu's eyes shot wide open as though he witnessed something utterly terrifying. In a flash, he sprang to his feet with his arms thrown wide before doubling over and unleashing a thunderous roar. Of course, it was all just Qin Yu's flair for the dramatic. "I can feel it. My strength is easily 15 to 16 times greater than a normal person's now." Even Shia Yu was baffled by his need for such a theatrical performance every single time he consumed one of these things. Adopting a gravely serious tone, he asked Shia Yu, "You must feel the surge as well, right?" But it was clear she was completely accustomed to Qin Yu's over-the-top antics. "I do," she confirmed calmly. "I feel a significant boost, maybe 12 to 13 times a normal person's strength." After her level-headed assessment, he asked with genuine confusion, "With a jump like that, why didn't you roar?" She echoed his question with a sigh. "Why on earth would I need to roar?" he replied, as if stating the obvious. "Don't you get it? I have to roar every single time." At that, Shia Yu finally delivered her verdict, "And that is precisely why I say you're so unnecessarily extra." With that settled, the pair descended from the high-rise and started a slow walk down the desolate street. As if a thought suddenly struck him, Qin Yu broke the silence. "You know, these last few days of hunting have been incredibly productive. We've both powered up considerably, and we even secured that evolution energy for the old man. Now we can finally help him begin a new chapter, and I can finally clear the debt I feel for learning my skills from him." Completely ignoring his heartfelt monologue, she grumbled. Completely intrigued, Shia Yu repeated, "Energy level suppression? I've never heard that term before." At once, Qin Yu took on the role of a mentor and began to explain. "Is food all you think about? In this wasteland, everyone else is wasting away to skin and bone but you. You've actually gotten a little plump." Instantly provoked, she snorted indignantly and drove a fist right into his arm. "You're the plump one." After being momentarily stunned by the impact, Qin Yu winced. "Shia Yu, your body is now 12 to 13 times stronger than normal. That punch of yours, Ouch. But before he could finish complaining, Xiao Yu's expression shifted and she warned brother something feels wrong. Qin Yu's playful demeanor vanished instantly. I sense it too, he said grimly. It's the scent of fresh blood. As the realization dawned on her, she voiced her fear. Our shelter is right around the corner. Please don't tell me the horde broke through. The moment they turned the corner, a horrific tableau unfolded. Everyone in the shelter had been brutally slaughtered. He froze, completely stunned. Unable to process the carnage before him, Xiao Yu was equally horrified, whispering, How? How could this have happened? Shaking himself from the shock, Qin Yu knelt to inspect the scene. He quickly determined this wasn't the work of the undead. In a low, firm voice, he declared this was done by humans. Xiao Yu cried out in a panic. Shana, are you here? Are you okay? Seeing her distress, Qin Yu's own concern escalated. Shana, the old man, and Lu Kun, they're all gone. Unable to find any trace of their friends, tears began to stream down her face. They were just defenseless people who could commit such a completely soulless act. In the next moment, Qin Yu stepped back outside and spotted a set of footprints, and he could no longer contain his seething rage. The true evil a betrayer Manhwa hides is never the monsters but the men. Qin Yu's face turned to stone. Whoever you are, he vowed, his voice a low growl, for destroying my home. You're already dead. The sky overhead was as dark and oppressive as their spirits. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu began to frantically scour the area. As he scanned their surroundings, he made a chilling discovery. All the zombies in the immediate vicinity had also been eliminated. This attacker, he must be an evolver. Suddenly, a horrifying sight caught her eye, and she cried out, Brother, over there. It was a pack of the undead snarling at a figure suspended from a tree. Their blood ran cold as they recognized Uncle Lu. A surge of uncontrollable rage coursed through Qin Yu. Clenching his jaw, he knew he had to save him whatever the cost. As Uncle Lu's eyelids fluttered open, they desperately called his name, Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu. Seeing a flicker of consciousness return, Qin Yu pressed urgently. Uncle Lu, you have to tell me who did this to you. Even after enduring unimaginable torment, Uncle Lu's spirit was ablaze with pure hatred. He spat out curses, calling his tormentor an animal, a beast, an ungrateful monster. Just hearing this, Qin Yu already had a chilling suspicion. Jiang Fang, the man, confirmed through a haze of pain. Yes, it was him. With the traitor's name revealed, Qin Yu gently reassured him. I swear I will avenge everyone. Uncle Lu, overwhelmed by agony and with tears streaming down his face, pleaded for a final mercy. Grant me one last request. End my suffering. Let me be free. The plea struck Qin Yu with immense sorrow, but he saw no other path forward and solemnly agreed. I understand. With his final breath, Uncle Lu whispered, Thank you, and was gone. Immediately after, Xiao Yu, with a heavy heart, began to process the horrific truth. Jiang Fang. But how? What kind of power does this betray Manhwa hides that would allow him to do this? Unless he's also become an evolver. Qin Yu voiced the terrifying thought, explaining Jiang Fang now has the power to take on the undead. This means either he found someone who triggered his evolution or he awakened that power all on his own. In a flash, the most likely scenario clicked for Xiao Yu. A self-awakened evolver. Though seething with fury, Qin Yu agreed. That possibility felt terrifyingly real. Some people, when pushed to the absolute brink by danger and despair, unlock their hidden potential and awaken their powers spontaneously. The scene then cuts away to a high-rise building where a trio of thugs stands watch. The black-haired goon lets out an exhausted sigh. Man, I'm beat. Hearing him complain, the bald-headed thug shot him a stern look. Hey, watch your mouth. We've got a new boss now. You screw up and it'll be your neck on the line. The spiky-haired one quickly chimed in. No kidding, I heard the new chief is even more of a savage than the last one. The story then flashes back to 2 days prior, where Jiang Fang's voice, dripping with resentment, echoes, Fine. Have it your way. You've all been gunning for me for ages. I'm out of here. But you better pray you never cross my path again. With that, he stormed out of the room, slamming the door with a resounding crash. As Jiang Fang stalked the desolate streets, he muttered a string of curses. They're all against me. Always singling me out. Since when do I have to take this kind of garbage? Just you wait. The city itself seemed to sink into a deep gloom, mirroring his dark mood. As soon as he ran into a lone zombie, a wave of regret washed over him. Damn it all. How am I supposed to make it in this hellscape? I was too rash. This is all their fault. Just then, the zombie let out a guttural snarl and lunged forward, jaws snapping for his head. Jiang Fang barely managed to duck, but what he saw next made his blood run cold. In the heat of the moment, an entire horde of the undead had silently closed in on him. Realizing his predicament, he bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs, Help me, I don't want to die like this. But it appeared fate had a cruel sense of humor, and it wasn't on Jiang Fang's side today. His foot caught on a metal bar, sending him sprawling onto the pavement right into the path of the approaching horde. One of the ghouls loomed over him, its maw gaping wide, ready to feast. In the next instant, the sharp crack of 2 gunshots echoed through the air, effortlessly felling the creatures. A smug-looking thug appeared casually, remarking, Well, look what the cat dragged in. Looks like he needs a hand. Jiang Fang's eyes welled with tears of relief. Thank you, my saviors. But his gratitude was met with cold indifference as one of the men stepped forward, inquiring, Now what do we have here? Is it a boy or a girl? Another goon snickered, his eyes scanning Jiang Fang's features. Looks like our lucky day. We snagged a pretty one. Let's get him back to the boss. He'll be a fine trade for a few girls to entertain us. With that, Jiang Fang was heaved over his shoulder like a sack of grain, treated as mere property. A scream tore from his throat. What are you talking about? Let go of me. Where are you taking me? The brute carrying him let out a booming laugh. You'll see soon enough, kid. We're going to show you a real good time. The group hauled him into a towering high-rise, a den of depravity. From within, a smooth, satisfied voice echoed, Well done, boys. You've done a fine job. It was the blue-haired leader, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light as he appraised his new prize. Exactly my type. Jiang Fang, now bound tightly, began to weep, pleading for his life. Sir, please, I beg you, let me go. But it was clear the leader had no intention of waiting. He waved his hand dismissively at his men. Go on, find your own entertainment. I have important business to attend to. Taking the hint, his underlings quickly made themselves scarce. Understood, boss. We'll leave you to it. Faced with the horrifying reality of his situation, Jiang Fang's face went white with terror as he desperately tried to negotiate. No, please wait. I can give you anything. I have money. Or better yet, I know a place. A secret cache full of supplies and food. The kind of secret a story of *** betray Manhwa hides *** from the world and women. Plenty of women there, I swear. But his desperate bargaining fell on deaf ears. The blue-haired man simply licked his lips, as if preparing to devour a gourmet meal. He closed the distance, tilting Jiang Fang's chin up with a sickening tenderness. Oh, my dear. I'm not lacking in any of those things. The only thing I want is you. What followed were cries of anguish and degradation that echoed through the opulent room. Later, as the blue-haired leader casually dressed, he chuckled, praising his victim with a twisted familiarity. My little treasure, you've introduced me to a pleasure I've never experienced before. He spoke with a possessive breathlessness as if branding his property. I'm going to take very good care of you. From this moment on, you belong to me, my exclusive pet. After the prolonged ordeal, Jiang Fang, soaked in a cold sweat, found the strength to force out a reply. Yes, master. I will be obedient. But this submission wasn't enough for the leader's possessive nature. He declared that Jiang Fang could never betray him, especially not for a woman. I can't have you getting distracted by those wenches, so I must take measures to ensure your undivided attention. A cold dread washed over Jiang Fang as he understood the implication. A horrified gasp escaped his lips. Master, you don't mean. But before Jiang Fang could finish his plea, the leader produced a gleaming knife and calmly ordered a doctor to be brought in to manage the bleeding. I must have my little pet neutered. At those words, every drop of blood drained from Jiang Fang's face. Please, I'm begging you, don't do this, master. I'll be good. I swear, I won't even look at another woman. Please. But his pleas were ignored. In a flash, the leader acted, unleashing a wave of agony so profound it left Jiang Fang utterly paralyzed. His tortured screams reverberated through the entire building. A long, dark eternity later, Jiang Fang's eyes fluttered open. Seeing him awake, the leader cooed in a sickeningly affectionate tone. There now. That's my good little treasure. Jiang Fang then bolted upright, his gaze fixed downward in horror at the empty space between his legs. The grotesque reality of his mutilation left him frozen, catatonic with shock. As a murderous aura began to emanate from him, the leader simply taunted, Don't worry, I'll cherish you even more now. You never really needed that thing anyway. The moment the words left his lips, a sharp cracking sound like a bone snapping echoed in the silence. With a sickening snap, the blue-haired leader's entire body went rigid as he stammered in sheer terror. What have you done to me? Why can't I move? Hearing this, both Trong Fong and the doctor whipped around in shock, and in the next moment the doctor made a break for it, shrieking. It's a monster, refusing to let his prey escape. Fong gestured with his hand, unleashing a wave of his sinister power in a flash. The doctor's body was also frozen mid-stride, and he pleaded for his life. Don't end me, I only helped to stop the bleeding. He's the one who did this to you. Trong's entire form was now wreathed in an aura of pure darkness, and witnessing his unhinged display, the blue-haired leader finally felt a true chill of fear. You, what is the meaning of this? I am your master. Stay back. Get away from me, his desperate pleas echoed throughout the room. No, stop. Someone help me, I'm begging you. Don't do this. Meanwhile, outside the structure, a solitary moon hung in the ink-black sky. Sometime during the chaos, Trong Fong had successfully captured Tuna and her grandfather. Trong Fong's savage nature sent a wave of dread through Tuna. It was clear the earlier ordeal had completely shattered his sanity. With this very blade, I meticulously took apart that cur piece by agonizing piece. The creature's will to live was astonishingly stubborn. It took more than 2 hours for the light to finally leave its eyes. His depravity was too much for her to stomach. You're nothing but a demon. Tuna's accusation gave him pause. A demon, you say? Trong Fong glared, his voice dripping with contempt as he seethed with displeasure. I am a demon. But am I not the monster you all created? Had you not all cast me aside, would I have ever walked away? He then callously shifted all of the responsibility. Would I have fallen into that fiend's clutches, been brutalized by that savage, and been twisted into what I am today? Seemingly unable to tolerate his twisted logic, Tuna retorted through a veil of tears, still arguing against his warped perspective. She insisted he was the architect of his own misery, a truth that only fueled the fire. You always carried that look of resentment, making things difficult for us all. And still not one of us ever cast you out. You were the one who chose to leave. She bowed her head, her voice falling to a sorrowful whisper. We were all survivors bound by the same fate. How could you become so heartless to harm the elderly and the innocent alike? Her words, however, found no purchase on his hardened heart. Who said our fates were ever intertwined? You don't understand the darkness that true betray Manhwa hides. I've embraced it, and now I'm strong. I have no use for pathetic creatures like you now. To me, you are nothing more than prey to be hunted, toys to be broken. This monstrous declaration ignited a fury in Tuna's grandfather, who unleashed a torrent of curses upon him. You ungrateful whelp, I rue the day I ever saved you. The old man's defiance drew his gaze, and like a predator spotting new entertainment, Trong Fong's attention shifted. A chilling smirk spread across his face. I'd nearly forgotten about this relic from the past. When I sought Tuna's affection, you were the thorn in my side at every turn. You even dared to lay a hand on me. Now that you are at my mercy, do you truly believe I will grant you a swift end? Utterly unfazed by the threat, Tuna's grandfather roared back in defiance. This old man has weathered far greater storms than you. So, unleash whatever pathetic tricks you have. If I back in Hao show even a flicker of fear, then I am not worthy of the name. At this, Tuna threw herself in front of her grandfather, pleading desperately, please, I'm begging you leave my grandpa alone. This display of familial devotion only served to stoke the fires of Trong Fong's irritation. Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed from outside the building's entrance. Stop right there, identify yourselves. It was Tanvu who had finally tracked down Trong Fong's lair. Have any of you seen a man by the name of Trong Fong? Hearing the intrusion, the black-haired henchman was taken aback. Isn't he asking for our great leader? He's not the kind of person that some random person can just. Underling can just waltz in and demand an audience. At that moment, the spiky-haired thug was completely mesmerized by their looks, remarking, hey, look at that. The girl's face and build are absolutely first class, and that dude with her is quite the looker himself. Word on the street is before our new boss came to power. He was the old leader's personal favorite, so maybe the new boss shares his predecessor's preferences. These two could prove very useful. His companion quickly agreed, that makes perfect sense. Seemingly grasping the unspoken plan, one of the goons stepped forward with a leering grin. Well, since you've so kindly delivered yourselves to our front door, you can forget about leaving. You were looking for our leader, weren't you? I'll be happy to escort you. With that, he reached out a hand to grab Tuv. But before the thug's fingers could even brush against her, Tanvu moved like lightning, seizing and twisting, the man's arm hissing through clenched teeth. Just what do you think you're doing? The thug cried out in agony from the punishing grip. Ah, it hurts. Get him. Take him out. His two cronies instantly drew their firearms and began unloading their clips. It was clear their insolence had finally provoked Tanvu, his expression turning dangerously dark. Yet they remained oblivious. They continued to fire blindly into the space where he'd been standing until both the black-haired and spiky-haired thugs paused, wondering, wait, where did he go? In a blink, Tanvu had reappeared, a cold blade pressed against each of their throats. I will ask one more time, he stated calmly. Where is Trong Fong? Faced with imminent death, the spiky-haired goon trembled, uncontrollably stammering out the information. He's on the third floor, the lounge on the third floor. Paying them no further mind, Tanvu simply said, Shia Yu, let's move. A single decisive action was all it took to leave the thugs, paralyzed with a fear that would haunt them for a long time. Meanwhile, stationed outside Trong Fong's room were two guards, one with green hair, the other with pink. They were curiously peering down the hallway at an approaching pair. It was of course Tanvu and Shia Yu, which prompted the pink-haired guard to wonder aloud. Who are you? How did you even get up here? Tanvu replied curtly, clearly not wanting to involve bystanders. I'm here to see Trong Fong. This doesn't concern you. Stand aside. His blunt demand instantly enraged the green-haired underling, who spat. Who the hell do you think you are? You think the Disun Gang is some public park you can just stroll into? With that, he lunged forward, brandishing a knife. You must have a death wish. But before the green-haired attacker could even land his strike, Tanvu intercepted his wrist, gripping it with immense force. In the next instant, the man's entire body was launched through the air, sending him flying. This terrifying display of power left the pink-haired lackey utterly paralyzed with shock. The true monster, a betray Manhwa hides, had just been revealed, and his jaw hit the floor. He could only manage to shriek, he's a monster. The commotion finally alerted others in the building, with voices calling out, what's happening? What's all that noise about? Yeah. What's with all the racket? Is there a problem? Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, the pink-haired guard immediately pointed, shouting, that kid's a monster, everyone be careful. His warning was met with disbelief. One of them scoffed, are you an idiot? There's no such thing as monsters. All I see is a pretty boy and some little girl. If you're too scared to handle this fresh meat, I'll gladly take them off your hands. A cocky thug in sunglasses, clearly ignorant of the danger, swaggered forward. Hey there, little lady, he sneered. Today's the day I teach you what it means to be a real woman. Their sheer idiocy was so repulsive to Tanvu that he didn't even dignify it with a response. With a single hand, he drove the man's head forcefully into the unforgiving wall. Witnessing this brutal display of strength, the others stared in shock. Damn it, did he just ambush us? Let's get this punk all at once. But just then, from inside Trong Fong's room, a terrified scream from Shia Yu pierced the air. Grandfather, grandfather, he gloated with sickening triumph, sneering. Do you see? This is how it all ends for you. Disregarding Trong Fong completely, she let out a raw cry of anguish, grandfather, and the next moment, he extended a hand, magic crackling at his fingertips. And now he hissed, it's your turn. A dark energy swirled around Trong Fong's hand as he took aim at Xiao Na. An instant later, she doubled over, clutching her torso, as if racked by some unseen agony. Abruptly, a series of thunderous crashes erupted from beyond the door. What in the world was happening? Just in the nick of time, Tanvu and Shia Yu shattered the door and stormed inside. The sight of them sent a cold, nervous sweat down Trong Fong's spine. You too. How did you find this place? The moment she stepped through the splintered frame, Xiao was paralyzed by the horrifying scene that unfolded before her. Her voice tore out in a scream the instant she saw Xiao Na ensnared by writhing vines, Xiao Na peering closer. Xiao Yu urgently pointed, brother, look, those razor-sharp thorns, those tendrils. Tanvu's gaze was grim as he replied, I see them. This is the work of a calamity-type ability. Even as Trong Fong aggressively channeled his sinister magic, Tanvu's voice remained unnervingly calm. He's using painful imprisonment. Tanvu then began to elaborate. The powers one acquires after awakening and evolving are classified into several types. My flame ability is a natural type, but the power this man wields is sinister, the kind of dark secret a betray Manhwa hides. Most powers like his belong to the calamity type, whereas your enhancement and my copy abilities are classified as divine principle. The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Na's choked voice cried out, Tanvu, he murdered my grandfather. The revelation struck him like a physical blow. What did you say? He demanded. Trong Fong sneered arrogantly. You worthless punk. Who do you think you're glaring at? I'll give you one single chance. Get on your knees and beg for your life. Or else, he threatened, his voice dripping with superiority. I'll make you experience the torments of hell itself. Vicious shadowy thorns erupted from the ground, shooting directly at Tanvu. Seeing this, Shia Yu cried out in alarm. Brother, watch out, move. But it was too late. He couldn't evade the attack, and the sharp thorns pierced straight through him. A smirk of pure satisfaction and contempt spread across Trong Fong's face. Heh, too terrified to even try and dodge. But before the taunt was even finished, Tanvu's eyes flashed with a chilling, killing intent. The sudden shift in his aura sent a wave of fear through Trong Fong. He began to panic. You, how are you completely unharmed? Then a forced manic laugh erupted from him, as if trying to convince himself. Ah, I see you're just putting on a brave face pretending it doesn't hurt, aren't you? I've seen right through your pathetic act. Tanvu refused to let Trong Fong savor his delusion. He tightened his grip on the iron bar he held, and at the sight, Trong Fong's face fell as he stammered, You monster. As an ominous energy began to envelop the iron bar, sheer terror gripped Trong Fong. Stop, don't you dare come any closer. Stay right where you are. Abruptly, a voice from behind him echoed in agreement. Hearing it, Trong Fong whipped his head around. His eyes widened in absolute horror as he witnessed Xiao Na's form beginning to warp and change, a cold sweat beating on his forehead. Trong Fong faltered, his voice trembling. Xiao Na, what is this? But for Tanvu, this was all proceeding exactly as he had anticipated. Asterisk. Just as I thought. Asterisk, he mused while observing her transformation, confirming with certainty a dark image manifestation. She is the female Reaper. Xiao Na's eyes blazed with pure, unadulterated fury. Leave this animal to me. Tanvu's reply was swift, and without hesitation, understood. Meanwhile, Xiao's expression was etched with worry for Xiao Na. The scene then flashes back to a memory filled with desperate shouts. We're completely surrounded. What's the plan? There are too many high-level infected. A frontal breakthrough is suicide, Tanvu recalled, thinking. Himself. The very first time he laid eyes on the female Reaper, he was just a greenhorn surrounded by a chorus of awestruck voices. You too. How did you find this place? The moment she stepped through the splintered frame, Xiao was paralyzed by the horrifying scene. Her combat prowess was nothing short of monstrous. Wiping out hundreds of the undead was a trivial matter for her, he mused. Furthermore, she held the title Advent of the Reaper, wielding an ability of the highest calamity class. An image of the Reaper surfaced in his mind, her expression one of utter boredom as she sighed. It's over in an instant again. How dull. Tanvu recounted how her sheer power sent tremors through the entire post-apocalyptic world. It didn't matter if her foes were human, zombie-mutated beast, or even beings from other realms. None who dared to challenge her ever survived. He remembered Xiao Yu at her side, asking, So, where shall we go to amuse ourselves next? As the memory played out, Qin Yu reflected on her nature. She was a true lone wolf, utterly unpredictable, driven entirely by her whims. She displayed neither malice nor kindness to anyone unless they were foolish enough to cross her path. Snapping back to the present, Xiao Na, now channeling the Reaper's very essence, snarled, You used to trail after me like a lost puppy. And while I found it incredibly irritating, I never once truly despised you. In this forsaken world, my family is dead because everyone took you in and kept you safe. She stalked towards him, her words a judgment on his rotten conscience. The truth every betrayed Manhwa hides is that the real monsters are those we call family. When you abandoned us, I was naive enough to think you'd realize your mistake and return. We would have forgiven you, But instead you slaughtered them all. I just don't understand it. We never did a single thing to deserve this from you. At that moment, he finally felt the cold grip of terror and started groveling for his life. I was ungrateful. A traitor. I'm lower than an animal. Please spare me. Disgusted by Jiang Fang's shameless display, Xiao Na shot back, Now is when you decide to apologize. Without a moment's hesitation, she issued the command, Feast Xiao. Upon hearing this, the shadow entity Shia surged forward with glee. As you wish, master. It extended its shadowy hands poised to claim him. What came next was Jiang Fang's blood-curdling scream, which was pure music to Xia's ears. In less than a heartbeat, the creature had siphoned away his corrupted soul. With just a single look, Qin Yu understood instantly. He could see Jiang Fang's evolutionary energy being violently drained by the shadowy being, as if to confirm his very thoughts. Jiang Fang's expression became utterly vacant. After its satisfying meal, Xia unceremoniously dropped the husk to the ground and chuckled with contentment. The creature praised its feast with absolute delight. Ah, how invigorating. Observing this, Qin Yu began to theorize that it had grown even stronger. It now emanated a chilling aura thick with the suffering of imprisoned souls. Could it be that when this entity consumes a target, it also assimilates the powers it has devoured? Just then, Xia drifted back to Xiao Na's side, reporting, Master, I have finished my meal. It was exquisite. Yet Qin Yu felt no sense of victory and walked over to her, asking with concern, Xiao Na, are you all right? Hearing his voice, Xiao Na responded slowly, I am now. Her composure finally cracking, she turned her gaze toward her grandfather. Without missing a beat, Qin Yu advised, we must cremate your grandfather's body, otherwise he will reanimate as one of the undead, only to be killed a second time. His stark honesty earned a sharp rebuke from Shia Yu. Could you possibly be any less tactful? However, it seemed Xiao Na wasn't angered by his words, agreeing with a calm resolve. He's right. I'll have to ask you to handle the cremation. Qin Yu acted without hesitation, fulfilling her request with a simple wave of his hand. The moment it was done, he began to speak. Qin Yu's tone was dead serious. Xiao Na, I have a proposition, he stated with conviction. Let me fight Xiao. Xiao Na shot down the idea instantly. That's unnecessary. My Xiao is incredibly strong. Unfazed Qin Yu calmly responded, I'm well aware. That's why you don't need to hold anything back. I want you to use its full power. Seeing his unwavering resolve, she reluctantly agreed. Fine, but know when to call it quits. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao stammered, about that. This old one. I don't think I can actually win against him. The confession left Xiao Na completely stunned. You can't beat him, Xiao scrambled to save face, blurting out, no, that's not it. I was just born, you see. I'm still just a kid. Just wait until I'm fully grown and I'll definitely be leagues above him. This bizarre exchange left both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu utterly speechless. After a brief hushed discussion, Xiao Na delivered her final verdict. In that case, I'm sorry. Xiao, we will not be fighting you. The night sky deepened a canvas of twinkling stars and a serene moon. Some time later, Qin Yu found her again, his voice soft. So what are your plans now? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Na clutched the urn in her hands and declared, my grandfather cherished traveling. His dream was to show me the entire world, but I never wanted to join him. Now, I intend to fulfill that dream for him. I will take him to see every corner of this world. Her heartfelt declaration caught him off guard, sparking a thought. So this is it, he mused. In the future, legend spoke of a lone goddess of death. Some claimed she was training. Others believed she was hunting for legendary treasures. But who could have guessed the truth? She was simply fulfilling her grandfather's final wish. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu made an offer. Don't go. Stay here with me. His abrupt proposal made her spin around to face him. Sensing a potential misunderstanding, Xiao Yu quickly jumped in and her voice seemed to jolt Qin Yu back to his senses. What I mean is the world out there is far too dangerous, he clarified. You could travel with Xiao Yu and me for the time being, and once you become stronger, we could all take your grandfather to see the world together. He pressed on, trying his utmost to persuade her. Furthermore, I can guarantee that by staying with me, your power will grow exponentially. Eventually, we'll become such formidable beings that every creature in this apocalypse will worship us as gods. Xiao Yu added her own plea. He's right. Xiao Na, please stay. The two of us will keep you safe. Even Xiao Wei piped up. Yeah, I might still be a kid, but protecting the boss is a walk in the park for me. Yet despite their earnest pleas, Xiao Na's resolve was like steel. I truly don't want any more ties with anyone. The kind of pain a classic betray Manhwa hides. I've had enough. I just want to be alone. I'm sorry. As she turned to walk away, Qin Yu made one final attempt. You're just going to leave like that? I mean, I did save your life on 2 separate occasions. Are you really just going to walk away? His words stopped Xiao Na dead in her tracks. Fearing he'd push her too far, Xiao Yu immediately tried to intervene. Hey, that's enough. Just let her go. But Xiao Na's decision was unshakable. I will remember this debt, she stated flatly, and I promise I will repay it one day. But for now, I need to be alone. The silence of the night settled upon the towering skyscraper. A long time passed before Qin Yu heaved a deep sigh. Seeing his dejected state, Xiao Yu couldn't resist mimicking his earlier desperate plea. Don't go. Stay with me. I'll protect you, she teased, a playful glint in her eye. What's wrong? Did the beautiful damsel slip right through your fingers? Feeling a little bitter, are we? Despite her teasing, Qin Yu simply stared into the distance, his expression unreadable. You're mocking me again. I was interested in her potential. Her ability is undoubtedly S-rank, perhaps even multiple times stronger than that. If she becomes our ally, she will undoubtedly give our power a massive boost. Already completely resigned to his dense nature, Xiao Yu muttered dejectedly. I get it. You want to be the king of the apocalypse, topple the emperor king, wage war across the heavens, seize the ultimate throne, and ascend to immortality. This cascade of cliches made absolutely no sense to Qin Yu. Where did you even learn all that garbage? And speaking of why we couldn't keep Xiao Na, that's entirely your fault. Blindsided by the accusation, Xiao Yu retorted sharply, how is that possibly my fault? A teasing glint appeared in his eye as he joked, well, who was it that came back so early that night? If you had been just a little later, she would have been all mine. Qin Yu's sheer audacity made a deep blush spread across Xiao Yu's face. She turned away and landed a light punch on him. You're just awful. After their playful squabble, the pair stepped out of the building. Instantly, a crowd of people swarmed them, pleading, Boss, from this day forward, you are our new leader. If you command us to go east, we will never dare to turn west. Please accept this bow from your humble followers. Qin Yu, however, couldn't have cared less. I'm not interested. Find someone else. Then suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked with genuine curiosity. This private clubhouse of yours must have an arsenal, correct? Take me to see it. The subordinate's face lit up. Boss, you've asked the perfect person. This entire establishment belonged to our previous leader, Li Deshan. The man was a snake, the kind of deep secret a betrayed Manhwa hides behind a smile, but his true passion was collecting weaponry, guns, knives, swords, axes, hooks, pitchforks, ropes, and even clubs. Hearing the man ramble on, Xiao Yu grew irritated, smacking him on the back of the head and yelling, Why are you listing a farmer's tool shed? The boss wants to know about firearms for dealing with the undead. What good is all that other junk? To her surprise, Qin Yu seemed intrigued. No, those kinds of weapons have their uses too. Lead the way. Inside the armory, an entire wall was lined with shelves holding all manner of swords, and right beside it, various long and short blades were meticulously displayed. The subordinate excitedly began his tour for Qin Yu. Boss, feast your eyes. These were all Li Deshan's most prized possessions. The cheapest piece in here would still sell for at least 10,000. From the intricate designs to the raw materials, everything is 100% authentic. Qin Yu's gaze, however, locked onto a single point, and the follower next to him immediately noticed. His attention was fixed on a spear, isolated on its own rack set apart from every other weapon. The follower recognized it instantly and began chattering again. Boss, you truly have a discerning eye. That was Li Deshawn's most cherished piece. Its shaft is forged from a solid, flawless casting of iron, and the spearhead was tempered over 100 times using a cold forging technique. It's incredibly heavy. Unfortunately, it's far too massive for a normal person to even lift. Both Shia Yu and the follower struggled just to carry the weapon over to Qin Yu. Boss, look, this took all of our strength. Qin Yu simply reached out, took the spear with one hand and gave it an effortless twirl. Very good, he said. It's a perfect fit. Shia Yu and the follower stood frozen for a moment before bursting into applause, fawning over him. The king is born with divine strength. You are truly without equal. Seeing the vast collection, Shia Yu also asked, is there anything light and easy for me to use? The subordinate quickly replied, yes, of course. He produced a sleek blade and handed it to Shia Yu, saying, as if it were made of clay. Xiao brandished the blade with a wild laugh, exclaiming, brother, this thing is practically weightless, as if it were made of clay. Xiao brandished the blade with a wild laugh, exclaiming, brother, this thing is practically weightless. Xiao and the henchmen, their faces draining of color, scrambled to get out of the way, yelling, ah, miss, be careful. You'll take one of us out if you're not careful. Qin Yu spoke, his voice cutting through the chaos. Listen up, you two. I'm not looking to make this complicated. These two weapons are hardly essential for your entire group. Qin Yu then laid out his terms, hand over a firearm for each of us, and we will be on our way. As for who leads you, frankly, I couldn't care less. Fast forward half a month and we find Qin Yu weapon firmly in hand. He was facing off against a winged beast that zipped through the air, its velocity catching even Qin Yu by surprise. This creature's physical power was a staggering 16 times that of an ordinary human. In a flash, the flying rat materialized directly behind him. As it lunged, Qin Yu pivoted with lightning speed, thrusting his spear toward the threat. It's an afterimage, Xiao cried out in alarm. Brother, it's behind you. The creature had indeed reappeared at his six. A grim expression settled on Qin Yu's face as he tracked its taunting movements. The next time I get a lock on you, I'll make sure this spear point is the last thing you ever see. Paris Xiao noted the evolutionary energy from this thing should be potent, yet I'm not feeling any boost to my physique. It feels like there's a crucial piece missing from the puzzle. Qin Yu explained, reaching a physique 20 times the human norm is a critical threshold. It represents the absolute peak for a level 1 evolver. If we can shatter that barrier, we'll officially ascend to level 2 evolution, unlocking a monumental surge in power. Gazing down at the slain flying rat, Qin Yu went on. Both of us are currently bottlenecked at that 20 times limit. Pushing past it is proving to be incredibly difficult. Clenching his fist with determination, Qin Yu added, but I can sense it. We're on the verge. Just a little more evolutionary energy and we'll achieve our breakthrough to level 2. Just then, a change began to unfold in the heavens above. Xiao interrupted. Brother, put that on hold for a second. Look up, crimson clouds were massing overhead. The dreaded blood rain had returned and it began to fall in a torrential downpour. Qin Yu grumbled in annoyance. Even with a constitution 20 times stronger than normal, this blood rain still stings on contact. Turning to Xiao with a hint of concern, he asked, you're not feeling any pain from this rain, are you? Xiao shook her head. Nope, not a thing. Regardless, Qin Yu instructed, let's find shelter immediately. They soon came upon a warehouse and Qin Yu shoved the large door open, allowing them both to hurry inside. Seems to be an old lumber warehouse, he observed. Xiao turned to him. Brother, I'm starving. It's been too long since we ate. How about we make some of those noodles? Soon, the two were settled by a small fire, each warming their hands on a bowl of instant noodles. Ah, that smells incredible. Suddenly, Qin Yu's senses flared and he warned her in a low voice. We've got company approaching. Stay alert. Is it one of the infected? Xiao whispered. Qin Yu shook his head. No. The footsteps of the infected are shambling and uneven. These are human. A grim thought crossed his mind. The kind of deep treachery a betray Manhwa hides is always found in your own species. Outside, a man named Liang sniffed the air. I smell noodles, he announced. We're not alone in here. The door burst open and Liang leveled his firearm directly at Qin Yu's head. Well, look what we have here. Completely unfazed, Qin Yu took another bite of his noodles before speaking, his voice dangerously calm. Get that thing out of my face. I won't ask a second time. Sensing the escalating tension, a woman named La interjected softly. My apologies, friend. We had no idea this place was occupied. We're just trying to get out of the rain if you don't mind. Qin Yu gave a curt nod. Be my guest. Liang, who was just looking for a fight, became enraged. What's with the attitude, you punk? Do I need to teach you some respect? La quickly moved to de-escalate the situation. Him. Liang, quiet down and act your age. Xiao Yu then turned to Qin Yu, her curiosity piqued. Brother, are all of them evolvers? Qin Yu started to explain. Yes, all 4 of them are, but they're extremely low level. It's likely they haven't been evolvers for very long. The one with the beard has a background in martial arts, so he possesses some genuine strength, but the other 3 are far weaker. Hearing Qin Yu's assessment, everyone was stunned and La offered his praise. This young man's judgment is incredibly sharp. It seems you possess considerable power yourself. Liang, standing off to the side, was unconvinced and scoffed. A lucky guess. He probably just pulled that out of thin air. As everyone was eating and keeping to themselves, a sudden noise drew Xiao Yu's gaze toward the door. Asterisk. Click. Asterisk. A stranger appeared, a smug smirk playing on his lips. All eyes fell on Ji Xiaopeng, a mix of confusion and bewilderment on their faces. He pushed the door fully open, leaning against the frame dramatically, and began to recite. Let the winds howl and the rains pour for a simple staff, and sandals are lighter than a steed. A simple cloak of misty rain is all I require for this life. How is everyone on this fine day? Ji Xiaopeng spoke with a mocking tone. This humble one is but a simple passerby. Seeing this place so bright and spacious, I came to seek shelter from the storm. I do hope you all will permit me. Liang, thoroughly disgusted by Ji Xiaopeng's tone, tried to drive him away. Cut the act. You're not welcome here, so go find another place. Hearing this, Ji Xiaopeng's patience also wore thin and he snapped back. Humph, if you insist on being so unreasonable, then don't blame me for being discourteous. Liang, clutching his weapon, scowled and fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. Qin Yu observed this tense scene and glanced towards Shia Yu. Knowing the kind of darkness a betrayed Manhwa hides, he quietly warned her, if a fight starts, prioritize your own safety. Ji Xiaopeng raised his middle finger in a defiant gesture, his voice dripping with provocation. And who the hell do you think you are? Is this your house? I'm going to stay right here and take shelter. So why don't you come and bite me? His face was a mask of pure mockery as he continued to taunt. Yeah, get mad. Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Liang was seeing red, cursing under his breath. You rotten little punk. Shia Yu stood by, watching their childish argument unfold and couldn't help but find it amusing, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. Liang said angrily, I am absolutely going to deal with you today. Suddenly, Lao walked over, placing a hand on his shoulder and tried to calm him down. All right, that's enough talk. You're always the one looking to stir up trouble. Ji Xiaopeng's attention then shifted, noticing Shia Yu standing there and called out, eager to start a conversation with her. And who might this beautiful young lady be? Miss, you are truly a vision more beautiful than a fairy descended to the mortal realm. Hearing his compliment, she smiled graciously and replied, thank you for the praise. Ji Xiaopeng's nose then twitched as he caught a familiar scent and asked, that smells incredible. Is someone eating instant noodles? Is there any left? Could I possibly have just a little cup? A slight smile touched Qin Yu's lips as he pulled a cup of noodles from his bag while the other man drooled, then replied, of course. But I can only spare one cup. We don't have much left ourselves. Ji Xiaopeng quickly snatched the cup of noodles, gratefully replying, thank you, I haven't had this in so long. I've been craving it like crazy. He couldn't seem to contain his ravenous hunger, tearing the lid off and starting to eat the noodles raw. As Ji Xiaopeng savored the familiar taste, he couldn't help but exclaim in delight, ah, this is heavenly. Pre-apocalypse food is getting tougher and tougher to come by. Nowadays, all we can do is hunt mutated beasts for sustenance, and they're always so bland and leathery without a hint of seasoning. I'm absolutely famished. He suddenly had a realization, placing a hand on his chest and introducing himself with a dazzling smile. Oh, that's right. I haven't even properly introduced myself. My name is Xiao Fang and I'm devastatingly handsome. May I have the honor of knowing your names? Xiao Yu chuckled and replied, brother, he's quite the character. My name is Qin Xiao Yu and this is my older brother Qin Yu. Upon hearing their introductions, Xiao Fang thoughtfully stroked his chin and commented, Qin Xiao Yu, with a name like that. He sounds less like your sibling and more like your old man. Liang, who was holding a pack of crackers, stared with wide eyes, his face a canvas of utter confusion as he muttered, how has a guy with a mouth like that managed to stay alive in this wasteland without being beaten into a pulp? A short while later, the crimson rain outside began to fall with even greater intensity. Inside the room, an unnerving quiet settled over them. While the majority were fast asleep, Liang stood as a silent watchman by the door. Qin Yu sat in a corner, Xiao Yu resting peacefully on his shoulder. He was deep in thought, calculating. Those four are all evolvers who awakened their powers recently. While they're not exceptionally strong, they have just enough ability to scrape by in this post-apocalyptic world. He glanced at the sleeping Xiaopeng, a weary thought crossing his mind. But this guy, Ji Xiaopeng, it's like a classic betray. Manhwa hides its true villain in plain sight. I can't get a read on him at all. Xiaopeng was snoring away, lost to the world. As Qin Yu assessed him internally, he noted the man's muscles were flabby, his skin was fair, and his entire body was a collection of weak points. You could tell instantly he's never trained or suffered a single day in his life. He doesn't even possess a weapon, just brazenly navigating the apocalypse with his bare hands. How is that even possible? Liang glanced at the others in the building with annoyance, snorting to himself, sleeping so soundly, not even bothering with a watch rotation. Aren't you worried we might harbor ill intentions and just end you all? What a bunch of useless deadweight. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. Liang exclaimed, what's that sound? Qin Yu sensed the imminent threat. His eyes snapped open and he leaped to his feet, shouting, everyone, get up. There's danger approaching. The others jolted awake at his command. A sleepy Xiao Yu stood asking in a daze, brother, what's going on? Qin Yu, his face a mask of grim determination, warned her, Xiao Yu, stay close to me. It seems we're facing some major trouble. As for the rest of you, if you value your lives, stick close. If you lag behind, you'll be left to fend for yourselves. Hearing this, Li Tong couldn't contain his anger, scoffing and yelling, just who do you think you are, some kind of self-proclaimed savior? Do you really believe the four of us are helpless? La, standing behind him, interjected, don't be so stubborn, let's just stay near him. An extra ally gives us a much better chance of making it through this. Qin Yu gripped his blade and strode outside. With the others following closely, he commanded, let's go. They all froze in place, their eyes widening in sheer terror at the scene that unfolded before them, and Liang's jaw dropped as he stammered, oh my god, what in the world is this? They were surrounded by a countless sea of zombies, just waiting for the moment to swarm in and devour them whole. A bewildered voice asked, how did all these zombies manage to sneak up on us so silently? The zombies, with their bloodshot eyes and nightmarish figures, stared at the group as if they were a long-awaited feast. Xiaopeng's brow furrowed with concern. They're actually using tactics. Xiao Yu, just as confused, added, could that mean? There's a zombie mastermind leading them. Qin Yu, ever the calm center of the storm, reassured them, don't let fear grip you. We broke their lines before and we can. Do it once more. Seeing the tension, La stepped forward, his voice grave. Brother, against a horde this massive, if we all fight for ourselves, we'll just be picked off one by one until no one is left standing. He clenched his fist, his voice firm. We must focus our power, smash through in a single direction and watch each other's backs. That's the only path to survival. La then pointed towards a weaker flank in the undead sea and commanded, all right, that's our breakthrough point. As he spoke, his skin hardened to a stone-like sheen, his ability flaring to life. His gaze was resolute, his fists tight as he added, we can't waste a single second. Let's start culling them. As if on cue, Lion and Jiang Kui unleashed their powers in unison, letting out ferocious battle cries. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he watched them silently cataloging their abilities, skin hardening, muscle overload, and what appeared to be a berserker-type ability. All of them are frontline brawlers. Then a hand materialized, a sword from thin air. Shu Chang had formed a crimson blade. His face was an emotionless cold mask. This sight piqued Qin Yu's interest. So they even have someone with a rare creation-type ability. How very interesting. La glanced back at their group and instructed, let's get moving. You three, stick to us like glue and provide support. With that declaration, he charged headfirst at the zombies, roaring a taunt, come and get some, you rotting freaks. The zombies seemed to understand their collective growl, intensifying as they surged toward him. La crashed into their ranks, landing a bone-shattering punch to a zombie's face. Suddenly, a snarling corpse lunged from his blind spot before he could even pivot. On another front, a zombie was violently slammed to the pavement by a monstrously powerful arm. Jing Kui stared down at the twitching form, his own face twisted into a mask of madness as he raised his fist and bellowed, annihilate them all. Meanwhile, another zombie was sent, cartwheeling into a crowd of its own kind. After tossing the creature aside, Liang panted heavily. Not far off, Shu Chang was a blur of motion, his blades scything through the undead one by one. Qin Yu watched them, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. This group isn't half bad, he murmured with a nod of approval. Back with La, he turned his head while fending off a zombie and barked, stay close. In contrast, Qin Yu, a glowing spear materializing in his hand, issued a more strategic command. The four of you split up and flank both sides of our breakthrough point. Shu Chang's eyes widened in confusion as he questioned, what exactly are you planning to do? Qin Yu's expression was utterly placid. Just do as I say. The last thing I need is an incident of friendly fire, which is often just a pretty name for the kind of asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk so well. He then turned to Shia Yu, his voice softening just a fraction. Xia, grant me your hardening buff. Qin Yu braced himself, planting his feet firmly. His blood-red eyes blazed with killing intent. As the spear in his hand began to glow with blinding light, he raised it high, and a torrent of intense flames erupted from it. The zombies, in their mindless frenzy, continued their relentless charge straight into the inferno. The fire roared fiercely, incinerating the charging horde in an instant. Witnessing such overwhelming power, the others couldn't conceal their utter shock. La's brow furrowed in disbelief as he exclaimed, is that guy even human? Just then, his attention was violently snatched away. He whipped his head around to see Shia Yu completely surrounded by zombies and yelled in a panic, oh no, the girl is in danger, get away from them. But before he could take a single step, a brilliant arc of a blade sliced through the undead, leaving a lone figure standing in the carnage. Xiao was a whirlwind of destruction, showing zero hesitation as she bisected the undead, their agonized shrieks filling the air. La could only watch the carnage unfold, absolutely dumbfounded. His jaw hung open as he muttered in disbelief, even a young girl like that. She's a complete monster. Meanwhile, Xiao Fang's situation was the complete opposite. He was utterly swamped by a horde of zombies, letting out a terrified scream. Xiao instinctively covered his head, desperately scrambling to evade the snapping jaws of the undead. Get away from me, he shrieked. Go after them, not me. Just then, a zombie materialized right behind Xiao. He whipped his head around, his eyes wide with terror. This is not good. His face drained of all color as he stumbled and fell to the ground, erupting into a fit of coughs. Witnessing his fall, Shia Yu turned to Qin Yu and said, brother, that guy just got taken down by a zombie. Qin Yu could only respond with a grim sense of helplessness. There's no way to help. We can't possibly reach him from here. As they watched Xiao Fang, paralyzed with fear, the zombies sensed an easy kill and began to shuffle closer, their dead eyes fixed on him. He stammered, his voice trembling, no, don't come any closer. And then in a blinding flash, a brilliant golden light exploded from his body. Xiao shut his eyes tight, complaining furiously. This was my last good set of clothes. The resulting shockwaves sent the nearby zombies hurtling through the air. Seeing the blast, Lola whirled around and shouted, what in the world was that? Xiao Fang had morphed into a monstrous figure, letting out a guttural roar as he seized a zombie with his bare hands. Qin Yu's head snapped in his direction, a flicker of shock crossing his face. A transformation-type ability, he thought, and the evolutionary aura. It's incredibly potent. In his new monstrous form, Xiao Fang viciously skewered the zombie on his newly formed claws, his voice a low growl of fury. You disgusting abominations, you ruined my last outfit. They desperately called his name Uncle Lu, Uncle Lu. Seeing a flicker of consciousness return, Qin Yu pressed urgently. At that moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but think with alarm, this sudden change. It's the kind of twist a betray Manhwa hides. His ability must be affecting his mind. Suddenly, he felt a pair of unseen eyes snap open, and in the next instant, a hand erupted from the earth, clamping down on Tanvu's ankle. He was completely caught off guard. Gazing down at the grotesque appendage clutching his leg, he roared, what in the hell is this thing? On the ground nearby, a long dismembered arm was pinned by a blade. The arm severed in two by Tanvu's swift strike recoiled as if in pain. He furrowed his brow, completely perplexed. Anhanu Kwang did his best to shout a warning to the group. There are mutated ones mixed in with the horde. Stay sharp. Hearing this, Tron Kuei cursed in frustration. Damn it, as if the regular ones weren't enough of a headache. Liang shot a look at La, his voice strained. My strength is reaching its absolute limit. I can't hold on much longer. Back with Tanvu, a serpent-like creature lunged from the shadows without warning. Before it could strike, he raised his arm in a blur, bringing his blade down and cleaving the serpent clean in two. Tanvu's expression grew grim as he muttered with clear irritation, "This is getting tedious." A mutated female zombie now stood before him. He wondered, bewildered. Why is there another mutated one over here? The creature commanded, the snakes coiling around its body, sending them slithering towards him at high speed. Tanvu tightened his grip on his blade, channeling his energy before bursting forward to meet the threat head-on. Tanvu closed the distance in an instant, his slash finding its mark and yielding an evolution energy core. Without a second thought, he brought the glowing core to his lips and declared, I don't have time to second-guess this. I'm taking the plunge. Once I successfully break through to a level 2 evolver handling, these creatures will be a whole lot simpler. Nearby, Trunk Kuei's shoulders sagged, a vanquished zombie at his feet. He was clearly spent, sweat pouring down his face as he gasped for breath. In that moment of weakness, a zombie lunged, sinking its teeth into his arm. Trunk roared violently, flinging the creature away from him and screaming, "Get off me!" But from the ground beneath him, a dark form materialized, a red-eyed shadow that let out a terrifying roar as it leaped upon Trong Kuei. The shock widened his eyes, paralyzing him for a crucial second. The impact sent him sprawling, and then the rest of the undead horde swarmed over him. Tears streamed down Trong Kuei's face as he let out a soul-shattering scream of pure terror. La, fighting nearby, heard the blood-chilling cry and whipped his head around, shouting his name in alarm, Trong Kuei. In that moment of distraction, a zombie seized its chance and sank its teeth into La's arm, but to its misfortune, the only thing it accomplished was shattering several of its own rotten teeth. Seeing this, Leia threw a single powerful punch at the creature, launching it backward like a discarded sandbag. The impact obliterated what was left of its teeth. La grimaced, staring at the bite mark on his arm, a terrible premonition coiling in his gut. He muttered, I'm not going to hold out much longer either. Tu Kwang, gasping for air and drenched in sweat with a vacant stare, managed to pant, Lola, I think I'm about to collapse. Leon, his expression a mask of exhaustion and utter desperation, asked, Is this it? Are we all going to perish here today? Over where Tuvu was, she continued to cut down the undead with ferocious efficiency. Noticing her comrade's flagging state, she reported to Tanvu with a worried tone, Brother, they're not going to make it. Tanvu glanced back at her, his voice a firm reminder, Tuvu, don't let your guard down. Focus on your own survival first. He scowled, his mind racing. Is there still no end to them? Have all the zombies in this entire district converged on this one spot? Tuong, however, just laughed maniacally. He put his razor-sharp claws to work, slaughtering the zombies, sneering with contempt, a pathetic bunch of trash. Die, die. Every last one of you, die. Tanvu stood observing as Tufong mercilessly unleashed his fury upon the horde, analyzing him with a calculating gaze. What is the deal with this guy? In this state, his physical attributes are already over 15 times that of a normal person, and they're still climbing. Is it possible his power level rises with the intensity of the fight? He regarded Tuong with keen interest, thinking this one is almost certainly an evolver with a top-tier ability. The kind of raw power a *** betray Manhwa hides *** in its most volatile character. He could be recruited as a teammate. Suddenly, a deafening roar ripped through the air, its sheer force affecting every one of them. They scanned their surroundings, weary and on edge. Tuvu asked in bewilderment, what was that sound? From her position, she looked up toward a nearby building where a dark silhouette stood, framed imposingly within a massive gaping hole. Atop that very building, a horrifying level 2 zombie glared down at the group below. It simply stepped off the edge into thin air, its entire body plummeting in a deadweight free fall without a hint of hesitation. The level 2 zombie slammed into the ground without so much as a single scratch. Tanvu's eyes locked onto the new monster before him, his brow furrowing deeply. He issued a stern warning to Tuvu at his side. Tuvu, get back. Stay far away from that thing. It's not something we can handle lightly. This is a level 2 zombie. He made a grim mental calculation. Even with Tuvu's enhancements, the best we could hope for is mutual destruction. If I want to eliminate it completely, I lack the power to do so right now. But when Tuong saw the level 2 zombie, his face lit up with a mixture of glee and astonishment as he exclaimed, a giant. The sight of it seemed to invigorate him as he charged forward with excitement. The other zombies were swatted aside by Tuong as he cackled with delight. Finally, someone who can actually put up a real fight has shown up. Tanvu saw him charging in so recklessly and yelled out to stop him. Wait, you're no match for that thing. But Tuong paid his advice no mind and continued his rush straight towards the level 2 zombie. He cocked back his fist, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The level 2 zombie, however, swiftly seized Tufong by the throat, its grip tightening like a vice. Tufong felt an incredible surge of power course through him, and he let out a scream as his eyes began to burn with an intense light. He lashed out with his claws, his voice dripping with provocation. Have a taste of these claws, the level 2 zombie shrieked in agony. The creature recoiled, clutching its face and releasing Tuong's neck. A look of sheer astonishment washed over Tuong as an overwhelming surge of power coursed through him. He gasped in disbelief. This incredible sensation, I'm overflowing with power like never before. What is this? Tuong's eyes darted towards his comrades, a thought flashing through his mind. Is this their doing? Indeed, Tuvu was pouring every ounce of her strength into empowering Tuong. Tanvu stood by her side offering words of encouragement. Tuvu, you're doing amazing. Now empowered, Tuong stood defiantly before the level 2 zombie, his voice dripping with taunting confidence. Well, look who's here, ugly. This master is on a whole new level now. I'm not messing around. The monster lunged and the level 2 zombie brought its massive arm crashing down where he'd been standing. But fortunately, with his newfound incredible speed, Xiao invaded the blow, instantly reappearing behind the behemoth and slammed a powerful punch directly into its spine. He gritted his teeth, his expression a mixture of shock and frustration. This thing's hide is as tough as solid rock. The level 2 zombie retaliated, instantly driving a vicious straight punch deep into his gut. Xiaowen was sent hurtling through the air, his eyes blazing with fury. Meanwhile, Qin Yu turned to his sister with urgency. Xiao Yu, I need to create a clone. Can you maintain the enhancement? Xiao Yu, her focus locked on empowering Xiao, managed a faint nod. Seeing her confirmation, he felt a sliver of relief. He immediately activated his ability commanding copy as he thought to himself, Xiao Yu, just hold on a little longer. Elsewhere, a zombie shrieked in agony as a blade sliced cleanly through it. After felling the creature, Qin Yu's clone grinned at the sight of the evolution core it dropped, thinking, excellent, an evolution energy source. Another one of Qin Yu's clones knelt retrieving a core while thinking, got one over here too. I hope these are enough for a smooth evolution. Qin Yu quickly brought the two gathered energy cores to Xiao Yu, asking gently, Xiao Yu, do you have the strength to enhance these as well? Exhausted, Xiao Yu wearily extended her hand, taking the two evolution energy cores and whispered, I'll handle it. Qin Yu clenched the newly enhanced core in his own hand, his voice firm, you can leave the rest to me. Then he activated his ability again on the cores, doubling them to 4 as he commanded copy. Beside him, an exhausted Xiao Yu panted heavily, struggling to speak. Brother, I can't hold on much longer. At that exact moment on the other side of the battlefield, Xiang felt the incredible power abruptly vanish. He whipped his head around, utterly bewildered. What's happening? The power. It's gone. It's the kind of cruel twist. Betray Manhwa hides, a sudden gut-wrenching turn. In that instant of weakness, the level 2 zombie lunged forward and seized Xiang's head, flooding him with pure panic. The monster stared at him without a shred of mercy, its grip tightening around his skull. It squeezed with immense force and a sickening spray of red erupted. Qin Yu let out a horrified scream, Xiaoon. The backlash struck Xiao Yu, who clutched her chest and cried out in agony. Hearing her shriek, Qin Yu's head snapped around, his voice laced with terror. Xiao Yu. She had collapsed to the ground, panting, completely drained of energy. Realizing the situation had become absolutely critical, Qin Yu made a desperate choice. He shoved all 4 energy cores into his mouth and swallowed, cursing under his breath. Damn it all. A ferocious roar escaped his lips as a new power surged within him. At the same time, a horde of zombies was shambling menacingly toward the defenseless Xiao Yu, whose face was a mask of fear. Qin Yu raised his hand, a brilliant white light beginning to glow in his palm, and with a voice filled with rage, he commanded it to incinerate everything in its path. A colossal beam of pure white light erupted from his outstretched hand, instantly vaporizing the approaching zombies. The entire horde was utterly annihilated by the blinding flash, their final moments filled with roars of pain and terror. Once the last of the creatures had been turned to ash, Qin Yu fell to his knees beside Xiao Yu, gently helping her up and offering her a remaining core. Shia Yu, you have to wake up, she urged. Quickly consume these evolution energy cores. Shia Yu looked toward Qin Yu, her eyes filled with gratitude as she whispered, brother. Their moment was shattered by the guttural roar of a level 2 zombie which held Xiao Pang's lifeless body aloft like a gruesome trophy. The creature unleashed another terrifying bellow, its face contorted into a savage grin, a sight that plunged Xiao Yu into a chasm of sorrow and guilt. With tears streaming down her face, she began to sob, brother, it's my fault, he's gone. Qin Yu's gaze softened, his voice a comforting balm. How could you possibly blame yourself? You gave it everything you had, even putting your own life on the line. This was beyond anyone's control. He then rose to his feet, his features hardening into a mask of cold fury as he tightened his grip on his spear. He issued a firm command. Xia, listen closely. The stamina boost you get from burning through a large quantity of evolution energy is fleeting. Do not enhance me any further. Your only job now is to keep yourself safe. His eyes then locked onto the level 2 zombie, seizing its full attention. Qin Yu's voice dripped with contempt as he continued, as for this piece of filth. He stood defiantly, his tone laced with a deadly promise. You took one of my comrades, prepare to settle that debt with your life. Yet the level 2 monstrosity seemed utterly unfazed by his threat. Instead, it answered with a defiant roar, a clear provocation. The behemoth, easily 2 to 3 times the size of an ordinary man, was a terrifying spectacle. It was flanked by its lesser zombie minions, prompting Qin Yu to take a calculated step back, his senses on high alert against the encroaching horde. These creatures were conserving their strength, displaying a tactical awareness that defied their nature. The one pulling the strings was clearly no simple-minded foe. The young man carrying his wounded companion watched on, his voice trembling with fear. Is there any way he can actually defeat that giant? But Xiao Yu's faith in her brother was absolute. He will win, I know it, she shouted with conviction, defying the overwhelming danger. I believe in him. Fueled by her trust, Qin Yu tightened his grip on his blade and advanced, ready to put an end to the level 2 terror. The creature's twin eyes glowed menacingly as it launched itself forward, closing the distance to Qin Yu in the blink of an eye. A bead of sweat traced its way down Qin Yu's temple. He had anticipated this. Here we go again, he thought, as the beast soared into the air to deliver a death blow. He glared upward as the shadow fell over him, his life hanging by a fragile thread. It's too fast, he grimly assessed. Taking a direct hit from that would be the end. The level 2 zombie's fist connected with the ground in a cataclysmic impact, shattering the pavement in an instant. The survivors on the street staggered from the violent tremor, struggling to stay on their feet as Qin Yu yelled out a desperate warning. Everyone brace yourselves, don't fall, or the shockwave will rupture your insides. The monster snarled in frustration, but Qin Yu's incredible agility had already carried him clear of the fatal strike as it pushed itself up to renew its ferocious assault. A fist like a steel sledgehammer rocketed toward his head, but without a moment's hesitation he sidestepped the blow. If he had been a fraction of a second slower, Qin Yu would have been pulverized just like the concrete wall now bearing a massive crater. He turned his shock impossible to conceal. The sheer force of the air from its punch was enough to shatter solid stone. Then in a terrifying blur, the level 2 zombie materialized directly behind him. Reacting on pure instinct, he threw himself aside, narrowly evading the monster's relentless attack from his blind spot. Facing the creature once more, Qin Yu knew this was an unbelievably difficult fight. The truth, this *** betray Manhwa hides *** is that a level 2 beast like this was no mere obstacle. The zombie, hungry for the kill, lunged again, forcing him to bring his blade up in a desperate defensive block. But the creature's raw power was overwhelming. It smashed through his guard and sent Qin Yu flying into a nearby wall with bone-jarring force. The impact was so immense it fractured the wall. A significant portion of his power drained away, leaving his body dangerously unstable. This was a dire situation. Engaging it directly without Shia Yu's enhancement was sheer recklessness. He desperately needed a new strategy. The level 2 monstrosity lunged once more, determined to obliterate Qin Yu with a final decisive strike as it hammered its fists relentlessly against the wall. A deafening series of impacts echoed through the air. Consumed by terror, Shia Yu shrieked brother just as a blinding flash of light erupted before her. A crimson shower rained down and the level 2 zombie howled in agony, completely enveloped by a mysterious, swirling mist. From the chaos, Qin Yu launched himself forward, his blade a silver streak, only for the creature to seize the very tip of his sword. It stopped just inches from his face. The color drained from Qin Yu's expression as he found himself trapped in an inescapable predicament. This was not good. With a brutal shove, the zombie flung the blade away. Qin Yu's desperate lunge was too slow. He reached for his weapon, but the sword was no longer within his grasp. The creature's grip tightened around Qin Yu's head, crushing his vision into darkness as it effortlessly hoisted him into the air. Its maw contorted into a grotesque, triumphant grin. Lola, watching from a distance, saw the mortal peril he was in. She screamed, "He's in grave danger." The zombie then swung its arms, slamming Qin Yu down with enough force to shatter the pavement below. Believing it had finished him, the beast turned its back, only for Qin Yu to emerge from the dust and debris, charging with renewed fury. He roared perish as the staff in his hands began to radiate an intense light, shoving it directly into the zombie's torso. His expression was a cold, emotionless mask. Burned to cinders, the incandescent staff pierced the creature, searing a gaping hole straight through its body. The monster shrieked in final hopeless agony. Beneath the crimson downpour, the group collectively exhaled, their hope rekindled. They finally understood that he too was an evolved human, as the level 2 zombie became a brilliant pyre against the dark canvas of the night. Qin Yu averted his gaze, refusing to watch the creature's final moments. Those around him could only murmur in awe. How is he so overwhelmingly powerful? Qin Yu merely glanced at the shimmering gem in his palm, his silence a stark contrast to their shock. The remaining zombies witnessed this display, and were instantly gripped by a primal fear, turning and fleeing for their very lives. La stared in utter disbelief at the sight of the retreating horde. There. The zombies are actually running away. Shia Yu's eyes shone with admiration as she gazed at him in the aftermath of his victory. You're incredible. Even the undead are terrified of you. It's just unbelievable. Qin Yu's face remained a stoic mask, his mind already racing. The true nature of this betray Manhwa hides a sinister puppet master, one controlling everything from the shadows. That zombie possessed intelligence. For one of them to show such restraint was almost unheard of. Suddenly, a figure crawled out from the wreckage, groaning in agony as he approached Qin Yu's group. It hurts like the blazes. That absolute brute. That blockhead treated me like a punching bag. Shia Yu was utterly flabbergasted, staring at the man and stammering. You! Aren't you the young master Xiao Fang? He staggered towards them, completely bare, without a single thread of clothing on his body. Ouch, ouch, everything hurts so much. He clutched his head, staring blankly at the stunned faces around him. What's with all the long faces? It's like you've all seen a ghost. Lion was just as bewildered. But, I swear, I saw that thing completely pulverize your head with my own 2 eyes. Xiao Fang himself seemed confused by his impossible revival. You're right. I distinctly remember my head being, well, crushed. Could it be that I somehow have an immortal body? The whole tale was becoming increasingly fantastical for Liang to even comprehend. Even an immortal body has its limits. Your head was utterly pulverized. Can you even recall what happened just before? Xiao Pang just chuckled sheepishly, admitting, perhaps I'm just a man who lets his instincts lead. The Qin siblings were left completely dumbfounded by his friend's recklessness. Qin Yu, fresh from dispatching the undead, approached him with a word of caution. You still need to be careful. Immortality isn't invincibility. If you sustain catastrophic damage in a short span of time, you won't be able to regenerate. He then held out his hand, a soft light materializing in his palm. Now, it's time to reap our rewards. The remains of the undead littered the streets as far as the eye could see. Qin Yu channeled his spiritual energy, preparing to incinerate every last zombie. Carcass in a pale white flame erupted stark against the darkness of the night. Shia Yu, noticing the unusual fire, asked with curiosity, Brother, why is your flame white? He answered his younger sister with a calm demeanor. This is the pale white inferno, a power I awakened after my last advancement. The higher the level of the ability, the more devastating its power. It can completely obliterate a zombie in a single moment, and just like that, shimmering orbs of energy materialized all around them. Shia Yu was absolutely overjoyed, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. Look at all these evolution energy sources. She eagerly darted towards the energy cores suspended in midair, calling back to Qin Yu, who was still maintaining the white flame. Brother, with this pale white inferno of yours, we'll never have to carve them open for evolution energy again. This is so convenient. Shia Yu gathered the energy cores one by one, clutching them in a happy embrace. What an incredible haul. This is amazing. La watched at the mountain of energy cores in Shia Yu's arms. This is truly a sight to behold. We have to risk our very lives for every single energy source, yet he just plucks them from the air like apples from a tree. The chasm between an ordinary person and a legend is simply immeasurable. Later, back at their makeshift base, Shia Yu and Qin Yu sat examining the pile of energy cores they had just acquired. She held her hands over 2 full bags of the glowing gems, basking in their warmth as if they were a campfire. Meanwhile, Qin Yu's expression grew grim as a chilling thought took hold. A mutant system, immortality. This can't possibly be a coincidence. He recalled the whispers from his past life. In that timeline, he had heard tales of a zombie lord that reigned supreme over an entire region. It was said to transform into a monstrously powerful humanoid creature. Even hundreds of thousands of people were utterly powerless against it. But the truly terrifying part, it possessed an unkillable immortal body. Several survivor enclaves in the vicinity of the zombie lord's domain had pooled their elite forces, forming a joint suppression unit to eliminate it, and they paid a truly devastating price to finally put it down. That zombie lord had clawed its way up from nothing to become a world-ending threat. Everyone believed the nightmare was finally over. But then, in a shocking turn of events, a mere few days later, that very same zombie lord returned from the dead and laid waste to all the survivor camps. Qin Yu leaned against a pile of rubble, his mind racing. If I hadn't been reborn, I would have either died here, become one of the undead, or been absorbed by a more powerful being fated to become that terrifying zombie lord of the future. The cruel twist of fate this betrayed Manhwa hides is that my friend could have become my ultimate doom. Beside him, Shia Yu piped up, "Bro, why are you staring at Ji Xiaofang so intently? Don't tell me you're thinking of playing matchmaker." Qin Yu snapped out of his dark thoughts to explain, frantically. "What? Don't be absurd. I was just contemplating his unique ability." Shia Yu simply covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. "All right, I understand." He managed a strained smile, completely at a loss for words when it came to his younger sister. The tension between them was palpable. The dynamic between the siblings was so bizarre that even Xiaofang, observing from a distance, could tell something was off. Shaking it off, Qin Yu rose to his feet and approached the other man. He had an offer to make. "Shi Xiaopang," he began, "your abilities are exceptional and your power is clearly a cut above the rest. You should join our crew. You've witnessed what I can do. If we combine our strengths, we could dominate this new world. We'd be unstoppable in this apocalypse." Qin Yu's proposition hung in the air, leaving Xiaopang silent for several long moments before he finally declined the tempting invitation. "My apologies. I acknowledge your strength is on par with my own, and logically joining you would be the smartest move. But the truth this world of betray Manhwa hides is that nothing is ever that simple. For the first time in my life, I'm truly free, and I'm not looking to be tied down. I want to wander this world and experience everything it has to offer, to live without any burdens." Hearing his resolve, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. "Fair enough. I respect your decision. Thanks for understanding," Xiaopang replied. As the two siblings walked away, Qin Yu felt a growing sense of a missed opportunity, a feeling his sister Shia Yu immediately picked up on. She thought her brother's attempt was pitiful. "Wow, big brother, that was pathetic. You asked him twice and he just blew you off." He shot a look at his often naive little sister. "You silly girl," he sighed. It was strange seeing this once elegant young woman become so sharp-tongued. The pair continued their bickering as they rejoined their waiting teammates. Qin Yu hoisted a bag heavy with spoils. It was filled with energy cores. "Listen up," he announced. "Set aside about 20 of these for Ji Xiaoping. The remaining 30 or so can be divided among the rest of you." Old Brownlaw hesitated, looking reluctant. "Are you sure? We can't just take these." But Qin Yu was insistent, pushing the cores towards them. "I've already hit level 2, and after a significant power-up, Shia Yu will likely be there soon as well. This evolution energy will serve you all far better. Don't be modest." With that, the team gratefully accepted the bag. Their hesitation vanished. "In that case, thank you. We'll put them to good use." Qin Yu didn't press them to stay any longer. He bid them a temporary farewell. "If you have other missions to attend to, don't let me keep you. I trust our paths will cross again. Until next time." As the team departed, Shia Yu stretched languidly, stepping out into the clean air that followed the prolonged downpour. "Ah, the rain has finally stopped." "Indeed," Qin Yu agreed, following his sister outside with a small pouch in hand. "Our rest is over. It's time we use this evolution energy." He revealed 2 pulsating cores, their light dancing in his palm. Without another word, Qin Yu tossed them into his mouth and swallowed. Instantly, his eyes turned a menacing glowing crimson, his face drained of all color as if he were being choked. A heaven-splitting scream tore from his lungs. He gasped for air, his body thrumming with raw power. "So this is it," he panted. "The power of level 2 energy. My physical constitution just jumped from 20 times the norm to 23 times. Inspired, Shia Yu followed his lead. She swallowed her own energy core, then let out an exaggerated theatrical scream. Just like that, Qin Yu coughed, a little embarrassed. You're laying it on a bit thick, don't you think? Xiao Yu just scratched her head and giggled, but then her expression shifted as she felt a genuine and powerful surge of energy flood her system. Qin Yu glanced over still, assuming his sister was putting on a show. All right, that's enough, he chided. You can stop pretending now. But this time her reaction was anything but an act. She pressed a hand to her chest. No, this is real, she breathed. I've leveled up, and I think I just awakened a new ability. At her words, a spark of genuine interest ignited in his eyes. A new ability, what is it? In response, Xiao Yu slowly raised her index finger, and a single crimson droplet levitated from her palm suspended in mid-air. She proudly presented it to her brother, declaring, I've given it an epic name. It's called the Fresh Blood Thrall. Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle at her grandiose title. What kind of name is that? It's so goofy. Seriously, that's ridiculous. A murderous aura emanated from her as she shot him a weary glare. What was that you said? Without another word, Xiao Yu decided to demonstrate her newfound power. She flicked the blood droplet, sending it zipping directly onto the center of Qin Yu's forehead. The move was so swift that Qin Yu had no time to react. He instinctively touched his forehead, completely baffled by what had just happened. What was that all about? It didn't even hurt. Sensing his dismissive tone, Xiao Yu began tracing intricate circles in the air, as a demonstration of her true ability. Prepare to have your mind blown, she announced, pointing a single finger directly at Qin Yu. For a moment, nothing happened. He simply stood there, frozen in place. My God, what is this? He thought, just as a sudden clap of thunder reverberated in his ears, paralyzing him for a few seconds. It turned out Xiao Yu's ability was a form of mind control. She forced her brother to perform a series of bizarre actions until Qin Yu finally had to plead with her. Xiao Yu, that's enough. Seriously. Stop, I'm losing all my dignity here. She just laughed, a triumphant grin spreading across her face as if she'd just won a great victory. Nope, she declared. A woman's revenge is a terrifying thing. She continued to puppet her brother, forcing him into a series of comical and slightly odd poses. Qin Yu flashed a sly grin. You really think I can't fight this? Xiao Yu clasped her hands together, ready to issue another command. Just try to resist, she challenged. The two siblings went on like this, one commanding and the other reluctantly obeying. She toyed with her brother until he was utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground and panting for breath. You little monster, he gasped, you're going to be the end of me. Nearby, a few zombies were inexplicably fighting amongst themselves, shoving each other back and forth relentlessly. As it turned out, Xiao Yu was the one pulling the strings from the shadows. She immediately and gleefully boasted to her brother, I win again. That means I get all the next evolution energy cores. Qin Yu could only reply with a deadpan stare. How fortunate for you. His attention was suddenly drawn elsewhere. Sure enough, a strange vortex had materialized nearby. The swirling portal was perfectly circular, shimmering with a beautiful translucent blue hue. Xiao Yu, having no idea what it was, cautiously moved closer to ask, what is that thing? Qin Yu had a sinking suspicion. Could this be it? The vortex churned with strange and grotesque faces. Then a group of about 4 or 5 people casually stepped out of it. Damn old Lu, one of them smirked, this trial is full of weirdos. It was without a doubt the same group that had accosted him and his sister earlier. Tanjia snarled at them, yelling, what are you staring at? Get lost. Xiao Yu pointed at the rude newcomers and asked her brother, how can they just appear in the middle of nowhere like that? It's as if they stepped out of another dimension. Tanvu glanced at his sister, his tone carrying a gentle hint. Xiao Yu, do you remember what I told you about the dimensional ruins? Xiao Yu tapped her chin, lost in thought for a moment. Was that back when we found that ring? Is that when you mentioned it? Tanvu chuckled, replying with a cryptic phrase. It was as distant as the horizon, yet right before our very eyes. The truth, a betray Manhwa hides, is often the most obvious. The rude guy yelled again, are you deaf? I told you to get lost. Planting her hands on her hips, Xiao Yu fired back, annoyed. Who do you think you are? We haven't done a single thing to you. And you're already telling us to get lost. Tanjia seemed taken aback for a second. It was a girl. His friend beside him nudged him, trying to get him to back down. Snapped back to reality. You're staring a bit too hard. The moment Tanya laid eyes on the beautiful girl, he sauntered over. Well, now, little sister, you'd best listen to me or things might get ugly for you too. Tanvu's patience had completely evaporated as he growled, get lost. Tanya's expression immediately darkened as he shot back with a challenging sneer. You're telling us to get lost, kid. Do you have any clue who you're messing with? Tanvu wasn't one to be intimidated, his eyes flaring a dangerous crimson as he glared them down. This is your last chance. Disappear now or I'll make it so you can't leave even if you beg. Enraged, Tanya lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. Then let's just see if you've got the power to back up that talk. To Tanvu, however, the attack was child's play. He caught the fist effortlessly. Tanya, however, still looked down on his opponent with complete disdain. You've got some moves, I'll give you that. But in that instant, Tanya channeled a sinister, demonic energy into his hand, and with just that slight touch, Tanvu felt the debilitating power of the Calamity system. The kind of devious power this betray Manhwa hides is always the most lethal. Tanya flashed a treacherous smile. He taunted with a cunning tone, how does that feel? Still have any strength left in you? Tanvu's hand shot out, gripping Tanya's shoulder like a vice. Tanya stammered in shock. How are you not completely drained? Tanvu's eyes narrowed with cold focus as he stated, my strength has indeed decreased thanks to your little trick. Tanya's composure utterly shattered. What? How is that possible? After being weakened by my power, how are you still this strong? His arm was promptly seized by Tanvu, who executed a perfect sweep, sending Tanya to the ground with a cry of pure agony. At that moment, Lu Nam appeared and rushed to stop Tanvu, who now had a foot planted on Tanya's chest. Friend, we were rash, and we have offended you. I offer my deepest apologies. I hope you can find it in you to spare his life. Tanvu replied coldly, sparing him is possible. But now, I will ask the questions and you will all answer truthfully. Lie and I will take every single one of your lives. Lu Nam quickly agreed, please ask away. We'll tell you everything we know. Tanvu's voice was sharp. What is your name and who are you people? Lu Nam gestured to his men. My name is Lu Nam. These men are. Tanvu cut him short. I have no interest in them. The color drained from Lu Nam's face, his expression frozen in shock while the men behind him scowled in clear displeasure. Lu Nam managed to say, we are all soldiers tasked with guarding Shangjing City. Tanvu applied more pressure to Tanya's arm, continuing his interrogation. Just as I thought. What were you all doing in there? What is the situation? I will say this one more time. Do not lie to me or the consequences will be unimaginable. Lu Nam explained hastily. Inside is a place of incredible magic, almost like a separate dimensional space. The moment we entered, we were forced to undergo a trial, but we failed and were immediately ejected. Furthermore, each person is only permitted to take the trial one time. If you fail, you never get a second chance. Tanvu stroked his chin deep and thought, so that would mean that even in failure, your life is not in jeopardy. Tanvu glanced down at the man pinned under his foot. You should consider yourself lucky to have such a competent leader. Watch yourself in the future. Not every powerful individual you meet will be as reasonable as I am. With that, Tanvu kicked Tanya aside. Get out of my sight. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from behind them. Tanvu and Xiaovu spun around instantly, and Tanvu murmured, we have more company. A new person had arrived to join the others. What happened to you all? What took you so long to return? I was starting to think the zombies had finally finished you off. Lu Nam called out with relief. Captain Tan. At the same time, Longfeng shouted with joy. Tanvu. Longfeng hurried over to the Tanvu siblings. This is fantastic. I knew it all along. With your abilities, surviving in this apocalyptic world would definitely be no problem for you. Tanvu replied, it seems you've been doing well for yourself. I trust you've been well during this time. Tanvu's gaze shifted to his younger brother Tanjia, crumpled on the ground. Tanvu's face instantly hardened. He demanded, who did this? Lu Nam could only stammer, completely unable to form a word. Lo Fong surveyed the scene before asking, Tanvu, did you break this man's arm? With a grave expression, Tanvu replied with chilling calm, he initiated the conflict. If his superior hadn't pleaded for his life, I would have ended him. Lo Fong lowered his head, his voice laced with sorrow. There's a crucial detail you're unaware of. This Tanjia is insignificant. However, his brother Tanvu is the legendary war god that the military in Shenzhen City is dedicating all its resources to cultivate. Later, just stay silent. I will go and plead on your behalf. Tanvu still affords me a measure of respect. Tanvu crossed his arms, replying, a war god is he. No wonder his little brother acts with such arrogance. Xiaovu asked with wide-eyed curiosity, brother, what is a war god? Tanvu glanced toward Xiaovu and answered, a war god, you ask? The god part simply refers to a human who in this apocalyptic age is considered the absolute strongest among the strong. As a scene of zombies overrunning a street appeared, Tanvu continued his explanation. To survive in this apocalypse, humanity has devised numerous ways to cultivate these war gods, and this method is one of the most effective. These so-called war gods, receive the absolute best training and supplies within the survivor camps to be forged into powerhouses who can contend with zombies, mutated beasts, and even other races. These war gods appeared in a sea of fire as Tanvu's story unfolded, but at the same time they are forced to endure the suspicion and fear from the very people they are sworn to protect. To prevent tyranny, the very foundation of this so-called heroic betray Manhwa hides a terrible secret. The survivor camps must install failsafes against their own champions. Perhaps it is a self-detonating collar fastened to their neck, or maybe an electrode implanted deep within their heart. An image materialized, showing a pair of hands locked tightly within heavy shackles. With his arms crossed, Tanvu concluded, that is their reality. When the gods of war obtained their immense power, they were also compelled to pay the steepest price imaginable, their freedom. Lu Fong said in a state of panic. Tangent Tanvu, this is all highly classified information exclusive to our military. How do you know about any of it? Tuvu placed her hands on her hips and immediately came to his defense. My brother knows everything. Tanvu turned his back to them and replied, granting them such power while simultaneously stealing their freedom. And you have the nerve to call it by a grand name like God of War, in my opinion. Calling them fighting dogs would be a more fitting description. Tanvu's face darkened, his expression becoming unreadable. Tanvu continued with rising anger. You injured my brother, and now you dare to call me a fighting dog. Tanvu pressed on. What could a brat like you possibly understand? This is a responsibility and honor that so many people can only ever dream of achieving. Tuvu said nonchalantly. Oh, I believe I understand. It's the glory of being leashed by a golden chain at the door, the honor of a loyal dog guarding someone else's gate. Lu Fong, standing to the side, frantically tried to intervene. Young lady, could you please speak a little less? Tanvu was already poised to strike. Very well. In that case, I will show you precisely how terrifying the power of a loyal dog can be. Lu Fong hurriedly shouted, Tanvu, I am your commanding officer. I order you to cease this immediately. Tanvu, however, could no longer maintain his composure. His brows furrowed as he drew his sword. Major Lam, get out of my way. They injured my brother and insulted me, and you're still trying to protect them. Lu Fong broke out in a cold sweat, saying helplessly, oh, for heaven's sake. We were the ones who provoked them first, you guys. With that, the razor-sharp tip of his sword plunged down decisively. Tanvu unleashed a decisive slash, blurring past a bewildered Tuv who couldn't comprehend the sudden turn of events. Tuvu was utterly shocked and cried out, Whoa, you rabid dog, are you actually serious? If I hadn't been faster, you would have just sliced my ear clean off. Tanvu ground his teeth as he turned his head, thinking to himself, how can this woman be so powerful that she could clearly perceive my movements? In a flash, Tanvu materialized behind him, his expression a mask of pure fury. He snarled, I might let other transgressions slide, but you dare to lay a hand on my sister. The attacker had no time to defend against Tanvu's devastating blow, and his face drained of all color as his entire body was launched through the air. The onlookers couldn't conceal the sheer horror on their faces. Tuvu stood there in silence, watching her brother with wide eyes, while Lamfong, standing beside them, was in a state of absolute panic. But the defeated Tanvu refused to give up, taking a ragged breath. He bellowed die as he charged at our hero with his blade raised. The point of the knife drove straight for Tanvu's heart, yet he effortlessly caught the blade with a single hand, remarking calmly, oh, now this is a rather fine blade. The attacker was utterly astonished, his mind reeling, how is this even possible? His raw strength is even greater than my own. His eyes widened, turning bloodshot with strain. Tanvu radiated an overwhelming pressure, and with no effort at all, he sent the man flying once more. The aggressor gritted his teeth, forcing himself to his feet. It's just a power-nullifying flame. As the attacker unleashed his technique, Tanvu felt his power source begin to wane. He raised a hand in confusion, wondering, could it be that my divine system's ability has been nullified? This is the exact kind of treachery betray Manhwa hides in its plot. Has my potential been regressed? The other Tanvu laughed mockingly, feeling as if he'd already won. He lunged forward with his sword, shouting, without your powers, let's see what you can possibly do now. But Tanvu sidestepped the attack with ease. The aggressor was left stunned as his sword tip plunged deep into the earth. Our hero then said, even without my abilities, I am still leagues stronger than you. Get over yourself and stop this pointless struggle. I have no desire to make an enemy of the military by ending your life here. The man stood dumbfounded, utterly speechless, his sharp blade remaining wedged firmly in the ground, refusing to budge an inch. Tanvu then mused, what I'm really curious about is the origin of this blade. It's truly of exceptional quality. At that very moment, Lunam quickly interjected, Mr. Tan, that blade was forged by my younger brother. His name is Luak Trui, and he is a master at crafting weaponry. If you return to the military base with us, we can have him forge a personal weapon just for you. Tanvu replied, I appreciate the offer. I'll meet him if the opportunity arises. He then turned to Tuvu and said, let's go. We should investigate what's inside. With that, Tuvu and Tanvu stepped through the shimmering portal that led to another dimension. Lam Fong pointed, stammering to Lunam, they just. Lunam calmly replied, Major Lam, there's no need to be alarmed. This is the very reason for our delay. There is an alternate dimension inside, but it poses no danger. The scene then shifts, following Tanvu and Tuv as they arrive in this new dimension. Tuvu gazed around with wide-eyed curiosity. This place is magical. She then pointed, brother, look over there. It looks like someone is there. No, it's the system of this dimension. A mechanical voice then announced, welcome to Trial Arena number 108. Tanvu's eyes lit up as he replied, so this is a relic from the God of War civilization. What incredible luck. The God of War civilization bears no hostility towards humanity, which means we should be safe in here. The system's voice echoed once more, initiating scan. Commencing analysis. Accessing data. The system initiated its scan on Tanvu, identifying him as a carbon-based life form from Earth's final civilization, possessing level 2 evolutionary energy. Scan complete. Subject passed. The system then turned its focus to Tuv. Commencing scan, initiating analysis, processing. Scan. Unable to classify. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. A grave expression washed over Tanvu's face as his mind raced. Anomaly detected. Anomaly detected. Sensing the imminent danger, Tanvu swiftly seized Tuv's hand and yelled, we need to go, now. The system's voice echoed relentlessly. Anomaly detected. Tanvu wasted no time yanking Tuv out of the bizarre dimension. The sudden exit left everyone stunned. Lamfong rushed over, asking Tanvu, are you both alright? Lunam chimed in, did you two fail the scan as well? Tanvu's thoughts grew heavy. Anomaly detected. Tuvu. What is she? Is she even human? Tanvu's expression darkened as he bowed his head, a terrible thought taking root. Could this be the kind of deep secret of betray Manhwa hides? An evolved zombie with human intellect perfectly disguised as one of us? No, I must be certain. The color of blood is the key. Human and zombie blood are completely different. Human blood is a vibrant red, while a zombie's is a sickening green. Tuvu, oblivious, asked innocently, brother, why are you staring at me like that? Tanvu extended his palm. Tuvu, let me see your hand, he commanded. Without warning, he sliced her palm and she cried out in pain. Brother, you actually cut me. Tuvu stared at the blood welling from the cut, her shock turning to confusion. Why? Why does my blood look so different from how it used to? Tanvu's eyes were fixed on the bright red blood flowing from Tuv's hand, his gaze intensifying as the crimson liquid began to emit a faint glow. Tanshin Yu asked, completely bewildered. Shouldn't it be green? Xiao Yu frowned, annoyed. What are you talking about? Green zombie blood is blue, and you cut her hand, without even a word of warning. You're just unbelievable. Qin Yu gently patted Xiao's head, saying, this is my fault. I was on edge. I'm so sorry, Xiao. Xiao Yu looked up at him, her voice trembling slightly, but why is my blood glowing? It never did this before. Qin Yu answered reassuringly, don't be afraid. When you become an evolver, your body undergoes changes that are different from the past. This is perfectly normal. It will be okay. Xiao Yu replied. Really? Qin Yu then said, Xiao Yu, I need you to wait out here. I'm about to enter the ruins for the trial. I promise I'll be right back out. Elfang spoke with determination. If that's the plan, then we're going in with you. There's strength in numbers. It's for the better. In the next moment, Qin Yu and the group found themselves transported to the subspace. Elfang scanned their new environment. Where in the world are we? What is this place? A synthetic voice addressed them. Welcome, guests. You have arrived at trial arena number 108 belonging to the War God civilization. Longfang repeated in awe, a War God trial arena. The system elaborated. The War God trial arena is a facility the War God civilization utilizes to train and evaluate its young warriors. It is capable of generating countless scenarios for these trials. Should you succeed, you will receive rewards. However, be warned, the opportunity to undertake this trial is offered only once. Failure results in the permanent loss of qualification to ever enter this trial arena for testing again. Longfang voiced the question on everyone's mind, and what exactly is this War God civilization? The system explained with mechanical patience. The War God civilization predates your own sapient civilization by eons. They were at one time the masters of this planet, the true masters of Earth. Longfang was utterly astounded. The masters of Earth? How is that even possible? How could we have never discovered any trace of you? After all these millennia, the system replied coolly, considering your civilization's rudimentary level of surface exploration and geological activity, it only requires a few million years for the planet's natural processes to erase any evidence of once great ruins. They have been wiped completely clean, and for a planet like Earth, 2 million years is but the blink of an eye. Another voice cut in. Then why have you revealed yourselves now? All vanished from the face of the Earth. The system responded coolly. My apologies. I lack the sufficient authority to provide an answer. Qin Yu stated firmly, we wish to undertake the trial. What does it entail? The system's voice echoed. The content is comprised of 3 phases, a genetic assessment, a test of willpower, and a combat proficiency evaluation. Shall we commence? With a decisive nod, Qin Yu commanded begin. The system immediately announced, subject identified Qin Yu. Genetic level assessed at SS. The system's focus shifted. Subject Linfang. Genetic level assessed at AA. Its attention then fell on Sun Yu. Subject Sun Yu. Genetic level assessed at A. Qin Yu scanned the rest of his team, thinking to himself, aside from Longfang and Sun Yu, the others are all ranked E and D. This is exactly as I predicted. The system's voice boomed. Next, we shall commence the willpower evaluation. In an instant, the entire environment began to convulse violently. A series of willpower assessment devices surged forward. Qin Yu was dazed, unable to react in time as a testing apparatus descended upon him. It was already hovering directly above his head. The willpower test initiated. Qin Yu's eyes snapped open to find himself suspended in midair, enveloped by a storm of crackling lightning. He mused internally, it appears this willpower trial will be anything but simple. The intensity of the lightning escalated, growing ever more ferocious until a final massive bolt slammed into Qin Yu. He cried out in agony as a relentless barrage of lightning arced continuously through his body. Spreading his arms wide, he plummeted into a free fall, only to be plunged into a vast churning sea. He let his body drift limply on the surface. Qin Yu thought, it's finally done. But then his body began to sink slowly toward the abyssal ocean floor. His lungs screamed for oxygen. Clamping a hand over his mouth, Qin Yu realized the test wasn't over yet. The true danger this betrayed Manhwa hides is the illusion of safety. He desperately swam towards a distant glimmer of light. Just then, something snagged him, arresting his ascent. Qin Yu's eyes shot open wide with confusion and alarm. A heavy chain which had materialized from nowhere was now shackled to his ankle. Qin Yu clutched his mouth, his struggle for air becoming frantic. His vision blurred as breathing became nearly impossible. He squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted in a pained frown. And just as he reached his limit, the chain on his leg vanished. Qin Yu now found himself sitting cross-legged in the center of an empty void, steeling himself for whatever came next as he kept his eyes closed. His body was drenched in a cold sweat. A sudden searing heat washed over him as a raging sea of fire now surrounded him. He thought grimly, so it's fire now. The flames gave way to a maelstrom of rocks and stones that battered him relentlessly. He held his meditative pose, maintaining his balance as he thought, and what fresh hell is this? Qin Yu's eyes slowly fluttered open, his face slick with sweat. Back in the system hall, the scene was one of utter exhaustion, with everyone gasping for air. They were sprawled haphazardly across the floor. Someone shrieked, it's so itchy, make it stop. Longfang was clutching his own body tightly while Sun Yu was heaving for breath, completely soaked in sweat. The system's voice cut through the chaos. Qin Yu S rank willpower. Linfang and Sun Yu A rank. All other subjects B rank. One of the team members coughed violently, wheezing. This is just insane. That was pure torture. A small smile touched Qin Yu's lips as he considered his results. Excellent. A double S rank gene and S rank willpower. Even if I underperform in the final combat skills test, my overall score should remain exceptionally high. Longfang came over and clapped Qin Yu on the shoulder, saying, Qin Yu, you're truly something else. That was incredible. The system's voice interrupted, announcing the final category, combat proficiency. Difficulty levels available are S, A, B, and D. Please state your selection. Sun Yu spoke up immediately, I'll take A rank. Linfang followed his lead. Then I will also choose A rank, Linfang declared. Qin Yu's voice cut through calm but firm, I choose S rank. The system immediately announced. Commencing final test. Within this virtual simulation, all special abilities are nullified. You will possess the physique of an ordinary human, relying solely on your raw combat skills. 2 abilities. You must harness your ultimate skill to endure the impending zombie onslaught. The simulation shifted, placing Qin Yu before a pristine white door, now splattered with crimson. He made a swift tactical assessment of his environment. There's no cover, nowhere to conceal myself, he noted grimly, and I'm stuck with the physique of an ordinary man. Surviving this zombie assault is a near impossible task. This is an S-rank trial. After all, the difficulty is absolutely absurd. From beyond the door, a chorus of blood-curdling shrieks and guttural growls echoed. Qin Yu clenched his jaw, his knuckles whitening as he tightened his grip on his makeshift weapon. Here we go. The door swung open, revealing an abyss of pure darkness from which a horde of zombies erupted forth. Qin Yu desperately wielded his weapon, a lone defender against the undead tide. A ghoul materialized right at his flank, and a frustrated thought flashed through his mind. Curse it all, I'm back to a regular human body. Just swinging this iron pipe feels incredibly taxing. The zombie lunged, his maw gaping wide, ready to tear into his flesh, but Qin Yu countered with a desperate swing. Abruptly, his strength failed him, his fingers went numb, and the weapon clattered to the floor. To his horror, another zombie launched a vicious ambush. It sprang from his blind spot, its razor-sharp teeth sinking deep into his arm, tearing a pained cry from his lips. He reacted instantly, swinging his arm back and smashing his elbow squarely into the creature's grotesque face. With a voice dripping in disgust, he snarled, "Get off me." But the zombies appeared utterly relentless. They swarmed him with a feral madness, pouncing on him like famished wolves and giving him no quarter. He cursed under his breath in disbelief. Damn it all. The relentless horde overwhelmed him, their combined weight dragging Qin Yu down to the cold, hard ground, leaving him utterly defenseless. In an instant, Qin Yu's eyes shot open, a lingering trace of primal fear in his gaze as he stared blankly at the ceiling, his body rigid and his face pallid, slick with a cold sweat. Lin Fang quickly moved to the side of the panting Qin Yu, gently supporting his arm and asking with genuine concern, "Are you all right, Qin Yu?" He turned his head toward Lin Fang, explaining, "I'm fine. That trial forces you to face a zombie horde with the body of a normal person, and the sensation of being torn apart is horrifyingly realistic. The true challenge this kind of asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk is in the psychological toll. Everyone stay sharp." The system guide's voice then echoed. Subject Qin Yu. Survival duration 63 seconds. Eliminations 12. Final evaluation S rank. A wide grin spread across Qin Yu's face as he clenched his fist in triumph. "Yes, that's fantastic," the system guide continued. "Congratulations. Your cumulative score has established a new record. You are now permitted to select 3 items from the reward catalog. Furthermore, you have earned the 1-star status within the War God civilization." A holographic projection of the reward list materialized before him. The mechanical voice intoned, "Please make your 3 selections from the available items." Qin Yu gazed at the rewards in sheer astonishment, exclaiming, "I can't believe the quality of these items." His eyes scanned the options: keratin enhancement, photochemical camouflage cloak, war soul memory crystal. As he meticulously studied the catalog, his gaze suddenly locked onto a single gleaming vial. He let out a sharp gasp, his voice a cocktail of disbelief and elation. A level-up potion. A smirk played on Qin Yu's lips as he thought to himself, "A single injection that can force an instantaneous genetic evolution to the next tier. To think that a treasure this priceless would actually appear here. My luck is truly off the charts." Without a shred of hesitation, he pointed directly at the vial and declared, "I choose this one. The level-up potion." The system guide's monotone voice announced, "Selection confirmed. Qin Yu has chosen the level-up potion. You have 2 remaining selections." Qin Yu's mind was already racing, thoughtfully calculating his next move. It could nullify 90% of all damage from attacks level 4 and lower while simultaneously providing a temporary surge to the War God armors. My physique by a factor of 30. Perhaps I can rapidly master some combat techniques from this War Soul Memory Crystal. These rewards synergize perfectly. Just then, his eyes locked onto something extraordinary. Qin Yu's voice cut through a mixture of astonishment and elation. "Hold on. Is that blood-burn ore? I'm taking this one." The system guide announced, "Qin Yu has selected the pure, refined blood-burn ore. You have 1 final selection remaining." Qin Yu clenched his fist, a triumphant glint in his eyes as he celebrated inwardly. "Just as I expected from an early-stage catastrophe. It's overflowing with opportunities. And what's this? An evil eye necklace, a treasure of legendary grade." The system guide's mechanical voice intoned once more. It announced, "The evil eye necklace is forged from the essence core of an evil eye alien. The entirety of the essence contained within this necklace originates from a level 4 overlord." It explained that the artifact allows the wearer to perceive through any illusion and to fend off mental assaults. Furthermore, it can channel the power of the evil eye, projecting a beam of light with a soul-shattering force. As the mechanical voice faded, Qin Yu mused, "I know all too well how troublesome opponents with psionic abilities can be. With this in my possession, that particular nuisance is off the table." He then approached the others and inquired, "So what treasures did you all manage to acquire?" Lin Fang presented a ring, admitting, "To be honest, I picked this spatial ring. The description intrigued me, so I went with it. I'm still not certain of its specific functions." Qin Yu extended his hand, replying, "I'm familiar with this artifact. It's exceptionally rare. It has the power to generate an independent, parallel space for storing items, essentially a dimensional pouch. May I take a look at it for just a moment?" Nearby, Sun Yu stood flanked by his followers, his expression darkening instantly. He eyed Qin Yu with deep suspicion and demanded in a frigid tone, "What are you planning? Do you intend to just take it from him by force?" Qin Yu turned to face him, replying casually, "If my intention was to rob him, would I have bothered with this conversation? Relax. Lin Fang is my comrade, and I, Qin Yu, would never turn my back on a friend." At that, Lin Fang quickly intervened. "All right, let's not fight. I have complete faith in Qin Yu. You saved my life after all. Even if I offered this to you as a token of my gratitude, it would be more than justified. Qin Yu reached out to accept the ring. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, yet his voice was reassuring. Don't worry, I have no need for it. I'll give it right back to you. He then activated his ability, and in the blink of an eye, a perfect duplicate of the ring materialized beside the original. Everyone present was utterly speechless, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Sun Yu was the first to break the silence. What in the world just happened? It just split into two. Hearing his question, Qin Yu smirked and coolly explained, this is my unique ability. I can replicate any item, creating a second one. Rest assured the process has absolutely no effect on your original. Lin Fang gasped, the profound shock and excitement gleaming in his eyes. That's unbelievable. Truly incredible. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu gestured to the entire group and announced, I have a proposition. I would like to borrow each of your treasures for a moment. In return, if you ever need my assistance in the future, I, Qin Yu, will absolutely repay the favor. Witnessing this scene, Sun Yu's face contorted with envy as he muttered under his breath. That guy's power was already monstrous, and now he possesses an ability this broken. It's the kind of power that makes you wonder what secret ambition a betray Manhwa hides, because his gains will now be far greater than any of ours. Later, as they traveled, Qin Yu turned to Shia Yu with a surprised look, asking, that was surprisingly fast. When did you activate it? He retorted coolly, while you were having a complete meltdown, I had more than enough time to use 10 of those. Qin Yu, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, immediately pressed her. So what's the verdict? Did you level up as well? Can you feel the increase in your strength? Xiao raised her arms, showing off her newfound power, and confirmed without a doubt. I've definitely leveled up. I can feel I'm strong enough to take on way more enemies, and my enhancement skill can now sustain its effect for a much longer period. A broad smile broke across Qin Yu's face. Perfect. In that case, hurry and try it on this spatial ring. The ring immediately pulsed with a dazzling cerulean light. He held it up, inspecting it carefully. Following the enhancement, the ring's dimensional storage capacity had expanded exponentially. After confirming the result, he handed the firework bullet to Shia Yu, telling her to try her skill on it. Here, see what you can do with this one. Xiao took it, her expression one of surprise. What is this thing? Qin Yu explained, it's a firework bullet, a rare prize that a group of martial artists recovered from a dimensional ruin. Its destructive potential is off the charts, powerful enough to vaporize a level 3 monster. The perspective shifts, pulling back to reveal a tall building surrounded by lush green trees as clouds drifted lazily overhead, creating an illusion of profound tranquility. On the streets far below, an eerie silence reigned, the populace hidden away in fear. The once bustling cityscape was now a ghost town, and while the siblings, Qin Yu and Shia Yu, were taking a brief rest inside a shop, they remained acutely vigilant. Suddenly, Qin Yu's ear twitched. There's movement. Just outside, a loud voice shattered the silence, calling out Xiao Tong Tong, Xiao Tong Tong. Through the storefront window, two dark figures could be seen in hot pursuit of one another. Xiao Tong Tong, stop being mad, look at me. I know I messed up last night, okay? The couple, it turned out, was Xiao Tong, spun around her voice, a furious whisper aimed at Bing. Silence. Do you have any idea how perilous it is out here? Bai Bing put a finger to his lips, feigning a call for silence. My dear, you're telling me to be quiet at that volume. He then glanced up at the building sign, his eyes widening when he realized they were standing before a supermarket. With a surge of hope, Bai Bing said to Xiao Tong, hey, there has to be food in there. Come on, let's check it out. But their optimism faded the moment they stepped inside. The place had been picked clean. Utterly disappointed, Bai Bing grumbled. Man, finding anything to eat is getting damn near impossible. Beside him, Xiao Tong looked just as dejected. But then Xiao Tong spotted a large unmarked door, and a glimmer of hope returned to her eyes. Bai Bing, look, there's a door here. It must lead to the warehouse. Bai Bing jiggled the handle. Damn, it's locked tight. Step aside. Watch me work a little magic with one swift kick. He readied his foot to slam into the door and shatter the lock. But suddenly, Xiao Tong's hand shot out, grabbing his shoulder to stop him. Wait, she urged. I think I hear something moving in there. A faint clicking and clattering sound could be heard from within. Then the door burst open and a shadowy figure appeared in the frame. A primal scream of terror escaped Xiao Tong's lips. Bai Bing let out a horrified shout of his own as from the darkness behind the door, a horde of zombies swarmed out, their growls echoing in the empty store. Xiao Tong and Bai Bing scrambled for the exit, but then Bai Bing abruptly stopped, turning to block the supermarket entrance. Xiao Tong stared at him, bewildered. What are you doing? The zombies were closing in on the main door as Bai Bing yelled with frantic desperation, Tong Tong, run. This is the cruelest kind of betray Manhwa hides from you, now go. But Xiao Tong, tears in her eyes, hugged him tightly. I won't leave you behind to die. The ravenous horde slammed into the glass doors, which shattered and flew open. The force sent Xiao Tong and Bai Bing flying backward as they screamed in terror. They watched, paralyzed by fear, as the undead shambled toward them. But then Bai Bing struggled to his feet and stepped forward, his face a mask of grim determination to protect the woman he loved. I'll hold them off, you run, Tong, he roared. Come on, I'll take you all on. However, the horde of zombies swiftly began to overpower him. Xiao Tong screamed in terror. Bai Bing, no. Just then, a single foot landed firmly on the ground. Its owner wielded a spear, its tip wreathed in roaring flames. Shia Yu stood with her hands on her hips, casting a confident look at the pair. Xiao Tong was met with a comforting reassurance. You two are incredibly fortunate. We just happened to be passing through the area. Mere moments later, Qin Yu had single-handedly cleared out every last one of the zombies. Xiao Tong rushed to support a wounded Bai Bing, her voice trembling as she called out, Bai Bing. A desperate scream tore from her throat. Bai Bing, you can't die on me. He answered, his voice a faint whisper, Tong Tong, as long as you're safe. Nothing else matters. Suddenly, a violent cough racked his body and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Tong could only sob his name, watching in horror. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yu's tough exterior seemed to crack, and she turned to Qin Yu, suggesting, "Brother, maybe we should try to save him," as if grasping a final thread of hope. Xiao Tong immediately pleaded, "Is there any way? Can he still be saved?" Qin Yu's eyes scanned the area, landing on a lone zombie shambling down the street. "There's one method. Just try to hold on a little longer. Don't you dare die yet." He then shouted nonchalantly, "Hey, you over there." The zombie spun around, seemingly bewildered, as Qin Yu casually stated, "I've got a little proposition for you." A moment later, the zombie was just another casualty of Qin Yu's strength. He expertly dug out its spirit stone and presented it to Bai Bing. "You'll recover if you consume this." Bai Bing recoiled, weakly murmuring, "Zombie flesh. No, I can't eat that." Unfazed, Qin Yu forced the spirit stone right into Bai Bing's mouth, retorting, "I went through all this effort to get this for you, and now you're refusing it, Xiao Tong." And Xiao Yu could only watch as Qin Yu gently coaxed the struggling Bai Bing. There now, just sit still and be a good boy." After he finally swallowed the spirit stone, Bai Bing's eyes shot wide open, his face a mask of tense disbelief at the sensation coursing through him. He shot to his feet, spread his arms wide, and let out a powerful shout. Xiao Tong asked nervously, "Bai Bing, are you all right?" A wide smile broke across his face as he replied, "The wounds on my body have vanished. But it's more than that. I can feel an incredible, strange new power welling up inside me." Xiao Yu then explained, "That zombie core I gave you was a concentrated source of energy that triggered your evolution. Countless people would eliminate each other for a chance to consume one, and yet you were crying and pushing it away." Bai Bing rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "Ah, well, if I'd known that, I would have just listened to Granny Wang and stayed put. She warned us we face a great danger, and she was spot on. If not for you two, we would have truly met our end here." Granny Wang, Xiao Yu echoed, surprised. Xiao Tong elaborated, "Granny Wang is a woman who's over 100 years old. She's a bit of an eccentric and often speaks in riddles, but she swore to us that she could see into the future." Bai Bing, who had been intently staring at his own palm, suddenly gasped in astonishment. "Wait a second, what is this I think? I feel like I've gained some kind of bizarre superpower." Qin Yu calmly replied, "Becoming an evolver means you've awakened a unique ability. You should try and discover what it is you've awakened." Bai Bing shot a sly, meaningful smile at Xiao Tong before raising his hands and concentrating. He channeled his newfound spiritual power toward her, and a strange crimson light suddenly enveloped her entire body. Xiao Tong cried out in fear, "Huh? What's going on? I can't control my own body." He then forced her to her knees, raised a hand as if a puppeteer, and laughed while looking at Tong Tong. "So, it truly exists, the power to control another's body." Xiao Tong was utterly horrified. "What are you saying?" Bai Bing spread his arms wide, testing the limits of his new skill. She screamed in fury, "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Qin Yu simply watched with his arms crossed, a flicker of amusement in his eyes, and said to Xiao Yu, "This is the kind of dark twist a *** betray Manhwa hides ***. So, his ability is a calamity-class puppet manipulation. The effect is quite similar to your blood servitude." Meanwhile, a helpless Xiao Tong bellowed, "Young Bing, you fiend, unhand me." Xiao Yu simply scoffed, "Humph. In terms of both numbers and raw power, your pathetic display is utterly inferior to mine." With that settled, the four of them proceeded to a residential area, stopping before a familiar door. Bai Bing knocked firmly. A voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" Bai replied, "Uncle Jiang, Uncle Wang, it's us." The door groaned open, revealing Uncle Jiang, who was visibly startled to see Bing and Xiao Dong taking in their wretched condition. Uncle Jiang asked with grave concern, "What on earth happened to you two?" Xiao Dong answered, "We were ambushed by a horde of the dead, and we barely escaped with our lives." Uncle Jiang's brow furrowed with dread as he asked uneasily, "Little Yang, were you bitten by one of them?" Bai Bing stammered, "Well, I was, but please don't worry. I've already—" But Uncle Jiang cut him off with a furious roar. "You knew you were bitten, yet you dared to return here. Are you trying to condemn us all? Get out of this house now." A gentle voice cut through the tension. "That's enough, little Jing." Mrs. Wang appeared from the doorway, leaning on a cane, her body racked with coughs. She wheezed between her non-stop coughing. "Let them come inside." As her coughing persisted, Uncle Jiang cried out in alarm, "Grandma, Mrs. Wang weakly insisted between breaths, "It is fine. I'm all right. Let them in." Uncle Jiang reluctantly obeyed, replying, "Yes, very well." His gaze locked onto Bing as he said, "You're coming with me. I am responsible for everyone's safety here. Until we can confirm you are not turning, you will not leave my sight for an instant." Mrs. Wang then called to the siblings Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. "You two follow me. I have something important to tell you. Little Jing, the rest of you stay back." Qin Yu observed Mrs. Wang with suspicion, thinking to himself, "This old woman is anything but ordinary." Outside, brilliant sunlight flooded the house with light. Xiao Yu retrieved a chair and brought it to Mrs. Wang. "Grandma, please sit." Mrs. Wang smiled warmly and said, "You are a truly good person, little one." Mrs. Wang then unclasped the necklace from her neck. "This old woman doesn't possess much. I want you to have this necklace." She presented the chain to Xiao Yu. "Do not refuse. You must keep it safe for me." Xiao Yu accepted the necklace, flustered, and stammered, "Ah, this. Thank you." Mrs. Wang then fixed her gaze on the two siblings, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, and said softly, "Now stand still. Let this old woman get a proper look at you." A strange, ethereal blue light began to emanate from Mrs. Wang's eyes. Qin Yu was taken aback. After a moment, Mrs. Wang let out a hearty laugh filled with pure joy. "Good, very good. I pray the flame of hope grows ever stronger and is never extinguished. Qin Yu and Xiao Yu could only stare in complete bewilderment, unable to comprehend what was happening. Mrs. Wang staggered towards Xiao Yu, looking utterly drained of strength. She coughed then said, "Little girl, no matter what trials you may face, do not ever give up hope. You are the most perfect existence in this world." After speaking, she was seized by a non-stop coughing fit. Xiao Yu asked worriedly, "Grandma, are you all right?" Qin Yu, full of confusion, asked Grandma, "What did you mean by that? Can you be more specific?" Mrs. Wang wheezed, "Go to the south. Evolve to the peak. He has left, and the great betrayal Manhwa hides will soon be revealed. Danger is about to descend." Anxiously pressed. "Danger is descending. What danger, Grandma? What is happening to you?" Before Mrs. Wang could reply, she collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Yu rushed to her side, placing a hand near Mrs. Wang's nose before saying with immense sadness, "Brother, she's no longer breathing." Qin Yu comforted her, saying she used the very last of her strength to give us that warning. She presented the necklace from Mrs. Wang, asking, "What exactly is this?" Qin Yu took it for a closer look but couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. He mused, "Perhaps it's just an ordinary piece of jewelry. Let me attempt to replicate it." He then activated his skill, only for it to fail completely. The failure caught Qin Yu completely off guard. Xiao, equally stunned, asked, "What happened? You're unable to copy it." Qin Yu muttered to himself, "Even with my current level 3 ability, I still can't replicate this item. Xiao Yu, give it a shot. Try boosting my copy ability." Xiao immediately used her skill, but it yielded no results. A frustrated Qin Yu sighed, "Just as I thought, it's still a failure." Xiao Yu then reminded him, "But didn't you say the same thing at the start? About not being able to copy zombies?" Qin Yu clarified, "Initially, my attempts to copy zombies failed primarily because zombies possess an incredibly strong resistance to my power. My gene energy was too weak back then, which is why I couldn't succeed. But this is entirely different from trying to copy the necklace. It's draining my energy at an alarming rate, yet I'm making zero progress," he explained. He looked at Xiao Yu, clearly flustered as he struggled for an analogy. It's like you have a whole truckload of sand, which seems like a massive amount, but you're trying to use it to fill an endless ocean. The true depth of what this asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk is staggering." Xiao Yu's eyes widened in fear. "Is it really that terrifying?" Qin Yu advised. "Just put it inside the spatial ring for now. We might find a use for it later." Just then, outside, the hazy yellow sky abruptly shifted to an ominous crimson, and a piercing scream tore through the air. "What was that?" Qin Yu reacted instantly. "What's going on out there?" Without another thought, he and Xiao rushed outside to investigate. They found everyone staring at the heavens in sheer terror, murmuring, "What? What is that?" A bizarre fissure had torn open the sky. From within this rupture, innumerable horned demons began to pour out. Their numbers swelled, filling the sky with their grotesque, snarling faces. The survivors below pointed upwards in panic, shouting, "Look, something is falling from the sky." Qin Yu's brow furrowed with deep concern as he spoke. "They're horned demons." Xiao looked bewildered. "Horned demons? What are they? There are so many of them." Qin Yu began to explain. "They're an alien species that comes from a spatial rift, and they're mostly humanoid in shape. Most people just call them demons, and the ones with horns like an ox are fittingly known as horned demons." Qin Yu continued detailing their appearance for Xiao. However, in the grand hierarchy of demons, they're considered a lower-class race. But their sheer numbers are overwhelming, and they are exceptionally brutal. They represent a waking nightmare that haunts every survivor in this apocalypse. As he finished, a terrifying force slammed into the ground nearby. The impact was powerful enough to gouge a crater in the earth. A menacing figure slowly emerged from the swirling cloud of dust. It was a horned demon. Its gaze swept over the crowd, and a wave of terror washed over them as its eyes locked onto them. The horned demon then accelerated, charging straight for the survivors. Panic erupted as everyone scrambled, screaming, "It's coming, run for your lives." Little Gray stood frozen, trembling as he whimpered, "Stay away from me." The demon ignored his pleas and lunged at Little Gray, unleashing a devastating punch. The force of the blow sent Little Gray hurtling through the air and crashing into a wall. His life was extinguished in that single brutal moment. The horned demon let out a triumphant, threatening screech, but Qin Yu simply glared at it with cold disdain. In a flash, his spear sliced through the air, dispatching the horned demon with one clean strike. Qin Yu then stood tall and declared with authority to the stunned survivors, "Anyone who wants to see tomorrow, get over here now." A moment later, Xiao approached, her hands full of glowing evolution cores. She began to explain that these were concentrated sources of evolutionary energy, and that consuming just one would allow a person to become and evolved, granting them strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human. "Each of you gets one," she announced. "Eat them quickly." The crowd eyed Xiao and the cores with deep suspicion. Just then, Bine rushed forward to vouch for them, exclaiming, "Trust them. They're telling the truth. I know, because I was saved. I've already consumed one myself. We have no time to waste, so don't hesitate." With that, Xiao Yu distributed a core to each person, and they consumed them without a second thought, swallowing them down. Qin Yu then turned to Bibbing with a stern warning, "Listen, kid, my power signature is going to draw the bulk of the demons. It's up to you to get everyone else to a safe hiding spot and make sure they stay there." Bibbing nodded gravely. "Understood, benefactor. Please be careful yourself." Qin Yu then glanced at Xiao Yu, a glint in his eye. "Let's find a new stage. I'm itching to test the limits of my level 3 power on these creatures." Xiao's agreement was swift and eager. "Let's do it." In another part of the city, a relentless horde of horned demons was carving a path of destruction through the streets and buildings. Enraged by this invasion of their territory, the nearby zombies let out guttural shrieks. Without hesitation, they surged forward to confront the swarm of horned demons. But it was a futile gesture. What hope did they have? A lone zombie quaked in terror as a towering horned demon effortlessly crushed its skull like an insect. In a flash, the demon slammed the zombie's remains into the pavement, completely obliterating it. The victorious demon let out a triumphant roar, but from the shadows, Qin Yu's spear shot forth, piercing it directly through the head. Instantly, the entire horde of horned demons was engulfed in a searing inferno. Qin Yu regarded the ashes with a look of pure contempt. Xiao scoffed beside him, "You made these things. Sounds so formidable, but they don't seem like much of a threat." Unfazed, Qin Yu pressed his attack, relentlessly battling the demonic horde with his spear. Xiao fought at his side, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Her blade danced, slicing the horned demons to pieces with deadly precision. The remaining demons, however, showed no fear, surging forward in even greater numbers with blood-curdling screeches. A thought crossed Qin Yu's mind. At full power, these mongrels are no match for me, but this relentless assault feels like a trap, the kind of creeping dread of betray Manhwa hides right before the true villain is revealed. It's draining both my stamina and evolutionary energy far too quickly. He turned to Xiao, his voice urgent, "We can't let them surround us. Stick close to me, and we'll punch a hole through their lines." Xiao's response was sharp, "Got it." With that, the two siblings bolted forward, the horde of horned demons nipping at their heels. Qin Yu's spear shattered a thick glass door in their path. He yelled to Shia Yu this way quickly. Both Qin Yu and Xiao Yu dove through the opening, scrambling inside the building. Glancing back at the shattered entrance, Qin Yu noted that glass was incredibly thick. "When those beasts try to follow, we just need to." But his sentence was cut short as the horned demons crashed through the frame, pouring into the building like a tidal wave. Qin Yu's face went white with disbelief. "Are you serious? That glass was reinforced?" Xiao cried out in alarm. "Oh no? What do we do now?" In response, Qin Yu unleashed his full power, a corona of flame erupting around his body. "What other choice is there? We fight with everything we've got." Just then, even more horned demons swarmed the entrance, their grotesque forms illuminated by the fiery glow from the street corner. A massive conflagration erupted, engulfing the entire horde and reducing them to charred cinders. With a gesture, Qin Yu recalled the flames back into his palm. Xiao let out an exhausted sigh. "Brother, all this fighting is making me famished." Qin Yu grumbled in frustration. "Damn it all. Going on like this is getting us nowhere. What a massive pain." Suddenly, his senses screamed a warning. An immense force slammed into the ground right where he'd been standing, and Qin Yu barely dodged in time. He stared at the crater, wondering aloud, what was that? It was a killer bull, he realized. His mind racing. This thing's power. It's at least on par with a level 2 zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu tightened her grip on her sword and charged straight for the killer bull. "Xiao, get back!" Qin Yu roared. But it was too late. The killer bull's massive fist came crashing down, sending Xiao flying. Seeing his sister hurt, Qin Yu's face contorted with pure rage. "You dare touch her!" He leveled his spear and charged headlong at the monstrous bull. "Don't get cocky just because you're level 2, he snarled. "Because I've already reached level 3. The killer bull's enormous, his fingers closed around the spear with shocking ease. Qin Yu's brow furrowed in thought. "It's just as I suspected. Even after using a potion to reach level 3 in physical strength, my power is only about 30 times that of a normal human. For a level 2 creature, that's hardly considered overwhelming." A wicked grin then spread across his face as Qin Yu channeled his energy into the spear, roaring, "My violet inferno is the true power of a level 3. The flames immediately consumed the killer bull, which let out a harrowing shriek of agony. Qin Yu strained, beads of sweat forming on his face. "Incinerate it. Burn it to ash. You will not fail me." Now, a few moments later, the killer bull was nothing but a charred husk, completely lifeless. As its body crumpled to the ground, Qin Yu finally let out a breath of relief. He then raised his spear to deliver the final blow, bellowing with rage, "You had the audacity to strike my calm. Sister, your existence ends here and now." Clutching her wound, Zhao rushed over, crying out, "Wait, brother!" Qin Yu turned to her, asking, "What is it?" Xiao Yu allowed a single drop of her blood to fall onto the killer bull's head. In his fury, Qin Yu had completely forgotten about her unique ability. He remarked, "Oh right, I nearly forgot you could do that." Just a moment later, the charred killer bull staggered back to its feet. Xiao pointed at it with a triumphant grin and declared, "I choose you, Peekaboo." A nearby horned demon let out a piercing scream, but suddenly the Peekaboo coughed up a spray of blood, its body contorting as if its bones were shattering, and it collapsed to its knees. Qin Yu looked on, surprised. "Uh-oh, I think my attack was too severe. It's not going to survive this." Xiao Yu, however, continued to draw blood from her own fingertip. She said calmly, "Hold on, try this." Tiny droplets of her blood then floated through the air and were absorbed by Peekaboo like a miraculous elixir, instantly restoring its strength. This is the kind of secret power betray Manhwa hides and Qin Yu was utterly astonished. You can even do that." Xiao Yu crossed her arms, a proud look on her face. "I can use the genetic information in my blood to heal any puppets under my control." Without a moment's hesitation, the Peekaboo charged straight for the horned demons. It threw its powerful fists, smashing them to death one by one. With punch after devastating punch, the horned demons fell in droves, but then another one suddenly appeared. Qin Yu grew worried. Another one. Xiao Yu took control of the situation, shouting, "Peekaboo, get it!" The Peekaboo grabbed the other horned demon's hands. At the same time, Xiao Yu used her blood to activate her skill again, and a single drop seeped into the head of yet another horned demon. Now 2 of them were under her control. Qin Yu was delighted. "With these 2 on our side, this fight will be significantly easier." Xiao then yelled, "You 2 toss a few more of them over here." The Peekaboo landed a heavy punch on a horned demon, and it collapsed to the ground unconscious. Xiao was ecstatic. That makes the third one. She began counting them off one by one. The fourth one, the fifth, and now the sixth one, Qin Yu remarked quietly. Are you getting a little addicted to this? Xiao replied, gleefully brimming with pride over her blood enslavement and strengthening abilities, boasting she could now control 6 more, which would make a total of 12. Xiao kept casting her skill, reinforcing her new puppets one by one. She continued, a strengthened peekaboo is far more powerful than you untamed bulls. Qin Yu was left speechless. Geez, you're just shamelessly exploiting a loophole in the pricing system. Xiao sat off to the side, casually enjoying a drink while watching her peekaboos fight when suddenly a bizarre sound echoed out. Qin Yu was stunned. That's the sound of space itself cracking. Could another rift be about to tear open the horn? Demons saw something that made them all gape in utter shock. They began to flee in terror, and Xiao pointed commanding peekaboos. Let's go after them, Tanvu yelled. Those cowards actually dare to flee. Shia Yu, come on, let's get to the roof and see what's going on. I wonder what's crashing down this time. The two siblings raced up to the rooftop and cast their eyes toward the heavens. Tanvu was utterly stunned. There, splitting the crimson overcast sky, was a colossal fissure, a clear omen that something dreadful was about to unfold. Xiao Yu, sensing his unease, asked with concern, Brother, why is your face so pale? My peacabs are right here with us. What is there to be afraid of? But Tanvu was deeply troubled. This rift is different, he explained, his voice strained. This one was forcibly torn open. Under normal circumstances, spatial cracks are inherently unstable. Just keeping one open demands a staggering amount of energy, he continued. And the beings capable of tearing space itself apart are monsters of terrifying power, Tanvu said grimly. We need to go. Suddenly, a savage laugh echoed from above. And where do you think you're going? The voice boomed from the sky. I expended so much effort to barely rip this portal open. If you simply run away, wouldn't all my hard work be for nothing? A monstrous figure was struggling to emerge from the crack, shrieking, Don't you dare try to stop me. A crimson beam of light then lanced down from the sky, erupting in a massive explosion on the rooftop as the voice declared to this world. I never imagined this realm would hold such delicious and tempting prey. Xiao Yu stared in surprise. It was a beautiful girl. Why would a girl appear here? Tanvu immediately stepped in front of Xiao Yu, his voice low. Just one look, and you can tell she's from another race. Don't let your guard down. The petite girl nonchalantly twirled a lock of her hair and replied, Of course I came for you. And by the way, this queen's name is Lati. Do not call me girl. You'll live to regret underestimating me, you know. Xiao Yu asked in confusion. For me, Lati stuck out her tongue sensuously, licking her finger with a wicked grin. This queen wouldn't waste her energy coming down here for just any old reason. I have never before encountered blood as delectable as yours. As for you, she added, her tone shifting to one of utter contempt. Little sister, your world is far too dangerous. Why not come and offer me your flesh and blood instead? Lati sneered viciously. Do you even have the right to speak here? In my eyes, she is my prey, and you are merely trash, not even worthy of being hunted. Hearing this insult, Tanvu angrily gritted his teeth. Are you out of your mind spouting all this nonsense? Do you honestly think you're some kind of god with all this queen garbage? It's nauseating. Are you just begging for me to knock you down a peg? Lati merely shot him a look of pure contempt. You insignificant little ant. Do you truly believe you can challenge me? Tanvu tightened his grip on his spear, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorted, just another otherworldly pest. I just finished slaughtering a whole herd of them. If you don't get lost right now, you'll end up exactly like those bull demons. Internally, Xiao Yu worried. My brother is just putting on a brave face. Lati was incandescent with rage, her expression darkening. You dare compare me to those base creatures, you ignorant little ant. If you had any inkling of my true power, you would never dare utter such words. Tanvu replied with surprising calm. Oh, I know you're strong. And I know that as I am today, I'm truly no match for you. But then he leveled his spear at Lati. The problem is, your real body never came through that rift. The you standing before me is nothing more than a projection. Lati was visibly stunned. How could you possibly know that? Tanvu let out a triumphant laugh. You haven't made a single move. You've just been trying to talk my sister into leaving with you. It's a classic deception, the kind of truth a betray Manhwa hides behind a powerful facade, so I knew you were just bluffing. My guess is that with the limited power of your projection, you aren't even confident you can take me on. In his mind, Tanvu was laughing hysterically. I just took a wild guess, and it paid off. Phew, thank the heavens. Lati was utterly enraged. She hissed, even as a mere clone, I am more than enough to deal with you. More than enough to handle the likes of you. Let move like a bolt of lightning, forcing a cold sweat to bead on Tanvu's brow. She was terrifyingly fast. In a flash, Let materialized directly in front of Tanvu, a predatory smile gracing her lips as she taunted him like a cat toying with a mouse. Surprised to see me, old man Tanvu desperately threw up his staff to block her attack, barely intercepting the vicious arc of her claws. He grunted, damn these claws, they nearly shattered my hardened staff in two. Letty languidly licked her fingertips, her expression turning, utterly sinister. Hey, you got some decent reflexes, she purred. In that moment, Tanvu turned and roared to his sister. Xiao, enhance me now, she replied instantly, right, but before the power could surge, Let lunged at him again, drawn to the conflict like a moth to a flame. Her eyes glinted with malice as she grinned wickedly. Let's see if you can keep up with this. The ensuing clash of blows was an incredible blur of motion, impossibly fast. With a single disdainful swipe, Letty's claws snapped Tanvu's long spear clean in half. Consider that a little souvenir, she jeered. Hi, your precious spear is broken. What will you use to defend yourself now? Let's keep this going. Letty slashed at Tanvu again, and this time he couldn't evade her claws, carving a deep gash into his flesh. Shia Yu, watching from the sidelines, saw her brother get struck and let out a terrified scream. "Brother, over here!" Despite the searing pain, Tanvu had used the opening to lunge forward and seize both of her wrists. A triumphant bloody grin spread across his face. "Ha, got you now." A flash of humiliation colored Let's cheeks, rendering her speechless for a moment. With a furious snarl, she wrenched her hands free. Seeing her reaction, Tanvu taunted, "Wow, so slippery. Are we getting angry because we're embarrassed?" Enraged, Letty threw a powerful punch at Tanvu's face, but he ducked under it with practiced ease. She shrieked in fury, "An insignificant insect like you dares to touch me." But Tanvu had already vanished. Let froze her eyes, darting around in confusion. Suddenly, he reappeared directly behind her, locking her in a powerful grip. The shock and indignation on her face were palpable. "Let go of me, you detestable half-breed beastly ant." He merely activated his skill. His voice was ice, burned to ashes. The words had barely left his lips when a massive explosion erupted, engulfing them both. By some miracle or curse, neither was critically injured in the blast. Let emerged from the smoke, her face a mask of pure rage, gritting her teeth at Tanvu. "I am going to tear you limb from limb." A fresh storm of claw attacks rained down, heading straight for Tanvu's position. Tanvu was reeling, immense pain radiating from his mangled left arm. He gasped, "My enhanced clone was destroyed just like that. Damn it all. The cruel truth this betray Manhwa hides is how much you can lose. Half my genetic power gone in an instant." Without giving Tanvu a single moment to recover, Letty charged again, her eyes blazing with a renewed determination to end him. "Die, insect." Suddenly, a new figure appeared from nowhere, casting a volley of enchanted talismans between them. Let was momentarily startled by this. "Humph. What a bold little demon." A commanding voice echoed, "You will not harm another soul here." She was so taken aback that she actually froze in her tracks, placing a hand on her hip as she demanded, "Who's there? Who possesses the audacity to stop me from exterminating this pest?" The person who had appeared to save Tanvu was Dao Yi, a Taoist priest. He flicked his wrist, sending a burning talisman flying through the air. Let casually swatted it aside, her voice dripping with contempt. "Humph, mere parlor tricks, utterly useless." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted right before her eyes. That light instantly solidified into mystical threads of energy which wrapped around Letty, binding her completely. Though she was held fast, she still screamed in outrage. "What kind of sorcery is this? Release me at once." Dao Yi simply stood and watched, a calm, victorious smile on his face as he spoke. "My golden talisman combined even the greatest of immortals," Dahlia boasted, completely misjudging the raw power Laddie possessed. With a furious roar, she shattered his golden restraints, leaving Dahlia utterly flabbergasted and completely unprepared for this turn of events. He ground his teeth in frustration, muttering, "This fiend, she's on another level." Meanwhile, from a safe distance, Tanvu and his sister were watching. Tu Vu gasped in amazement. "Wow, a true cultivator. Her power is that of a Duzong expert. Simply incredible." Dahlia, on the other hand, was feeling rather humiliated that his prized golden talisman had been so effortlessly destroyed. He shot an irritated glance at the gawking Tanvu siblings. "Hey, you two spectators, I'd suggest you make yourselves scarce. This binding won't last much longer against her." Ignoring the warning, Tanvu strained to tell his sister Tu Vu another enhancement. Now, as he commanded, a vibrant purple aura of energy began to flare. The energy surged around him. Laddie's voice held a hint of surprise. "You insignificant insect. You have the audacity." In the next moment, the violet flames erupted, swallowing her whole. Tanvu was on the brink of collapse, his voice barely a whisper as he pleaded, "Tu Vu, boost my flame ability one last time." Right away, Big Brother Tu Vu responded without hesitation, as Tanvu channeled every last ounce of his power into this final decisive strike. The strain on his grievously wounded body was too much. He coughed up a spray of blood as Tu Vu rushed to his side, her face a mask of deep concern. "Brother, are you all right?" she cried out. Tanvu was in agony, gasping for air as he weakly replied, "I'm fine. Just pushed myself too far. I've exhausted all my energy. My body can't handle this strain." Inside the inferno, Lati was anything but defeated. She was incandescent with rage. A furious scream tore through the flames. "You mortals, how dare you treat me this way?" Hearing her voice, Tanvu's heart sank in disbelief. Even after unleashing everything he had, it wasn't enough to silence her. The depth of her power was a cruel reality, the kind of dark secret a betray Manhwa hides. Dahlia, however, had seen enough. His patience completely evaporated. He roared, rallying them like a commander. "Are we seriously going to let this creature, get the better of us today?" As the purple flames receded, they revealed Laddie clutching her chest, her expression a mix of disarray and pure fury. Dahlia's eyes widened at the sight. He completely lost his priestly composure, a torrent of blood erupting from his nose. "My word, this fiend is truly a sight to behold." Tanvu stood frozen for a solid 5 seconds, while Tu Vu shot her brother a suspicious glare. "Brother, you did this to her?" she asked accusingly. But the one feeling the most acute embarrassment and rage was Lottie herself. She was positively seething. "You insect, avert your eyes, don't you dare look." But Dahlia, faced with such a compromising spectacle, was having trouble containing his reaction. The volume of blood streaming from his nose seemed to increase in direct proportion to Lottie's mounting fury. She then rounded on him, screaming, "And you, stop staring, get that nosebleed under control, all of you will pay for this." With that final threat, her form began to fade away as her voice lingered. "This is far from over, do you hear me? Just you wait, I will be back for you." And then Lottie was gone. She vanished, leaving the trio standing alone on the desolate rooftop as Dadia finally managed to compose himself. He gave a final heroic sniff, reining in the last of his embarrassing nosebleed. With the immediate danger past, he adopted a more formal posture. He offered a respectful greeting to the Tanvu siblings. This humble Taoist is named Dadia. Might I be so bold as to ask for your honorable names? The sister was quick to reply, I am Tuvu, and this is my older brother Tanvu. Upon hearing their names, Dadia's expression grew thoughtful. He contemplated for a moment. Tanvu? And Tuvu. Your names sound less like those of siblings, and more like a father and his daughter. At Dadia's blunt observation, Tuvu's face froze into an indescribable mask of sheer exasperation as she thought, oh, for goodness sake, not again. I shall refrain from mentioning our surname. Realizing his jest had landed poorly, he quickly composed himself, a flicker of awareness in his eyes, a reassuring smile replacing the awkwardness. Ah, my sincerest apologies. This humble Taoist is a man of seclusion, and rarely engages with the wider world. If my words have caused any offense, I beg your forgiveness. Seizing the moment, Shia Yu then questioned him, her tone earnest. I witnessed you creating talismans and reciting incantations. Are you a cultivator? He sheepishly scratched his head, replying with a hint of modesty. To meditate and seek enlightenment is the lifelong path of a monk. This humble Taoist has studied the Taoist scriptures and the intricate arts of yin and yang under my master's tutelage since childhood. However, as for the title of cultivator, I fear I am not yet worthy of such a name. Just then, Qin Yu, who had been quiet until this point, suddenly cried out in agony, prompting Dai Yi to rush over, immediately stepping in to assist. Patron, your injuries are quite severe. Please sit down and allow this humble Taoist to administer treatment. With that, he produced a set of specialized tools, the kind one would expect a cultivator to possess, which even included a practical first aid kit for any unforeseen emergencies. How incredibly prepared you are, Xiao Yu praised him with a bright smile. You brought medicine and even acupuncture needles. Dai Yi responded with a bashful air, this humble Taoist travels frequently for my studies, and injuries are an unfortunate but common occurrence. I have grown accustomed to carrying remedies and needles for such situations. Saying no more, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy, combining it with his profound medical knowledge, to begin treating Qin Yu's wounds. Before starting, he offered a comforting word to the boy. Patron, please try to endure the discomfort for just a moment. The scene shifts, rewinding many years to a time when Dao Yi was just a small boy, an orphan left to fend for himself until a great master happened upon him. Back then, he was a picture of destitution, clad in rags and covered in grime. The master approached him and asked, What is your name, little one? I hear they all call you little beggar. Therefore, this master shall bestow upon you a proper Taoist name. I will call you Dao Yi, and I will bring you with me to the mountains, where you will learn the path of cultivation. Time passed as if in a dream, and the homeless boy he once was transformed, blossoming into the Taoist master's most promising disciple. He trained with unwavering diligence each day, living a life of simple happiness alongside his master, reciting the sacred texts. His voice would echo with the ancient scriptures. Great knowledge is boundless, while small knowledge is selective. Great words are simple, while small words are contentious. In this peaceful manner, 10 years slipped by in what felt like the blink of an eye. But such profound happiness was fleeting, for no one remains by your side forever. And so his beloved master passed from this world. Master, may your spirit find eternal peace, Dao Yi whispered, mourning his profound loss. But as he grieved his master's departure, the corpse suddenly lurched upright in its coffin, its face a ghastly pale mask emitting an endless sorrowful moan. Witnessing this unholy sight, Dao Yi couldn't suppress a cry of pure terror. Ma, Master Yu. The thing lunged directly at him, but thankfully, his training allowed him to dodge. In that split second, he understood the horrifying truth. This was no longer his master, but a foul entity, the kind of deep betrayal Manhwa hides from the world. It was a vile thing possessing his revered master's body. Dao Yi drew his sword, his stance firm and ready for battle. Humph. You insolent demon, release my master's body at once. What followed was a desperate, heart-wrenching battle between the disciple and the defiled master. Returning to the present, the trio remained on the rooftop of the building. The sun hung high in the sky, nearly at its zenith, yet none of them had made any move to depart. Xiao Yu finally broke the silence, offering a few words of comfort. You shouldn't carry this burden, she said gently. That thing was no longer your master. Dai Yi's expression remained tinged with a deep melancholy. Thank you, he murmured. After it was done, I learned from a radio broadcast that countless others had suffered the same fate as my master. This must be the work of evil demons. We Taoists typically live as recluses, hidden deep within the mountains, but when the world descends into chaos, we are bound by duty to descend and restore order. World, which is precisely why I have come down, Dai Yi elaborated. I never imagined the world would descend into this state with malevolent entities running rampant, and so few ordinary humans remaining. Yet it's in this very moment of turmoil that I feel the yin-yang arts I've honed for years have finally achieved a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu finally interjected. So what are your intentions from here on out? Dai Yi's gaze drifted to the horizon as he answered. To be perfectly honest, I intend to evacuate this area. The very sky above this city is thick with a murderous aura. I sense a great catastrophe is imminent. Hearing his words, Qin Yu's expression brightened with a hint of excitement. What a coincidence, he said quickly. We are also making preparations to depart from here and travel south. You ought to join our party. In stark contrast to Qin Yu's eagerness, Dai Yi touched his forehead, appearing to be in deep contemplation. His hesitation was short-lived, however. That sounds excellent, he replied. The outside world is swarming with those flesh-eating fiends, and I was just agonizing over where I should head next. Xiao immediately piped up, "Oh, those things are actually known as zombies. Have you truly never seen a movie?" He let out a soft, slightly sheepish laugh. "Ah, I've been in seclusion cultivating on the mountain with my master since I was a boy, only descending once in a while for worldly training, so as a result I'm not very knowledgeable about the secular world outside." Realizing she may have put Dai Yi in an uncomfortable position, Xiao quickly changed the subject. "Oh well, don't even worry about it. Just come along with us. We'll bring you up to speed on everything when we have a moment." The trio walked on chatting with a comfortable ease. Qin Yu then remarked, "So that talisman magic you've just come to grips with, it's probably because you have awakened as an evolver." A look of pure realization dawned on Dai Yi's face. "Wow, I had a feeling that explains why I suddenly became so immensely powerful." The three of them stood before a large building when a boisterous laugh suddenly echoed from within. "Ha, that feels absolutely amazing." Qin Yu was utterly taken aback. What in the world is happening? The three of them witnessed the strange spectacle of a man and a bull executing identical movements. What was even more astonishing was that the bull was standing perfectly upright on its two hind legs. The surreal scene left all three of them frozen to the spot. Buying, standing beside the bipedal bull, offered a cheerful greeting to the group. "Oh bro, you guys have returned." The bull, however, was not nearly as fortunate. It was met with a swift attack from Qin Yu that pierced directly through its head. The massive beast was taken down by him in an instant, collapsing onto the floor. Buying looked on with a pout, clearly annoyed by his brother's intervention. "Hey, don't just end it. I wasn't finished having my fun." With a sharp, unyielding look in his eyes, Qin Yu commanded, "Conserve your gene energy, and hurry up and get someone to clear away those remains over there and secure the doorway. Otherwise, you're going to attract those things." Dai Yi's attention was then captured by a body lying in the center of the room, and he stammered, This isn't Grandmaster Wang, is it?" Qin Yu's expression showed a hint of surprise. "Oh, you were acquainted with her." He began to explain. "Indeed. Grandmaster Wang was a prodigy of the highest caliber and a deeply respected senior within the Taoist sect. I had the privilege of meeting her a few times when I was a child, and even my own master held her in the utmost esteem. In fact, my master and I had intended to come down the mountain to pay her a formal visit, but I never could have fathomed this outcome." Qin Yu stepped up beside Dai Yi and added in a low voice, "So she was one of the old masters then, a senior from the Taoist sect. I won't conceal the truth from you. The sheer depth of the *** betray Manhwa hides *** a far greater conspiracy than we ever suspected, and she was the very person who warned us to get out to flee south and escape the heart of it all." Later, having arrived safely in the south, Qin Yu and Xiao were sharing a bed, but at that moment sleep eluded them both. Xiao. She playfully prods his chest, exclaiming, "Brother, your chest is solid as a rock." His only response is a cold, indifferent stare. "I have an injury there. Control yourself and go to sleep." Xiao Yu feigns a worried look. "But it's not that late yet. Do you need me to massage it for you?" He shifts his entire body to face her, whispering a stern warning, "Listen, lower your voice. You don't want anyone to overhear this conversation. It would be problematic." Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Dai Ye remains wide awake, murmuring to himself, "Master's teacher, your disciple has failed you. With my own power, I was unable to save the many souls of Shangjing City. I could only make a tactical retreat to preserve this vessel so that I may grow stronger and save more lives in the future." Just then a voice drifts from the next room, "Brother, your chest is so firm." Upon hearing this, his expression turns to one of bewildered embarrassment. Can those two truly be siblings? The pair next door, however, shows no sign of stopping, their conversation continuing to make Dai Ye's face flush. "Hey, quit fooling around and just get some sleep." Unable to bear it any longer, he grabs his head and buries his face into his pillow, desperately trying to muffle their suggestive words. "It's not even late. Do you want me to rub it better for you?" Completely defeated, Dai Ye sits bolt upright again, his face a mask of grim determination. "This is pointless. I will just focus on crafting talismans." And so while the Taoist channels his energy into his work, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu continue their performance unabated. "Brother, your physique is incredible." The following morning, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu step out from their room, dressed in matching crimson attire. Qin Yu wears a look of slight irritation while Xiao Yu stretches languidly, giving the impression that she had an exceptionally restful night. I slept like a log," she declares. As they turn, Dai Ye stumbles out of his own room. Noticing his state, Xiao Yu asks with faux concern, "Oh dear, did you not get a good night's rest?" Dai Ye is sporting dark circles under his eyes and is clutching a thick stack of talismans he'd crafted through the night. He forces a laugh. "Haha, I was running low on my supply, so I had to pull an all-nighter to replenish them." Just then Buying and Xiao arrive. Buying asks, "You're not staying for a few more days?" Qin Yu responds, "We have pressing matters to attend to. Besides, Shangjing City is no longer safe. You all should consider leaving soon, as well." Hearing this, Buying is momentarily speechless. Qin Yu continues, "Look, I understand it's not a simple thing for you all to find a secure refuge, particularly when you're responsible for so many elderly, frail, and ill individuals. It is incredibly difficult to relocate everyone. When the real danger comes, do not hesitate. Seek out the military. That will give you a fighting chance at survival." In response, Buying waves with a grateful smile while Xiao, standing beside him, blushes slightly. "Understood, thank you." The trio then departs from the inn to resume their journey. Xiao Yu remarks with excitement, "Brother, this feels just like we're on a holiday adventure." He turns to her with a grave expression, "What is there to celebrate? You fail to grasp the kind of brutal truth a betray Manhwa hides. This wilderness is far more treacherous than any city." She looks back at her brother, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and counters. Really? But in all the zombie films, aren't the crowded cities supposed to be the most lethal places? There's barely anyone out here in the wild, so even if we encounter the undead, there would only be a handful. Disagreeing with his sister's naive assessment, he immediately retorts, "You're thinking about fictional zombies from the movies, you're forgetting about the mutated beasts. The sheer number of birds and animals in the wilderness is far greater than in any city, and there's also the threat of mutated flora. A single moment of carelessness out here could mean you become prey by such talk." Noticing the intensity in Qin Yu's argument, she simply turns her head away, murmuring softly, "Ah, is that so?" Qin Yu pressed on, "We're going to Lin Fang's encampment first. There's a favor I must ask of them." Upon their arrival at the main gate, their path was blocked by 2 sentries, one of whom barked, "Identify yourselves." Halt! Qin Yu stepped forward, announcing, "I am here to see Lin Fang. My name is Qin Yu, a friend of his. Would you be so kind as to inform him of my arrival?" The other guard's eyes widened in recognition. "Oh, you must be Major Lin Fang's associate. Please wait here, I will notify him at once." He then added with a stern tone, "We cannot afford any carelessness in these critical times. I trust you understand our position. Only a few days prior, we had multiple incidents involving infected individuals among the new refugees, which resulted in innumerable casualties." Qin Yu gave a solemn nod. "I understand completely. I will wait." Shortly thereafter, Major Lin Fang himself emerged to greet them. "Qin Yu, you've made it." Qin Yu and his 2 companions moved swiftly to meet Lin Fang. It was then that Shia Yu's attention was drawn to the figures huddled along the roadside, prompting her to ask with concern, "Are all these people truly this frail?" Lin Fang turned his gaze to Shia Yu and replied grimly, "Miss, our hands are tied. Provisions are dangerously low, and these are newly arrived refugees we were obligated to shelter. Even our able-bodied men, the ones fit for the front lines, are not receiving full rations, to say nothing of the elderly, the infirm, and the women." As Lin Fang guided the trio further into the camp, they came upon a group of men with shorn heads, vociferously arguing over the meager food distribution. "You scoundrels, you call this a portion? This is barely a mouthful. Are you trying to starve us all? If you deny us the means to live, we'll make sure none of you know a moment of peace. Come on, everyone. Let's teach them a permanent lesson." Lin Fang's voice boomed. "Cease this at once. What is the meaning of this commotion?" The same shaven-headed men who were just inciting a riot instantly recoiled at the sound of Lin Fang's command. One of them faltered, "Ah, Officer Lin, we're not being given enough to eat." Lin Fang dismissed the excuse with a fiery glare, his voice growing harsher. "Enough to eat? I dare you to find a single person in this entire encampment who is getting their fill. You are all strong, able-bodied men. Why are you not out on the front lines fighting alongside the rest? What kind of men are you cowering here in the refugee section?" One of the group could not contain his resentment and retorted, "Fight to the death. For what? Even if we risk our lives, we only get a pittance more in rations. It's still not enough to fill our bellies." "Is it adopting the full authority of his rank?" Lin Fang lectured the defiant man. "You are well aware that even our dedicated soldiers are going hungry, so what gives you the right to cause such a scene? If our soldiers fall, your supply of food will vanish completely. At that point, it will be the end for all of us." After quelling the dissenters, Lin Fang let out a heavy sigh. "Sigh. You've witnessed it yourself. Besieged by foes without and plagued by dissent within. The true ugliness this kind of betray Manhwa hides is how despair devours a person's spirit." Qin Yu, seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, stated his purpose directly. "I came to find Lu Tui. I need to commission a weapon from him, and once it is complete, I will depart. I have no intention of becoming a burden." Lin Fang turned back, a flicker of something akin to desperation in his eyes as he questioned Qin Yu. "You journeyed all this way merely for that? The state of this camp. You have seen it with your own eyes. If it is within your power, I implore you to lend us your strength." Qin Yu's reply was immediate and firm. "It isn't a matter of refusing to help you. The truth is, I am utterly powerless against these insectoid creatures. Let me be perfectly clear with all of you. This entire endeavor is a fool's errand bordering on impossible. The only logical course of action is an immediate retreat to find a more viable encampment." He ran a hand through his hair, his expression a mask of profound despair. Lin Fang's voice was heavy with exhaustion. "Do you really think I haven't considered that? But if we commit to this, then I'll guide you to Lu Tiwi." He led Qin Yu to a weathered 4-story structure, gesturing towards the upper levels. "Make your way up to the 3rd floor. Just follow the rhythmic clang of a hammer striking steel. You can't miss him. I have my own duties to attend to, so I must part ways here." Qin Yu gave Lin Fang a knowing look. "Understood. Go take care of your business." And with that, Qin Yu, Shia Yu, and Dao Ye entered the building. Brother, Shia Yu questioned, her voice laced with worry. "Why aren't we taking Lin Fang along? Are we really just going to abandon him to his fate?" A cold detachment entered Qin Yu's voice. "He wouldn't accept. He's sworn to defend this place until his death." Dao Ye, seeming to grasp the unspoken weight of the situation, spoke in Lin Fang's defense. "In this world, every soul is bound to its own duty. The complex web of loyalty and betray Manhwa hides is in every choice we make. To perish without regret," he continued, "is the mark of a true hero." The trio soon arrived at the chamber Lin Fang had indicated, pausing before its heavy door. "Gods, the heat is suffocating," Shia Yu muttered. As they stepped inside, their eyes fell upon a massive figure completely absorbed in his work. The man wielded a heavy iron hammer, his torso covered by nothing more than a thick leather apron. Qin Yu was taken aback, his mind racing with the sight. So this is an evolver, he thought, and a rare creation type no less. It all makes sense now. He then cleared his throat to address the craftsman. "You must be Mr. Lu," Qin Yu began. The man's reply was a dismissive grunt, his eyes never leaving his work. "Lu Tui, call me what you will." Undeterred, Qin Yu moved forward, offering a hand in greeting. Hello, Mr. Liu. My name is Qin Yu, an associate of Linfang's. I've come to request your assistance in forging a weapon. Liu Tui's expression remained a mask of stern indifference. He finally spoke, his voice like grinding stone. Put your specifications on paper. I'll get to it when this is done. The urgency was plain on Qin Yu's face. Is there any way you could forge mine first? My matter is of the utmost urgency. The blacksmith shot him a piercing glare, heavy with silent judgment. He scoffed, your matter is urgent. More urgent than crafting weapons for the war god's decapitation strike. Just stand by. Once I've concluded my business, I'll lend you my aid. As the situation soured, Qin Yu realized the sheer scale of the plot this betrayed Manhwa hides. Hastily tried to explain, Mr. Liu, you don't understand. I'm a friend of Major Linfang, but Liu Tui cut him off sharply. Are you quite finished? I told you to wait, and you will wait. What does it matter if you're Major Lin's friend? You could be the commander's own uncle. And it would mean absolutely nothing within these walls. Just as Qin Yu racked his brain for a new approach, a voice suddenly cut through the tension, calling his name. Qin Yu. At the sound of her brother's name, Shia Yu whirled around, her own voice tinged with surprise. Sun Yu. The newcomer Sun Yu emerged with a retinue in tow. He smirked. Relax. I'm not here to start a fight. So, what brings you lot to this place? Beside him, Sui Jiang couldn't resist chiming in. Is this the Qin Yu you claim bested you so effortlessly? Sun Yu closed the distance to Qin Yu, his tone dripping with provocation. Hey, this is perfect. With your strength on our side, success is guaranteed. Qin Yu raised a hand, halting him in his tracks. His reply was dead serious. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. My only purpose here is to commission a weapon. The moment it's complete, I will depart. As for this decapitation strike of yours, I will have no part in it, and I would strongly advise you against marching so blindly into your own graves. Sun Yu was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure, declaring, You are nothing but a spineless coward. This is a decisive strike for the sake of Shangying City. Even if we make the ultimate sacrifice, our names will be honored by generations to come, and become the city's saviors. Qin Yu, however, maintained his detached expression, casting an incredibly critical look at Sun Yu. He scoffed, Are you a complete fool? You throw your lives away and the insectoids will just flatten this city. By then, nobody will be left to remember your so-called heroic sacrifice because they'll all be gone. Do you understand? He pressed on. Qin Yu stated flatly, Look, I'm no hero, and I have zero interest in becoming one. If you can't persuade him to forge my weapon, then just keep your mouth shut. Unable to tolerate Qin Yu's sheer arrogance, Sui Jiang erupted. A coward will always be a coward. It's clear to me now that your victory over Sun Yu was nothing but a lucky break. I, Li Sui Jiang, formally challenge you to a duel. If I don't put you in your place, you'll start believing you're actually someone important. At that, Shia Yu pointed between Sun Yu and Sui Jiang, asking something that stunned them. Between the two of you, which one is stronger? Sui Jiang, taken aback and flustered, struggled to respond. Why are you asking that? With a dead serious look, she casually picked her nose and declared, Because if you're both on the same level, then don't even waste my brother's time. I could handle the two of you myself with just a single hand. Hearing this, Sui Jiang was so stunned he almost stumbled backward, but he managed a defiant retort. All right, you little pipsqueak, let me make one thing clear. I'm not like those other guys. I don't pull my punches even if my opponent is a girl. Tui, who had been silently observing the entire exchange, finally interjected, Hold on. Tui glanced back at them and inquired, Did I hear you say you're planning to leave Shenzhen City confused? Qin Yu replied, Yes, what about it? The old man's brow furrowed as he made a proposition. I gave my word to craft your weapon first, but you must promise me something in return. Qin Yu eyed him curiously and prompted, Let's hear it first. What is this condition? Tui laid out his request. I need you to take my grandson away from here to the safety of Tian City in the south. Give me your word, and I will forge the weapon you desire. After a moment of consideration, Qin Yu gave a decisive nod. That can be arranged. I will do everything in my power to guarantee his safety. Sui Jiang, his face a mask of fury, interrupted, Are you two finished with your little chat? Because once you are, I plan on making my move. In a flash, Shia Yu lunged forward, the cold steel of her blade kissing his neck. Just as quickly, she pulled it back and commanded coolly, There, it's settled. Now hurry up and have Uncle Tui forge a weapon for my brother. Sui Jiang's face went white and he stammered in disbelief. How is that even possible? Tui's brow furrowed as he processed what he had just witnessed. Deeply impressed by the girl's terrifying speed, he turned back to his work, his hammer striking the glowing hot iron once more. He spoke again, his tone now filled with confidence. With power like that on your side, I can rest easy, knowing my grandson is with you. Now what kind of weapon do you desire? I will begin forging it immediately. Qin Yu then reached into his spatial ring and withdrew a crimson pulsating stone. Sui Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait a second. Isn't that Major Lin's spatial ring? Qin Yu's expression tightened as he replied coolly. It's not his anymore. That man's power was on another level. It's a long story, the kind of tale of betray Manhwa hides from the world. Tui frowned in confusion, reaching out to accept the blood flame stone. He asked, puzzled, What is this peculiar thing? It's still radiating warmth. Qin Yu explained, That's a blood flame stone. I need you to forge it into a 2-meter-long spear for me. Tui examined the object in his palm, sensing its incredible power, and nodded in agreement. Very well, very well. I can feel it just by holding it. This is a truly extraordinary material. Any weapon forged from this will be nothing short of a divine instrument. He then added with a hint of concern, It's exceptional, but there isn't much. This isn't nearly enough material for a 2-meter spear. This quantity will only suffice for the spearhead. In my judgment, we should craft the shaft from blazed stone. Qin Yu questioned Blaze Stone nearby. A curious Shia Yu chimed in asking, "What in the world is Blaze?" Qin Yu elaborated, "Do you recall those firebugs that were relentlessly pursuing us? This blaze is the very organ they utilize to generate their flames. It is exceptionally durable and holds heat for an incredible length of time. While it can't truly compare to blood flame stone, it is a rare and valuable material nonetheless." The fragments of blood flame stone were meticulously cut and then cast into the roaring heart of the forge. Taiyu stood before the inferno, his brow furrowed in concentration. His voice was laced with confusion. "The melting point of this material is simply too high. Our forge is burning at its absolute maximum, and yet it shows no sign of reacting." Witnessing this dilemma, Qin Yu, a violet flame dancing in his palm as he stared intently at the forge, spoke up. "Permit me." Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his hand, sheathed in ethereal purple fire, directly into the furnace's core. Taiyu stared at the forge in alarm. He issued a sharp warning, "Wait, at this intensity, the forge itself will not withstand the strain." Qin Yu shot a look at Shia Yu and gave a sharp command. Shia Yu reinforced the forge. Instantly obeying, she channeled her unique reinforcement ability into the furnace, replying with a firm, "Understood." Everyone else in the room could only gape their eyes wide with utter disbelief at the incredible spectacle unfolding before them. Once the blood flame stone had finally liquefied, Qin Yu withdrew the molten mass and announced, "It is prepared." Taiyu immediately took the incandescent material and began to hammer it with purpose. He shaped it with the full force of his might, turning his head to urge urgently, "Your blood, add it quickly." Qin Yu acted without delay. He seized a blade and sliced open his palm, positioning his hand over the spearhead as his blood dripped onto the searing red-hot metal. The moment his blood made contact, the spearhead began to shudder violently as crimson vein-like patterns erupted across its surface. Qin Yu was completely stunned. He thought to himself, "This weapon, it's forming a resonance with me." Taiyu then raised the newly completed spear, his voice thick with pride and satisfaction. "This is without a doubt the finest masterpiece I have ever forged. I shall name it the Blood Flame Spear. Yes, that is what we'll call it." Qin Yu accepted the new weapon, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "The Blood Flame Spear. I like the sound of that." He then gave it an experimental swing. A trail of violet fire erupted in its wake. He assessed its power, realizing with a start that it had actually achieved the quality of a D-rank treasure, and it even came with powerful additional enchantments. A purple flame then unexpectedly coiled around the spear's deadly tip. Qin Yu planted the spear's butt on the ground, and a crimson aura instantly enveloped his entire body. It flared to life, consuming the fresh blood on its surface to grant a temporary explosive surge of speed and power. However, once the effect subsides, the wielder is left severely weakened by the blood loss, a dangerous backlash indeed. Furthermore, when the blood flame spear wounds a foe, it siphons their lifeblood to empower itself while at the same time transferring that vital energy back to its wielder, which greatly accelerates their own blood regeneration. Qin Yu clasped his hands before his chest. He expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Master Lu. I will stake my life on getting your nephew safely to Tian City." Taiyu also clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, proposing, "Excellent Mr. Qin Yu, please grant us one night. By tomorrow, I will have made all the necessary arrangements. I will ensure he is ready for his departure with you." Qin Yu then interjected, "Master Lu." Taiyu offered the young man a warm smile, but Qin Yu's expression was grim. He suggested, "You should accompany us. There is no need for you to perish here in this place." Taiyu clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze distant. His expression turned pensive as he calmly refused, "Me, I am not leaving. I must remain and see this through to the bitter end. The grim truth a betray Manhwa hides is buried here, and I am its keeper." The following day, as the sun ascended high into the heavens, its brilliant rays pierced the morning mist, illuminating the grand structure within. Just outside the building, Lu Hui appeared at their doorway, speaking with a timid voice. "Greetings, both of you. My name is Lu Hui." Qin Yu sized him up and inquired, "You must be the nephew of Master Lu. Are your preparations for departure complete?" Lu Hui offered a faint smile and confirmed, "Yes, I am entirely prepared." Just then, down the hallway, a procession of figures advanced with an undeniable air of authority, all clad in formal wear as they made their way toward Qin Yu's room. The one leading with stark white hair was the first-ranked war god Gao Jiao, whose face was so ghastly pale it had earned him the moniker Ghost Jiao. His power allowed him to become an ethereal, ghostly soul. Beside him, the man with brilliant blue hair was the second of the 10 war gods, Yang Jingling. He appeared to be around 25 years of age with striking, handsome features, and was widely known by the title of Grass Lord, for he possessed the formidable ability to command all plant life. Trailing him was the third war god, Lu Yun, who held the power to transform into a massive porcupine, its quills as hard and black as obsidian, capable of being launched like deadly projectiles. Alongside them was the commander-in-chief himself, Lei Ni, a man over 40 years old who exuded the aura of a cunning anti-hero, his skills running profoundly deep. Lin Fang strode at the very front of the group, calling out with a cheerful tone, "Qin Yu." In response, Qin Yu eyed the approaching entourage with a perplexed frown. It was Jingling who spoke first, remarking, "Well, it appears the old saying is true. Heroes truly are born from the younger generation. You must be the famed Qin Yu. I've heard Lin Fang speak quite highly of you." Qin Yu casually rested a hand on his hip, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asked, "Judging by your distinguished presence, you must surely be the commander-in-chief of Thin Can City." Lei Ni clasped his hands behind his back and returned the smile, offering praise before formally introducing himself. "You possess a remarkably sharp eye. I am indeed Lei Ni, the supreme commander of Thin Can City." At this, Qin Yu's brow furrowed as a stark realization dawned on him, and he mumbled under his breath, "Lei Ni. Could it really be him?" He vividly recalled the face of the Lei Ni from the future, He thought to himself, Laney, the man who becomes the future city lord of Tin Mong City. The kind of profound treachery this betrayed Manhwa hides is something I never imagined I'd see from him this early on, especially not as the supreme commander of Thin Can City. Masking his shock, Qin Yu cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and replied, So it is you, Commander Lei. I have heard a great deal about your reputation. Lei Ni, wasting no time, immediately got straight to the point. He spoke with a measured tone. In truth, I came to see you regarding a specific matter. Qin Yu turned his head away, his expression thoughtful before preemptively and politely refusing. You're asking me to join the assault on the broodmother's nest, aren't you? My apologies, but I cannot agree to that. Lei Ni let out a short laugh and replied, You've misunderstood my intentions completely. That is not the reason for my visit. He took a step closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. In this current war against the insectoids, we do not possess even a single shred of a chance of victory. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he asked, So you've reached that conclusion as well, have you? What exactly are you trying to imply? Lei Ni laid out his grim assessment, stating, Rather than fighting a battle we are absolutely destined to lose, it is far more prudent to preserve our strength. By doing so, we can contribute far more meaningful things to the future of humanity. A cold smirk spread across Qin Yu's face as he asked with biting mockery, Are you suggesting we break out of the encirclement, Commander Lei? What a truly wise decision on your part. Noticing Qin Yu's derisive tone, Lei Ni quickly corrected his choice of words, clarifying it would not be a breakout but rather an escape. At this, Lin Fang's brow furrowed in concern as he questioned the commander with clear doubt. I have no personal issue with abandoning Thin Can City, but why is it that only our squad is designated to retreat? Are we truly going to abandon the hundreds of thousands of soldiers and innocent civilians to their fate, just like that? Upon hearing this challenge, Lei Ni's composure shattered, and he instantly flew into a rage, whirling to confront Lin Fang, his voice becoming shrill and accusatory, laced with a bitter and irrational fury. Major Lin, you will watch your tone and your attitude. If our entire force pulls back, the insectoids will undoubtedly pursue us. On top of that, we don't have enough food. We simply cannot provide rations for everyone. Qin Yu shot him a look of pure contempt and muttered under his breath, This man is completely ruthless. No wonder he becomes a regional warlord in the future. Seeing that Qin Yu remained silent, Lei thought he had misunderstood and quickly explained, Qin Yu, are you worried we won't make it? You don't need to be. We have over 500 people with us, all of them elite fighters. Once we reach Tin Mong, we'll secure a position just as significant as the one we have in Thin Can City. My older brother is Lai Hongming, the supreme commander of Tin Mong City. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression darkened as he rested his chin in his hand, thinking deeply to himself. Asterisk Lai Hongming. I never heard that name in my previous life. Could it be? Asterisk Lei smirked as he continued his pitch. Not long ago, my brother sent me an update. The situation there is good. Tin Mong City has essentially been completely secured. With its current military might, it's no exaggeration to call Tin Mong the safest place in the world. Once we arrive, considering my relationship with my brother and the strength of your group, we are guaranteed to hold a position of great influence in Tin Mong City. Qin Yu sank into deep thought, plumbing the depths of his past life's memories. He remembered that in his previous existence, the only lord of Tin Mong City he knew was Li Negyu. He had never once heard the name Li Hongming. Logically, a city's founding lord, especially one who laid the groundwork for Tin Mong, should have been recorded in history, even if only briefly. He rubbed his head and frowned, considering the horrifying possibility that Li Negyu had repaid kindness with treachery, usurped power, and murdered Li Hongming. Afterwards, he would have covered up the truth, established a dictatorship, and used absolute censorship to completely erase every trace of Li Hongming. The profound evil betray Manhwa hides is exactly this, the erasure of a person from history. If that's the case, then this Li Negyu is a truly monstrous figure. Daiyi's voice, heavy with immense sorrow, broke the silence. Such a wicked act, what a tragedy. For those being abandoned, their fate will surely be grim from this day forward. Louis put his hands on his hips, jumping to Li Negyu's defense. Commander Li is in an impossible position. He was completely dedicated to Thin Can City from the very beginning. He must have had no other choice to make a decision like this. He must be suffering terribly inside. Shia Yu leaned in, shooting Liu a weary glance, and whispered to Qin Yu, Big brother, why do I get such a creepy feeling from that guy? Even though I could take him down easily with my power, I feel this strange aura of authority around him that makes me afraid to challenge him. Qin Yu looked at her with approval. Shia Yu, your intuition is correct. We have to be on our guard around Li Negyu. He is an exceptionally dangerous man. A short time later, a group of civilians gathered before a soldier, asking nervously, where is everyone going? The soldier attempted to reassure the anxious crowd. Everyone, please don't panic. We are just going to retrieve a shipment of food and supplies. We will be back shortly. Upon hearing that, a man exclaimed with relief, That's wonderful. We won't have to go hungry any longer. The woman beside him put a hand to her heart and added, Hopefully, if that's true, we might be able to hold on until the day we finally drive out the insectoids. Inside one of the departing vehicles, Lin Fang was brooding, an uncomfortable scowl fixed on her face. He remained stone-faced and silent, uttering not a single word. Sensing the turmoil within him, Qin Yu placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't torture yourself over this. Your hands were tied, Qin Yu said. Lin Fang, however, clenched his jaw, his face a mask of grim anguish as his voice cracked with self-reproach. They put their faith in us. They relied on our protection. And now, we're fleeing like craven dogs, abandoning them with hollow promises and a cruel, fleeting hope. The ugly truth this betray Manhwa hides is that when they finally awaken to our deception, it will be far too late. By then, the only thing awaiting them will be their own demise. Lin Fang exhaled a shallow sigh, his voice lowering to a whisper, directed as much to himself as it was to Qin Yu. At the very least, I can still face my own conscience. At these words, Qin Yu shot to his feet. What are you talking about? You're condemning them to utter despair. When that dawns on them, they will despise us with every fiber of their being. Qin Yu shot him a sideways glance and retorted, and what of it? If we had attempted to bring everyone, the insectoid swarms would have hunted us to extinction, he explained, his tone laced with a mix of frustration and icy pragmatism. Lin Fang, in this ruined world, nobody cares about your precious conscience. If that conscience of yours could magically save every single person, then perhaps it would be worth something. It only has value if you have the power to back it up. Otherwise, it holds no value. When facing life and death, this is the most merciful conclusion possible. You can hold on to that conscience of yours, so you can let it fuel your fire when the moment for true action arrives. Qin Yu's brutal honesty struck Lin Fang like a torrent of ice water, leaving him speechless and adrift in a sea of heavy contemplation wrapped in a profound silence. As the engines rumbled to life and the convoy began to move, Lin Fang, who was sitting quietly inside the vehicle, seemed to reach a grim understanding. He spoke softly, his voice colored with a deep bitterness. Qin Yu, you were right. In my current state, I am far too weak. I have no power, no influence, only a conscience which counts for nothing. Despite the suffocating stillness within the truck, the convoy pressed onward, its forward momentum relentless and unwavering. Agile motorcycles took the lead, their riders scouting the path, meticulously scanning every shadow and corner of the road that stretched before them. Far in the distance, a massive horde of the undead had converged, resembling a vast shifting sea of gray flesh. They appeared to be shambling aimlessly, as if searching for something they couldn't name. A scout ahead sighted the horde and immediately keyed his radio, his voice crackling through the comms to alert the others. Contact front, we have a major situation ahead. The road is completely obstructed by a massive zombie horde. The convoy ground to a halt and soldiers began disembarking in disciplined order, their weapons already at the ready. They swiftly formed defensive ranks as their captain barked orders directing them into position. A moment later, the sharp crack of gunfire split the air as they opened a continuous, deafening volley. Alerted by the sound, the entire horde turned as one, charging forward with guttural, terrifying snarls. A commanding voice roared over the din, ordering the soldiers engage at will. Fire unrelenting volleys of ammunition rained down upon the undead, causing them to erupt in shrieks of inhuman agony. The captain's voice cut through the chaos again, shift positions now heeding the command. Qin Yu observed the flawless coordination with a note of admiration, just as you'd expect from elite soldiers. Their teamwork is impeccable. The captain's command echoed once more, lay down suppressive fire, heavy weapons engage, prepare to reload on my mark. A brief moment passed, and then everything fell back into an eerie silence. Once the last of the undead had been utterly annihilated, the soldiers advanced cautiously to assess the aftermath. An officer's voice boomed out the command, secure the area and collect the spoils. Gather all evolution energy crystals. The sky began to bleed into a deep bruised purple, heralding the arrival of nightfall, and the convoy finally pulled to a stop before an abandoned gas station. A calm, steady voice announced over the radio, we're making camp here for the night. Another voice responded instantly, roger that. Moving inside, at the gas station, a group huddled around a simmering hot pot, the steam rising into the tense atmosphere as Da spoke, his expression pensive and troubled. I have this persistent gnawing anxiety, a premonition that something dreadful is about to unfold. Shia Yu, cradling a bowl of noodles, gave him a puzzled look and asked, little Taoist, why are you always so on edge? My intuition is flawless, you know. Hearing this, Qin Yu issued a stern warning. Everyone stay sharp tonight. Don't fall into a deep sleep. If danger strikes, Liu you are to remain glued to Dao Ye's side. Then both of you must find me and Xiao Yu immediately, in a separate room. Liu was casually enjoying his noodles, his tone unwavering. Everything is about to turn in our favor. As soon as I reach Tan M and unite with my elder brother, we are destined to accomplish legendary feats. Just outside his room, a squad of armed men stood like silent statues. Abruptly, the distinct sound of approaching footsteps broke the quiet. Liu Yun's gaze shifted towards the sound, and recognizing the figure, he questioned Xiao Kui, what brings you here at this hour? Xiao Kui snapped to attention, meticulously adjusting his cap before declaring, reporting, sir, I have a matter of great urgency to discuss with Commander Li. Liu Yun curtly replied, it's late. The commander is likely resting. Whatever it is, bring it up tomorrow. Xiao Wei clenched his teeth in silence, then reluctantly conceded, understood. I shall return at first light. At that very moment, from within the room, Li Wei's voice boomed out. Allow him to enter. Today's affairs must be resolved today, never postponed until tomorrow. Xiao Wei instantly threw the door open and exclaimed, Commander Li. Li Wei approached him, inquiring, what is it that you needed to report? Xiao's face was a deathly white, his eyes utterly vacant as he spoke with a venomous undertone, Li Wei, ha, your day of reckoning has arrived. Li Wei's eyes flew wide with dawning horror as he yelled, this is a setup. He finally understood the vile treachery. This *** betray Manhwa hides, ***. Hearing him, Gao Zhao's face turned grim as he cried out in alarm, we've been compromised. The scene abruptly shifts to where Qin Yu and Xiao Yu are sleeping completely unaware, when out of the shadows a monstrous insectoid materializes. It raises its lethal needle-sharp stinger and lunges toward the peacefully sleeping Xiao Yu. In an instant, his eyes snapped open and he unleashed his power, engulfing the insectoid monster in a powerful conflagration that reduced it to mere ash. A piercing alarm siren suddenly screamed to life throughout the entire facility. Enemy attack, we're being overrun by insectoids. Xiao was also startled awake by the blaring siren. She sat up in a daze and asked brother what's going on. Qin Yu quickly explained it's the insectoids. Judging by the noise, we're facing a massive swarm. Get ready fast. We're going to find Dao Ye and Lu Hui. A powerful kick splintered the door, blasting it open. The pair stormed into the room as Qin Yu asked with urgency, "Are you two unharmed?" The insectoid monster was already trapped inside a shimmering golden cube. Dao Ye stood defensively in front of Lu Hui, clutching a talisman as he met Qin Yu's intense gaze. Qin Yu's brow furrowed as he bellowed a command. The insectoids have launched a surprise assault. It's a war zone out there. Everyone take cover in a corner and do not, under any circumstances, expose yourselves outside the building. The soldiers had already established their defensive positions. The captain roared, "Fire, unleash everything you've got." They fired without pause at the horde of insectoid monsters that was swarming forward with frantic aggression. A grizzled, middle-aged soldier kept firing, his voice thick with contempt. "That's it, you worthless pests, just die. You're messing with the absolute elite." The soldier next to him spotted a new threat and screamed a warning. "Watch your six, it's a claw-type insectoid." In a flash, razor-sharp claws shot out, brutally piercing the soldier as he let out a final blood-curdling scream, crying out in agony as a colossal, terrifying clawed insectoid materialized before them. It spat out a volley of countless spikes, which the creature then fired like projectiles at the soldiers. The deadly rain descended upon the men, their screams of pain echoing as they desperately scrambled for help. "Find cover, get to cover," someone bellowed just as a massive insectoid monster surged forward, pinning a soldier beneath its immense weight. While the man screamed in pure terror, a single bullet suddenly slammed directly into the monster's head, and a decisive follow-up strike obliterated the bug. A nearby soldier witnessing the save let out a huge sigh of relief and exclaimed with joy, "Incredible, it's a sniper." The sniper team had finally gotten into position. Down below within the camp, an utterly chaotic battle had erupted. Amidst the swarming bugs and desperate soldiers, cries of encouragement could be heard. "Slaughter these beasts." These were mixed with frantic screams of, "Ah, somebody save me." Then suddenly, 3 razor-sharp spines whistled through the air, followed by the sickening thud of them piercing flesh. 3 soldiers fell, their lives extinguished in an instant. Longfong and a pair of other soldiers snapped their heads in that direction, their faces twisting in horror as they laid eyes on a massive bug, perched over there, its legs like sharpened spears. Its 4 crimson eyes glared down with pure malevolence. A bald-headed soldier roared a warning. "It's too dangerous. Find cover. Everyone find cover now." The other soldiers immediately scattered, shouting, "Quick, get to cover." The creature, which resembled some kind of grotesque mutated spider, was the source of those deadly spines. Under the pale moonlight, it violently ejected, a barrage of countless spines in every direction. While it wasn't aiming at any one target with a storm of projectiles raining down like that, it was inevitable that a few unlucky soldiers would be struck. A calm voice cut through the chaos as one man pointed and commanded, "Target that one. It's the leader." High above, a sniper received the order. Roger, that he confirmed, carefully lining up his shot on the mutated spider. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, a large crimson bug landed silently behind him. The realization of danger came far too late. The sniper's life was forfeit, and a piercing "ah" was his final cry. This is the brutal truth. Betray, Manhwa hides, that death can come from anywhere. Seeing the body plummet from above, the soldiers below were momentarily stunned. They looked up to see a winged crimson bug with a long reptilian tail, though its body possessed 4 disturbingly human-like limbs. Only its head retained any insectoid features. It's unclear who screamed at first, but someone identified the horror. "The armored bug king," a panicked soldier shrieked. "Get back, everybody get away from it." But their warning came too late. The armored bug dove straight into their position, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent men flying. A cloud of dust and debris filled the air as it moved like the very shadow of the Grim Reaper. In its wake, there was only death, and the army lost another 2 men. Sun Wu, thinking fast, shouted a plan. "Brothers, the enemy is on top of us. Switch to melee weapons." The words had barely left his mouth when a bug with razor-sharp pincers lunged directly at them. His comrade yelled a quick warning, "Watch out." The creature slammed its blade-like pincer down into the ground, but Sun Wu was already soaring high into the air. He laughed triumphantly. "Didn't see that coming, did you, you ugly thing? I can jump this high." In midair, he executed a flip worthy of a professional acrobat before landing perfectly, delivering a clean thrust straight through the bug's head. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another creature that had just charged forward was suddenly frozen, solid, completely immobilized. It became clear that this particular squad was composed of evolved soldiers, each one having awakened a unique ability. The man who had just flash-froze the bug cracked a victorious grin. "Nice one. These beasts never would have guessed we had a trick like this up our sleeves." But the armored bug king was still very much in play, a fact that one soldier noted with dread. Realizing he was no match for it, unwilling to face it alone, he rallied his comrades. "Everyone, let's focus on the big one." And so, a man with a mutated hand and a bald warrior wielding a saber surged forward. "Let's move." From the rear, their allies unleashed a barrage of special abilities. A dazzling onslaught of explosive flames, crackling lightning, and piercing ice attacks filled the air. A kaleidoscope of colors and destructive power aimed at obliterating the creature in a single volley. Yet despite absorbing the full force of the assault, the armored bug was utterly unscathed. A malevolent glint sparked in its eyes as it lunged forward with blinding speed and terrifying agility, delivering 2 lethal slashes. The 2 vanguard fighters who had just charged in were instantly sent to the afterlife. Nearby, a young man out of uniform crumpled to the ground. Utter terror gripped him as he breathed his final words. "After all that, we couldn't even scratch it. It seems this is where my story ends." Just as the armored bug's massive claw descended upon his head, it abruptly halted, frozen in mid-air. It turned out, the creature was forced to parry an incoming attack from Qin Yu. The sharp point of his spear had found its mark on one of the monster's limbs. The young man, having been snatched from the jaws of death, was completely dumbfounded, stammering in sheer awe. Qin Yu's entire form was wreathed in a faint crimson aura, giving him a majestic presence as he brandished his spear. The young soldier could only stare in a daze for a long moment before whispering the god of war. Then from above, Qin Yu descended with immense force, driving his spear deep into the earth. A thunderous crash echoed as dust and debris erupted outwards, compelling the soldiers to maintain a wary distance. However, Qin Yu's expression was far from triumphant after striking the armored beast. He glanced down at the spear in his hand and let out a cold snort. Pinned by its tip was one of the creature's arms, but only an arm, not its entire body. He couldn't help but mutter, sacrificing a limb to evade a fatal blow. Clever. With a sharp whoosh, the armored bug king's wings sliced past Qin Yu's face. He instinctively leaned back to evade, and with another swish it aimed a low strike at his legs. He managed to dodge that just as successfully, narrowly avoiding what would have been a very unfortunate injury. Man and monster both pulled back warily, sizing each other up and preparing for their next ferocious exchange. A soldier, finally shaking off his stupor, stared at Qin Yu with a mix of awe and confusion, saying, "He's not the god of war. I've never seen him before. Just who in the world is he?" Meanwhile, Qin Yu was feeling quite pleased with his new weapon. For a standard thrust to be this potent, this blood-flame spear could truly be called a divine instrument. The armored bug king had now taken to the sky. The cruel reality this betray Manhwa hides is that its recently severed arm had already regenerated as if it had never been damaged. Qin Yu tapped the butt of his spear on the ground. If a simple strike can do that to you, he began to channel his energy, clearly preparing to unleash his special technique. A faint yet formidable crimson aura began to radiate from his body. "Then try and handle this." Qin Yu clenched his jaw, letting out a raw scream of exertion. Intense music. His eyes became bloodshot, and the spear in his grasp, now infused with the sanguine aura from his body, began to glow an even deeper shade of crimson. Feeling the immense power surging through him, he brought the spear down on the armored bug's head. A deafening crack of impact echoed, powerful enough to rattle its very core. Qin Yu expertly twirled the spear in his hand. Perish, and at that precise moment, Shia Yu materialized behind him. "Brother Yu, the undercurrent bug," he glanced at his sister, confused by her sudden appearance. No, he knew what she intended. Shia Yu drew a bead of blood from her own body, declaring, "Leave this part to me." The crimson droplet then shot towards the armored bug, the insect king's head burrowing deep within its consciousness. In an instant, the creature's mangled form began to regenerate, returning to its prime state. The colossal beast was now a mere puppet under Xiao's complete command. She let out a triumphant cry, "This is perfect," and scrambled onto its carapace, taking hold of the two twitching antennae, using them like the reins of a warhorse. With a few experimental tugs, the armored behemoth took to the skies, soaring high above the battlefield. Xiao's gleeful voice echoed, "I've got myself a personal helicopter." Qin Yu could only stare, utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. He slowly retracted his own power, his mind reeling. Below, the two soldiers watched with jaws agape, convinced they had stumbled into some kind of bizarre fever dream. In a mere heartbeat, the once terrifying armored insect was completely subjugated by the two siblings. They could only stammer, "Just what kind of monsters are they?" With the immediate threat seemingly neutralized, the situation outside stabilized. However, back within Li Wei's private quarters, the reporting officer's body began to twist and contort. A sinister cackle filled the air. "Li Wei, your final day has arrived. The depths of this sudden *** betray Manhwa hides *** a deadly intent." Gajiao, sensing the imminent danger, burst into the room to intervene, shouting, "We have a problem." The officer had now grotesquely morphed into an insectoid horror, a human torso fused with numerous scuttling legs. It threw back its head and opened its maw, unleashing a deafening roar. Gajiao instantly activated his phantom form, his body becoming intangible as he phased directly through the monster, his sights set on rescuing Li Wei. Leveraging his incredible speed and finesse, Gajiao snatched the commander, yanking him clear just as the mutant lunged forward. Its massive jaws snapped shut with a sickening crack, closing on nothing but empty air, denied the taste of human flesh. Frustrated by its failed ambush, the creature frantically scanned the room for an escape route. Jingling, ever vigilant, spotted its intention and shouted a warning, "It's trying to get away." Lu Yun let out a fierce cry as his own transformation began, his shirt shredding to pieces as razor-sharp spines erupted from his back, turning him into a living weapon, a human porcupine, or more accurately, a hystrix, a far deadlier creature. By the time Lu Yun's metamorphosis was complete, his once handsome features were gone, replaced by a mane of stiff black quills, and his mouth now sported two menacing fangs that were as ferocious as they were unsightly. At that moment, Jingling crouched and flung a small green sapling through the air. The tiny plant made contact with the insectoid mutant. Instantly, a dense cluster of vines exploded outwards, unfurling with the speed of dried kelp hitting water. They rapidly expanded, enveloping the thrashing creature. In a matter of seconds, the vibrant green vines had cocooned the monster, wrapping it into a living mummy. Lu Yun then stepped forward and with brutal efficiency snapped the 6 scythe-like claws on its back, neutralizing its most potent weapons. Commander Li Wei, finally regaining his composure but still trembling, struggled to process what he'd just witnessed. How could one of his own men suddenly transform into such a revolting beast? Just then, from outside the base, frantic commands echoed, "Engage, engage the enemy. Cover the left flank, hold your positions, hold the line." Startled, Li Wei demanded to know what was happening out there. The two guards at his door delivered the grim news. "Commander Li, it's terrible. The insectoid swarm is launching a full-scale assault, and the situation on the front line is critical. The news sent a chill down his spine as he thought the insectoids are attacking. How is this even possible? But, ever the commander, he allowed himself only a moment of doubt before issuing a decisive order. Get out there and support them. We must drive back this insectoid tide. Hearing the command, Gao Xiao's trio immediately prepared to move out and join the fray. Before departing, they made sure to instruct the remaining soldiers, your priority is to protect Commander Li at all costs. The men responded with a unified, yes sir, but just moments after stepping into the chaos outside, Gao Xiao, Jingling, and Lu Yun all froze, their gazes drawn upward in sheer disbelief at what they saw in the sky. High in the sky, Shia Yu commanded the armored insect king, decimating swarms of flying creatures while the three onlookers stared as if they had witnessed an apparition. What in the world was happening? Before the shock could even settle, a massive purple object plummeted to the earth with a deafening roar, its impact kicking up a blinding maelstrom of dust. Emerging from the chaos, Qin Yu shot out like a superhero, landing squarely in the middle of an ant-like insect swarm before powerfully slamming his spear deep into the ground. Violet energy crackled across the fractured earth, heralding a chain of thunderous detonations. It became clear that Qin Yu himself was the very source of this devastating shockwave. Gao Xiao's face went deathly pale as he muttered, though his complexion was never vibrant. That's Qin Yu. His power is overwhelming. Lu Yun, ever the man of action, wasted no words and immediately surged ahead, exclaiming, standing by is making my hands itch for a fight. Let's move. With a wave of his hand, Jingling unleashed a volley of saplings that scattered in every direction, their verdant glow illuminating the darkened sky like brilliant fireworks. Upon landing, the saplings instantly sprouted into sinuous sharp vines that pierced and shredded the insectoid monsters. Shia Yu observed the carnage with pure excitement, her bright clear eyes a stark contrast to a hardened warrior's gaze. She suddenly burst into laughter, shouting, this is just like Plants vs. Zombies, its blades shimmering with an ominous purple energy. Witnessing the power of Shia Yu and Qin Yu, he thought to himself, so, this is the might of a war god. With a swift, almost imperceptible slash, the sword in Gao's hand flickered, and an insect was bisected with a cut so clean it was like slicing through cake. Qin Yu had already taken note of the trio's movements and paused for a brief moment. He saw a purple shadow flash past, leaving a gruesome trail of insectoid corpses in its wake. Upon seeing this display, Qin Yu instantly recognized him as Gui Zhao. Gao Xiao's shadowy form darted forward, brandishing twin swords, and combined with his unique abilities, annihilating the insectoid horde seemed an effortless task. Qin Yu found himself lost in his memories, recalling the details he knew about the man. While Gui's renown was not as far-reaching as Lin Fang's, anyone who heard his name understood his power was on a completely different level than Lin Fang's. Then, for reasons unknown, Lin Fang parted ways with Li Wei. Shortly after, Giao met his end, and the truth of that betray, Manhwa hides a story no one dares to tell. While he was lost in thought, a voice called out from behind him, Qin Yu. He turned to see Lin Fang, who seemed absolutely thrilled to finally get a chance to display his prowess and fight by his side, oblivious to a dark shadow creeping up from behind. Qin Yu shouted a sharp warning, watch your six. Lin Fang's brow furrowed as he glared at the creature that had materialized directly behind him. With a single swift motion, he turned and effortlessly blasted the feeble insect away using his power. A smirk played on Qin Yu's lips in silent admiration. Lin Fang had certainly awakened an ability befitting a future hero. He was also quite curious to see what this new power truly was, so he held back to observe for a moment longer. Just then, Lin Fang extended his hand and a swirling vortex of air materialized in his palm. The vortex possessed considerable force, pulling in several more nearby crawling insectoids, though they remained oblivious to their impending doom. As the vortex intensified, Lin Fang roared vacuum. Vortex began to rapidly expand, sucking the hapless insects into its dark abyss. Once the black hole fully formed, having already drawn in a large number. With the insectoids swarming, Lin Fang gave the command to detonate. A sphere of pure blackness materialized in the air, resembling a miniature black hole. It began to spin, and then boom! A thunderous explosion ripped through the starless night, causing the very ground to tremble. The swarming insects appeared to receive an unseen signal, letting out a unified guttural roar at the heavens. In the very next moment, they snapped into formation and began a full-scale retreat. The soldiers watched in disbelief, shouting, they're running. Meanwhile, Lu Yun proudly held up a severed leg he'd ripped from a fallen insectoid. He roared with laughter, look at these cowards, the might of their race is nothing to write home about. But Qin Yu was deep in thought, silently analyzing the strange turn of events. What just happened? Even if this swarm had pressed the attack, their annihilation was certain. This sudden retreat. It's not their way. It feels like a deeper plot, the kind of treachery a betray Manhwa hides, from what we know of the insectoids. Despite his suspicions, with the enemy fleeing, no one was eager to pursue. The battlefield was now a gruesome carpet of insectoid carcasses. Shia Yu leaped down from her mount, the armored insect king, her laughter filled with cheerful excitement. It's time for my favorite part, collecting the loot. Brother, how much evolution energy are these things worth? Qin Yu sheathed his weapon and deactivated his storage ring, replying calmly, these particular insectoid bodies don't contain any evolution energy. Shia Yu's face fell instantly. Oh really? Qin Yu then added, however, they do possess the valuable essence of their alien race. Just like that, Shia Yu's spirits soared once more. She eagerly prodded her brother, that's fantastic, quick. Let's set them all ablaze and start gathering it up. But Qin Yu remained still, explaining, the insectoid essence is too fragile for that. My flames would incinerate the bodies and the alien essence would be destroyed right along with them. He glanced across the field of carnage, Realizing there was no quick way to locate the essence, he sighed. There are so many of them. Going through them one by one would be an absolute nightmare. At that moment, Shia Yu had a sudden realization. Hey, I think my helicopter can actually sense the alien essence. Without a second's hesitation, she put her unique mount to the test, ordering it to get to work. Go on, go, go. The armored insect king dutifully obeyed, beginning to pick out the specific corpses that held the alien essence for Shia Yu, who acted as its interpreter. That one over there. Yep, that's one. Qin Yu then began dissecting the insectoid carcass brought before him, extracting a deep blood-red stone. A soft "oh" escaped his lips, clearly surprised by this unexpected find. It's a flame crystal. A short while later, Xiao Yu had already gathered a full bag of the crystals. She proudly showed off her haul to her brother, fishing for a compliment. Brother, look, I've got more than 20 of them. Just then Lin Fang approached them, scratching the back of his head in awkwardness. He cleared his throat and said, Qin Yu, there's something you probably aren't aware of. Officially, cleaning the battlefield is handled by a specialized unit. Technically, what you're doing is against the regulations. Xiao Yu clutched her bag of flame crystals, protectively retorting with a frown, we fought and bled for these. If you want some, you can go pick through the corpses yourself. Lin Fang, seeing her point, was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond, growing visibly flustered. Well, what are we supposed to do? Just then, Li Wei appeared, flanked by 2 bodyguards, and let out a booming laugh. It's a trivial matter. If young Mr. Qin has a use for them, by all means keep them. But his jovial expression vanished in an instant, his face turning ashen, as he spotted something that struck such terror into him that he began to stammer. It was the sight of the colossal armored insect king standing right there, hovering just behind Xiao Yu. Li Wei's voice cut through the air, barking orders, an armored insect king. There's another one. Neutralize it immediately. Lin Fang rushed forward, intervening before they could act. Commander Li, stand down, that one has already been subdued by Qin Yu's sister. It poses no threat to our forces. A wave of relief washed over Li Wei, his tense features visibly softening. His expression brightened. Is that so? Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. But even after saying this, he didn't lower his defenses. His voice boomed with a new command. All personnel maintain maximum alert. The main swarm may be repelled, but we cannot afford a moment of carelessness. Signal the cleanup crews. I want this battlefield stripped and all valuable materials salvaged. Essence cores, carapaces, scythe limbs, collect anything of use. Just then, Jingling approached Qin Yu, offering a respectful bow and extending his hand. You must be the renowned Qin Yu, right? Sun Yu has told me much about you. He said you were incredibly powerful. Seeing you in action proves it. Your reputation is truly earned, yet Qin Yu made no move to extend his own hand, nor did he offer a single word in response. The air instantly grew thick with an awkward tension. Xiao Yu, clutching the bag of flame crystals, broke the stifling silence with a cheerful smile. My brother is always like this. He's just trying to look cool, so please don't take it personally. Jingling straightened up, scratching the back of his head, sheepishly. No, it's fine, really. The strongest warriors always have a certain mystique. I understand. At that moment, Lu Yun's form shifted, his boar-like bristles receding as his fangs vanished and his hair settled back to normal, revealing his handsome face. He began to tease Jingling. Serves you right for trying to be buddy-buddy with every stranger you meet. Feeling the burn now, aren't you? You ought to learn a thing or two from him. He's all action, no empty words. A moment later, Qin Yu turned and began walking toward the base, prompting Xiao Yu to run, to catch up, taking his hand. Brother, that Commander Li. He was staring at me. There was something strange in his eyes. Qin Yu had clearly noticed it too, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. He replied, on the surface, it seemed he was just glancing in our general direction, but that was a facade. His true focus was on you. Hearing this, a chill went down Xiao Yu's spine. Don't tell me he's some kind of creep. Qin Yu offered a faint smile. Do you really think a man in Li Wei's position would be so obvious? She countered with a surprisingly naive argument. Why not? I've heard that the most successful men are often the ones with the darkest secrets. They soon arrived back at the young Taoist quarters. Xiao Yu pushed open the door, calling out for the boy, and for Lu Hui. Her voice died in her throat as she took in the scene before her, her eyes widening in pure shock. The insectoid's corpse lay crumpled in a corner. Across the room, Lu Hui was sprawled face down on the floor, perfectly still. Da was on his knees, clutching his head, racked with uncontrollable sobs. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Qin Yu entered behind his sister, his expression mirroring her stunned horror. What in the world happened here? He demanded. Da, consumed by guilt, took full responsibility. It's all my fault. I should have held on to him tighter. Through his tears, he recounted the horrifying sequence of events for the siblings. It began when a lone insectoid shattered the door and stormed into their sanctuary. Da had acted with lightning speed, summoning a golden warding barrier to shield himself and Lu Hui. The protective shield was incredibly strong. The beast's repeated assaults couldn't even cause it to flicker. But the very terror that a betrayed Manhwa hides until the final shocking moment took root in Lu Hui, and consumed by panic, he bolted from the safety of the shield. He foolishly bolted from the safety of Dao's protective barrier, all on his own. It all happened in a flash. I didn't even have time to pull the boy back, only managing to let out a desperate shout, hey, don't run. Seeing its quarry dash out from the solid barrier, the creature seized the golden opportunity, raising its pincer for one decisive blow. A strike as clean as slicing fruit gashed across Lu Hui's back. The boy only had a moment to let out a choked scream before he collapsed lifelessly. After recounting his story, Dao became utterly inconsolable. He buried his face in his hands and wept. I should have held on to him. This is entirely my fault. Xiao gently patted his back in comfort. You can't be blamed for this little Taoist. Who could have possibly imagined he'd get that scared out of his wits? Qin Yu rubbed his forehead, letting out an exhausted sigh. He had made a solemn promise to Lu Tia that he would personally protect his grandson all the way to Tianmong. But against all expectations, they hadn't even made it out of Shangjing City. An eventful and tragic night passed just like that. Early the following morning, the army camp was a bustle of activity as they prepared to depart. The troops completed a final head count, then boarded the vehicles and set off under the bright, hopeful sunlight. Fortunately, the initial part of the journey was exceptionally smooth, with no obstacles encountered thus far. Inside one of the transports, Jingling remarked, "We haven't even seen a single bug." Lu Yun, who was driving, laughed boisterously and teased his comrade. "Haha, were you actually hoping we would—" The atmosphere was a world away from the suffocating tension of the previous night. High in the sky, Xiao's armored Beetle King flew patrol, scouting the surrounding area. It would immediately report any unusual discoveries back to Shia Yu, who was riding in the convoy below. Qin Yu sat silently in the vehicle, but with his heightened sensitivity to danger, he didn't lower his guard for a single moment. "Be careful. Something feels wrong." In Li Wei's vehicle, Lu Yun suddenly asked Old Sao Ti, "Do you guys hear that?" Jingling heard it too. He anxiously squeezed his eyes shut as if to block out the deeply unsettling sound. "I hear it. It's a sound of pure tragedy." A mournful wailing began to echo along the road as the vehicles started to push into a thick, hazy fog. A few soldiers in the transports whispered nervously amongst themselves. "What is that sound? Is that someone crying? It's unbelievably creepy." Tao Xiao shifted into his ghost form and phased through the vehicle, flying ahead to scout for information. The convoy ground to a halt, but the heart-shattering wail continued unabated. Someone barked a stern command, "Ready your weapons, prepare for combat." As the soldiers swiftly took up defensive positions, fully armed and ready, the crying suddenly vanished and a heavy silence descended. Someone spoke in utter bewilderment, "The crying is gone." Up ahead, Tao Xiao reappeared, looking as though he had completed his reconnaissance. Li Wei also exited his car, breathing a visible sigh of relief when he saw his man return. "Good." Lu Yun, ever curious, called out, "Old Sao, what in the world was crying so miserably?" Tao Xiao paid no heed to Lu Yun's question and simply walked right past him. Lu Yun snorted with annoyance, "He's completely ignoring me." Jingling laughed and tried to smooth things over. "It's not like you don't know old Tao. He's a man of few words." But Qin Yu's instincts screamed that this was the kind of subtle *** betray Manhwa hides *** in plain sight. He remained deathly silent, his expression hardening into a grim mask as if he were facing a true enemy. Seeing this, Jingling suddenly raised his hand to stop him, exclaiming, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Because in that precise moment, Qin Yu had raised his spear, aiming it directly at Tao Xiao. Xiao Yu was also completely bewildered by her brother's actions. "Bro, why are you attacking him?" From behind, a new tension began to rise. Stunned, Lin Fang screamed, "Qin Yu, what in the world are you doing?" But Qin Yu offered no reply, instead sweeping his spear towards Ko Jiao, who deftly leaped into the air to evade the strike. Lu Yun instantly shifted into his porcupine form, roaring in fury, "Damn it! Is this kid just playing along with us so he can snatch our supplies?" Sensing something was amiss, Li Wei quickly held Lu Yun back from charging into the fray. "Hold on a moment," Xiao exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Something isn't right here. That guy shouldn't be this weak. It's the kind of subtle twist a betray Manhwa hides. You're clearly not using your full strength yet. You've pushed him to the point where he can't even fight back. Compared to how he fought before, it's like watching two entirely different people." And the unfolding scene proved her analysis was spot on. Tiao Xiao was purely on the defensive, dodging every blow without a single counterattack, and most tellingly, he wasn't using his phantom ability. After being relentlessly hammered for several moments, the imposter's form began to tremble and distort. That was no Xiao Xiao. It was unmistakably a shape-shifting primate. A collective gasp of shock rippled through the soldiers watching from the rear. Commander Cao is a monkey. It appeared that only by shedding its disguise could the creature tap into its true potential. It darted around Qin Yu with blinding speed, becoming a blur that offered no clear target. Then finally, it spotted a perceived opening as he seemed to waver, and with its maw wide open, it lunged straight for Qin Yu's face. But it was all a ruse, a deliberate feint to lure the beast into a trap. The moment it committed to the attack, Qin Yu stood his ground and drove his spear forward, piercing clean through its torso. He then activated his endless burn technique. Flames surged through the spear, erupting from its tip in a violent purple conflagration that incinerated the monkey's body and soul from the inside out. In the aftermath, a shimmering evolution energy crystal fell to the ground. Qin Yu calmly caught it, allowing the wind to scatter the last of the creature's ashes. Jingling, finally grasping the full picture, felt a surge of concern for his teammate. So it was a disguised monkey all along. "Does that mean something's happened to the real Sao?" Just then, Lu Yun pointed urgently. "Look, over there." At that very moment, the true Sao Jiao emerged, dragging the carcass of another monkey behind him. Lu Yun's face lit up with relief. "Old Sao, you scared the life out of us. We thought you'd been taken out for good." Gao Xiao approached and explained, "This one spotted me and just bolted. It took me quite a while to finally run it down." Commander Li Wei analyzed the situation, his hands clasped behind his back. "So one monkey acted as a decoy to draw one of our own away, while the second one took their place in disguise. I must admit, the cunning of these mutated beasts is quite impressive." After a quick head count confirmed everyone was safe, he gave the order to move out. Trailing at the rear of the convoy was Qin Yu's vehicle. Instead of immediately starting the engine, he walked over to Dao Yi, holding out the evolution crystal. "Here," he said, "eat this quickly." Having lived isolated in the mountains for so long, Dao Yi was a stranger to the ways of the new world. Looking at the glowing crystal in Qin Yu's palm with a skeptical frown, "Is this?" Edible? Xiao chimed in enthusiastically. Of course it is. It's delicious. Qin Yu added his own encouragement. Your ability is exceptional. Eat it. Once you're enhanced, you'll become even more powerful. Dao Yi still seemed uncertain, but with both siblings insisting so earnestly, he could tell they had his best interests at heart. He reluctantly steeled himself. Very well, I'll eat it. Then a thought struck Qin Yu, and he turned to his sister, a curious look on his face. Speaking of which, doesn't your little bug need to eat? Xiao's eyes widened as she suddenly remembered. Oh, you're right, I completely forgot. Following through, she pierced her index finger, allowing a single drop of her blood to fall upon the armored insect king's head. The moment the blood was absorbed, the creature's form rapidly contracted until it was no bigger than a plush toy which she then held. Xiao began to explain its nature to her brother, stating helicopter can consume flesh, evolutionary energy, and even flame crystals. Essentially, it feeds on anything of value, but my blood seems to be the most potent catalyst. Qin Yu, with his heightened senses, mused for a second. I can't shake the feeling that after consuming your blood, despite shrinking, it actually grew slightly more powerful. Is this another manifestation of your power, unsure of the full extent of her own abilities? Shia Yu couldn't offer a clear answer, simply guessing, I have no idea. Perhaps it's just satiated and feeling more vigorous. As darkness enveloped the forest, the group halted their journey to rest, lighting a fire that pushed back the shadows, the very kind of darkness where the worst betray Manhwa hides. The dancing flames cast a comforting glow against the encroaching night, but Xiao Yu, while warming herself by the fire, began to complain. We've been traveling the entire day. That truck is ridiculously bumpy and painfully slow. I'm completely drained. Qin Yu simply told his sister she should be thankful, pointing out that at least she had a vehicle instead of being forced to walk. Abruptly, his attention was caught by a rustle in the nearby bushes, and he instantly shot off spear in hand. The handful of soldiers on watch snapped to high alert. Was another threat emerging? They nervously awaited commands from their superiors and Qin Yu. Moments later, he returned haberdash, holding a rabbit aloft in his hand, and flashed a wide grin, announcing, looks like dinner is getting an upgrade. Consequently, the rabbit was soon skewered and roasting over the crackling campfire. Xiao Yu protested with a whine, but rabbits are so adorable, how could you possibly eat one? Qin Yu, however, was unfazed, holding a piece of the cooked meat ready to dig in. Fine, more for me then. Torn between her sentiment for the now-roasted rabbit and a rumbling stomach, Xiao Yu ultimately succumbed to the fragrant aroma and decided to partake. Its former cuteness be damned. Just add a little more spice for me. At that very moment, someone sniffed the air, catching the delectable scent of cooked meat. Jingling exclaimed with delight, oh, is that roasted rabbit? Beside him, Lu Yun scratched his head and chimed in with a bashful laugh. Don't mind us, you all go ahead. We were just passing by and took a look. Xiao Yu, however, extended a polite invitation. Why don't you join us and have some? To her surprise, they immediately accepted and sat down, creating a slightly awkward but manageable situation. All right then, thank you. Fortunately, the rabbit was large enough to be shared among the four of them. Lu Yun tore into a massive piece of rabbit meat, chewing with unapologetic gusto. Jingling was slightly more reserved, taking one bite at a time, yet the sound of his chewing could still rival the sound of crunching bones. It was clear they hadn't tasted fresh food like this in a very long time. Once the meal was finished, Xiao Yu cuddled up against Qin Yu, whining playfully, I'm so full. Let me use you as a pillow. He, however, pushed her head away in mock disgust. Hey, your mouth is covered in grease. Don't you dare wipe that on me. The following morning, as sunlight filtered through the canopy, the group began folding their blankets and dismantling their camp. Qin Yu was already up and about, stretching his limbs and greeting the new day. Suddenly, his crimson eyes locked onto something. It was an insect that resembled the armored king, yet was distinctly different, boasting even more plating on its body than the previous one. Without a single word, Qin Yu instantly summoned his spear, fully intending to obliterate it with a single strike. His attack, however, was abruptly halted by Xiao Yu, who had placed herself directly in its path, protectively. Hold on, brother. Is that a helicopter? Qin Yu asked, utterly astonished. Why did it change? Its entire form is different now, she wondered, scratching her head in confusion. It seems Xia was just as clueless. I'm not sure, he admitted, but it's definitely him. After a moment of sensing its energy, he added, even its aura has grown more powerful. As he watched his sister playfully pat the head of the evolved armored insect king, Shiny Yu silently pondered a question. How could it sever its ties with the insectoid race and still manage to evolve? Is this because of Xiao's ability, or is it because of her bloodline? Not long after, beneath a brilliant blue sky and a radiant sun, the group resumed their journey. In the back of one truck, the Taoist Dao Yi and several soldiers deprived of a good night's sleep were catching up on rest. They were trying to nap whenever the opportunity arose. After some time on the road, the convoy came to an abrupt halt. Xiao Yu and Qin Yu, who were seated near the driver's cabin, looked around with curiosity. Why have we stopped? She asked. It appeared they had traveled deep into the woods where the path ahead was completely overgrown. The soldiers disembarked from their vehicles to assess the situation. Lu Yun gazed at the dense woods before them, his concern for everyone's safety evident as he suggested. This forest seems to stretch on forever. The kind of place where a classic tale of asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk its darkest secrets. Who knows what dangers lurk within? Perhaps we should find another route. Jingling, however, smiled reassuringly and offered some insight. I'm familiar with this area. It's the Red Pine Forest, and it's massive. Taking a detour at our current pace would add at least 4 days to our journey. Li Wei, realizing a detour was too time-consuming, inquired, is there a path through these woods, or is it impassable for our vehicles? Jingling was quick to respond. There is a path. It's a proper trail, and it's wide enough for us. On the other side lies a small town named Lindu County. We can rest and reorganize there. We can stay for 2 days before continuing our journey. Upon hearing this, Li Wei didn't hesitate to give the order. Once we are through this forest, we will reach a town and can rest for 2 full days. A cheer erupted from the soldiers in the back. That's fantastic, we can finally get a 2-day break. The sun was high overhead, casting a bright light. Jingling took a moment to assess their situation. It was midday with several hours remaining before dusk. If we pushed through at full speed, he calculated we should have enough time to make it across the red pine forest. With that decided, he gave the command, full speed ahead. Their vehicle took the lead. As they forged the way, an obstacle was spotted up ahead. A call went out to the soldiers behind them. Obstacle on the path, it requires clearing. The convoy paused once more as soldiers jumped out, blades in hand, to deal with the obstruction. This constant stop and go was beginning to grate on Shia Yu's nerves. She asked with a hint of irritation, "Now, what is it?" Up ahead, the soldiers were struggling, hacking away at a dense wall of tangled vines to clear the way. Qin Yu watched them, finding their progress painfully slow. Annoyed, he decided to take matters into his own hands. Cutting it piece by piece will take all day. Seeing him prepare to unleash his purple flames on the vines, Lin Fang quickly intervened. "Wait, Qin Yu, stop. This forest is packed with dry trees. It's a tinderbox. The last thing we need is to burn the entire place down." Since burning a path was off the table, the soldiers had no choice but to resume their laborious task. As they continued to chop at the vines, they heard strange rustling and chattering noises from nearby. Looking up, they saw that several mutated monkeys had gathered in the trees above. Perched on nearby branches, creatures with glowing red eyes stared down, their gazes filled with a ravenous hunger, sizing up the group like a fresh meal. A sharp cry of warning pierced the air. "Watch out, mutated beasts." Without a second's hesitation, Qin Yu turned to his sister. "Shia, power me up." A predatory grin spread across his face. He wasn't about to let such willing prey delivered right to his doorstep go to waste. The monkeys were tragically mistaken. In the blink of an eye, the roles of hunter and hunted were savagely reversed. A wave of terrifying energy washed over them, a stark realization that their intended victim was anything but an easy meal. Qin Yu's entire form began to radiate a fearsome presence, transforming him into a spear-wielding specter of death as wisps of violet flame danced across his skin. The monkeys instinctively knew that their only chance was to flee, but it was too late. Qin Yu was fully charged and had no intention of letting them escape. With a powerful downward swing of his spear, he roared, "And just where do you think you're going?" reflected in the creature's terrified eyes. The final image it would ever see was his form lunging forward, spear first. A gruesome sound echoed as crimson painted the forest floor. The beast was instantly dispatched to the great beyond, a brutal sight best left to the imagination. Moments later, Qin Yu stood with 5 glowing evolution energy cores in his palm, not for himself but for Dao Yi, the sibling's trusted companion. "Here, eat these." Dao Yi dutifully consumed them one by one. Once he was done, Qin Yu remarked with a casual air, "You're now an evolver with 13 times your previous physical strength. You can officially be considered one of the heavy hitters now." Suddenly, a piercing scream tore through the clearing from the other side. Startled, both Dao Yi and Qin Yu whipped their heads around as a voice cried out, "What was that?" They saw a soldier writhing on the ground, his hands clamped around his leg as he groaned in agony. Something bit me." Everyone rushed to his side, their eyes falling on his leg. "It's a snake. Those are fang marks," but the identification came too late. Before anyone could even think of treatment, the unfortunate soldier began to convulse, foam collecting at his lips. He took one final shuddering breath and his spirit departed. A short distance away, a snake slithered rapidly, trying to make its escape. But karma in this world is swift, and a sharp thud rang out as a blade plunged straight through the snake's wriggling body in a decisive and fatal strike. "Rest in pieces," muttered the soldier who had thrown the blade. After avenging his fallen comrade, he retrieved his weapon, lifting the impaled serpent, his brow furrowed with grave concern. "Everyone stay sharp. The kind of instant kill poison this betray Manhwa hides in its creatures is no joke. A single bite is a death sentence." Lin Fang and Jingling approached, their expressions grim. "What in the world is happening? We've barely stepped out of the vehicles and we're already down a man." The entire group huddled together to share what they knew, completely oblivious to the bloodthirsty red eyes tracking their every move from the dense undergrowth. Without a single sound of warning, a mutated hawk dove from the sky in a vicious attack, while several more snakes lunged from the shadows, sending the soldiers into a desperate scramble for their lives. Qin Yu's eyes darted across the chaotic scene, his voice a low warning to his sister. "This deep wilderness is a whole different level of danger compared to the city. Shia Yu, you need to stay on high alert." But being vigilant wasn't exactly Shia Yu's style, so she resorted to her own methods, summoning her guardian. "Helicopter, get out here and protect us." On cue, a tremendous crash echoed through the forest as something massive plummeted from above. The armored beetle king landed, its eyes flashing with a perilous light, promising that any enemy that dared to move before it would instantly become a lifeless husk. Just then, from the nearby bushes, 2 mutated wolves burst forth, their sights set on attacking Qin Yu and his sister. But their timing was terrible. The armored beetle king had already arrived, slamming onto the ground, its blood-red eyes locking onto the new threats, chilling and razor-sharp. An overwhelming aura radiated from it, making the 2 wolves hesitant. They only dared to snarl from a distance, too intimidated to approach. Xiao smiled and stroked its carapace, praising the armored beetle king. "With a guardian like you, no one would dare to bully us." Just then, a green frog suddenly sprang from the undergrowth. Though it was merely a frog, its potential venom was an unknown threat. Qin Yu didn't lower his guard and prepared to strike with his spear. "Watch out." Dao Yi sprang into action. A brilliant golden light erupted from his palm and a yellow circle instantly encased the amphibian. The frog's body started to radiate light as if it had attained some sudden, strange nirvana. A moment later, the light faded and the frog vanished, only to materialize directly behind Qin Yu. Its new position was much lower to the ground than its original spot, its luminescent body practically painting a target on its back. Xiao's eyes widened with fascination. What was that? Why is it shining like that? Qin Yu tilted his head and analyzed spatial teleportation. Before he could make a move, the armored beetle king dove in, crushing the glowing frog underfoot and ending its existence. Dao Yi let out a soft, self-assured chuckle, pleased with his little demonstration. He explained, that was my positional swap talisman. What do you think of that? Qin Yu flashed him a thumbs up. Impressive. What's the lifespan on one of those? Dai Yi gave a bashful smile, feeling a bit shy. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and replied, roughly 1 month. My talismans are good for about 1 month. Any longer, and their potency begins to fade until it vanishes entirely, turning into nothing more than an ordinary piece of paper. Qin Yu nodded, then gave his teammate a new directive. Okay, Dai Yi, prepare more of these displacement talismans. They'll be incredibly useful. As if sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, Dao Yi offered a stern warning, but I need to be perfectly clear about their limitations so no one gets hurt. This talisman is ineffective against overwhelmingly powerful foes, and it's impossible to use it on yourself. Following a series of skirmishes with mutated creatures, the sky started to bleed into dusk. They couldn't push forward, unaware of what dangers the encroaching darkness concealed. Li Wei sighed and commanded, all right, we'll make camp here. He then directed the team to clear a defensible space before darkness fully descended. The soldiers promptly disembarked from their transports and began to establish the camp. Qin Yu glanced at his sister, his expression filled with concern, and said, I need you to be on high alert tonight. The true danger of a place like this, much like a betray Manhwa, hides just out of sight, so don't sleep too soundly. Xiao pouted, grumbling that a good night's sleep was already a luxury and that she needed her rest to grow. He immediately shot back, reminding her she slept like the dead every single night. And if it wasn't for me waking you up? Overhearing the siblings' banter, Dao Yi found himself blushing for reasons he couldn't quite pinpoint, his thoughts drifting off to some unknown place. Later that night, the campfires were extinguished and the team retreated into their tents. Of course, vigilance was paramount in the untamed wilderness, so soldiers were stationed to keep the night watch. Suddenly, a distinct rustling echoed from the nearby bushes. The closest guard instantly tensed up, wondering what it could be. The 2 soldiers resisted the urge to act rashly. One of them raised his radio to contact the other patrol units. Come in, we have activity over here. Moments later, a pair of guards arrived as backup. What's the situation? The soldier with a prominent facial scar reported. There's movement in that direction. It's most likely a mutated beast. Another soldier advised, let's not rush in. We'll move in and get a visual. He then their designated roles. The 3 of us will advance. You hang back and maintain a safe distance. If we're forced into combat and the opposition is overwhelming, your primary objective is to sound the alarm and rouse the camp. The scar-faced soldier was tasked with this crucial duty and gave a firm nod. Understood. Their leader scanned the oppressive blackness around them. It's pitch black. We need illumination. As the words left his lips, a crimson flame flickered to life in his palm, casting eerie shadows and lighting their immediate surroundings. The moment the light bloomed, it revealed a monstrous green viper, its maw agape, hurtling directly toward the trio. The man holding the flame reacted instantly, hurling a sphere of fire at the creature while shouting, watch out, viper. Yet the fiery projectiles seemed to have little effect, as the serpent barely broke its stride. His comrade's panicked voice cut through the air. There's another one here. A second emerald viper shot forward, its cavernous mouth a display of razor-sharp fangs. It coiled its powerful body around the soldier, who could only grapple desperately to keep his jaws shut and away from his flesh. But with the crushing pressure of the snake's coils, it was a battle he was destined to lose, as his strength inevitably failed him. Agonized screams tore through the silent night. The third man was ambushed by a serpent that plunged down on him from the canopy above. Witnessing the carnage, the scar-faced lookout shrieked with every ounce of air in his lungs. Ambush, we're under attack. Ambush. Get everyone on their feet. The sleeping soldiers jolted awake, igniting torches and raising their weapons, their own shouts echoing the alarm. Contact, we're being overrun. Li Wei was jolted from his sleep by the escalating chaos. He threw open the flap of his tent, demanding, what's the situation? A breathless soldier scrambled to his side to report. Snakes, Li Wei questioned. Yes, sir, snakes. The man looked completely drained, as if he'd just wrestled 10 rounds with a legion of them single-handedly. The words had barely left his mouth when more serpents emerged, a slithering tide of vibrant, deadly colors. It was as if they were converging for some unholy gathering, confronted by a green viper hissing menacingly. Its fangs bared, Lu Yun couldn't help but recoil. Who in their right mind would have disturbed their nests, he muttered. Seeing the desperation on every face, Jingling's voice was heavy with guilt as she took responsibility. This is on me. I made a terrible judgment call. I never should have. Led us down this constricted forest trail. As their commander, Li Wei's voice cut through her self-reproach, I gave the final order, so the responsibility is mine. The kind of bitter truth this betray Manhwa hides is that blame gets us nowhere. Figuring out how to break this siege is what's paramount. He then roared his orders. All units relay this command. We attack as a single entity, provide covering fire, and do not allow yourselves to be isolated. The serpent seemed to respond with even greater ferocity as one launched itself from a high branch, its sharp, venom-dripping fangs gleaming in the pale moonlight. Soldiers fell back in a panic as their comrades in arms leveled their rifles and unleashed a hail of bullets. The sheer force of the volley blasted the creature from the air, sending it crashing to the earth, but then the inevitable occurred. The soldier nearest to the fallen beast became its immediate prey. The snake struck with lightning speed, burying its fangs deep into the man's flank. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Ah, help me, but it was the last sound he would ever make. Crimson instantly saturated his uniform as the poison coursed through his veins with horrifying speed. He was gone mere moments after his cry for help. It was then that Lu Yun realized something was fundamentally wrong with these creatures. Wait a minute, he thought these aren't simple, thick-skinned pythons. They're venomous vipers that have mutated, growing to an unnatural, monstrous size. Having dispatched its first victim, the venomous beast scanned for its next kill. It then expelled a toxic purple mist that completely enveloped a bald-headed soldier who collapsed and perished in a pool of his own blood, sweating profusely. In a heartbeat, 2 men were dead. The serpent then lunged for a third victim, but from the flank, a figure wielding a pair of swords shot forward. It was Gao Xiao, his expression grim and his gaze unyielding. Jingling cried out a warning, "Old Gao, be careful. The smoke that snake breathes is highly toxic as well." Gao Xiao didn't respond. His ethereal form, capable of phasing through physical assaults, allowed him to effortlessly evade the snake's cloud of purple mist. In a flurry of flashes, his twin swords sliced through the air, dicing the serpent into numerous pieces. If it hadn't been so venomous, it would have made for some truly exceptional snake soup. Standing off to the side, Lu Yun offered some fawning praise. "That's old Gao for you. Efficient and deadly the moment he makes his move." The words had barely left his lips when a glob of venom shot right past him. He dodged in a panic, narrowly escaping a gruesome end. Just as expected, the venom that splattered on the ground sizzled and bubbled, corroding the earth and releasing a foul, acrid stench. Jingling, while controlling the vines in his hands, shouted a warning to everyone. "This poison is incredibly potent. Do not let it touch you." The camp plunged into utter chaos as the horde of snakes slithered in relentlessly to attack. Everyone fought desperately to fend them off. A contingent of armed soldiers suddenly emerged from the military barracks, and the commander's voice boomed across the battlefield. "Reloading. Enemy forces are attacking from the right." "Understood. Provide suppressing fire. The left flank has been breached by the enemy. Stop them at all costs." Lin Fang noticed Qin Yu's group of 3 standing motionless in one spot and yelled out, "Hey Qin Yu, what are you spacing out for? Let's move." Qin Yu remained dazed for a long moment, then suddenly spoke 2 words under his breath. As if confirming a suspicion, he turned and said to Lin Fang, "You guys break through first. I'll catch up with you later." Shia Yu wondered aloud, "Brother, why aren't we going?" Without answering his sister's question, he posed another. "Can everyone smell that? A faint sweet scent on the air." Dao Yi stroked his chin, pondering a sweet scent. "All I smell is this awful stench." Xiao Yu sniffed the air intently, and her eyes widened in realization. "Huh, I believe I do smell it. It's incredibly faint, but it is definitely there." As if he had solved a grim puzzle. Qin Yu sighed. "It's no wonder. The reason so many venomous creatures would manifest in a place like this. It's a truth. The darkest *** betray, Manhwa hides ***. Xiao Yu was thoroughly confused. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Only then did he clarify the dreadful situation for his sister, if I'm not mistaken. These venomous snakes and that gas frog from before are all being manipulated by the 5 poisons beast. Xiao frowned. Her knowledge of such ancient horrors wasn't as extensive as her brother's. The more her brother explained, the more stunned she became. The 5 poisons beast. He shared the grim lore with Xiao and Dao Yi. Legend says that the 5 poisons beast is the undisputed king of 10,000 poisons and can command all manner of venomous creatures. Deep within its body lies a 5 poisons pearl. Consuming it not only grants complete immunity to all poisons, but also bestows the abilities of the beast of 10,000 poisons, making it an item of unimaginable rarity. Considering the grave danger that lay ahead, Qin Yu made his decision. "Shia Yu, Dao Yi, you 2 will go with the main group. I'm heading out to confront that 5 poisons beast." In her brother's absence, Xiao stood her ground, refusing to go with anyone else. She was resolute, declaring her intentions firmly. "No, I'm going with you. We made a promise. Once I became an evolver, we would fight together side by side." Dai Yi paused, then tentatively raised a hand and stammered, "In that case, I'll go as well." Qin Yu then patting his shoulder. He offered some frank advice. "I appreciate your resolve, but you need to stay with the main force. The 5 poisons beast is overwhelmingly powerful. It's far too perilous, and frankly, your presence would only hinder our efforts." Faced with this direct refusal, Dai Yi could only scratch the back of his head and let out an awkward chuckle. A moment later, he produced a thick stack of yellow talismans and offered them to Qin Yu, insisting, "Here, take these. They could prove useful. You've got 5 displacement talismans, 5 golden light talismans, and another 5 for blinding demons." Qin Yu accepted the bundle, imprinting their patterns in his mind as he simply said, "My thanks." He then turned to Xiao, pressing a small round pill into her hand. "Xiao Yu, I replicated these detoxification pills from the others back during the God of Combat's trial. Bolster its effects, then ingest it." Meanwhile, across the encampment, a serpent lunged from the shadows directly at Lin Fang's back. With chilling efficiency and not a single wasted movement, Lin Fang thrust his hand toward the threat and unleashed his technique, Vacuum Blast. A deafening boom echoed as the snake was instantly annihilated, its form shredded into countless pieces that rained down like crimson confetti. Yet standing unharmed amidst the carnage was a lone figure. The unexpected arrival was none other than Dao Yi. Unable to get a clear view of the newcomer, Lin Fang was already preparing a second vacuum blast when Dao Yi's voice cut through the tension to stop him. "Whoa there, benefactor. Hold your fire. It's just me." Lin Fang instantly moved to shield Dao Yi, his concern shifting as he urgently asked about Qin Yu and his sister. "You're here. Then where are Qin Yu and the others?" Dao Yi's reply was unnervingly concise. "Qin Yu and Xiao went hunting. The words struck Lin Fang, stirring a deep sense of inadequacy. Asterisk. Of course, they did times, he thought. Asterisk. We're barely clinging to life. And they have the luxury to hunt. Asterisk. It was a level of power that any tale of betray Manhwa hides until the final confrontation. Further ahead, the squadron of soldiers was desperately fighting to breach the serpentine blockade when a scout suddenly cried out, "The enemy assault has ceased. What's happening? Everyone stay sharp." This could be a feint while they gather strength for a single devastating strike, but the swarming multicolored serpents that had been relentlessly attacking suddenly went still, their movements becoming sluggish as if entranced. Moments later, they collectively turned and slithered away, abandoning the fight entirely. Lin Fang watched, utterly baffled, as they retreated in an unnervingly orderly fashion. They're pulling back. But why? Just then, a soldier peering into the distance spotted the source of the commotion and shouted in disbelief, "It's them. They've drawn the entire serpent swarm away," and indeed it was the two siblings, Qin Yu and Shia Yu, flanked by the formidable armored beetle king. The entire horde of snakes was now converging on their position, seemingly mesmerized by the violet flames flickering around Qin Yu's body. With a single fluid swing of his spear, several of the beasts erupted into a fiery inferno before being diced into pieces. His expression remained a cold, emotionless mask as his skin took on a brilliant crimson hue, a sign that he had unleashed a technique that caused his very blood to burn with power. Another sweeping arc of his spear followed, and the charging serpents were instantly carved into multiple segments. The fresh crimson vitae gushing from their bodies was greedily absorbed by the spear's tip. Qin Yu's voice boomed with dominance. "Drink your fill." Shia Yu was proving to be no less of a spectacle, a razor-sharp saber gripped firmly in her hand. Her blade work was ruthlessly decisive, and her footwork was a blur of agile grace. She effortlessly dispatched a significant number of the slithering beasts. Even the armored beetle king was a terrifying force of nature. A single swipe of its massive pincer was enough to tear any serpent that dared approach clean in two. The soldiers who had been clearing a path now watched as if they were witnessing the arrival of their saviors. They kept their weapons raised, prepared to offer support at a moment's notice, but a shared hope began to spread among them. The hope that with those three on the field, this overwhelming threat might just be manageable after all. Further into the fray, Qin Yu cleanly decapitated a monstrously large serpent, his spear, when he suddenly froze, a strange scent hitting his nostrils. He instinctively spun around to shout a warning to his sister. "This is bad, Shia Yu, get back." At that moment, Shia Yu was perched atop the armored beetle king, the two of them having just dispatched a few lesser snakes, leaving her momentarily bewildered. In that instant, a colossal serpent erupted from below, its blood-red maw gaping wide, aiming to devour Shia Yu whole. With a sickening crunch, she leaped clear of the armored beetle king's saddle. The snake's attack missed its primary target, but its fangs pierced deep into the beetle king's carapace. Shia Yu cried out in horror. Qin Yu was stunned by the sheer scale of the creature. It's massive. The serpent's fangs appeared to be lodged too deeply in the armor for it to retract them immediately. Shia Yu extended a hand, channeling her power to enhance the armored beetle king. "Helicopter, don't be scared of it," she mentally urged, knowing her buff made it 60 times stronger. Her loyal mount did not disappoint, raising a massive pincer to strike back at the snake. Enraged, the serpent violently flung the armored beetle king into the sky. Down below, the watching soldiers murmured in shock, recognizing the girl's signature mount. High in the air, it was unclear if the beetle king's wings had been damaged or if the power disparity was simply too immense. It was unable to evade a devastating tail whip from the snake, taking the full force of the blow. With a series of thunderous impacts, the armored beetle king was sent hurtling into the distance, plowing through several massive trees. Shia Yu screamed in panic, "Helicopter," but her companion gave no response. It lay completely still amidst the wreckage, knocked unconscious. Tears streamed down Shia Yu's face as she cried its name again. "Helicopter." She had grown incredibly attached to her loyal mount and guardian. She desperately wondered if it could be saved. Having neutralized one powerful adversary, the colossal snake fixed its gaze on Qin Yu, hissing menacingly. His mind raced, analyzing the threat. This creature had to be at least 60 times stronger than a normal human. Nothing less could have dispatched Shia Yu's enhanced beetle with such ease. To think the red pine forest concealed such a monstrous mutated beast, it seemed that even with my foreknowledge from a past life, climbing to the apex of power is fraught with peril, the kind of unexpected threat a betray Manhwa hides in its darkest chapters. His face grew grim as he calculated the odds. His own physical conditioning was at 28 times the norm. Even with Shia Yu's enhancement, the chasm between that and 60 times was still immense. On raw physical power alone, victory was impossible. However, factoring in his copy ability and his third stage flames, there might just be a sliver of a chance. As the serpent coiled, not yet striking, he continued to formulate his strategy. The giant snake had approached completely undetected by either Shia Yu or her beetle king. This meant it likely possessed a skill for stealth or complete presence concealment. While devastating for an ambush, such an ability is far less effective in a direct confrontation. "This is winnable," he concluded. Qin Yu made his decision in a heartbeat, turning to Shia Yu. "Enhance me now." She instantly complied, casting her buff on him while her worried gaze darted towards the injured beetle king, not forgetting to plead for him to be careful. Now empowered, Qin Yu's entire form began to radiate with light as he tightened his grip on the spear and surged towards the colossal snake. The beast was no easy foe, unleashing a spray of caustic venom from its maw. He deftly leaped aside as the lethal liquid struck the earth, which instantly corroded with a sickening sizzle, like flesh on a hot pan. The serpent then lunged its head, snapping forward to bite Qin Yu's arm. but he met the attack with the shaft of his spear, brutally smashing its massive head down into the dirt. But the beast was unrelenting. It resorted to its old tactic, lashing out with its tail with incredible force. Yu narrowly evaded the lethal strike, a blow so mighty it shattered a thick branch overhead. Capitalizing on the opening, he lunged forward, using the razor-sharp point of his spear to carve a gash across its tail, unleashing his level 3 violet flames to sear its flesh. The serpent screeched in agony from the unexpected assault. It bellowed in fury, smashing its burning tail against the ground again and again, desperately trying to smother the flames with dirt and sand. After just a few moments of combat, Yu was already soaked in sweat. Wiping his brow, he thought with relief that his mastery of the spear had saved him. If that last thrust had been even a fraction deeper, the sheer force of the tail would have sent both him and his weapon flying. The colossal serpent whipped its smoldering tail with renewed aggression. It flickered its forked tongue, its eyes locked onto Yu. He stood his ground, silently observing the whip-like appendage hurtling towards him. Leaping high into the air, he brought his own whip crashing down, chiding himself that his jump was a moment too slow. He should have summoned a clone to intercept the blow. As his whip met the snake's tail, the sky abruptly plunged into darkness. Yu glanced back, his voice a stern warning, "Stay focused. A single misstep now, and you'll forfeit your life." The great serpent's horrifying maw gaped open before Yu as his whip lashed out repeatedly, yet to little avail. Xia, his sister's voice was a choked sob. Brother Xiao turned her gaze to the fallen armored beetle king, and her expression hardened with resolve. Biting her own fingertip, she drew a bead of blood, allowing a few crimson drops to fall upon the creature's carapace. The armored beetle king's eyes flickered open as life returned to it. Shia Yu examined her finger. "My blood can save you more than just once." She noted how quickly the small wound was already closing and mused, "Ah, now that I'm this powerful, I suppose I heal from injuries almost instantly." With grim determination, Xiao took a blade and sliced her own wrist, crying out as her face contorted in pain. A stream of blood flowed from the gash, drawn out and slowly absorbed into the armored beetle king's form. The giant insect stirred, its revival now complete. Xiao Yu's voice was filled with joyous relief. It actually worked. Meanwhile, Yu's desperate battle continued to rage. He flung a mystical ring through the air. It slammed into the great snake, forcing it to reel back in agony. Yu glanced at the matching ring on his own hand. This artifact allowed someone like him, who lacked a natural talent for controlling long-range flame techniques, to wield them with ease. It was an immense advantage. Regrettably, the ring's power threshold was far too low. It simply couldn't withstand the intensity of his third-stage purple flames. If he kept using it, it would undoubtedly be overloaded and destroyed. Yu stared up at the colossal serpent. In a head-on clash, he was completely outmatched. The only viable strategy was to wear it down, to slowly bleed its stamina. The serpent thrashed, wildly disoriented. The moment was approaching. Yu prepared to seize the opportunity. This is it. The giant snake's eyes turned a bloodshot red as it bared its venomous fangs and flicked its horrifying tongue. Yu's eyes widened in alarm. Damn it, it still had that attack. The great serpent began to coil its massive body into enormous loops, its jaws gaping wide to swallow him whole. Yu reacted instantly, conjuring a defensive magic array. He cursed. Damn it. That opening I fought so hard to create was squandered in an instant. I gave it time to recover, a classic trap that many a betrayed Manhwa hides, and now bringing it down will be 10 times harder. The colossal snake's devastating lunge slammed against Yu's barrier, but failed to break through. The serpent focused its attack on a single point, striking with relentless fury as the armored beetle king materialized directly behind it. Its formidable hands sank deep into the giant snake's flesh, and the armored beetle king latched on, refusing to release its grip. The colossal snake reared its head, letting out a roar of pure agony. Yu seized this opportunity instantly, lashing out with his whip. The serpent snapped its massive jaws toward the armored beetle king, which was still mercilessly clawing at its body. The armored beetle king relentlessly swung its razor-sharp iron claws, giving the giant serpent absolutely no time to react. The great snake threw its head back and shrieked in torment, while Yu, gripping his spear, charged forward and bellowed, "Perish." Yu drove his attack straight into the giant snake's eye. With a grim expression, he commanded it to be utterly consumed by fire. The spark of flame pierced clean through the serpent's head as it opened its mouth in a final silent scream. Shia Yu looked up, whispering, "Incredible. It actually worked." The great serpent was completely incinerated by Yu's inferno, its entire body charred as it collapsed at his feet. The gem on the armored insect king's body pulsed with light as it stood before Yu, signaling its own increase in strength. Yu remarked, "Xia, that ability of yours is on another level." Xia Yu retorted, "If that thing hadn't ambushed me, my helicopter wouldn't have been taken down so pathetically." Yu held the gem in his palm. He had never before encountered evolutionary energy with such incredible purity. Same old routine. I strengthen, then you copy. Xiao Yu spoke up again, "You should just take it. We still have that 5-venom beast or whatever to hunt down." Yu affectionately patted his sister's head. "Don't be silly. It's just evolution energy. It won't increase my power enough to be a deciding factor if I absorb it alone. You, on the other hand, are already weaker than I am, so be careful. If you fall too far behind, I might just leave you." Xiao Yu threatened, "If you dare leave me behind, I'll summon 12 Tier 3 monsters to hunt you to the ends of the earth." Yu eyed his fuming sister with a hint of genuine caution. He thought, whoa, I'd better not mess with her. While Yu screamed from the energy surge, Xiao Yu sat calmly in a corner, merely hugging her head. Yu finally let out a sharp breath. As he expected, this was no ordinary evolution energy. It directly boosted his physical strength from 28 to 32 times the norm, a 4-fold increase. Shia Yu replied coolly. That's it, I went from 23 to 29, a six-fold increase, and I didn't even make a sound. Qin Yu said, all right, you can stop with the sarcastic remarks now. My blood flame spear absorbed that serpent's life essence and successfully upgraded from a D-rank treasure to a DD rank. Qin Yu turned his gaze toward Xiao Yu. Let's go. Time to find the five-venom beast. Xiao Yu asked her brother curiously, brother, how strong is this five-venom beast anyway? Is it more powerful than that snake we just defeated? An image of a demonic spider surfaced in his thoughts. Qin Yu said, in terms of sheer rarity and value, the five-venom beast is definitely not inferior to a demonic species. The true danger this betrayed Manhwa hides is another matter entirely. Hiding behind a massive ancient tree, Xiao Yu whispered urgently, brother, look over there. Qin Yu's brow furrowed in disgust. Whoa. What in the world is that repulsive thing? Qin Yu gestured to Xiao Yu. You stay here, keep watch, and get ready to buff me. She agreed without hesitation. Okay. Qin Yu continued, seriously, to deal with this creature, it has to be a one-hit kill. If it gets a single chance to react, things will get extremely difficult. Qin Yu gripped Xiao Yu's shoulders, his eyes gleaming with focused intensity. The armored insect king observed silently from behind. Standing before the monstrous creature, Qin Yu's eyes lit up as a plan formed. In just a moment, your job is to get over there and be the distraction from the front. In response, the armored insect king swiveled its head, scanning its surroundings. Qin Yu's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. So it's learned to disobey. The intelligence of this armored insect king has grown significantly. Could this be the result of Xiao's power? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao moved to discipline the armored insect king. How dare you defy my brother's command? Meanwhile, the five venom beasts surveyed the area, then planted its razor-sharp iron claws firmly into the earth. A ferocious grin spread across the five venom beast's face as its two legs snapped shut around a massive, faintly squirming centipede. The five venom beast then lifted the creature to its maw and tore a chunk from it. At that very instant, the armored insect king materialized directly behind the five venom beast. The insect king unleashed a furious assault against the five venom beast, yet the beast remained perfectly still, its gaze locked on the armored insect king. A silent, tense standoff ensued between the armored insect king and the five venom beast before the insect king finally leaped, dashing straight for the five venom beast. The beast reacted by swinging its claw, seizing the armored insect king's arm. Abruptly, the five venom beast's eyes shot open in disbelief as a searing slash carved across its torso. The five venom beast shrieked in agony and collapsed to the ground. The armored insect king stood over it, its hands poised, gazing down upon its fallen foe. Just then, Shia Yu cried out in confusion, Healy, what are you doing? The armored insect king was thrashing its limbs erratically. Qin Yu's expression darkened. This is not good. It's been struck by the five venom beast's hallucinogenic poison. The five venom beast rematerialized behind the disoriented insect king. It opened its palm and launched a sharp, venom-laced spike. With a swift motion, the five venom beast reached forward and plunged the weapon into the armored insect king's back. Paralyzed by the venom, the armored insect king froze in place. The five venom beast extended a claw, observing with grim satisfaction as its victim crumpled to the ground. The five venom beast then loomed over it, preparing to deliver the final blow. Xiao gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as she cried out in despair. Healy, but in that same instant, Qin Yu, who had silently appeared behind the five venom beast, thrust his spear clean through its head. Qin Yu clenched his grip on the shaft, unleashing an inferno of unending flames. He watched intently as the five venom beast began to topple. Success, Qin Yu muttered to himself, but the five venom beast lifted its head and let out an unearthly shriek of pain. Qin Yu stood ready with his spear and remarked calmly, Heh, so this five venom beast truly possesses 3 heads. I had been wondering why it seemed to defy the legends. It appears the tales were accurate after all. With a battle cry, Qin Yu activated his skill, Perish. He took aim at the very center of the five venom beast's chest and struck without hesitation. The five venom beast contorted its back, arching as its entire body erupted with streams of venom. The poison from the beast drenched Qin Yu's attire. His eyes widened in shock. This is bad. The venom. It's all over me. A bizarre sensation started to creep through Qin Yu's entire body. He gripped his chest, his shoulders beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Qin Yu leaned heavily on his spear for support, his face twisted in a grimace of pain. Damn it. The true danger this betrayed Manhwa hides is a toxin that gradually saps my strength away. The point of his spear dug into the earth started to waver. From the shadows, the five venom beast emerged behind Qin Yu, its lips curling into a truly hideous smile. And the five venom beast continued its venomous assault. Venom. Qin Yu spun away, narrowly evading the assault. He attempted a counterattack with his spear, thinking it's taking everything I have, just to muster even a flicker of flame. The five venom beast relentlessly closed the distance, leaving Qin Yu with no opening to strike back. He ground his teeth in frustration. Asterisk. Just as the legend said, this five venom beast is a terrifying foe. Even so, asterisk, asterisk. This degenerative poison hasn't completely taken hold. If I play this smart, there's still a chance to win. Asterisk. The five venom beast then launched into a savage onslaught. Qin Yu recognized the danger instantly. More toxic smoke. The creature's attacks intensified, becoming more ferocious with each passing moment, pushing Qin Yu onto the back foot. He desperately drew upon his dwindling reserves of strength, using the impressive reach of his blood-flame spear to maintain distance. He expended the last vestiges of his fire to beat back the encroaching poison mist. The five poisons beast spewed the fumes relentlessly, forcing Qin Yu into a desperate dance of evasion as he thought, damn it, all its movements are flawless. There's not a single opening for me to exploit. In that very instant, the five poisons beast lunged forward and clamped its claws around Qin Yu's spear shaft. Through clenched teeth, Qin Yu hissed, "This is not good." He was violently pulled off his feet by the creature's immense strength, straight into the billowing toxic cloud. Asterisk, I'm done for times, he thought as the fumes enveloped him. He flinched from the searing pain. Qin Yu was hurled through the air, his body tumbling uncontrollably. He instinctively used his spear to brace for impact, desperately trying to find his footing. A racking cough seized him, his lungs burning from the inhaled poison. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He ground his teeth, spitting out a curse. Damn it, the venom coursed through his veins and the image of the five poisons beast before him began to swim and distort. Shia Yu's terrified scream cut through the haze. Brother, look out! Qin Yu's mind spun as the five poisons beast capitalized on his weakness, pressing its relentless assault. In a last-ditch effort, Qin Yu activated his replication ability, generating multiple illusions of himself. The five poisons beast, momentarily confused by the decoys, lashed out in a frenzy. Qin Yu lowered his head, clutched at his aching chest, and let out a defiant roar. His knuckles whitened around his weapon as he seized the opening. This is my chance. Qin Yu summoned every last ounce of his power, raising his spear high before plunging it directly into the center of the five poisons beast's skull. As he wrenched the weapon free, the creature let out an unearthly shriek of pain, its barbed tail whipping around to impale Qin Yu's shoulder. Qin Yu's face twisted into a mask of agony, sweat pouring down his temples as the new poison spread like wildfire and his heart constricted violently. He grabbed at the side of his chest, crying out in sheer torment. His legs gave out, and Qin Yu collapsed to his knees before the dying five poisons beast. Qin Yu's eyes shot open as he gripped his chest, a horrifying realization dawning on him. This was the ultimate venom of the five poisons king, the kind of lethal secret a betray Manhwa hides until the final act. A toxin so lethal that a mere few milligrams meant certain death for any living being. As Qin Yu knelt helpless, the five poisons beast seemed to grow even more malevolent in its death throes. The creature's lips peeled back into a grotesque sneer, its eyes filled with triumphant defiance. Qin Yu thought with desperation clawing at his mind, times I was so close. Is this how it ends? I refuse to accept this. Times the five poisons beast raised its arm, unleashing a volley of razor-sharp spines with the clear intent of finishing him for good. One of the deadly projectiles hurtled directly towards him. As Qin Yu raised his weapon in a desperate block, Shia Yu suddenly burst onto the scene, knife in hand, screaming, "Leave him alone." The five poisons beast shifted its monstrous gaze, its eyes locking onto Shia Yu. She instantly became its new prey as it swung its massive claws and lunged forward in a blur. Her knife fell clattering uselessly on the stone as the beast snatched her from the ground, its grip like an iron cage. "Unhand me, you beast!" Qin Yu roared. "Let her go." Shia Yu clung to the monster's talon with her small hands, her tiny face twisted in a desperate, miserable cry. Qin Yu, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength, staggered back to his feet. He then plunged his weapon through the five poisons beast's skull once more. The creature's eyes rolled back into its head, a look of dazed confusion spreading as its grip slackened, sending Shia Yu tumbling to the forest floor. Qin Yu bellowed infinite blaze, and a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted, convulsing the entire forest. The five poisons beast was finally vanquished. Qin Yu immediately spun around, his gaze falling upon Shia Yu, who lay wounded on the ground. Shia Yu, he cried out in alarm, "Are you all right?" Her eyes were half-lidded, a faint flush on her cheeks. "Brother, I'm so sorry. It seems I'll be going on without you." Qin Yu's voice was thick with urgency. "Shia Yu, don't you dare say that. I will save you." He gently scooped her up into his arms. "That's right. I need to stop the bleeding." "I must stop the bleeding," Shia Yu whispered back. "It's futile, brother. I don't feel so good." Then, a wave of confusion washed over Qin Yu's face. He placed a hand on her abdomen. "The wound. It's already healed." His arms went slack, dropping Shia Yu back onto the dirt as he bellowed, "Are you kidding me? This is hardly the time for your pranks." She sheepishly scratched her head. "I just wanted to know if you'd be sad if I was gone." Qin Yu offered her his hand to help her stand. "Ha, don't be absurd. You're the only family I have in this world. Of course, I would be utterly devastated." Shia Yu shyly accepted her brother's hand. "I know," Qin Yu said, his tone turning serious, "but the next time we're in a situation like this, you cannot be so reckless and charge in without thinking." Shia Yu shot back defiantly. "Well, if my life wasn't on the line, would you have ever unleashed your true power? Besides, if you had failed, I would have died anyway." Qin Yu let out a heavy sigh. "You have a point. We barely scraped by this time. The venom in that creature's tail is a deadly serious threat. The true danger a betray Manhwa hides is always in the aftermath. If I hadn't used that 3-level boost potion, I would be a corpse right now." Just then, Qin Yu suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to his knees, sending a jolt of worry through Shia Yu. "Brother, what's happening?" Qin Yu's brow was deeply furrowed, his features contorted into a mask of agony. "Just as I feared. The tail's venom hasn't been completely neutralized." "Ugh, cough, cough." Shia Yu scrambled to his side to support him, her voice laced with concern. "Are you feeling any better?" Qin Yu kept a hand pressed to his chest, his head bowed as he answered hesitantly. "It's bad. This poison. It won't kill me instantly, but if I remain in this state, the next mutant beast we encounter will surely finish me off." Shia Yu's brow furrowed in suspicion as she asked, "Brother, you aren't faking this, are you?" At her words, Qin Yu shot up his face, a mask of indignation as he grit his teeth. Ha, what kind of man do you take me for? Do you think I'm like you? Xiao Yu scratched her head and offered a nervous laugh to diffuse the tension. Ah, I was just worried you were trying to trick me again. Qin Yu shot her a ferocious glare. Does the thought of me actually dying here not frighten you abruptly? Xiao Yu's head snapped to the side, as if she had spotted something in the distance. Huh, she murmured before darting off. Watching her go, Qin Yu yelled, hey, I'm in the middle of dying here and you have the energy to just sprint away. Xiao Yu ran to a secluded spot and crouched down, picking up a gleaming orb and holding it up to the light. Then she shouted with excitement, brother, look what I found. Qin Yu's eyes landed on the sphere shimmering in her hand as he said with uncertainty, is that? A 5 poisons orb. Xiao Yu beamed, holding the 5 poisons orb out towards him. Here you go. If you consume this, you'll become immune to all toxins. Isn't that right? He accepted it into his palm and focused his mind, commanding replicate. Qin Yu peered at the 5 poisons orb for a moment, then gasped in disbelief. I can't copy it. It's just like that necklace from before. Skeptical, Xiao Yu placed her own hand on the orb to verify his claim. You're right. My enhancement ability is completely useless on it too. She frowned, then urged him, who cares? Just get it over with and eat it. I'm telling you, this thing looks disgusting. Qin Yu dutifully obeyed, placing the 5 poisons orb in his mouth and swallowing it in a single gulp. In an instant, his limbs splayed out as he let out a roar of kaleidoscopic energy swirling violently around his body. Xiao Yu urgently demanded, what's happening? What is that? The energy then split into 2 distinct streams, wrapping themselves around Qin Yu's arms. He answered, his voice filled with amazement. Ha, deadly poison, flames, and replication. I suppose I'm a man of 3 abilities now. As he spoke these words, he raised his hand effortlessly, mastering a supreme illusion technique while purging 2 different toxins simultaneously. Ha, it was almost like mastering 2 types of powers at the exact same time. Xiao Yu was so mesmerized by the spectacle that she let her guard down just as something sharp began poking her insistently. Huh, Xiao Yu turned to see the armored beetle king lying pathetically on the ground. She made a small cut on her index finger and a bead of blood immediately trickled out. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Good thing you were here to remind me. Thanks. After absorbing Xiao Yu's revitalizing blood, the armored beetle king leaped to its feet, standing tall with its hands planted firmly on its hips. Qin Yu, having also regained his strength, walked over to the corpse of the 5-venom beast. He mused nonchalantly, the body of a 5-venom beast. I wonder if it'll prove useful for anything else later on. Whatever. Let's just get this cleaned up. No sooner had he spoken, Qin Yu collected the massive corpse into his spatial storage. Xiao Yu asked hesitantly, hey, now that you've put it away, can we still eat the stuff that was inside? Qin Yu smiled and replied reassuringly, don't you worry. The space inside the ring can be partitioned any way I want. He stretched, yawned, and then prompted, let's get a move on. We need to catch up with the army. The 2 of them traversed the forest and soon arrived at the village gate. Xiao Yu gazed around in confusion and said, weren't they supposed to have gotten here first? She then looked at the armored beetle king and gave an order, helicopter go, scout ahead for us. Qin Yu had already scanned the area, assessing that the village was unnervingly silent. The absence of people was one thing, but the complete lack of bodies hinted at a deeper treachery, the kind of grim secret a betrayed Manhwa hides until the final act. He had just finished that thought when Xiao Yu shouted, bro, look over there. In the direction she pointed, a man in tattered rags was squatting down, completely absorbed in some task. Qin Yu approached swiftly. Finally, a sign of life. Even a zombie is better than nothing, he thought, only to find it was a pale-skinned zombie voraciously gnawing on a human leg. Xiao Yu's expression instantly turned grim as she drew her blade, stating coldly, I'll handle this one. Qin Yu also shed the playful demeanor he usually wore. Based on this one's state, even a common zombie now possesses 5 times normal physical strength. 4. Ordinary people who haven't become evolved, survival is becoming a more and more distant possibility. While Qin Yu was analyzing the grim situation, Xiao Yu had already darted forward and cleaved the zombie in 2. She casually slung her blade over her shoulder and said with a proud smirk, how is that quick and clean, wouldn't you say? A perfect one-hit kill. Qin Yu couldn't quite meet her gaze, replying with a wry smile, slaying an ant with a single strike. You're truly remarkable. Xiao Yu simply put her hands on her hips, and declared with a pout, you're such a tease. Always making fun of me, she thought before her gaze fell upon the corpse lying nearby, her expression turning to one of confusion. What on earth was it eating? Peering closer, Xiao recoiled, clapping a hand over her mouth to stifle a gag, not daring to take another step. Oh, Qin Yu remarked, kneeling beside the remains for a closer inspection. Judging by its state, this was likely neither human nor standard zombie. It must be some form of aberrant, he concluded. It seems an aberrant tribe has passed through here before. Xiao then surmised that there were likely no survivors left in the vicinity. Just then, a nearby flock of birds erupted from their roosts in a panicked frenzy, and scattered in every direction. Qin Yu's expression hardened as he shouted, we've got company. In the middle of the village square, 3 grotesque figures had materialized from nowhere, bearing their fangs and clutching crude weapons as they charged toward the pair. Qin Yu gave them a cursory glance, his spear held ready, and identified them. Lich ghouls, a lesser class of aberrant, far weaker than the horned demons they had previously faced. The leader surged forward, brandishing its club and letting out a guttural shriek in some forgotten tongue. As they closed the short distance to Qin Yu, he swept his spear in a wide arc. The lich ghouls were instantly consumed by flames, their charred remains scattering across the ground. Xiao Yu enthusiastically waved her hands. Ooh, let's check for loot, let's see what they dropped. Qin Yu, however, immediately dashed her hopes. Don't bother. They're the lowest tier of aberrants. They won't be carrying anything of value. As a few stray petals danced on the breeze, the two of them ventured deeper into the village. While passing by a house, Xiao spotted the distinct silhouette of a man standing on an upper floor. She gasped in surprise, "Hey, I'm not seeing things, am I? There's actually a man standing up there." His face was unnervingly gaunt, his eyes sunk into deep dark hollows. Xiao Yu waved enthusiastically from below. "Hey there, hello sir, could we trouble you for a few questions?" The man simply raised an eyebrow, gazing down at them from his perch. Seeing this, Xiao put on an even friendlier smile. "We're not bad people, I promise. We mean you no harm." But to her surprise, the man who had been leaning against the pillar vanished from sight. Yu's senses sharpened and he could hear the man inside issuing quiet orders, telling his people to ready their blades and stoke the fires. He glanced at Xiao Yu, his voice low, "Xiao, be on your guard." Just then, the man cracked the door open and asked with practiced caution, "Is it just the two of you out there?" Yu calmly replied, "Yes." Seeing his chance, the man urged them, "Get inside quickly. The area is swarming with monsters." He then led the two of them into the house. As they walked, Xiao suddenly spoke up, "Oh, thank you so much. Is that meat? It smells absolutely delicious." The man replied in a strange, unsettling tone, "You two please watch your step." Yu offered a faint smile. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, where did you find such fresh meat? It's been a very long time since I've smelled anything so appetizing." The man put on a generous air and said, "Your timing is perfect. We were just about to eat. Why don't you join us for a meal?" Xiao clapped her hands in delight. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Mutant meat is so tough and stringy. I was getting sick of it. This is going to be a real treat." In stark contrast, Yu remained quiet, his sharp eyes taking in every detail. It was a classic trap, the kind of chilling betray Manhwa hides in plain sight. Meanwhile, a burly man named Song Mao licked a ladle and said, "Ah, newcomers, welcome, welcome." The beautiful Ching seated at the table also gave them a warm invitation. "Come over here, dear. Come and have some meat with us." Xiao approached with a polite smile. "Oh, thank you, ma'am," she said as she reached to lift the pot lid. Taking a deep breath, the aroma was intoxicating. That smells incredible," Xiao remarked, her curiosity piqued. "What kind of meat is this?" But as she got a closer look at the contents of the pot, her eyes widened in pure horror. Xiao Yu slapped a hand over her mouth, choking back a gag before whirling around to scream at Yu. "Brother, they're consuming people. The true horror this betray Manhwa hides is how far humanity has fallen." At that moment, Ching produced a blade that was concealed beneath the pot. She fixed a predatory glare on Xiao Yu, her voice a guttural, insane whisper. Food. With a primal scream, she lunged forward, stabbing in a wild frenzy. On the other side of the room, Bajian slammed the door shut and bolted it, turning to Yu with a twisted, malicious grin. "Looks like we'll be eating well for the next few days," he sneered. Song Mao, not missing a beat, also armed himself with a knife. Thin-skinned, tender meat. This is going to be a feast. He then leaped towards Yu, bringing the blade in his left hand down in a vicious arc. But Yu was faster, sidestepping the attack with ease. He pivoted sharply, driving his elbow squarely into his opponent's face. Song Mao's cheek immediately began to swell grotesquely. He clutched his face, howling in agony before lowering his hands to glare at Yu, a look of confusion on his face. His eyes then darted over to Xiao Yu, who was being backed into a corner by Ching. Abruptly, he raised his own knife and slashed towards Bajian. "Ya!" Bajian cried out, completely stunned. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Ching froze in her tracks and screamed. "Have you gone mad?" Song Mao's expression became vacant, his face darkening as if his mind was no longer his own, and he began to mutter, "Food. Food." Over and over. Ching was paralyzed with terror, trembling uncontrollably as Song Mao finished dealing with the tyrant ant. He then turned his attention to her, letting out an inhuman roar. Wah! The doors of the house remained sealed, trapping the horrifying screams that echoed from within. Later inside, the bodies of the tyrant ants were strewn across the floor. Tuvu asked curiously, "Why did they turn on each other like that?" Tanvu simply pointed to himself and explained, "That was my hallucinogenic toxin." Tuvu's expression clouded with worry, her voice thick with emotion as she struggled to ask, "Brother, there are so few zombies here. Do you think it's because—" Tanvu quickly placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Tuvu, don't jump to the worst conclusions. Even if this apocalypse pushes people to do the unthinkable, not everyone would succumb. Sinking to that level of depravity, people like that are still the exception, not the rule." Their conversation was cut short when they were startled by a sudden shout from outside. "What's all this racket?" Out in the yard, a different group of survivors had gathered around the armored beetle king. "Whoa, what in the world is that thing? It looks absolutely terrifying," one exclaimed. Ma Teng, however, sounded skeptical. "I don't know, it doesn't seem very aggressive. It's not giving off any killing intent." Unimpressed, Luke Tuyat coldly raised her bow, muttering a curse. "Just die. Monster." Lu scoffed with contempt. Why are you even wasting your breath? Terrifying or not, there's no way it can withstand an arrow from Luke. This is a guaranteed kill." Nearby, Luke Van crossed his arms, a smug look on his face as he waited for the show to begin. It puts on a good show, but I didn't think it'd be this pathetic." It's frozen in fear. Luke Tuyat took her time, waiting for the perfect moment before loosing her arrow. The armored beetle king remained completely motionless, making no attempt to dodge as the projectile flew straight towards its head. The point of impact erupted in a sudden violent explosion. Lu sneered triumphantly. What did I tell you now about that clean energy source? I believe it's my turn." But as the dust began to settle, the armored beetle king was revealed to be standing tall, utterly unscathed by the blast. Luke Fong stroked his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's still standing. Impossible. It can't be. Luke too stared in disbelief, his voice trembling. My arrow struck it dead on, yet it's completely unscathed. Cracking his knuckles, Luke Van stepped forward, taking command. Enough of this. All of you attack together, let's end this now, he roared, his hand already gathering a torrent of energy. With a battle cry, Luke Van surged towards the armored beetle king, his fist glowing. As he lunged, he bellowed, taste the might of my golden heavy fist. But just as the blow was about to connect, the colossal beetle king reared its head, its wings buzzing with the intent to escape. Lei's sharp senses caught the movement instantly. With a casual snap of his fingers, a smirk played on his lips. And where do you think you're going instantly? Massive arms of stone erupted from the barren earth, ensnaring the armored beetle king's limbs in an unyielding grip. Luke Van saw his chance. He vaulted high into the air, aiming a devastating punch straight for its head, while Luke Fong raised a hand and commanded gravity ×4. The immense pressure of the amplified gravity slammed the armored insect king back down to the earth. Luke Van Relentless was already winding up his arm, ready to deliver another crushing blow. But from the back, Mayong's weak voice pleaded, everyone please, let's just leave it alone. This is not right. But his words were lost in the heat of battle. Just then, the armored insect king's eyes flashed with a menacing light, and Li Xiao merely crossed, his arms sneering with utter contempt. Ha Maung, it seems you're the only one here without a spine. Anxious Maung's brow furrowed in desperation. He tried to explain, his voice rushed, brother, Xiao, you don't understand, this is different. The true danger a betrayed Manhwa hides is never on the surface. In response, Li Xiao flashed a sinister grin and raised a single hand. If you insist. So it's not a simple foe, you say? His tone was dripping with mockery, however. With a mere wave of his hand, Li Xiao summoned a colossal puppet that towered stories high. He declared arrogantly, but before me, it is nothing more than prey. The giant automaton was a rugged masterpiece of power, its eyes glowing with an incredibly sharp predatory light. A single blue scarf was wrapped around its massive neck. Li Xiao thrust his own fist forward, roaring the command, crush it, the puppet easily 2 to 3 times. The height of the armored insect king mimicked the motion, clasping its hands into one gigantic hammer poised to smash down from high above. But then a blur of light streaked past. With a deafening shriek of metal, the giant puppet was cleaved in two by the armored insect king's razor-sharp claws. Li Xiao cried out in utter disbelief. How is that even possible? Maung rushed to his side, grabbing his arm and pleading, we have to run now, this monster. It's on a completely different plane of existence from us. But while they stood frozen in shock, 2 more arrows of light streaked through the air. From a high vantage point, Lu Shuer yelled, everyone fall back immediately. My light arrows possess the greatest piercing power. I'll cover your retreat. Her brave words were cut short. Before she could finish, the armored insect king materialized in the air directly behind her. Maung, unable to witness the horror, shielded his eyes and let out a choked scream. Ah! Lu Wen screamed her name in pure terror. Sure, Luke was simply frozen, too horrified to even form words, as the insect king's deadly claws were mere inches from her throat. At that exact moment, Qin Yu and Shia Yu, having just escaped the nearby house, were approaching. Hearing Shia Yu's voice, the monstrous insect king froze in place. Lu Wen, recovering slightly frantically, tried to wave them away. Who are you? Get back, you have to get out of here. This creature is unbelievably powerful, but Li Xiao whispered maliciously, Brother Lu, this is our chance. Let's go. These two can serve as a distraction, to slow it down for us. Ignoring them, the armored insect king flapped its wings, ascending to fix its gaze upon Shia Yu. Seeing this, Lu Wen stubbornly called out, Hey girl, are you trying to get yourself killed? Only Maung, his voice trembling in awe, stammered. That power? They're so strong. The colossal armored insect king descended gently to the ground. Shia Yu walked over and patted its head reassuringly. Good boy, she said softly. I'm sorry you were scared. I promise I'll never leave you by yourself again. Li Xiao could only stare, utterly baffled by the scene unfolding before him. What in the world? What's going on here? This creature isn't trying to harm her, it's actually acting. Lu Wen hesitantly offered a theory. Is it possible that monster is a pet she's raised? Li Xiao's eyes widened in partial understanding. Perhaps her ability is similar to mine. This is a creature she summoned. But how is it that this insect is so vastly more powerful than my giant puppet? Meanwhile, Shia Yu stood beside the armored insect king, planting her hands firmly on her hips. She demanded, why were you trying to hurt him? He wasn't bothering you at all. Lu Wen quickly waved his hands, forcing a placating smile. Hey, we are so sorry about that. We had no idea it was your companion. But Shia Yu paid him no mind, turning back to her pet. She gently stroked her little armored insect king's carapace as Qin Yu's cold voice cut through the air. And who are you people? Lu Wen managed a friendly smile and began his introduction. I'm Lu Wen. He gestured over his shoulder. This fellow here is Li Xiao. The one who looks a bit older is my cousin Lu Fang. Our youngest is Maung, and that's my sister over there. Once the introductions were done, Lu Wen looked at them curiously. You two don't seem like you're from around here. Qin Yu answered flatly. We came from Shanjing City. The moment he uttered the name Shanjing City, a visible shift occurred. The expressions on the faces of Lu Wen's entire group soured. Xiao Yu found their sudden change in demeanor confusing, tilting her head to the side. She asked, is there a problem? Lu Wen hastily regained his composure and replied, oh no, it's nothing. It's just that we were actually planning to make our way to Shanjing City to find shelter, but fortunately we were held back by the monsters in the Red Pine Forest. If not for that, it would have been a completely pointless journey. At this, he instinctively lowered his voice to a near whisper. This really isn't the right place to discuss this. Come with us. To make up for the misunderstanding, I'll treat you to a meal. Finding food around here is incredibly difficult these days. The mention of food made Xiao Yu's stomach churn. Her mind flashed back to the horrifying sight of Tong Mu and Qing Qing feasting in that house. She immediately ran to a corner and began to retch violently. Though Luan had no idea what was going on, he still asked with genuine concern, "Hey, are you all right?" Shia Yu wiped her mouth. She waved a dismissive hand. "Ah, I'm fine. It's nothing. Your talk of food just reminded me of something truly revolting that I witnessed recently." The group then began moving towards a large residential compound with Luan taking the lead. He explained as they walked, "Look, I really am sorry about what happened. Our group got spooked seeing your pet so close, which is why we came out to try and eliminate the threat." Yu responded with a tone of understanding, "I see your point. No one would feel secure with a creature like that lurking so near to their home." Hearing his reasonable response, Luan seemed to relax a bit and continued, "The five of us grew up here. It wasn't long after the world went sideways that we managed to take down a zombie and stumbled upon a peculiar crystal inside its corpse. It had this strange, alluring glow. I was the most reckless one in the group, so I decided to try eating it." Shia Yu stared in disbelief. "Wait, what? You actually dared to eat something that came from a zombie's body? Weren't you terrified it was contaminated or toxic?" Luan scratched the back of his head, looking a little embarrassed. He explained sheepishly, "Well, I used to read a lot of web novels, and you know how the protagonist always gets stronger by consuming things like monster cores. So I just mustered up the courage and ate it, and to my surprise, I actually awakened a superpower." Yu pointed a finger at him, his eyes sharp with analysis. "If I'm correct, your ability is a golden body, a variant of steel-type reinforcement, but the potency of your metallic transformation is of a slightly higher grade. However, that girl's ability is the most exceptional one in your group. The force her bow generates is substantial, but its piercing capability is what's truly terrifying, the kind of secret weapon a betray Manhwa hides until the final act, making it devastatingly effective. Highly effective against heavily armored foes." Just as he was explaining this, the door creaked open, and Lu Shen peeked in from the doorway, calling out, "Shia Wen, is that you? You're all back." But her eyes fell not on Shia Wen but on the colossal armored beetle king, and a terrified scream escaped her lips. Lu Wen quickly placed a calming hand on her arm, saying, "Hey, it's all right, don't be afraid. It's their companion, it's not dangerous." Lu Shen was so petrified she could only stammer out one word. Monster Lu Wen, trying to distract her, urged Lu Shen, "Could you please prepare some food for our guests? Bring out the best we have." Soon the six of them were gathered around a table. Shia Yu eagerly opened a food container, exclaiming, "Ah, it's been an eternity since I've had a meal this incredible." Lu Wen, however, turned to Qin Yu with a serious expression, asking, "Qin Yu, you mentioned before that you came from Shangjing City. Can you tell me what the situation is like there now?" Shia Yu, completely absorbed in the vital task of eating, he remained silent, so Qin Yu was the one to answer. "Shangjing City has fallen. It now belongs to the zombies and mutated beasts. It's only a matter of time before the insectoids swarm it as well. The place is already a dead city." He then tilted his head, his gaze sharp. "But I'm quite curious about your situation here. Why are there so few of you?" Luan let out a heavy sigh before replying. "To be perfectly honest with you, when the apocalypse started, a massive rift tore open the sky. From it descended countless imps, slaughtering anyone in their path." He frowned, lost in thought for a moment, but then something even stranger occurred. "The people who live here, they just seemed to vanish into thin air." Qin Yu repeated the word, filled with doubt. "Vanished?" Lu Wen gave a solemn nod. "Yes, they truly did. There was no trace left, not a body, nothing. They were just gone, and they never came back." Qin Yu propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Could it be a dimensional ruin? That's one explanation for how people could disappear so completely, which would mean the level of danger here is immense. He then looked at them inquisitively. "If you're aware that people have been vanishing, why do you remain here?" Luan's voice was tinged with sorrow as he answered, "Because we believe we've found the reason for their disappearances. We're convinced it's the work of a single monster." Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "A monster?" Lu Shen, seeing her brother hesitate, quickly interjected. "Yes, that monster. It devoured them all in secret. Our younger sister, Lu Mang, she was also taken by it." Lu Wen's voice turned to steel. "That creature is the very reason we stay. The kind of cruel truth that betray Manhwa hides is that you either fight back or you lose everything. I have to avenge my sister," he vowed, his fists trembling as he suppressed a wave of fury. Qin Yu silently watched his resolve harden. He then remarked thoughtfully, "A monster capable of consuming an entire village. Its power must be considerable. With your current level of strength, are you certain you can defeat it?" It was then that Li Xiao, who had been quiet the entire time, suddenly spoke up. "The last time we faced it, we managed to wound it badly and sent it fleeing in terror. The next time we cross paths, we will undoubtedly end it." This piqued Qin Yu's interest. "Describe this monster's appearance for me and recount the details of your battle." Lu Wen's expression darkened as he recalled the events of about half a month prior. That day, the five of them had ventured into the forest to hunt a powerful beast. "Phew, we finally took it down." Lu Wen carefully extracted the crystal from the creature's corpse. "Lu Mang, this one's for you." Lu Mang accepted it with both hands. But in that moment, several bizarre sprouts erupted from the earth. Before anyone could react, vines shot out from the ground, ensnaring Lu Mang completely. Everyone who saw it was frozen in shock. "Lu Mang, what's going on?" Lu Mang's limbs were bound tight by the monstrous flora. She cried out in hysterics, struggling with all her might, but it was completely useless. But it was all in vain. Ruhua devoured her whole. The very ground trembled in the aftermath, throwing up a thick veil of dust. They all rushed to where Ruhua had been, only to find it had vanished without a trace. A massive crater in the earth was the only proof it ever existed. After listening to the harrowing tale, Qin Yu murmured, "A mutated plant." Lu Wen turned to him, pressing, "Qin Yu, do you know anything more about these carnivorous flowers? Qin Yu gave a quick shake of his head. I don't. Then, as if a thought struck him, he added, on that note, have any of you seen a large group, maybe over 100 strong, pass this way? Lu Wen responded instantly, no, if a force that large came through we would have noticed. You don't think they were consumed by that man-eating flower, do you? Qin Yu hadn't entertained that thought and his silence was heavy. Lu Wen mustered his courage and pleaded, Qin Yu, you and your group are like us, you have special abilities. I'm begging you to help us destroy that monster. Qin Yu's mind raced, this carnivorous plant, no matter how powerful it couldn't possibly have, devoured them all. A deep suspicion grew in Qin Yu, the kind of truth a betrayed Manhwa hides behind a simple monster. Despite his misgivings, he voiced his agreement. All right, we'll help you. Lu Wen leaped to his feet, his face lit with relief. That's incredible, but this county town is huge. How can we possibly find it? Qin Yu began to theorize. Based on your account, there were 6 of you, yet it specifically swallowed your little sister. My guess is she wasn't just random prey. Lu Wen looked confused, not quite grasping his meaning, so Qin Yu elaborated. Whether we're talking about zombies or mutated beasts, their core instinct is to hunt for evolution energy. Its true target was likely the evolution energy she possessed. Realization dawned on Lu Wen, who nodded. What you're saying makes perfect sense. Qin Yu crossed his arms, a thoughtful look on his face. If it's hunting for evolution energy, then our job is simple. We don't need to find it. We are walking sources of that energy. It will naturally come to us. With that decided, Qin Yu turned his gaze to Mong and questioned the teenager. Your ability is sensory-based, correct? Can you detect zombies and mutated beasts? The mild-mannered Maon affirmed, yes, I can. Lu Wen quickly jumped in. We're coming with you. This place is far too dangerous to be alone. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yu cut him off sharply. That won't be necessary. We'll return shortly. Li Xiao scoffed dismissively. Let them do what they want. Who cares? Ignoring the remark, Mong began to concentrate, focusing his senses. A moment later, he looked at Qin Yu and reported, I've got a lock. There are 2 zombies inside that 2-story building right over there. The trio immediately made their way to the structure. As they navigated the decaying hallway, Mong abruptly froze and pointed towards a specific door. They're in that room. The words had barely left his lips when 2 undead creatures shattered the door, bursting out. Qin Yu calmly watched their clumsy advance as Mong cried out in pure terror. Brother Yu, what are you waiting for? But Qin Yu was already a blur of motion before the words even registered. He lunged forward, his bare hands seizing the zombie's head. With brutal efficiency, Qin Yu smashed its skull directly into the concrete floor. The 2 zombies, animated just a moment ago, were reduced to a gory mess on the ground. Mao's eyes were wide with disbelief as he stammered, even Lu Wen, our strongest fighter, would have to struggle to take down 2 of them. This guy did it with his bare hands. He's the real monster here. Qin Yu suddenly exclaimed, what luck, both of them had won. Mong, still shaken, moved to the window to peer outside. He pointed towards a new location and announced, there's an evolved zombie in that direction. The 3 of them descended into the courtyard below, where a grotesque tentacle was sprouting from a nearby wall. Mayang's expression hardened as he warned, be careful. This one feels incredibly strong. Qin Yu simply grabbed the grotesque tentacle and gave it a tremendous yank. The zombie, lurking within the building, was violently pulled into the open, baring its vicious claws and locking its furious gaze on Qin Yu. He held the appendage in an iron grip as unending flames erupted, and the zombie was utterly consumed by the inferno. Mayong stood there stunned into silence, a display of power that terrifying was beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, Shia Yu collected the zombie's evolution energy, chirping happily. Aha, secured the prize. Qin Yu shot a look at Mong and simply said, keep going. The young man hastily complied. Right, of course. The trio resumed their hunt, and it wasn't long before another zombie was sent sprawling onto its back. Shia Yu scampered over to the fallen creature, bag in hand, ready to rummage for the core. Before long, they had amassed a full bag of evolution energy. It was only then that Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction. This will do. He then took the sack from Shia Yu. With a single word, duplicate, a second identical bag of energy materialized. Qin Yu then retrieved 4 evolution energy crystals from it and offered them to Maon. Here, this is your share. Consume them now. Maon accepted them with caution, his expression one of pure disbelief as he cradled them in his palm. Are these really for me? I've never received this many before. Thank you. With their mission complete, the group returned to the rendezvous point. Lu Wen's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the bag on the table. More than 20 evolution energies in under 2 hours. That's an incredible pace. Qin Yu nodded towards Maon. We have Maon's unique ability to thank for finding so much game in such a brief period. Surprisingly, the young man shook his head. It didn't even take 2 hours. Most of that time was spent just getting around. They dispatched those zombies in the blink of an eye. Listening to them credit one another, Lu Wen found himself unsure of what else to add. All right. So what's our next move? Qin Yu took command. We'll set up a watch rotation in teams of 2. I want any and all movement reported instantly. Darkness descended as the moon climbed high into the night sky, and it was Qin Yu and Shia Yu's turn to stand guard. Perched atop the watchtower, Shia Yu asked, brother, do you think it's really coming? Qin Yu replied with a casual air, perhaps, but nothing is ever 100% certain. Meanwhile, back in their own building, an unusual quiet had settled. Lu sat beside Lu Wen, her voice sharp with suspicion. Brother, I don't believe for a second those 2 are genuinely helping us. Upon hearing her words, he didn't protest. In this ruined world, who would honestly help a stranger? The kind of deep-seated deception a betrayed Manhwa hides is always a possibility. They must have ulterior motives. Even so, he continued, I don't sense they mean us any harm, and as long as we can get justice for Xiao M, nothing else matters. Lu Wen clenched his fist with grim determination. When that creature is finally lured here, we will throw everything we have at it to bring it down. Lu Shuer nodded in agreement. As the night wore on and the moon hung like a beacon in the sky, Lu Wen, who had been resting, abruptly shot upright. Alert, wake everyone now. The entire group emerged still bleary from sleep. One of them rubbed their eyes and mumbled. What's happening? Lu Wen's voice cut through the quiet, a stark warning. We've got company. At his words, everyone was instantly wide awake. Lu Wen began issuing commands. Xia Yu, Mong, you're with me. We'll check the perimeter. The rest of you stay ready to move at a moment's notice. Judging by the noise, we're dealing with a significant number of them. The 5 of them moved out into the courtyard to find a horde of mutated beasts swarming the pile of evolution energy. Lai Xiao stammered, grabbing at Lu Fang's sleeve. There are so many. They haven't seen us yet. We should just run. Lu Fang shot back coldly. And if we run, what happens to everyone else? Lu Wen hesitated for a moment before turning to his scout. Maon, get a read on those things. Can we take them? Maon raised his hands. They huddled together as he scanned the scene. A look of horror crossed his face as he stammered, Brother Lu, there's no way we get out of this without someone getting hurt. One of the mutated feline beasts abruptly whipped its head around, letting out a twisted guttural screech that sounded like a mocking meow before it lunged forward with a terrifying roar. Lu Wen intercepted it, shouting over the din, this is not good. There are endless waves of them. A chorus of those horrifying meows echoed in unison as Lu Wen gritted his teeth. Roaring defensive formation now. They've seen us. The 5 of them immediately formed a tight circle as the swarming horde of mutated cats began to close in. Lu Wen barked the order, Xia, secure a vantage point immediately. Without hesitation, Lu leaped onto a nearby rooftop, knocking an arrow as she called back with concern. Understood, big brother, you all be careful. Meanwhile, Lu Fang spread his arms wide. Channeling his energy. Gravity suppression, he boomed. At the same time, a massive fireball engulfed a pack of the beasts which shrieked in searing agony. Lu Wen unleashed his golden heavy fist, sending one of the creatures flying. All the while, Mong simply stood back, blade in hand, watching as the horde surged forward once more. Leah let out a powerful war cry, smashing them into oblivion as a colossal figure erupted from the earth at Li Xiao's command, instantly joining the battle and pulverizing the cats with its massive fists. Yet the 2 of them, Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, remained motionless on the watchtower. Xiao Yu couldn't help but ask, brother, are we not going to lend a hand? Qin Yu's gaze remained fixed on the chaos below as he calmly replied, patience. Let's observe a little longer. Down below, a particularly large cat beast managed to latch onto Lu Wen's arm. He violently flung it off, but the creature used the momentum to rake its claws across Lu Wen's chest. 3 deep bloody gashes tore across his torso, and he roared in pain and fury, kicking the beast away with a thunderous, get off me. Lu Wen staggered, clutching his bleeding chest before collapsing to one knee, a spray of blood escaping his lips. The cat beast coiled its powerful muscles, preparing to pounce and finish the injured Lu Wen. Liao instantly perceived its intent and snarled, you'll have to go through me to get to him. The golem intercepted the beast, catching it in its massive hands, but to everyone's shock, the creature's claws tore through the stone puppet's face with ease. Lai Xiao's face went pale as he screamed in desperation, Sister Lu, my golem won't last, you have to shoot it now. Just as he yelled, Lui's arrows rained down, igniting a furious inferno around the struggling golem. Incredibly, the cat beast leaped from the inferno, completely unharmed, charging furiously toward Lui's vantage point. The true desperation this betrayed Manhwa hides became terrifyingly clear. Lu Su crouched low, her eyes narrowed in focus, but Maon was completely consumed by terror, screaming, no way, it's impossible for us to defeat that thing. His panic cry broke the team's morale and everyone began to scatter. Hearing the scream, the beast's eyes widened as it instantly locked onto a new target. Mayong shrieked in absolute terror, somebody help me. In that instant, a blinding flash of light erupted from nowhere, momentarily stunning the creature as it was impaled by a radiant pillar of energy. The monstrous cat let out one final agonized howl, its cry abruptly cut short as its life was extinguished. The beast was now pinned firmly to the ground by Qin Yu's spear. From below, a completely dumbfounded Liao could only stammer, Qin Yu. He's that powerful. At the same moment, the remaining cat beasts were sent scattering, revealing Shia Yu, who had finally descended, riding atop the magnificent armored insect king. The feline's attention immediately shifted to her, and they lunged hungrily towards Xiao Yu. With a powerful flap of its wings, the armored insect king deftly dodged their assault before retaliating, slashing at them with its razor-sharp claws. The beast reared up on their hind legs, poised to pursue Xiao Yu, but she merely offered them a cold, dismissive glance before leaping gracefully from the back of her insect king. She unsheathed her blade and with a single fluid slash sent the remaining cat beasts flying in every direction. Yu touched down her blade, carving a deadly arc that cleaved several more cat beasts in two. She moved like a whirlwind of steel, relentlessly shredding the creatures. Lai Xiao, standing beside his colossal guardian, could only stammer, isn't she supposed to just rely on summons? How can she fight with such ferocity? Mong's eyes, however, gleamed with appreciation as he clasped his hands. He watched her for a moment before sighing in admiration. With that level of skill, our safety is assured. Our assistance is no longer required. Yet amidst the chaos of the cat beast pack, something flickered past in a blur, and the ever-watchful Qin Yu immediately caught the movement. A level 2 mutated shadow cat beast. He lunged with his spear, but the creature was unnaturally agile, evading the thrusts before transforming into a serpent. It coiled tightly around his arm, its form shifting continuously, now morphing into a clawed appendage to strike at Qin Yu. He used his free hand to seize its neck, only for it to dissolve into a viscous, gooey sludge. The shadow cat beast slithered from Qin Yu's grasp and darted away. He watched it disappear back into the horde of cat beasts with pure contempt. It thinks itself so cunning. He slammed the butt of his spear into the ground, and in an instant, the surrounding cat beasts were engulfed and vaporized by a storm of purple flames. The night shadow cat attempted a sneak attack on Qin Yu from his blind spot, but its murderous intent had already been perceived. He spun to meet the assault with his spear, stunning the shadow cat beast. It desperately swiped its claws to the left, and then as that attack failed, it swiped again to the right. But the image of Qin Yu in its vision began to warp and blur into a hazy mirage. The creature crouched on all fours, its eyes darting about wildly as it found itself surrounded by multiple copies of Qin Yu. 3. Then 4 afterimages simultaneously raised their spears to strike. The real Qin Yu observed from the sidelines as the night shadow cat rose onto its hind legs, slashing frantically at the illusions in a state of utter confusion. He calmly held out his hand, and a brilliant flame ignited in his palm. Qin Yu unleashed a torrent of purple fire at the disoriented night shadow cat, incinerating it on the spot. As its body turned to ash, a brilliant light flashed from deep within its core. It was an evolution energy crystal. Qin Yu moved like lightning, snatching the precious crystal as it fell. Witnessing this display of overwhelming power, the remaining cat beasts began to back away, their eyes filled with weary caution. Lu Wen's group could only stare in awe as the beasts cautiously retreated. He clutched his chest, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. We're saved. For now. Qin Yu summoned a small flame into his palm and spoke nonchalantly. Now then, let's tally up our earnings. The fire spread, incinerating the corpses of the cat beasts that littered the battlefield. Once the cleansing was complete, the flames receded, revealing a field of gleaming energy crystals. Lua gasped in astonishment. So many evolution energy sources, this is an incredible haul. Xiao suddenly jabbed a finger towards a patch of empty ground. Brother, look, there's a disturbance over there. On the supposedly solid ground, a fissure suddenly split the earth, blooming like a monstrous flower from below. A classic example of how a *** betray Manhwa hides *** its true villain. Lu Wen's face contorted in rage as he clenched his fists and snarled. That's the one, the monster that devoured Meng Mong. Lu Fang raised his hand, a swirling vortex materializing in his palm. Gravity suppression. The grotesque flower-like bud was immediately crushed by an immense gravitational force, halting its ascent. Its writhing vines, which had been concealed underground, were now violently yanked to the surface. Its entire form was exposed, an ugly, sickly yellow flower bud. It then burst open, revealing a nightmarish maw of countless sharp teeth lining its pistil. Qin Yu's brow furrowed, and Xiao stared in horror as the monstrous flower spread its petals wide, beginning to siphon the ambient evolution energy. Lu Van gritted his teeth and roared, unleashing a golden heavy fist, planning to strike while it was absorbed in the evolution energy. A pitch-black vortex materialized within Nu Hoa's gaping maw. Luke Van's face contorted in horror as he was violently pulled inside. Tuvu was terrified beyond belief. It devoured him. It actually devoured him again. Tanvu stood there, utterly astounded, while Luke Tuit was equally dazed. Batong's jaw dropped in sheer horror, leaving him speechless as Luke Foam let out a furious scream. Roaring with rage, I'll destroy you. At that very moment, Tuvu pointed urgently, exclaiming, Look, over there. In the direction she indicated, another Luke Van tumbled from thin air, crashing headfirst onto the ground. Tanvu silently concluded this was a space-time ability, the kind of treachery a betray Manhwa hides in its most twisted plots. Luke Tuit vaulted down from the rooftop. She drew her bow, taking dead aim directly at Nu Hoa. You're not escaping this time. Nu Hoa's petals whirled like the blades of a fan, showing absolutely no sign of evading her shot. The instant the arrow struck, it triggered a massive explosion, but when the dust finally cleared, Nu Hoa remained completely unharmed. It forcefully resumed its feast, drawing the evolution energy into its mouth. A glint appeared in Tanvu's eyes as he muttered to himself, I've got it. He retracted his spear back into his storage ring. Then Tanvu crouched low and began gathering the scattered evolution energy crystals. Tuvu cried out in disbelief, Brother, can you really be that greedy? This isn't the time for that, as he continued gathering them. The creature saw its delectable meal being stolen, and Nu Hoa became enraged. Seeing Tanvu clutch the pile of energy, it could restrain itself no longer, and lunged straight for him. Nu Hoa whipped a vine out, striking him hard. The energy crystals scattered in every direction, and the creature immediately began sucking them into its maw. Tanvu tumbled to the ground, rubbing his head just as Tuvu rushed over to scold him. I told you not to get so greedy. But suddenly, Tanvu raised a hand to his lips, a devious smirk spreading across his face. As he watched Nu Hoa intently, he announced with a triumphant cheer, it took the bait. The very moment he spoke, the creature started to look around in confusion. Bizarrely, Nu Hoa now saw 6 identical figures of him surrounding it. All at once, a circle materialized in the sky, gradually expanding. It was a rift in space-time. While Nu Hoa was still frantically searching for the real threat, the rift began to pulse with power. Then the creature froze completely, as if it had been hypnotized. A moment later, Nu Hoa saw another 6 figures, this time of Tuvu, staring intently back at it. As the illusions continued to multiply, her real voice called out, Brother, what's happening to it? Tanvu, having sprung his trap, explained calmly. It's been dosed with my ultimate hallucinogenic toxin. Right now, it's trapped in a state of uncontrollable hallucination. Seeing Tuvu raise her sword to finish it, he quickly put out a hand to stop her. Wait, this creature's ability is exceptionally rare. It would be a waste to just kill it. Let's try to subdue it first. Tuvu appeared to be struggling. Brother, it won't stop squirming. I can't get a hold of it. Hearing this, Tanvu instructed, No problem. We'll just rough it up a bit first. Just be careful not to end it. Immediately after, He eagerly landed several powerful kicks on Guhwa. She instantly joined the fray, kicking with all her strength, shouting, "Take this," and this after the thorough beating. It lay flattened and trembling on the ground. In a swift motion, he gently scooped it up into his hand. "All right, now let's bring it under control." Amidst Tuvu's excitement, the space-time rift overhead swelled to an even greater size. Suddenly, Guhwa's renewed resistance put Tanvu on high alert. "This is bad, don't let it escape." The rift was now more massive than ever, continuously emitting a powerful suction force that threatened to pull everything into its vortex. "What's happening?" he yelled, struggling to hold onto the creature tightly. "What is happening?" The moment he uttered the words, he knew Guhwa and Tuvu were all violently pulled within. Without a moment's hesitation, the rift vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there. The entire group, Luke, Van Lee, Tia, and Madong, were left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Despite the shock, the armored insect king reacted, instantly darting after them. Miraculously, it slipped through just as the rift was closing. Inside the chaotic dimension of the rift, Tanvu, Tuvu, and Guhwa found themselves plummeting through the void. Despite their uncontrolled descent, he angrily gripped Guhwa in his hand, growling a threat. "You stop struggling or I swear I'll cook you over a fire." Once they finally hit solid ground, Tanvu curiously asked, "Where on earth are we looking up?" Tuvu spotted the armored insect king, whom she called Helicopter. "You got dragged in here too." After a brief pause, Tanvu speculated, "This is most likely this creature's innate ability, the power to generate a pocket dimension. Tuvu, you must tame it now and have it get us out of this place." Hearing his urgency, she immediately pricked her fingertip, drawing a single drop of blood. To Guhwa's apparent surprise, the droplet of Tuvu's blood drifted directly towards it. The bead of red quickly fused with one of Guhwa's petals. Following this, the vibrant colored patterns on its form began to recede. As Guhwa shrank in size, Tuvu's voice rang out. "It's done," she announced cheerfully to the armored insect king Helicopter. "You've got a new companion now. So what should we name you?" "Let's just call you Guhwa, all right?" Without waiting for a reply, Tuvu quickly issued a command. "Guhwa, take us back to where we were." But before Guhwa could respond, Tanvu surged forward, his spear a blur as he shouted, "Look out." His powerful strike resulted in a massive detonation. Standing before them was Tuat Kong, casually catching the spear's shaft. "How did you manage to find me?" His sudden appearance sent Tanvu into a state of maximum alert. "Stay back." It seemed the violent clash had terrified Guhwa more than anything. It shivered and cowered behind Tuvu, prompting her to remark, "Brother, look at this. You scared poor Guhwa into this state." While maintaining his combat-ready posture, Tanvu demanded, "Who are you? Or perhaps more accurately, times what times are you?" Disregarding the question entirely, Tuat Kong ordered with chilling calm, "Hand over the world-devouring flower." To me, his words made Tanvu silently muse. The world-devouring flower, that has to be the creature Tuvu just managed to subdue. For this individual to appear here, he must possess space-time abilities as well, the kind of unexpected threat a betray Manhwa hides until the final act. Immediately after, Tuat Kong pointed at Tuvu and clarified, "It is the creature cowering behind her. It relentlessly consumes the dimensional barriers of my world, plunging our reality into chaos. I am here on the king's command to exterminate it. Surrender it to me now. As for the rest of you," he concluded with a sinister grin, "you can just obediently become my next meal." Suddenly, Tuat Kong's gaze locked onto Tanvu as he remarked, "Your blood. It's different from any other I've encountered. The scent is exquisite, absolutely intoxicating. Consuming you will surely trigger my next evolution." Hearing this, Tanvu immediately reached a conclusion. "You're one of the undead." This accusation instantly enraged the man. "Undead? How dare you compare me to those thoughtless abominations? I belong to the Immortal Clan, the eternal and undying Immortal Clan." It appeared that Tanvu was beginning to piece things together, thinking to himself, "The Immortal Clan." Hearing this, a bewildered Tanvu questioned, "What exactly is the Immortal Clan?" The next second, Tuat Kong immediately elaborated that they are the undead evolved to the absolute apex of their potential. They possess intelligence and have named themselves the Immortal Clan. The chasm between them and common zombies is as vast as that between a human and a primate. Tuat Kong's arrogance was palpable as he threatened, "Meekly surrender the world-devouring flower to me. Flower to me, and I shall grant you all a merciful end." His sheer arrogance prompted Shia Yu to erupt into scornful laughter. "The Immortal Clan, don't make me laugh. That's just a glorified title for a zombie. You mindless husks certainly know how to flatter yourselves." This blatant contempt sent Ju Kong into a rage. "You? What was that you just said? We are the pinnacle of evolution, the perfect race. How dare a wretched insect like you show us such disrespect?" Unfazed, Shia Yu pressed on with a taunting tone. "If you're so perfect, then why don't you enlighten me? Just how many of you perfect beings actually exist?" Completely oblivious to the trap being laid, the creature boasted with immense pride. "There are about 5 of us." The moment that crucial piece of information was revealed, Shia Yu's mind raced, analyzing the implications. The apocalypse has barely begun, yet these zombies have already evolved into the Immortal Clan on such a scale. The true danger this world of betray Manhwa hides is an evolutionary pace far quicker than I had ever anticipated. Shia Yu probed further, "And what is your name? Who is your king?" Still blissfully unaware, Ju Kong foolishly began to answer. "My name is Ju Kong, and the name of my king is..." But before he could utter the final word, the realization of his blunder struck him. He roared in fury, "You despicable insect! You dare to trick me into revealing information." In response, Shia Yu calmly offered a denial. "Trick you? Not at all. I simply require the name of the foe I am about to eliminate." Shia Yu's cool, unbothered demeanor only made Ju Kong snort in exasperation. "Such shameless bravado! Do you have any comprehension of the magnificent being you now face?" Cutting Ju Kong's grandstanding short, Shia Yu abruptly yanked his spear back, forcing his opponent to stagger, desperate to save face. He quickly righted himself and began to mutter, "Not bad, I'll admit. You possess a bit of strength. I'd wager you've never encountered an adversary more powerful than myself, have you? That would explain your astounding arrogance." Qin Yu paid no mind to Zhu Kong's smug commentary. Instead, Qin Yu braced himself, thinking his physique is 60 times that of a normal human, far exceeding my own. But unfortunately for him, even with 60 times the strength, he is still nothing more than a level 2 entity. Without another moment's hesitation, he raised his spear high and surged forward to strike, crying out, "Have a taste of this." But in the following instant, Zhu Kong decisively intercepted the spearhead with his bare hand. Zhu Kong's expression gradually darkened, his face a mask of extreme annoyance. "Do you still not comprehend? With your meager level of power, you could never possibly—" He trailed off for about 2 seconds before a sudden shock contorted his features as he yelled, "What is this?" Qin Yu then, powerfully, unleashed his technique upon Zhu Kong, ultimate incineration. A vibrant purple flame erupted, clinging tenaciously to his arm. The sight of it startled him. This was no ordinary flame. The moment he registered the immense danger, Zhu Kong violently swung his arm with all his might. It was then revealed that he had torn open a spatial rift, intending to siphon the flames into its depths. On the other side of this portal, a massive horde of zombies had gathered for some unknown reason. The instant the purple fire rained down from the rift, they were all reduced to ash. Back on the battlefield, Zhu Kong stared at his still smoking arm and exclaimed, "Your raw power is clearly inferior to my own, and yet you can manifest such a potent flame. How intriguing." After a brief moment of observation, Qin Yu offered a sliver of praise himself. "So, you truly possess a spatial ability." In response, Zhu Kong tore open another portal, stating with absolute confidence, "But, unfortunately for you, no matter how powerful your flame may be, it is utterly useless against me." After a 2-second beat, Zhu Kong swiftly materialized directly behind him. "Can you vanish and reappear at will, just as I can?" Fortunately, Qin Yu's senses were sharp enough to detect him just in time, allowing him to spin around and raise his defense. A hint of concern crossed his face as he analyzed in a low voice, "My adversary's physique is nearly 60 times the norm, 30 times more potent, whereas my own is barely over 30. In terms of sheer physical might, my opponent holds an overwhelming advantage. He could utterly dominate me." Qin Yu's voice carried on, "Furthermore, this dimension feels unstable. I can't find any solid footing, which prevents me from unleashing my true power." Hearing this, Shia Yu began chanting a supportive spell from afar. "Brother, enhance." Before she could complete the incantation, he cut her off instantly. "Not yet. This time, I need to determine if my technique alone is enough to overcome an opponent with superior physical strength." Qin Yu's assessment prompted a scoff from Zhu Kong. "Brat, I can't tell if you're exceptionally perceptive or just a complete fool. Knowing full well you're outmatched, how can you still have the nerve to spout such nonsense?" Despite the man's condescension, Qin Yu shot back, "Don't misunderstand. My physical body might be inferior to yours, but my technique." Then, with a surge of power, Qin Yu declared with conviction, "is more than sufficient to defeat you 10 times over." In a flash, he blasted Zhu Kong away, forcing him to stagger back. As Zhu Kong tore open a rift in space, he snarled through clenched teeth, "Pathetic parlor tricks." His form dove into the fissure and disappeared completely. This prompted Qin Yu to raise his guard to the maximum, his eyes darting in every direction. Abruptly, Zhu Kong materialized directly behind him, claws poised to strike. But to his foe's misfortune, Qin Yu had already sensed the ambush and deftly evaded the sneak attack. Qin Yu appeared lost in concentration, formulating a strategy to counter Zhu Kong's vexing spatial powers. Tendrils of smoke continued to swirl about, prompting an enraged internal thought from Zhu Kong. "This damned whelp. His flames have choked this entire dimension with ash." After a moment of contemplation, a revelation struck Qin Yu. "So that's it. I figured out your little trick." The moment he pinpointed the source of the attack, he surged forward. The spearhead flew true, aimed directly at Zhu Kong's concealed position. His prediction was flawless. The strike found its mark, landing a solid blow on his opponent. Zhu Kong frantically wove a spell to regain his balance. In the next instant, he ground his teeth in pure fury. This kid's combat prowess is on another level, the kind of truth that betray Manhwa hides until the final act. If I don't get serious now, I'm going to lose this fight. He then positioned himself before Qin Yu, offering a grim compliment. "Very well, I can see that your technique surpasses my own. You are the only one I will ever eliminate who will have the honor of witnessing this technique." Zhu Kong thrust his sword skyward, unleashing a torrent of crystalline shards that shot directly toward Qin Yu. Reacting instantly, he erected a defensive wall of fire. However, the shards slammed into the barrier, causing it to splinter and crack. This unexpected development caused Qin Yu's eyes to widen in disbelief. His shock was met with a smug, satisfied laugh from his adversary. "Those are no mere slivers of glass. They are fragments of space itself. No matter how durable your body is, a single cut from space itself will shred you like paper." Khan then ripped open another spatial fissure with his bare hands. The spatial fragments surged forward relentlessly, as if intent on his complete annihilation, but he wasn't finished. He began to shatter the very fabric of the surrounding dimension. It was clear Khan was no longer holding back and intended to end this. He summoned every last bit of his power, letting out a deafening roar. Immediately after, the shards swarmed and encircled him. They darted with incredible speed, managing to inflict several deep cuts on Qin Yu. Still, he bore the agony and glanced aside, thinking, "Isn't it time? Has it taken effect yet?" In the following moment, Zhu Kong began to condense a sphere of pure darkness between his hands. He swiftly brought his hands together. He clapped his hands together and roared, "Shatter!" Instantly, a barrage of even sharper shards surged forward with deadly intent. Qin Yu, however, stood unfazed, calmly watching their approach. Then abruptly, Zhang's power fizzled into nothing. "Why has my energy vanished?" Everything was going according to plan. A cold, triumphant laugh escaped Qin Yu's lips. Hearing that laugh, Zhang furiously demanded, "What have you done, you snake?" His mind flashed back to Dong's earlier jeer, "Curse you, your flames are just kicking up dust." Qin Yu's voice dripped with condescension as he reminded him, "Do you recall what you said, that my fire was raising dust everywhere?" He then laid out the truth. "My flames incinerate all they touch. They don't leave a single speck of dust behind." "What you witnessed," he said, waving his hand dismissively, "was something else entirely. I initially planned to use a hallucinogenic agent, but its vibrant color would have been too obvious. Fortunately for me, the degenerative toxin has a muted, dusty color, the kind of clever trick a classic betray Manhwa hides, perfectly concealed by the gloom and my own flames." Before Kong could even process the words, Qin Yu's lip curled into a cruel smirk. "And that is why I told you. Even if your raw power is greater when it comes to strategy and combat experience, you are still pathetically beneath me." That unshakable confidence sent Kong into a rage. You just wait. When my king arrives, he will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." In the blink of an eye, Qin Yu's spear sliced through the air. "You won't get that opportunity." His cold, firm declaration made Kong's eyes widen in disbelief. "What did you just say?" But before the question could fully leave his lips, a devastating surge of power tore through his body, ending him instantly. In the aftermath, Qin Yu clutched his own side, grimacing in pain as he collapsed to his knees. Seeing this, Shia Yu rushed to his side, her voice filled with anxiety. "Brother, are you injured?" He struggled to his feet a moment later, reassuring her, "I'm all right. It's just a minor wound that will heal in no time." "Shia Yu, you must hurry and retrieve the evolution energy. This place is a labyrinth of darkness. If that essence drifts too far, we'll lose it." She immediately relayed his command, calling out, Ruhua, quickly, bring the evolution energy back here." Ruhua obeyed, presenting the glowing energy on its leaf, its gaze filled with undisguised longing. Shia Yu immediately saw through its desire. Ruhua. Her sharp tone was enough. Ruhua dejectedly offered up the energy. As Shia Yu took it, she noted with curiosity, "This orb, it feels different from the others we've found." Qin Yu, still catching his breath, confirmed, "Of course it's different. That single orb holds the equivalent power of 5 of those we took from the Great Serpent Scales." Hearing this, her eyes widened in excitement. "Does that mean with our replication enhancement, it will be as potent as 20 of the original serpent orbs?" He scratched his head, correcting her gently. "Well, we enhanced the serpent orbs too, remember? So the relative gain is still 5 times greater." Seeing Ruhua practically drooling over the evolution energy, Shia Yu quickly intervened. "Are you thinking of swallowing it whole again? If it wasn't for my brother's protection, you'd have been captured long ago. Now go on. That zombie corpse over there is your meal." The instant she finished speaking, Ruhua began to radiate a powerful aura, enveloping its entire form in a shimmering light. Seeing its unrestrained eagerness, Shia Yu snapped, "Hey, you have to wait until after we perform the replication enhancement. Don't you dare eat that. Show some self-control for once." After the sharp reprimand, the creature sulked away in a huff, and seeing Ruhua's childish tantrum, she zipped over to poke fun at it. "What's all this? Still holding a grudge? It's not like I said you could never eat it." Without warning, its petals flared open as it unleashed a deafening roar, and a swirling vortex materialized out of thin air, stunning Qin Yu. That's a spatial rift." The shocking revelation, however, only fueled Shia Yu's excitement and curiosity. What exactly is space-time turbulence? Can we use it to travel through dimensions? But he swiftly crushed her fantasy. "In your dreams, one touch and you'll be torn to shreds. Run for your lives." Qin Yu's desperate cry sent Shia Yu scrambling to cling onto Ruhua. He then flicked his wrist, pulling Kong's remains into his spatial ring. The second he secured it, Ruhua's vines shot out, ensnaring Shia Yu and the armored insect king. It then blasted off in the opposite direction, desperately trying to escape the terrifying pull of the space-time turbulence. As Ruhua strained with all its might, Qin Yu commanded, "Push it, go faster." Shia Yu quickly relayed an urgent explanation. "Ruhua says this is its absolute limit. It can't go any faster. Brother, we're about to be ripped apart." In the next instant, it shot forward like a lightning bolt towards a single point, shocking Qin Yu. "Ruhua, what are you doing?" In a flash, Ruhua violently expelled a massive burst of energy. This desperate move made both Qin Yu and Shia Yu cry out in sheer panic. Through the portal, they glimpsed a world teeming with strange mutated flora. A massive fissure suddenly tore open the crimson sky. Tumbling out from the rift, Qin Yu and his companions found themselves in a terrifying freefall. Thankfully, the Insect King's armor activated, catching both him and Shia Yu just in time. As she took in the alien landscape, she asked with wide-eyed wonder, "Brother, where in the world are we?" Peering down from their vantage point, they saw hordes of mutated plants congregating below. It was clear they had already been spotted. After a moment of careful observation, a realization dawned on her, and she turned to Ruhua. "Is this your home?" Shia Yu's strange, one-sided conversation with the creature piqued his curiosity. "You can actually understand what it's saying." She immediately shot down the idea, explaining, "Of course not. I can't understand its words, but I can sense its thoughts." Ruhua is conveying that this is its birthplace, a small world. It seems the kind of deep betray Manhwa hides is why it was being hunted in that other spacetime, which is precisely why it was forced to flee to our world. Hearing this, Qin Yu seized on the crucial detail, repeating thoughtfully, "A small world." Noticing his deep contemplation, Shia Yu quickly issued a warning. "You can marvel at this later. Right now, countless mutated plants below are staring daggers at us." After a tense moment, Qin Yu calmly asked Shia Yu, "Quickly ask your flower if it has the strength to take us back to our world." She seemed to listen to Ruhua for a moment before relaying its message. "Ruhua says getting back isn't the problem. but it completely drained its energy, escaping the space-time turbulence. It needs at least a full week to recover before it can travel again. On top of that, it's on the verge of collapsing. Yu carefully scanned the bizarre terrain below them, searching for a safe place to make a landing. Just 1 week. That's not an impossible amount of time. We have more than enough food and water in the spatial ring, so survival won't be an issue. Shia Yu gazed at the alien scenery in utter bewilderment. Brother, are we even on Earth anymore? Hearing her question, Yu paused and thought before replying yes and no. It's difficult to explain our exact location, but this isn't the Earth you know. Think of it as a different plane of existence parallel to our own. The horned people and the rending demons we've encountered, the creatures we've encountered before likely hail from places like this, beings that exist on an entirely different plane from Earth. As he started his explanation, a vision of the cosmos unfolded. Picture the universe as a colossal book, and the world we inhabit, he began, is merely one of its pages, with Earth holding a unique position. We would have to literally tear a hole through this page to return to the one before it. This concept left her completely baffled. I don't get it at all. Yu, expecting this, knew she wouldn't. He let out a small chuckle. It's fine if you don't understand. Honestly, I barely grasp it myself. I'm just relaying what someone else tried to explain. They went on about something called gravitational dynamics. It's like getting struck by lightning, makes absolutely no sense. Abruptly, Shia Yu pointed towards the distance and shouted, "Brother, look over there." Following her gesture, his eyes widened at the sight. A line of clothes was hanging out to dry. He spun around, bewildered. Is that laundry? Why in the world would there be clothes in a place like this? Then a realization struck Shia Yu. Wait a second, brother, have you forgotten the villagers? They all went missing. Remember? Hearing her words, Yu pieced it together. So they were all dragged into this dimension. In that case, it seems Li Wei's army was almost certainly pulled in here as well. He immediately commanded the Insect King armor, "Let's fly a little lower and scan the area for any survivors." A moment later, she exclaimed with delight, "It looks like there are no mutated plants down there. Let's land." As their feet hit the ground, Shia Yu let out an immense sigh of relief. Oh, it feels incredible to finally be on solid ground again. She then gently patted Guhwa and said, "You can get some rest. You worked so hard for us." The moment Shia Yu finished speaking, the colossal plant began to shrink. In an instant, Guhwa had become a tiny, delicate flower. Gently, she tucked it into her hair, turning with a hopeful smile. "What do you think? Is it pretty?" she asked, her eyes sparkling. Moment's hesitation, Yu shattered her excitement. "It's unbelievably tacky." His blunt dismissal caused Shia Yu to puff her cheeks in frustration. "You have zero taste." As if to change the topic, he scanned their surroundings. "By the way, where did your insects go?" "They vanished the second I took my eyes off them." She calmly gestured to Guhwa and answered, "Guhwa ate them." It was clear Shia Yu was extremely proud of this particular feature. Inside Guhwa's stomach lies a small dimension that belongs to it, which can hold a great many things. So still think it's tacky. It's infinitely better than your spatial ring. Suddenly, she let out a sharp gasp, pointing ahead. "Look, there are people." Upon closer inspection, Shia Yu's face lit up with pure joy. "This is fantastic. We finally found other survivors." But while they were still caught in their moment of relief, a harsh voice roared, "Stop right there." It was Gu Yang and his cronies, approaching them with menace. "Who are the two of you?" Yu calmly replied. "We mean you no harm. We're just like you. We were dragged in here against our will." Their sudden appearance made Shen Jiang scoff. "Another two, the way this god-forsaken place draws people in. The cruel irony, this asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk is something else." Their attention then shifted, fixating on Shia Yu's beauty and making her step back in alarm. As expected, Tao Ye began to crudely unfasten his belt, sneering. Well, what a fortunate day, this little thing is gorgeous." Seeing the situation escalate, Shu Nuo immediately moved to intervene. "Tao Ye, don't you dare scare her." His act of courage only terrified Kongwei. "Hey, there's a whole group of them. Let's not get involved." That brute Tao Ye completely ignored Shu Nuo's attempt to stop him. "How about we have a little fun first and then we just get rid of them? It'll be as if they were never here." Immediately after he spoke, Shen Jiang licked his lips, savoring the idea. "I like the sound of that." But despite their menacing persistence, Shuo desperately tried to reason with them. "Hey, have you all forgotten Boss Joe's orders? We're supposed to bring any survivors we find back to base. Their strength, their numbers, it's the only way we're going to make it out here alive." But his pleas fell on deaf ears. Shen Jiang's eyes blazed with fury as he threatened him. "Nonsense. Don't you dare try to use Boss Joe's name to intimidate me. You should know that Boss Jin is the one who truly calls the shots around here. This has nothing to do with you, so get lost. But I'm warning you, breathe a single word of this to anyone and you'll live to regret it." The moment the threat left his lips, they began to advance, their faces twisted into sinister smiles. Observing the kind of internal conflict a betray Manhwa hides, Yu's patience wore thin and he coldly warned them, "I'll give you this warning only once. Back off now and perhaps you can keep your worthless lives." It was clear Shen Jiang had never encountered such audacity before. "Well, look at the nerve on this kid. After we're finished here, we'll be sure to deal with all of you." Gu Yang then sneered, adding, "If you're in such a rush to die, we can accommodate you first." With that, Gu Yang's entire body began to harden, his skin taking on the color and texture of stone. A petrification attack. He lunged, aiming to seize Yu by the throat with his stone-like arm, but Yu refused to let him have his way. With a single punch, he utterly shattered the hardened limb. The impact sent a wave of excruciating pain through Gu Yang, forcing him to scream relentlessly. While his opponent was reeling in shock, Yu closed the distance in an instant. Gu Yang, however, managed to recover just in time to transform his entire body. into solid stone, completing his petrification. The very moment his transformation was complete, Qin Yu arrived and delivered a single decisive strike. In the next instant, Gu Yong's petrified form exploded into 1,000 pieces. The horrifying spectacle left Shen Jiang and Ta utterly paralyzed with shock. An agitated Shen Jiang then underwent his own transformation, as did Ta, who stubbornly declared, "The two of us will take him down together." Following his declaration, Shen Jiang unleashed his lightning-fast speed, beginning to run circles around Qin Yu. "Think you can keep up with this speed?" he taunted. But Qin Yu's eyes remained perfectly calm, holding only a glint of contempt as he watched. Surprise, when did I get so close? Ta suddenly appeared near Qin Yu. "Time to suffocate," he yelled, spraying a thick, sticky liquid directly onto his face. Shen Jiang was ecstatic, rushing forward to praise his partner. "Nice one, now watch this." But his triumph was tragically short-lived. As Qin Yu's hand clamped down over his face, pure terror flooded Shen Jiang. What? Before he could even process it, Qin Yu lifted him and violently slammed his entire body into the unforgiving ground. Seeing this, Ta panicked and screamed out Shen Jiang, and then Qin Yu's eerie voice echoed, causing Ta to freeze in confusion. "What was that you said?" he asked, as if wanting to make things perfectly clear before wiping him from existence. Qin Yu slowly replied, "I believe you said I was about to die, yet you're the one wasting time with nonsense." Despite this, Ta remained defiant. "I'll make you drown in my sticky fluid." The moment he finished speaking, a torrent of the substance erupted from his body, completely enveloping Qin Yu. Just a moment later, Qin Yu's entire form was encased in Ta's viscous liquid. The grotesque sight made Shia Yu unable to hold back her comment. "You are absolutely disgusting." Following her words, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with an ominous red light. He then calmly waved one hand, and in the very next second, a spark of intense flame completely incinerated the fluid prison. Qin Yu's terrifying power sent a shiver of pure fear down Shuo's spine. You people." Noticing their terror, Qin Yu quickly offered some comfort. "You're not like them. Don't worry. So long as you harbor no ill will, I have no reason to harm the innocent." But just then a new presence was felt from a distance. Cries of alarm erupted. "What just happened? How did you manage that?" As the inferno raged on, he spoke with chilling composure. "I trust you have an explanation for me," he stated calmly. "I'd hate to eliminate innocent lives over a simple misunderstanding." Even with Qin Yu's explanation, Shu Nuo was trembling. "Hey brother man, please don't get worked up. We're not the bad guys here. Those three were a different story." Hearing this, the man made a simple request. "All right then, lay it all out for me. Explain the situation." Shu Nuo immediately started talking. "It's like this. All of us here are survivors who were dragged into this godforsaken world. We're all just trying to make it, so we watch each other's backs under Boss Joe, Boss Jin, and Boss Sunday." Just then a group approached. Their leader's voice boomed. "What's all the commotion?" It was none other than Boss Jin himself. His voice dropped to a menacing growl. "Who is responsible for this?" Without a shred of fear, Qin Yu replied instantly. "I am." Fearing his leader's wrath, Shinuo anxiously tried to intervene and explain, "Boss Jin, it happened like this." But before he could get another word out, Boss Jin raised a hand, silencing him. "Those three. I know exactly what kind of trash they were, but you kid. You took out my men, and that's a direct slap in my face." Qin Yu read the situation perfectly and shot back. "So what is it you want?" Boss Jin surveyed the grim scene of his fallen subordinates, his voice rising. "Those three were absolute garbage, and they did plenty of twisted things, the kind of walking betray Manhwa hides in its darkest chapters. I get all that. But if you can take on 3 men at once and win so easily, it proves your strength is considerable. And those men, despite everything, had their uses. Now that you've disposed of them, our overall combat strength has taken a hit." In the next moment, Boss Jin's shrewd calculations were plain to see. "However, if you're willing to work for me, we can just say they brought this upon themselves. I'll wipe the slate clean. What do you say?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Qin Yu shook his head, refusing flatly. "I don't work for anyone." Boss Jin seemed to have expected that response. The powerful should have their pride after all. But let me offer a word of advice. When you're facing someone far stronger than you, a little bit of respect is in order, and a healthy dose of caution. Annoyed by the defiance, he unleashed his aura. Qin Yu instantly identified him. A level 2 evolved. Boss Jin gave a condescending smirk. "Very good, so you two can at least recognize the gap in our power. I was one of the very first to arrive in this place. I hit level 2 evolved over 2 months ago. And more than 10 days ago, I powered up again. The strength I wield now is beyond your wildest imagination." His overwhelming arrogance was too much for Shia Yu, who burst out laughing. Her blatant mockery infuriated Xian, who snorted coldly and bellowed, "You little brat, how dare you disrespect Boss Jin? Do you have any clue just how many mutated beasts he has personally slain?" Shia Yu couldn't care less, whispering, "I don't give a damn how many he's taken down. Because whatever the number is, it's not as many as we have." While she was childishly provoking them, Qin Yu laid down a challenge. "How about we settle this, you and me, one-on-one? If you win, I'm your man. If I win this business with those three is over." This seemed to be exactly what Boss Jin was waiting for. "Fine by me, no problem at all." Immediately, Qin Yu turned to Xia Yu and offered a word of reassurance. "Don't worry, I have no interest in needless slaughter. I'll know when to pull my punches." "Halt, I have no intention of taking your life." His resolute tone sent a shiver down the man's spine, who thought to speak with such arrogance even after knowing Boss Kim's power. It seems this young man truly has some hidden skills, but there's simply no way Qin Yu is more formidable than him. Suddenly, from a distance, the sound of steady footsteps drew near. It was Boss Joe, whose expression was one of pure confusion at the scene unfolding before him. What in the world is going on here? Upon spotting him, Shunuo's face lit up as he dashed over. Boss Joe, you finally arrived. Boss Joe's gaze darted between them, finally asking Han Old Kim, you're here awfully early. Shunuo Kongwei, what is the meaning of this? Where are Guang and his men? Hearing the question, he shot a glance at Qin Yu and hesitantly explained, Boss Joe Guanggong and his crew were dealt with by that guy. They were attempting to. After hearing the full story, he finally grasped the situation entirely. I understand now. Old Kim, are you planning to make a move on them? As if to offer reassurance, Boss Kim stated calmly, Old Joe, you should stay out of this. Don't worry, I won't eliminate them. I'm just going to administer a little lesson so they'll willingly join my cause. Despite this assurance, he still looked poised to get involved. Boss Kim seemed to notice, and Boss Sun swiftly moved to stop him. Old Joe, he did take out his people, after all. So, even if it's just a matter of saving face, he has to do something. Since Old Kim promised he won't go too far, you have nothing to worry about. Back with Qin Yu, a familiar silhouette suddenly came into view, waving with an enthusiastic energy. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. In a flash, Shia Yu recognized the figure and waved in return. Little Taoist, is that you? It was none other than Dao Yi. Having spotted them, he exclaimed, this is fantastic. Everyone was worried, sick about you. I knew it. One giant snake is no match for the two of you. Seeing that he was unharmed, he quickly asked Han, it's a huge relief that you're all right. How are Commander Li and his people doing? Just as Qin Yu finished speaking, Li Wei himself approached, calling out his name. Before he could say another word, Lin Fang erupted in hearty laughter and exclaimed, Qin Yu, you two are really unscathed. Their familiar banter took Boss Joe by surprise. Old Li, you all know one another. Without a moment of hesitation, Li Wei confirmed, we certainly do. Qin Yu provided us with a great deal of help on our journey. Next, Lu Yun sidled up to Boss Kim and advised him with a wry smile, Boss Kim planning to fight him. You're not in his league. Don't say I didn't warn you. His cautionary words made Boss Kim break out in a cold sweat as he thought Li Wei's subordinates are all absolute masters. The three factions combined have over 1,000 people, yet Qinglun, Old Joe, and Old Sun only have 6 level 2 evolvers among them. But Li Wei, with only a few dozen men, has 4 level 2 evolvers. He observed, his mind racing. With Li Wei's arrival, the situation has been completely overturned. Though they don't show it, the kind of subtle threat a betray Manhwa hides is now clear. They've secretly formed a 4th faction. This Lu Yun's strength isn't much weaker than my own. If he says I'm no match for this kid, then Boss Kim's mounting tension was palpable. Li Wei was quick to notice his anxiety. It was a clear sign of this young man's exceptional power. He is most likely a level 2 evolver too. If I were to lose to Qin Yu here, it would be a tremendous loss of face. It seemed Li Wei also wanted to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Boss Kim, there must be some kind of misunderstanding. Grant me some face and let this matter go. Qin Yu, what do you think? Seeing the opportunity, Qin Yu also feigned politeness, scratching his head as he spoke. Boss Kim, it genuinely is a misunderstanding. As for becoming your subordinate, I cannot agree to that. But if there's anything this humble one can assist with in the future, with that, I'll do my best. Seeing the path to de-escalation, Boss Kim immediately seized the chance, declaring it a misunderstanding. It's all just a simple misunderstanding. Qin Yu, since you put it that way, I won't be the one to press the issue and complicate things. Fine, have it your way. Their transparent charade made Shia Yu roll her eyes and mutter, you all deserve an award for that performance. Fearing she would ignite another conflict, he gave Shia Yu a subtle nudge and whispered, don't say things like that. Keep your voice down. Boss Kim observed Qin Yu, his mind racing. He dismantled Gu Yang and his entire crew with ease, and he's treated with such reverence by a man like Li Wei. This young man is exceptional. I must navigate my relationship with him very carefully. Instantly, he plastered on a friendly facade and spoke up. You must be the renowned Qin Yu. Before Boss Kim could utter another word, Boss Joe interjected with an offer. You two were also dragged in by a spatial tier, correct? Since you can't get out immediately. Why not stay here with us? We can attempt to solve this predicament together. Boss Sun chimed in. It is exceedingly dangerous out there. The wilderness is crawling with powerful death beasts, and we are in a constant struggle for survival in this savage land. If we unite our strengths, we can endure these hardships. The entire party then proceeded toward the crude settlement they had constructed. On the way, Dao Yi drew close to him and said to Qin Yu, I was genuinely sick with worry for you. You have no concept of what we endured. His words instantly sparked Shia Yu's curiosity about what had happened. He then lowered his head in sorrow and began to recount their ordeal. It was an absolute slaughter back there. A great number of our comrades didn't make it. Then a fissure suddenly ripped open the sky and pulled us into this alien place. It was oppressively dark with no horizon. We had no idea where we were when we were suddenly assaulted by a mysterious force. A chilling image of that power flashed through Dao Yi's mind as he spoke. That energy was completely unnatural. Anyone it touched was disintegrated into dust before a scream could even escape them. Those of us who survived desperately fled for our lives only to be swallowed by a second rift. After that, he fell silent, his brow knitting with grief. Out of a unit of over 100 men, a mere 20 or 30 of us escaped. It was a complete and utter tragedy. Just as Dao Yi finished his grim tale, Boss Kim cheerfully began to introduce their camp. This settlement may be modest, but we poured our very blood and sweat into creating it. Qin Yu responded respectfully. To build a community in a place as merciless as this must have been a monumental task for all of you. Hearing this, Boss Kim enthusiastically proposed, not long ago, we located a cluster of wineberries. Old Sun, Old Joe, it has been quite some time since we all gathered together, has it not? Why don't we seize Qin Yu's arrival as a pretext for a grand feast? Disregarding Boss Kim's overly casual tone, Shia Yu gestured in a particular direction and inquired sharply. I've observed that many of the people assigned to guard duty here are frequently the focus of an enemy assault. Her question prompted him to let out a long, weary sigh. What else could it be? Every 3 to 5 days, a horde of corpse beasts attacks. We are never afforded a single moment of peace. This was new intelligence, which made Shia Yu even more intrigued. Corpse beasts, she asked. Boss Sun, who was just behind them, immediately answered her. They are monstrously resilient abominations. Somewhat like mutated beasts, but much closer to zombies. They are incredibly savage and have no fear of death. They're a relentless problem for us. His description reminded her of something, yet the true nature of what this world of *** betray Manhwa hides *** remained just out of view. So they're essentially zombie beasts, she clarified. Had once faced a colossal zombie dragon. Turning his attention to Boss Joe, Qin Yu inquired, Boss Joe, are the corpse beasts our primary concern in this region? Are there no ordinary zombies? Before a response could be given, Boss Sun interjected, hardly any. Not even enough to sustain those plants. However, there are always exceptions. After a brief 2-second pause, he added in a hushed tone, we have run into 4 of them. These were no common zombies. They were more akin to monsters, frighteningly powerful, and they could even articulate speech. They referred to themselves as the Undying. Upon hearing that name, Qin Yu knew instantly who they were. His unusually composed demeanor did not escape Boss Sun's notice. Qin Yu, have you encountered them as well? Those 4 sent dozens of our most elite fighters into a desperate retreat. If it hadn't been for the intervention of 2 masters, I fear our entire contingent would have been annihilated. Listening to this account, he mused internally that these masters must possess extraordinary power. After all, it had taken every ounce of Qin Yu's strength just to contend with the weakest member of their group. For 2 individuals to face 4 of them, their abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. In the following moment, Boss Sun declared while walking, this is perfect. I'll introduce you to them shortly. The scene then transitions to the interior of the base, where the group had settled around a crackling fire. Once everyone was assembled, Boss Sun directed his subordinate to summon the 2 masters and Mr. Lon. The subordinate complied immediately. Yes, sir. A short while later, a booming, cheerful voice suddenly echoed through the area. How gracious of Boss Sun to invite us for a meal. Upon hearing it, Shia Yu's expression shifted with hesitant recognition of the voice. Why does that sound so much like him? As if to answer her unspoken question, Xiao Fang and Xiana strode into view. It's you, Xiao Fang. And Xiao Na, too, spotting Qin Yu and Xiao Yu. Xiao Fang's voice lifted in delight. Qin Yu. Xiao Yu, what an incredible coincidence. The unexpected reunion caused both Xiao Na and Qin Yu to share a brief bashful glance. She hurried over to Xiao Yu's side, greeting her warmly. Xiao Yu, we meet again, barely able to contain her sheer excitement. She then wrapped her arms around Xiao Yu in a tight embrace. This is fantastic. I truly thought I'd never see you again. This sudden outburst of affection from Xia Na made Xiao Yu blush. Xia Na, not in front of everyone, she murmured. Witnessing this, Xiao Fang promptly stepped up and demanded, hey, I want a hug as well. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yu shot back. In your wildest dreams get lost. This lively reunion took Boss Sun by surprise. So you all know one another, he observed. Xiao Fang immediately affirmed, of course we do. Qin Yu saved my life once. Meanwhile, Boss Joe smiled and called out, Mr. Lan, please come and sit with us. From the entrance, Mr. Lan strode in carrying an imposing aura. Qin Yu watched him intently as he moved past. It only took a fleeting glance at the man's gait for Qin Yu to realize that the deep threat of betray Manhwa hides is often in plain sight. This man was undoubtedly an ancient martial artist. Following this, Boss Joe announced loudly, let's bring out the food. A group of young women then swiftly carried in platters of various dishes. Xiao Yu quickly picked up an unusual-looking fruit, asking with curiosity, what is this? I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Hearing her question, Boss Sun explained with a hint of sorrow, there are no animals left in this place. Aside from us, there are only corpse beasts and mutated flora. We can't subsist on corpse beasts alone, so we have no other choice but to consume these mutated plants. This stark reality of their hardship seemed to leave Xiao Yu speechless. Nevertheless, her curiosity got the better of her, and she took a small bite. The moment the fruit touched her tongue, Xiao Yu quickly spat it out, complaining of, this is terrible, it's both bitter and tough. Boss Joe could only let out a deep sigh in response. Look, our options are limited. This is all we have. I'll admit the taste is awful, but it's incredibly high in energy. But worried he might offend Qin Yu and Xiao Yu, Boss Joe quickly interjected. We may be lacking in fine cuisine, but we certainly have fine wine. Bring out the wine fruits. In an instant, the girls presented them with the succulent-looking fruits. The appearance of the wine fruits sent Xiao Pang into a state of pure bliss. It's here. It's finally here, the wine fruit. This peculiar fruit, however, immediately aroused Qin Yu's suspicion. A wine fruit, he questioned just as Boss Joe's proud voice rang out. This wine fruit is exceptionally rare. It's a risky business just to harvest it. As the juice slowly began to seep from the fruit, he continued, the aroma is unbelievably rich, and it even has the distinct bouquet of wine. It's a true delicacy. Boss Joe's vivid description had her completely captivated. It smells absolutely divine. I must try it. Abruptly, Qin Yu threw up a hand, stopping her. Wait. His sharp vigilance instantly angered the man who questioned him loudly. Qin Yu, what is the meaning of this? Are you suggesting I've poisoned you? This old Joe might not be some legendary hero, but I pride myself on being an honorable and upright man. Not wanting to provoke Boss Joe any further, Qin Yu quickly explained himself. Boss Joe, please don't misunderstand. I'm not implying you poisoned it. I'm saying there's a fundamental problem with this thing itself. Qin Yu's declaration left Boss Joe completely baffled. A problem with the fruit. We've eaten it several times. It's perfectly harmless. Yu paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts before revealing his theory. If I'm not mistaken, this fruit grows from piles of zombie and zombie beast corpses with its vines and roots twisted directly through their decaying bodies. The first part of his statement alone startled the man. That's correct. So what's the issue? As expected, Yu's expression darkened as he stated grimly, this thing is not a wine fruit. It's called a corpse blood fruit. It's a poisonous fruit that sprouts from the corpse blood vine. A palpable wave of anxiety swept through the group as they stammered, what in the world is that? In the next second, he began his chilling description. When vast numbers of zombies, zombie beasts, or mutated creatures die, their bodies pile up, and as they rot, the viruses and mutation sources within them reorganize, giving rise to all sorts of corpse blood vines. It's not a plant, but the very essence of mutation taking on a new form. They latch onto a host's body. In a sense, they are merely an extension of the corpse itself. Like a seasoned professor delivering a grim lecture, Yu continued, some appear as iron vines covered in venomous thorns where a single prick will infect any nearby animal or human. Some release spores that spray poison into the air. Some leach toxins into water sources, and this is the ultimate betray Manhwa hides in nature's disguise, fruit that is both poisonous and infectious, yet incredibly delicious. Hearing this, they were so utterly horrified that the wine fruits slipped from their grasp and shattered on the ground. This information terrified Lin Fang beyond belief. My God, how could this be? She thought. Gao Xiao, however, quickly regained his composure and asked the crucial question, but we were perfectly fine when we drank it. The terrifying truth about the fruit made Shia Yu freeze, not wanting to keep them waiting in suspense a moment longer. Yu crossed his arms and clarified, if a normal person drank that even one time, they would have already turned into a zombie. You are all evolved, so you possess a strong natural resistance. But if you consume it regularly, your immunity will eventually collapse and you will inevitably turn into a zombie. Gazing at the shattered fruit on the ground, Xiao Fang said dejectedly, what a terrible shame we can't drink it anymore. Boss Zhou, meanwhile, angrily gritted his teeth. He gritted his teeth and swore, everything in this cursed place is worthless, and now even the wine fruit is a bust. It's just one damn thing after another. After a moment of frustration, Li Wei broke the silence with a question. We've only just gotten here and are completely in the dark. Is there anything else we should know? More importantly, is there any way out of this hellhole? The boss's son recounted with a heavy heart, it's hopeless. We've explored every corner and every single path leads to either an infinite void or a sprawling ocean of mutated flora. Just then a voice cut in. It was Shaong. He raised his hand like an eager student. Actually, there is one other option we could explore. At his words, the expressions of the three bosses, Zhou Jin and Sun, became incredibly tense, a shared secret hanging heavy between them. It was a look that spoke of a dark past, the kind of crucial detail a betray Manhwa hides until the final act. Li Wei caught their uneasy glances and pressed forward. All right, bosses, if you're sitting on critical information, now is not the time to be secretive. We are all trapped in this together, and I'm quite certain every single one of us wants to escape. Nobody wants to be stranded in this godforsaken pit for eternity. Boss Jin heaved a sigh, made his choice, and decided to reveal what he knew, concluding there was no point in hiding it any longer. About 1 month ago, our hunting party encountered some bizarre individuals. They appeared almost perfectly human, but they were actually zombies. They called themselves the Immortal Clan, attacked us on sight, and declared their intention to devour us all. He scowled, the memory still clearly unsettling him. Their power is terrifying. Just 4 of them were enough to make 70 to 80 of our elite fighters run for their lives. We lost many of our brothers to them that day. Boss Ju picked up the story, we got the news. An old son and I led over 100 men as reinforcements. But by the time we arrived, only old Jin and a handful of survivors were left fleeing for their very lives. If we hadn't already met those 2 masters, my entire squad of 100 men would have almost certainly been wiped out. Li Wei stroked his chin deep in thought. So these zombies, who call themselves the Immortal Clan, are formidable. But what connection do they have to our escape from this place? The boss's son explained, his voice laced with resentment for the Immortal Clan. Those undead fiends. They carry themselves with an unbearable arrogance. They claim that by consuming us, they could conquer other worlds. That means they must know a way out of here. Li Wei rose to his feet with determination. Humph. If that's the situation, then it seems a confrontation with this Immortal Clan is unavoidable. Boss Jin, fearing Li Wei would act rashly, quickly tried to intervene. We need to approach this with extreme caution. You haven't faced them before. You don't understand how horrifying they truly are, especially their king, who from start to finish never even lifted a single finger. His power must be on an entirely different level. Li Wei, however, remained confident in his assessment. Considering the 4 level 2 evolved among us, they are all top-tier fighters. The 3 of you bosses are also incredibly strong, and that's without even mentioning the Kinyu siblings and the 3 other experts present. A loss is not a foregone conclusion. Xiao Fang crossed his arms with a scornful look and cut in, Boss Jin, you're being far too timid. You were only defeated by them that one time. Back then, none of you had even reached level 2. Now you are all level 2 evolved and significantly more powerful than you were before. Don't sell yourselves so short. Xia voiced her agreement. He's right. Back then, Dia Fang and I managed to hold off 3 of them by ourselves. This time, with so many powerful allies, defeating them should be a simple matter. That's not out of the question. Boss Jin was persuaded, his confidence solidifying. You all make a valid point. Our strength is on another tier now, compared to the prospect of being trapped in this hellhole forever. It is far better to go all in. Yu, who had been silent this entire time, suddenly interjected. I have one question. What is their king? Like Xiaoyong gestured to his head, suggesting the immortal clan was mentally unstable, and scoffed. Those guys probably have their brains completely fried by the virus. They have been thoroughly brainwashed by some cult. Every other word from them is about their all-knowing supreme king. I think he's called Mingling or something like that. Upon hearing that name, even Qin Yu was visibly shaken. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple, revealing his profound tension. Xiao Yu noticed her brother's alarming state and immediately asked, "What is it? You know something, don't you, Qin?" You didn't answer right away, silently processing the flood of information he recalled about this person from his past life. Mingling, one of the most dominant zombie kings of the apocalypse, whose sheer power could be even more monstrous than the undying zombie king who once consumed Diaoyong, perhaps even the most powerful zombie monarch of the entire apocalypse. In the future, many would even refer to him as the Zombie Emperor. The Mingling Zombie King was mysterious and unpredictable, his origins completely unknown. During the raid on the Radiant Holy City, Mingling eliminated an S-class evolved being, the Fifth War, god of the Radiant Holy City, in just a handful of moves becoming infamous. At that time, the Lord of the Radiant City, ranked 14th on the list of powerhouses, led the experts of the Radiant Holy City to besiege the Nether Spirit Corpse King's nest, but they still couldn't take him down. The fact that he could escape proves just how terrifying his power truly is. You have to realize the S-rank Radiant Holy City is one of the 10 great holy cities of humanity in the apocalypse, and its might is immense compared to an A-rank force like Li Wei's Tianang City. Xiao Yu worriedly tugged on his arm. "What's wrong? You don't look well at all." Qin Yu muttered a reply, "It's nothing. My mind is just a complete mess." The cruel irony, the kind of terrible betrayal Manhwa hides from its heroes, is that their king is that infamous monster. He stroked his chin, thoughtfully lost in his own world of calculation. His constitution can't simply be 60 times stronger. The Nether Spirit Corpse King could be much stronger, maybe 80 times. He might even be about to break through to level 3. Should we even fight him? The question echoed in Qin Yu's thoughts unanswered. Setting that dilemma aside for now, after the meeting concluded, everyone returned to their simple thatched dwelling. There were now 5 people inside the room: Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, Dai Yi, and the 2 newcomers, Shia Na and Xiaoyong. Xiao Yu handed some food to her best friend Shia Na. "Here's a spicy cake for you. I hid this special treat. I usually can't even bear to eat it myself." Seeing this, Xiao sighed with deep emotion. "Xiao Yu, you guys have it so good here with so much delicious food." But Xiao Yu did not take it as a compliment and replied with a naivety that would drive anyone in the apocalypse to madness. "Good, we're about to run out of supplies. And even if we weren't, it's all about to expire anyway." Qin Yu crossed his arms, letting his sister's comments slide, and said with a slight smile, "I couldn't say much earlier, but I truly believe it's better not to openly antagonize that Nether Spirit Corpse King." Xiaoyong failed to grasp his apprehension and asked, "Then how are we supposed to get out of here?" Xiao Yu raised a hand on his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, I have an escape route planned. I'll get you out when the moment is right." His face lit up with pure joy. "For real? That's fantastic." Dao Yi's excitement then gave way to concern. "But what about the others?" Xiao simply shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. My ability can't handle that many people." She then pivoted to the question that had been nagging at her. "Oh right, big brother. Why did you just zone out like that when the Nether Spirit Corpse King came up? Did something happen that night?" Qin Yu hesitated, his expression conflicted. Then he made a decision. "Xiao Yu, there is something I must tell you." She was stunned by her brother's sudden seriousness. "What is it?" Qin Yu confessed with grave sincerity. "The truth is, I had a very, very long dream. One that showed me everything that was to come." The entire room was plunged into a deep silence. Xiao Yu, struggling to believe him, reached out a hand to check the temperature of Qin Yu's forehead. "Brother, are you running a fever?" He gently caught her hand, insisting, "I'm being completely serious. Don't interrupt. Listen to me." He then began to recount the story of his past life, framing it as a dream. "In this dream, I was a survivor 100 years after the apocalypse began, fighting for my life every single day. Even before the plague was unleashed, I already knew the world was about to end." Xiaopang scoffed dismissively. "Qin Yu, your jokes are falling flat. Now if I told one, I guarantee everyone would be laughing." Xiao Yu clapped her hands together, but then a look of sudden realization crossed her face. "Ah, so that explains it, no wonder. You seem to know everything." Seeing her reaction, Xiao burst out laughing. "Xiao Yu, that's a pretty clever way to cover for him." Xiao Yu marched over and gave him a light bonk on the head, her expression one of pure indignation. "Who's covering for him? I'm being serious too." Xiao Na let out a soft chuckle at the unfolding scene. Xiao Fang clutched his head, whining, "Ouch." Xiao then stepped forward to explain her trust in her brother. "Absolute. No, everyone please listen. My brother genuinely warned me before the apocalypse even started. He stockpiled a massive amount of supplies, and when the plague began, he already understood the effects of evolution energy. I mean, think about it. It comes from inside a zombie. Who in their right mind would dare to consume that without knowing what it did?" Thinking back on all the events, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as her admiration for her brother soared to new heights. "I knew it. That has to be why. You know everything and handle things with such incredible efficiency. So, that means my brother traveled back in time from the future just to save me." A wave of pure happiness washed over her. Xiao now listened to it all in silence while Xiao decided to stir the pot again. Practically begging for trouble, he whispered, "Oh, I see how it is now, Sister Na. We'll just follow your lead. So should we just play along, or is it okay to start laughing now?" Qin Yu paid no mind to their reactions and simply continued with his account. "The future I saw in my dream also has some key differences from what has actually happened. For instance, the zombie that overpowered Xiao Fang was originally supposed to devour him, absorb his immortality ability, and evolve into a corpse king ruling its own territory. But we intervened and eliminated it. Shia Yu quickly added, "That's true. And during the blood rain incident, if my big brother hadn't been there to save me, I'm terrified. Would have been torn apart by my own zombified classmate." Qin Yu then continued, voicing his deepest concerns, that nether spirit. Corpse King is a perfect example of the monstrous power this betrayed Manhwa hides. It becomes a supreme overlord ruling its own domain. To be frank, we've already taken down one of its lieutenants. That creature possessed a constitution 60 times stronger than a normal person. As their king, I fear its own constitution is at least 80 times stronger. We are talking about a powerful level 3 adversary, and with our current level of strength, I am truly not confident we can win this fight. On that note, Shia Yu chimed in, reminding him, "Oh, that's right, big brother. We still haven't used Zhukong's energy core. We were so preoccupied with our escape that it completely slipped my mind." Realization dawned on him. You're right. He then retrieved Zhukong's energy core, promptly duplicating it from a single orb into two. Just then, Ruhua, perched atop Xiao Yu's head, began to stir. It leaped from her long, silky hair, expanding in size as it landed. Ruhua then gazed at Xiao Yu, conveying a message in a language that only she could comprehend, its exact words a mystery to anyone else. However, Xiao Yu immediately protested, "Absolutely not, this is far too valuable." In response, Qin Yu produced a purplish energy core from his storage ring, explaining, "That's true, this one is from the Night Shadow Cat. While it may not compare to Zhukong's core, it's still an exceptionally rare power source. We should let it consume this one so it can't recover more quickly." Upon seeing the evolutionary energy, Ruhua practically drooled with anticipation, its petals quivering with excitement as Xiao Yu presented the purple core to it. "Stop pretending you don't want it. This is for you." Ruhua then used a leaf like a hand, deftly tossing the Night Shadow Cat's energy core into its sharp-toothed maw and gulping it down in one go. Its body immediately began to absorb the power, evolutionary energy. Unlike Qin Yu's typically dramatic power-ups, Ruhua's transformation was subtle. Its entire form began to emit a soft golden glow. Just moments later, the process concluded. Qin Yu crossed his arms, looking over at Xiao Yu with a curious expression. "Say, that's right. This little guy has a small independent dimension inside its belly, doesn't it? Can it let us go in and take a look?" Ruhua seemed to understand and obliged by opening its pocket dimension. A swirling light blue vortex materialized before the Qin Yu siblings. He cautiously extended a hand to test it, and in the next instant, both brother and sister were pulled inside. Meanwhile, Dao and Xiaolong, who were still sitting in the room, could only watch as the two vanished abruptly without a word of explanation, leaving them to utter a baffled "huh." With their curiosity piqued, the siblings found the entrance to the space inside Ruhua's body wasn't a gentle slope or a direct path. Instead, it was a sheer drop from the sky. Qin Yu held his sister securely as she screamed at the top of her lungs in his arms. Just as they were about to impact the ground, he expertly twisted his body, shifting Xiao Yu into a bridal carry and landing perfectly on his feet. Qin Yu scanned their surroundings, unable to see any end to the space. He remarked with a hint of awe, "This place is absolutely massive." Xiao Yu tested it by shouting, and her voice echoed back, surprising her slightly. "There's an echo." Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression sharpened. Something was rapidly approaching them. It turned out to be the miniature armored beetle king. It flew directly to Xiao Yu, nuzzling against her affectionately. She cradled it in her arms, soothing it gently. There. I know you've been through a lot." The beetle obediently folded its wings and settled into her embrace, chirping softly. After calming the armored beetle, King Xiao Yu surveyed the vast expanse. "Brother with a space this enormous inside Ruhua. Perhaps we can bring everyone out of there." Qin Yu glanced around, nodding in agreement. "Yes, this is the kind of secret advantage a classic betray Manhwa hides until the climax. It wouldn't be a problem to fit 200 to 300 people here. We could evacuate everyone in just a handful of trips." Having said that, he knelt down to inspect the ground. "I wonder if it can let sunlight in. If it can, we could cultivate plants here. Then we'd never have to worry about food again." After their inspection was complete, the Qin Yu siblings and the armored beetle king exited the dimension. He then squatted down, gently stroking Ruhua's petals. "Don't worry, I will absolutely give you what I promised." With that resolve, Qin Yu reached from his spatial ring. Qin Yu retrieved the corpse of Yua Kong, the immortal clan zombie he had defeated. Here he offered eat up. Ruhua was startled by the offering, scarcely believing it was truly allowed to absorb such a potent corpse. It was utterly elated and immediately sucked the body into its mouth, devouring it greedily as a rainbow-colored light began to emanate from its very being, as if it was about to achieve apotheosis. Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Ruhua is transforming." Both siblings stood frozen, stiff, watching the incredible transformation. The entire process didn't take very long at all. After emitting the rainbow light, it suddenly drooped its petals, folding downward as its entire stem shriveled up, looking extremely frail. Xiao Yu panicked instantly. "What's wrong with Ruhua?" she cried, kneeling to hold it. "Isn't it supposed to be evolving? Why is it withering?" Suddenly, a vibrant green sprout tumbled down, landing right on Xiao Yu's head. Looking at the strange sprout in her hand, Xiao Yu was completely bewildered. Then the sprout suddenly opened its eyes, and sensing a familiar aura, Xiao Yu gasped in a moment of pure realization. It turned out Ruhua had evolved Qin Yu, not one to overthink, grabbed 2 evolution cores and handed one to Xiao Yu. "It's evolved. Now it's our turn to get stronger," he said, swallowing one of the cores. As was his custom, every strengthening session for Qin Yu involved him screaming his lungs out in agony. This time, however, Xiao Yu found it rather amusing. There it is, she thought, his dramatic performance. After absorbing it, he let out a steadying breath. His physique had instantly increased tenfold. In contrast, Shia Yu's strengthening process was significantly more gentle. She felt the power surging within her and announced, "Brother, my physique has now increased 40-fold. Qin Yu took a few deep breaths. "I'm at 41 times now." He quickly assessed the current strength of the two of them. "Next, with your buff, I'll have at least an 80-fold physique. Adding the effects of that potion from before, we can be considered genuine third-tier evolvers." But just at that moment, the roar of a beast echoed from outside, followed by the clash of weapons and the chaotic sounds of a fierce battle. The commotion immediately drew the siblings' attention. They walked out of the thatch hut and saw everyone gathered in front of a large pit where a fierce argument was erupting, fueled by the kind of desperation every betrayed Manhwa hides. "You're courting death. According to the rules, this thing's ours. That energy core belongs to me," intrigued Qin Yu, led a curious Shia Yu over to get a better look. Peering down into the large pit, they saw the corpse of a massive mutated lizard. Shia Yu was surprised. "It's a beast corpse," someone nearby ordered. "Everyone pull it up." Together, the people tied ropes around the lizard and began heaving it out of the pit. Qin Yu sighed. It was just a pity that its corpse was inedible. Otherwise, they would at least have some fresh meat to eat. Once it was finally pulled up, Shia Yu saw a group of people approaching and quickly called out to her brother. From the other side, Xiao Fang and Xiao Na were leading 3 other people over. Recognizing them, Xiao Yu smiled warmly. "Xiao Na, where are you all headed?" Xiao Na replied, "We were looking for food." Xiao Fang stretched languidly, looking utterly exhausted and sleep-deprived. He made an offer, "Just stretching our legs a bit. This damn place is too boring, so what do you say? Want to come with us?" Xiao Yu, always up for some action, agreed without hesitation. Sure, it was only then that Xiao Fang remembered the 3 people he was with. He began to introduce them from left to right. "These 2 are Shu Nuo and that one is Kong Wei. And the elder with the long beard is Qian Liang." Upon seeing Qin Yu, Shuo visibly recoiled, his fear palpable as he remained warily silent. Xiao Yu, ever the observant one, picked up on his apprehension and quickly stepped in to defend her brother. "Don't be alarmed, you two. My brother isn't some bloodthirsty killer, I promise." With that, the newly formed party began their journey. They set off to explore the strange dimension, a land trapped beneath a perpetually blood-red sky. As the newcomer, Qin Yu was unfamiliar with the territory. Seeking to understand the threats, he inquired, "What is the power level of the zombie beasts in this place?" Xiao Fang readily shared his knowledge, explaining the majority of them are merely level 1. While level 2 creatures exist, they are exceptionally rare. In over a month, we've encountered fewer than a handful. So long as we avoid the borderlands, the risk is minimal. At that very moment, a glint like distant stars appeared in Kongwei's eyes. He exclaimed with delight, "It's star jade rice." Xiao Yu's eyes followed his, yet all she could perceive was an empty expanse of crimson soil. Seeing no vegetation whatsoever, she shot back, "There isn't any corn there." Xiaopeng calmly clarified the situation. "Of course, you can't see it from here. Young Kong possesses the 1,000-mile eyes. He can spot a mosquito in flight from over a mile away." Qin Yu was impressed by such a power, remarking with admiration, "That is an exceptionally useful ability." Xiaopeng let out a chuckle. He then casually revealed Kongwei's inner turmoil as the boy scratched his head nearby. "You know, Qin Yu, this kid is actually quite dissatisfied with his gift. He feels that while the rest of us are in the thick of battle, he's relegated to lookout duty, and he often complains that he's useless." Qin Yu found this perspective difficult to grasp, crossing his arms as he laid out the clear strategic value of such a power. In an apocalypse, isn't a reconnaissance ability far more valuable than raw combat strength? Xiaopeng couldn't help but chime in immediately. "See, even Qin Yu agrees." Following Kongwei's lead, the group arrived at a sprawling field of star jade rice. Xiao Yu approached to inspect it. After examining a few stalks, she pointed with a hint of annoyance. "This isn't corn. Are you trying to make a fool of me? Do you really think I can't tell the difference?" Xiao Fang, standing nearby with his arms folded, chuckled. "No one claimed it was corn. That's just what we call it. Star jade rice. It's quite abundant in this region, and while it's hardly a delicacy, it is edible. Shunuo, it's your turn." The boy nodded. "Right, Brother D." A gentle breeze started to coalesce around Shunuo's arm, quickly forming a small vortex of wind. Qin Yu watched in surprise. "Ah, a wind-based power." Shunuo then extended both hands, and the 2 cyclones merged into one. It grew into a much larger whirlwind, yet it didn't tear the plants from the ground. Instead, it delicately plucked only the ripe produce. Qin Yu observed with a critical eye. He harvested the fruit without damaging the stalks. The boy's control is remarkable. Despite his frail appearance, his command of his power is solid. The kind of subtle strength that betrayed Manhwa hides is often the most dangerous. He must have practiced relentlessly. Shunuo's group of 3 moved in to gather the harvested star jade rice as Xiao Fang praised their efficiency. He also noted that this unique grain regenerates with incredible speed. As long as the plant itself remains unharmed, it will bear fruit again. It only takes a few days. While helping with the harvest, Xiao's nose twitched as she detected an unusual odor. What is that scent?" Kongwei, ever vigilant, narrowed his eyes and declared grimly, "A zombie beast." Far off, a plume of dust billowed toward them. The sheer size of the dust clouds signaled that whatever was approaching was immense. Their fears were confirmed soon enough. As the creature closed the distance, they saw it was a zombified rhinoceros, its eyes burning with a ferocious red light and its head crowned with 2 colossal horns. Xiao Fang moved to the front, itching to prove his might. "Go on, be my guest," Xiao Yu taunted, "but if you get smacked back into your base form, in under a minute, I want to see how you'll live down the embarrassment." Xiao snorted his cocky confidence, a mask for the secrets, a true tale of *** betray Manhwa hides ***, declaring to handle this thing. "I don't even need to transform. It's child's play." The ever-quiet Xiao Na cut in with a cold reminder, if you keep posturing, it's going to escape. That was all it took for Xiao Fang to lunge forward. True to his word, he didn't transform relying solely on his raw, physical power to intercept the rhino, seizing its massive horns with both hands. This zombified beast possessed considerable strength, and he was forced back quite a ways, refusing to be overpowered, especially after his grandstanding. How could he possibly lose face? In front of the ladies, Xiao Fang let out a guttural roar, channeling every ounce of his power into his arms. With a monumental heave, the rhino's hooves were gradually hoisted from the earth. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Wow, that guy is on a completely different level than he was before. After concentrating his energy for a brief moment, Xiao Fang violently smashed the rhino into the ground, sending dirt and rock flying as he finished it in a single brutal move. He grinned, flexing the powerful muscles under his shirt. So what do you think, pretty? Impressive, huh? Qin Yu nodded in genuine approval. Yes, not bad at all. Shunhua approached the colossal rhino's carcass, a dagger in hand. Brother D, I'll retrieve the spoils of battle. However, the creature's hide was incredibly thick and resilient. A standard dagger was utterly useless against it. Shunhua strained to make an incision, succeeding only in creating sparks from the friction. Xiao Fang stepped in his hand, morphing into a demonic claw. Allow me. Its hide is far too tough. You girls won't be able to pierce it. With that declaration, he plunged his transformed hand straight through the zombie rhino's armored skin, unleashing a gush of disgusting green fluid. After rummaging around inside for a moment, he pulled out the evolution energy core. He gallantly presented it to the women, first asking, would any of you ladies care for this? Xiao Na just scoffed, completely uninterested. Keep it for yourself. Xiao wrinkled her nose in disgust, complaining about the stench. Ugh, get away. And take that foul thing with you. Xiao Fang remained unfazed by their rejection. He simply pocketed the evolution core for his own use. Fine, if you don't want it, I'll just absorb it later. Let's move out. We're pushing a little deeper into the danger zone. Upon hearing this, Shuo voiced his concern, but there are so few of us. Kongwei, standing right beside him, waved his hands in protest. We absolutely should not be taking that kind of risk. Xiao Fang tried to reassure them. What are you two so worked up about? I'll keep everyone safe. Abruptly, a piercing shriek tore across the blazing crimson sky as an enormous eagle materialized above. It began to circle their position, its incessant cries making the tense atmosphere even more terrifying. Xiao Fang shielded his eyes with a hand, squinting up at the creature and shouting in annoyance, what's all that racket for? If only I had wings, I'd fly up there and tear you to pieces myself. Xiao Yu stated grimly, it's summoning reinforcements. She then turned her gaze to Qin Yu. Brother, take it down. Qin Yu assessed the target's trajectory and replied, the altitude is too great. It's out of my range. Just then, Ruhua, perched on Xiao Yu's shoulder, suddenly started to sway and chirp excitedly. Startled, Xiao Yu looked down at her companion. She gently placed Ruhua into her palm and announced to Qin Yu with delight, brother, I believe Ruhua's evolution is complete. Xiao Yu. Then, to everyone's surprise, set Ruhua on the ground and encouraged it. Ruhua, it's your turn. A brilliant flash of golden light erupted, and Ruhua evolved into a magnificent flower beast radiating a hopeful verdant luminescence. Both Shuo and Kongwei were left speechless by Ruhua's stunning new form. Kongwei cried out, my heavens, what in the world is that creature? Xiao gestured to the eagle in the sky and gave a sharp command, Ruhua, bring that thing down for me. In response, Rua tore open a rift in time and slipped inside. Shuo and Kongwei shrieked in alarm, leaping out of the way. Ruhua then materialized directly behind the hawk. It instantly locked onto its prey, poised to unleash its power. From Ruhua's maw, an unrelenting volley of emerald arrows shot towards the target. The hawk dodged with incredible speed, but no matter how it maneuvered, it was powerless to escape the barrage of projectiles. Each arrow magically morphed into thick ropes that ensnared the hawk, binding it completely. Xiao could only stammer in awe. What an unbelievably powerful summoned beast. The hawk, now completely immobilized, plummeted to the earth with a crash. Xiao planted a foot on its chest and declared smugly, not so high and mighty now, are you? Did you really think you were untouchable way up there? Shuo immediately drew his blade, offering, let me help everyone harvest the evolution energy. Xiao just sighed. Honestly, little Shu, you don't always have to be the one serving everybody. Shuo just scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. It's no trouble. I'm used to it. I really don't mind getting my hands dirty. But Qin Yu stepped forward, igniting his palm as he said, there's no need. Stand back. Shuo attempted to warn him. Its hide is too tough, it won't be incinerated that easily. Paying Shuo no mind, Qin Yu unleashed his flames upon the hawk's body. Witnessing Qin Yu's inferno, Lian was utterly stunned and asked with wide-eyed curiosity, why are Qin Yu's flames purple? And how can they be so incredibly powerful? Qin Yu explained coolly, when you have a flame ability, the fire's color evolves with each new stage of power. Xiao Yu whined, pouting, Qin Yu, you're the absolute worst. Why didn't you just burn the last creature for me? I ended up getting covered in its foul-smelling blood. Qin Yu calmly shot back a tease. Perhaps I was just too mesmerized by your stunning beauty to think straight. A few moments later, Kongwei pointed toward a dense thicket of trees, issuing a warning to the team. The territory of the man-eating flora is just up ahead. Everyone stay alert. The group proceeded with caution. As they advanced, monstrous mutated plants began to emerge from the shadows. Their creeping vines started to encircle the party. Shuo and Xiao immediately charged forward, leading the assault against the creatures. As the others followed, a thorny green vine suddenly whipped out from an entirely different direction, moving with terrifying speed. It coiled tightly around Kongwei's leg, He was violently dragged to the ground and looked up just in time to see the mutated plant's maw gaping open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. He could only let out a blood-curdling scream. In a flash of steel, a blade sliced the mutated plant clean in two. Shia Yu planted her hands on her hips and scolded him. "You don't have to scream quite that loud. I heard you just fine. You're making my ears ring." Conway nervously scratched his head, flustered and mumbled, "Ah, my apologies." Qin Yu strode forward, his boot crunching on a piece of bone. He paused, sensing a deeper malice, and murmured, "The true danger, this world of *** betray Manhwa hides ***." His eyes then flashed crimson as he roared, his voice filled with urgency. "Watch out, something far worse is coming." In an instant, countless vines erupted from the ground, lashing through the air as they shot towards the group. In a desperate panic, they all dove to the ground, shielding their heads. "Get down now," the vines unfurled, revealing their wicked needle-sharp thorns. Qin Yu immediately unleashed a torrent of fire, yelling, "Stay down and don't move." He used his overwhelming flames to incinerate the entire swarm of mutated plants. Under the sheer power of his inferno, the monstrous flora was reduced to ash in mere seconds. From within the smoldering remains, fragments of white bone became visible. Shia Yu pointed, her voice trembling with shock. "Whoa, look over there. Those are human bones." Xiaonan knelt and picked up a fragment, and after a moment of careful examination, her face paled as she confirmed, "This isn't from a monster. That's not human. A human skeleton has 12 segments, but this thing has well over a dozen," Xiaon commented nonchalantly, picking his nose as if to make a joke. "So what? It just sprouted a few extra pieces," he quipped. Qin Yu, however, spoke with grim certainty. "If I am not mistaken, these were likely the original inhabitants of this place." Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes shot open as he roared, "Watch out, another enemy." A ripping demon erupted from the tall grass, charging straight at them. It threw a monstrous punch directly at Qin Yu, but Qin Yu moved with blinding speed and deflected the blow. The ripping demon was visibly staggered by Qin Yu's sheer strength. Enraged, it immediately altered its attack pattern and swiped its claws viciously at Qin Yu. Remaining on high alert, Qin Yu deftly evaded the follow-up strike, then seized the ripping demon's arm. Qin Yu dropped his stance low and violently slammed the creature into the ground. Xiao quickly rushed in. Shouting, my turn, he unleashed his power, and a brilliant green light completely consumed the ripping demon. It perished without even a chance to struggle. Qin Yu then picked up the ripping demon's severed hand and presented it for Xiao to see. Xiao Yu stated calmly, "I recognize this. Is this not the same type of ripping demon we battled in that village?" Qin Yu stroked his chin, his expression thoughtful. It's not exactly the same," he continued. "Its two arms clearly do not belong to this ripping demon's body." Xiao asked, "Is it some kind of mutation? We have seen plenty of strangely shaped zombie monsters before, so it's not entirely out of the question." Qin Yu swiftly dismissed that notion. "No, this one is different. At the joint, there are unmistakable stitch marks. This was almost certainly done by a person." Conway asked in astonishment, "Who would do such a thing?" "You believe there are some deranged scientists lurking around here?" Xiaopang suddenly sensed something was wrong and cautiously warned the group. "Hey, hold on. Does anyone else feel that I think we're being watched?" Shuo scratched his head anxiously. Where I can't see a thing." Xian added, "I feel it too. Something is definitely paying close attention to us, but it's odd. When I try to focus on it, the presence vanishes like a deep-seated betray. Manhwa hides its true intentions." Xiao Yu also sensed the strange presence. She confirmed, "I noticed it the moment we arrived, but I didn't detect any hostile intent, and since nothing happened, I paid it no mind." Hearing this, Qin Yu advised everyone, "Let's head back immediately to avoid any further trouble." Later, after the group had returned to the safety of their camp, the two siblings sat down to talk. Xiao asked, "Brother, you discovered something today, didn't you?" Qin Yu replied, "I did. I suspect this entire world may be the territory of the Evil Sorcerer Clan." Xiao asked, confused, "The Evil Sorcerer Clan? What's that?" Qin Yu explained, "Like the War God Clan, they are an ancient race. But the crucial difference is that the Evil Sorcerer Clan is unbelievably vicious. They are obsessed with gaining strength and achieving perfection, even resorting to the most ruthless and bloody internal struggles to eliminate the weak from their own tribe." Qin Yu added with a worried look, "To obtain power, the Evil Witch tribe even modified their own bodies and genes. Remember the 5-venom beast? It's said to be an experimental product they created. The fact the 5-venom beast escaped means the Evil Witch tribe must have faced a great danger. Otherwise, they would never have allowed these creatures to survive for this long. I wonder if any of them are still alive." Xiao comforted him, "Don't panic. After the Flower Fairy's evolution, her power has recovered significantly. We can finally get out of here." But just then a sharp challenge cut through the air from outside. "Halt, state your identity." Xiao Chuo's eyes narrowed at the silhouettes in the distance. He raised his voice in a stern warning, "That's far enough. One more step and we open fire." Far off, a horde of demonic puppets shambled forward in an unsteady formation, their faces concealed by the deep shadows of their black cloaks. It was impossible to tell if they were human or some twisted, mutated beast. Xiao's knuckles whitened as he gripped his rifle, his voice tight with threat. "Are you new survivors who've gotten trapped? Answer me now, or we will fire." From beneath one hood, a cold face emerged, its most striking feature, a pair of piercing blue glowing eyes. As it came fully into view, a wave of fear rippled through the group. Are those zombies?" someone whispered in horror. Another soldier spat in disgust. "An annoyance. Damn it, look at their numbers, call for reinforcements now." The soldiers snapped to action, raising their weapons and shouting battle cries. Their gunfire erupted, a desperate attempt to hold the line, but the creatures advanced relentlessly, their glowing blue eyes burning with an increasingly sinister light. Without warning, their shambling walk broke into a dead sprint, charging straight for the soldiers. Xia Fang's voice trembled with terror. No, they're not zombies, are they? Wraiths. The demonic puppets surged forward, their speed unnatural, shattering the soldiers' formation and sending them scattering in a wave of pure panic. Screams for their lives tore through the chaos. Help, somebody save us. In a flash, one of the puppets seized a soldier by the throat and the man let out a blood-curdling shriek of pure terror. An instant later, his body went limp and crumpled to the ground, the whites of his eyes rolling back into his skull. He choked out one final, ragged breath. A sinister black mist then began to seep from the fallen soldier's corpse, and the expressionless demonic puppet greedily inhaled the dark essence. Witnessing this grotesque act, the other soldiers were paralyzed by a chilling terror, their voices caught in their throats. Its dark meal finished, the demonic puppet turned its attention to the next soldier. The man's face went ashen, his eyes wide with horror as he let out a desperate scream. Help me, I don't want to turn into one of those things. Just as the creature lunged, Xiaopang charged in her blades, slicing the demonic puppet clean in two. She rallied the others. It works. Everyone with evolved offensive powers attack now. It's our only effective weapon. But her victory was short-lived, as moments later, she became the new focus of the entire puppet horde. They swarmed her from all sides. Xia Fang let out a final piercing shriek of terror before she was completely overwhelmed and assimilated. Her form twisted and contorted, becoming just another one of the demonic puppets. The remaining survivors fought on desperately. Shu Nuo conjured miniature whirlwinds that tore several demonic puppets to pieces. Anchoring himself in a combat stance, a chilling dread washed over him as he questioned, what in the hell are these things? The true horror this betrayed Manhwa hides is beyond anything I ever imagined. Shu Nuo's instincts screamed a warning just as a frenzied demonic puppet lunged toward him. The creature launched a savage attack that sent Shu Nuo hurtling backward through the air. He slammed into the ground, the impact knocking the wind from him. Scrambling in a desperate panic, he tried to crawl away as the demonic puppet raised its arm, poising for the final fatal blow. Shu Nuo trembled violently, his voice cracking as he cried out, "Help, somebody please save me!" In a blur of motion, Boss Jin intervened, landing a devastating punch that sent the demonic puppet staggering back, saving Shuo in the absolute nick of time. Boss Jin Shu Nuo breathed in profound relief. A powerful aura flared around Boss Jin as he activated his combat abilities. "Get to cover now," he commanded. The demonic puppet let out an unearthly howl of pain from the force of the blow, but its agony quickly twisted into rage as it turned to retaliate. A sharp, dangerous glint appeared in Boss Jin's eyes as he prepared to counter its move. He unleashed a direct punch aimed straight for the demonic puppet's core. The creature seemed to realize instantly that it was no match for him. Clutching its fresh wound, it turned and fled, in agony. Boss Jin was taken aback. He hadn't expected the mindless creature to retreat. "Where do you think you're going?" he roared. "Stop it." Ignoring his command, the demonic puppet darted past the other soldiers, making a beeline for the house. A collective shout of fear rose from the group. "This is bad. It's heading for the survivors." In a ghostly display, the demonic puppet simply phased through the solid wall of the building. The survivors inside screamed, their brief moment of safety shattered in an instant, crying out, "What in the world was that?" as it slammed two of them to the floor, its grip tightening around their throats. After a few agonizing seconds, the two victims' eyes rolled into the backs of their heads. A grotesque mixture of drool and mucus streamed down their faces as the last spark of life was extinguished. Boss Jin charged towards the house and violently kicked the door clean off its hinges. The moment the entrance was breached, the demonic puppet duplicated itself, creating two more identical figures poised for combat. Boss Jin lunged at them, roaring, "You foul creations," but the demonic puppet sidestepped his assault with unnatural speed. A pair of them engaged Boss Jin directly, while the third spectrally phased through the solid wall to the outside. It then ascended into the air, casting a malevolent, gleeful grin down upon the house below. It then began to systematically pass through the walls, invading every single room. Screams of terror echoed from within. "A phantom! It's a phantom! Help us!" Boss Jin, seething with rage, yelled. "Where did that abomination disappear to?" His eyes locked onto the demonic puppet, and he muttered with grim realization, "This thing, it's evolved." The puppet met his gaze with a contemptuous sneer before rushing straight toward him. Boss Jin clenched his fist, bellowing in defiance, "You dare challenge me head-on? You're asking for annihilation." The demonic puppet blurred forward, effortlessly evading Boss Jin's powerful punch. Witnessing this incredible speed, Boss Jin's muscles tensed as he exclaimed, "It's too fast." He caught a glimpse of another puppet flanking him and scoffed, "Do you really think I can't match your pathetic speed?" With a swift motion, Boss Jin parried the demonic puppet's strike and simultaneously drove his elbow into its form, sending it hurtling back several meters. Boss Jin's face drained of color in utter disbelief. The creature took a direct hit without a scratch, a testament to the monstrous power this world of *** betray Manhwa hides ***. In the blink of an eye, the demonic puppet reappeared directly in front of Boss Jin, who could only shout in panic, "Impossible." The puppet's hand shot out, seizing Boss Jin by the throat and hoisting him high off the ground. He thrashed violently, clawing for air. Cough, cough. Is this really the end for me? Just then, the demonic puppet sensed an imminent threat. It snapped its head around to see Qin Yu standing there watching. Qin Yu took a single deliberate step forward before exploding into a blindingly fast sprint, his hand already shaped for a decisive strike. With pinpoint accuracy, Qin Yu plunged his hand straight through the demonic puppet's torso. It let out an unearthly shriek of agony, its grip on Boss Jin instantly failing. Boss Jin collapsed to the floor below, coughing violently and desperately gulping for air. A relieved smile crossed his face as he gasped, I'm saved." Qin Yu's brow furrowed as he activated his skill, Endless Burn. A torrent of searing flames erupted from him, culminating in a contained explosion that blasted the demonic puppet backward. Xiao hurried to his side, asking with concern, "Are you okay? Are these creatures really that strong?" Qin Yu simply raised an arm, halting her approach. He spoke with a heavy tone, "Stay alert. The Corpse King Mingling could be nearby. Don't leave my side." Xiao gave a small, understanding nod. "All right." Just then, the demonic puppet recovered, turning back with its claws raised, ready to resume the assault. Boss Jin clutched at his bruised neck and warned through a strained cough, "Qin Yu, be careful. That thing is incredibly resilient." The demonic puppet lunged forward again as Qin Yu summoned his flames once more. Prepared for another clash, Qin Yu launched a fiery projectile at the demon, but it sidestepped the attack with ease. The demonic puppet instantly countered, appearing behind him for a swift strike. Qin Yu evaded just as quickly, pivoting to get behind the creature himself. He seized the opening to press his advantage. Intense flames erupted, engulfing both of Qin Yu's hands as he moved in. With blinding speed, he grabbed both of the demonic puppet's wrists. A sickening crack echoed as Qin Yu's grip tightened, and with a powerful heave, he tore both of its hands clean from its arms. Witnessing this raw display of power, Boss Jin was utterly astounded. He had known Qin Yu was capable, but he never imagined he possessed this level of overwhelming strength. The demonic puppet froze, stunned. It had never anticipated facing such a foe. Faced with such a formidable foe, it scrambled to escape. Without hesitation, Qin Yu lunged forward, his spear piercing straight through its torso. The puppet demon disintegrated into tendrils of black smoke, revealing a single, brilliantly crimson spirit stone at its core. Qin Yu examined the spirit stone in his palm, murmuring with surprise, "What in the world is this? The fight is done." Boss Kim rushed over, profusely thanking him. "Qin Yu, I owe you one. You just saved my skin back there. Thank you." Qin Yu quickly advised, "Boss Kim, you need to rally the others for a counteroffensive immediately. These creatures are puppet demons. We can't show any mercy. We have to eradicate their nest before they have a chance to grow stronger and multiply." Elsewhere, Kongwei was locked in a desperate struggle with a puppet demon, his voice trembling with fear. "Get away from me. Stay back." As the puppet demon raised its claws to strike, Kongwei brandished his knife and yelled, "You asked for this." He slashed wildly at the puppet demon, but the creature dodged with ease. In a flash, its hand was wrapped around Kongwei's throat. The demon bared its grotesque maw, a silent threat. Kongwei could only gasp in terror, choking and sputtering as his air was cut off. Seeing his comrade's plight, Shunuo charged in to rescue Kongwei. With a mighty swing of his blade, he cleaved the puppet demon in two, eliciting a piercing shriek from the creature as it writhed in agony. Shunuo grabbed Kongwei, asking with deep concern, "Kongwei, are you all right?" But Kongwei's eyes had already rolled into the back of his head, his mouth hanging slack. Then the unthinkable happened. A puppet demon burst forth from inside Kongwei's mouth. The sight was so ghastly, Shunuo was rendered completely speechless. He stumbled and fell, a raw scream of terror escaping his lips. "No, this is a nightmare." The newly emerged demon then unexpectedly swiveled around and lunged directly at Shunuo. He barely managed to parry the strike with his knife when all at once several more puppet demons descended upon him. He was completely surrounded. A wave of panic washed over him. "It's over. I'm done for." Just then a sudden counter-assault erupted, pulling Shunuo back from the brink of certain death. As the puppet demons were flash-frozen in place, Mr. Lang appeared, scolding him irritably, "Get on your feet. If you let them take you down, it's not just your own life you'll be forfeiting. You'll become one of them, a greater burden for our allies. That's the cruel truth this betrayed Manhwa hides." Shunuo nodded, a grim understanding on his face. "Right?" Mr. Lang then swung his sword, shattering the frozen puppet demons. Qin Yu watched, impressed, thinking to himself, "So he's an ancient martial artist who also possesses an evolutionary ability." At that moment, another puppet demon launched a surprise attack on Mr. Lang. He countered swiftly with his blade, but the demon was unnaturally fast, evading the blow. Mr. Lang clicked his tongue in annoyance and thought, incredibly quick. He activated his power, manifesting a shield of ice, but the puppet demon smashed through it in an instant and raked its claws across Mr. Lang's arm. Mr. Lang clutched the bleeding wound, crying out in pain. "Arg," he snarled through clenched teeth. "These claws are laced with poison." The demon pressed its advantage, but Mr. Lang managed to parry the next strike with his sword. It raised its claws high, a triumphant cackle echoing as it prepared to deliver the final blow. Then, without warning, the puppet demon simply collapsed. Qin Yu stood behind it, having run it through with his spear. Mr. Lang offered a stiff, awkward thank you. Qin Yu simply reminded him, "Their poison is quite potent, but you should be able to neutralize it by circulating your evolutionary energy." Mr. Lang grunted, "Understood." Elsewhere, Qingfeng exploded out of a building, smashing through a wall with a puppet demon clutched in each hand. He roared with laughter, "Is this all you've got, you pathetic weaklings?" Jing Jing was effortlessly restraining puppet demons with thick vines, a smug grin on her face as she taunted, "Hey Gao Xiao, are you sure these things aren't related to you?" Gao Xiao cleanly decapitated a puppet demon with his sword, retorting angrily, "Shut your mouth before you get yourself eliminated." Meanwhile, Luan had transformed into a massive porcupine-like beast, sending a puppet demon flying with a single punch as Xiao Fang looked on, and declared, "Hey my brother, we're two of a kind." Xiao Hai then turned to Xiao Na, grinning with anticipation. "Look at all of them. They're a perfect feast made just for me." With that, Xiao Hai charged headfirst into the fray against the puppet demons, while Boss Kim observed the chaotic battle from a safe distance. His heart was a storm of conflicting emotions. "Thank goodness they're here," he mused. "The sheer cruelty this world of asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk requires allies this strong." From a high mountain perch, the Nether Spirit Corpse King scowled down at the unfolding battle, his voice laced with venom. "Far too many new powerhouses have shown up," he snarled. He then commanded his underlings. The main event is about to begin, and we are running out of time. All of you attack as one, annihilate every last one of them. His minions, their faces twisted into ferocious masks, flashed a sinister grin as they acknowledged the command, "As you wish, my king." Just then, on the battlefield below, Boss Zhao and Boss Sun rushed in with their forces. Boss Zhao's voice was tight with concern as he called out, "Qin Yu, is your group unharmed? We've come to lend our strength." Qin Yu responded with unshakable calm. "It's a rare sight to see all the remaining survivors gathered in one place. We're holding our own. Leave the demon generals to my team. The rest of you can coordinate to take down the lesser fiends." Boss Zhao and Boss Sun nodded in agreement, understood. But in that instant, a wave of pure menace washed over Qin Yu. He snapped his head around, shouting a warning, "Xiao Fang, look out." Completely caught off guard, Xiao Fang could only utter a confused, "Huh." A massive boulder plummeted from the sky, aimed directly at him. With no time to react, he was instantly crushed beneath its immense weight. But then suddenly, the stone began to tremble and crack until a massive fissure split it wide open. Xiao Fang leaped out from the debris, a defiant grin on his face as he greeted Shi. "Been a while, hasn't it?" Shi stalked towards Xiao Fang, his voice dripping with irritation. "You little punk, our last encounter was left unfinished. This time, I've come specifically to claim your life." Xiao Fang lunged forward, his laughter sharp with scorn. "Then bring it on. I'm just afraid you lack the strength to pull it off." He soared into the air, claws extended towards Shi's throat, roaring, "Let's find out who ends whose life today." Shi met the attack with a raised fist, blocking Xiao Fang's claws. The resulting shockwave was catastrophic, blasting a massive crater into the ground and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Shi gritted his teeth, inwardly stunned that this upstart possessed such overwhelming power. With a roar, he hoisted Xiao Fang high into the air and brutally slammed him back down into the earth. The impact left Xiao Fang grievously wounded, coughing up a mouthful of blood as a single agonized cry escaped his lips. Shi wasn't finished. He lifted Xiao Fang's broken body again and hurled him towards a nearby building. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, tearing a gaping hole in the structure's roof. Xiao Fang staggered out from the smoking rubble, clutching his chest in agony. Shi immediately followed up with a devastating kick, sending Xiao Fang flying once more before he crashed unceremoniously to the ground. Witnessing this brutal display, Xiao cried out to Qin Yu in desperation, "You've got to do something, he's going to be beaten to death." Yet Xiao Fang refused to give up, lunging forward to seize Shi by the throat, roaring, "Have you had enough yet?" Xiao Fang's grip tightened on Shi's neck as he viciously slammed him into the ground with brutal force. Shi retaliated instantly with a kick that struck Xiao Fang squarely in the chest, sending him flying back several feet. Nearby, Xiao Hai and Xiao Na stood observing the fight. Xiao Na let out a cold snort, remarking, "It's the same old story. He never gets serious until he's taken a proper beating." Suddenly, Xiao Na's eyes caught something unusual in the periphery. She called out, her voice laced with surprise, "Hush, Xiao Hai," to which Xiao Hai replied, "Master." Xiao Na's tone turned stern. "Don't try to stop me, just follow my lead." At that moment, a thicket of mutated grass erupted from the earth, enveloping both Xiao Na and Xiao Hai, twisting and binding them within a massive sphere of vegetation. Moments later, the grassy cocoon slowly unfurled, revealing an entirely different dimension. There, Xiao Na saw Heian leaning nonchalantly against a tree with his arms crossed. Upon seeing her, a wide, knowing grin spread across his face. Hayden declared, "Welcome to the withered wood space." With a mere wave of his hand, a tangled mass of thorny vines erupted from the ground, causing Shio to bristle with anger. "Do you truly believe you can touch the master with such a pathetic little trick?" he retorted. Unleashing his own power, an even greater surge of vines burst forth from the earth, multiplying in number. In response, Xiao Na invoked a curse, and the encroaching vines began to wither and decay, turning to dust in an instant. Heian remarked with a hint of surprise, "Well now, withering curse." Just then, Shia attempted a stealthy approach from behind, but his presence was immediately detected. Shia lunged at Heian, who sidestepped the blow with ease. A sneer crossed Heian's face as he taunted, "Did you really think you could ambush me?" Undeterred, Shia pressed his assault. He successfully landed a curse on Heian. A sharp cry of pain escaped Heian's lips as he clenched his fist, recognizing it as a pain curse before hastily retreating. Regaining his composure, Heian raised a hand and channeled his own ability, weaving the surrounding vines into the form of a colossal grass golem. The massive golem seized Shia in its powerful grip. Heian stood confidently, hands on his hips, watching with contempt. "Humph, all muscle and no mind," he scoffed. But Shia was far from finished and immediately counterattacked. He cast another curse, and the golem's arm began to visibly corrode and dissolve. Heian was utterly stunned. A corrosion curse, he thought. This man had somehow mastered all three branches of the Calamity System's abilities. At that very same moment, the battle raged on elsewhere, with Xiao and Xian fighting with frantic desperation. Lu Yun fended off demonic puppets, shouting encouragement to his comrade. "Just hold on, brother, I'm coming to help." But suddenly a deafening explosion ripped through the air behind him, revealing a menacing silhouette within the thick swirling dust. Jingling exclaimed in frustration, "Who could that be now?" As the dust settled, the figure of Mad Dog emerged, cackling with unhinged glee. He then dropped to all fours and activated his terrifying ability. In a grotesque display, 2 additional heads sprouted from his body, their bloodshot eyes burning with ferocity. His transformation into a monstrous 3-headed hound was complete. Lu Yun could only cry out in pure shock, "Good heavens, what in the world is that thing?" The monstrous dog opened its maws, molten lava beginning to form within. A moment later, it unleashed a torrent of magma, forcing Lu Yun to dive desperately to the side. but not before a splash of the searing liquid landed on his arm. He screamed in agony, "Ah, it burns, it burns." The ferocious beast, however, was relentless. It continued its fiery assault on the other combatants, their terrified screams echoing, "Help us, somebody save us." Just then, a spatial bubble materialized, intercepting the deadly lava flow. It was a technique Lin Fang called the vacuum burst. He yelled to the others, "Everyone fall back, get as far away from this monster as you can. Leave this creature to us," he commanded. But Mad Dog was already preparing another attack, its mouths glowing as it generated more lava. A look of terror crossed Lin Fang's face. He raised his hands, desperately maintaining his vacuum ability as Mad Dog unleashed a frantic barrage of molten rock. Lin Fang struggled to contain the onslaught, finally shouting, "Burst!" A series of powerful explosions rocked the area, throwing up a massive cloud of dust and debris. The three-headed beast charged blindly from the dust cloud, its heads whipping around in a frantic search for Lin Fang. "This is not good," Lin Fang muttered, realizing his predicament. Suddenly, powerful vines shot out from the ground, wrapping around one of Mad Dog's heads and clamping its jaw shut. Jingling focused, pouring even more of her power into the assault. With a tremendous effort, Jingling used the vines to slam the beast's central head into the ground, while other tendrils shot out to bind the mouths of the two remaining heads. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yun charged forward and delivered a powerful punch directly to one of Mad Dog's restrained heads. The beast roared in absolute fury, its voice booming. "You filthy insect, you dare to provoke me." With a surge of raw power, it tore the vines to shreds and let out another earth-shattering roar, as if to display its overwhelming strength. "They're in serious trouble," one of the onlookers noted. "Should we intervene?" Gao Jiao tensed, ready to leap into the fray, but Qin Yu calmly looked past the chaotic battle toward the distant sky. "Let them be," he said coolly. "The real enemy, this world of **** betray Manhwa hides **** is our problem now." There, floating ominously, was the Nether Spirit Corpse King, suspended in the air, gazing down upon the battle with utter contempt. "Tremble before me, you insignificant insects," he boomed, and then the Nether Spirit Corpse King abruptly vanished from sight. Qin Yu's knuckles whitened as he gripped his spear, cautiously calling out Shia Yu. In response, she activated her ability and replied, "I'm all right, stay focused." Suddenly, the Nether Spirit Corpse King materialized, charging at Qin Yu with his blade drawn as Qin Yu reacted, instantly parrying the strike. The impact was immense, shattering the very ground beneath them. Qin Yu staggered back in shock, his mind racing. This power, it's the kind of betray Manhwa hides until the final act. He's definitely a level 3 existence. Unfazed, Qin Yu unleashed his own power, erupting in a vortex of flames as he roared annihilation. With the inferno swirling around him, Qin Yu demanded coldly, "You are the Nether Spirit." The Corpse King remained silent, his presence a chilling answer. Qin Yu's voice was steady as he observed, "I can sense the faint trace of Jukong's aura on you. It appears you've already disposed of him." At his words, Shia Yu quickly raised her hands to her hair, shielding Ru Hua from view. She stammered, waving her hands dismissively, "Juju Kong. 1. I have no idea who that is." But the Nether Spirit Corpse King's voice cut through her denial, dripping with cold fury. "Ah, the world-devouring flower. I specifically tasked Ju Kong with your capture, yet it seems he was not only defeated, but you consumed him entirely, didn't you?" Upon hearing this accusation, Ru Hua burrowed even deeper into the safety of Shia Yu's hair. The flames around Qin Yu intensified with his rising fury. "You," he demanded, again his voice a low growl. "Are you the Nether Spirit?" Only then did the king deign to answer. "Indeed I am he, your majesty," the king replied with mock reverence. "To withstand a single strike from me, your power is commendable. It is no surprise that a fool like Ju Kong fell at your hands." The Nether Spirit Corpse King leveled his sword at Qin Yu, his voice a deceptively soft whisper. "Mortal, your strength is truly impressive. Why not pledge your allegiance to me? I can bestow upon you the gift of eternal life. What do you say?" In response, Qin Yu raised his spear, his battle stance a clear rejection. "I'll pass," he replied. "I have no interest in becoming one of your mindless zombies just yet." The Nether Spirit Corpse King's brow furrowed in displeasure. "Not a zombie," the king corrected, "but a noble of the eternal undead race." Qin Yu just shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't need that either. I find being human suits me just fine." Realizing his persuasion had failed, the king's tone hardened. "If you insist, then you shall. Pay for Jukong's failure with your own life." He swung his greatsword, instantly teleporting to charge at Qin Yu from behind, who with incredible reflexes raised his spear to intercept the blow. The sheer force of the Nether Spirit Corpse King's attack was overwhelming, sending Qin Yu skidding back several meters across the shattered earth. The king pressed his advantage without pause, lunging forward once more, forcing Qin Yu to raise his defense again. Refusing to be overwhelmed, Qin Yu fought back, launching a powerful spear thrust directly at the Nether Spirit Corpse King, who met it with his blade. Sparks flew as the tip of Qin Yu's spear scraped against the king's sword in a deadlock. Qin Yu poured all of his power into the strike, and his weapon erupted in a blinding flash of fire, triggering a massive explosion. Through the smoke, Qin Yu spotted the demonic puppets closing in from behind, and he swiftly shot into the air, incinerating them with a wave of his searing flames. But from the heart of the rubble, the Nether Spirit Corpse King suddenly emerged, his sword already swinging for another devastating attack. Blindsided by the sudden counter, Qin Yu could only raise his spear in a desperate attempt to block against the Nether Spirit Corpse King's devastating slash. Qin Yu risked a glance over his shoulder, seeing Xiao Pang and Shi locked in a dead-even struggle. As Xiao Pang caught Qin Yu's eye and turned, he let out a frustrated huff. In that split second of distraction, a crimson flash of light slammed squarely into his face. He reeled back, clutching his cheek in fury and roaring, "Hey, a cheap shot to the face. Have some decency when you fight, will you?" Enraged by his opponent's audacity to look away, she lunged forward. Their hands clashed, locking in a tense grapple as they countered each other's every move. She furiously broke the hold. Xiaopang, grinding his teeth, shot back. "You're the one who let go first." For a long moment, the stalemate held thick with tension. Undeterred, Xiao roared with fury. "So you refuse to back down? You'll live to regret this," before violently smashing his forehead directly into Xian's. A sickening crack echoed as Xian's skull dented, and he screamed in agony. "Ah, you absolute animal!" in retaliation. He also furiously rammed his own head back into Xiao's, snarling, "This head of mine isn't some soft piece of clay." Meanwhile, Xiaopang had collapsed completely onto the dirt, struggling to rise while wailing in misery. "God, it hurts so much." By this point, Xian was utterly spent, gasping for air and panting heavily as he muttered with frustration, "This monster just doesn't know when to stay down." Elsewhere, Mingling was unleashing a relentless assault with his single-handed blade, forcing Qin Yu to raise his spear in a desperate parry. The screech of their weapons colliding was absolutely deafening. Mingling then brought his sword crashing down with overwhelming force, and Qin Yu barely leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the attack as the ground where he'd been standing exploded into a shower of rubble. Witnessing this, Mingling let out a contemptuous sneer. "I'll give you this, mortal. You certainly demonstrated your resilience to have endured my onslaught for this long. You are the very first." Qin Yu wiped a trickle of blood from his mouth, panting heavily. "If this continues, I'm not going to make it out of this alive." Mingling's gaze was ice cold as he retorted, "It's truly a pity you were foolish enough to choose the path of resistance, which leaves me with no other option." And with that declaration, he lunged directly at Qin Yu with his sword raised, screaming, "Perish!" A startled Qin Yu instinctively dodged to the side. Mingling's sneer widened, and as Qin Yu was momentarily off balance, he extended a hand. "Ah, there's my opening." His ghastly pale hand shot out towards Qin Yu's face, who could only manage a desperate cry, "Damn it!" in a brutal motion. Mingling seized his head with both hands and viciously slammed it into the hard earth. Shia Yu screamed in terror. "Brother, release him." Mingling then gripped his head once more and violently yanked him up from the ground. Qin Yu coughed up a spray of blood as Mingling mocked him. "So do you finally comprehend what it means to be weak? It's still not too late for repentance." Qin Yu spat back. I would sooner die than become one of you, a mindless zombie. The ultimate deception this betrayed Manhwa hides is in calling yourselves immortal." Mingling corrected him with a chilling tone. "We are the Immortal Clan." He then hurled Qin Yu aside, bellowing, "The noble Immortal Clan." Seeing her chance, Xiao Yu charged from behind with her dagger drawn, screaming, "Brother," but Mingling merely flicked his wrist, sending her flying to the ground. He smirked casually, resting his massive blade on his shoulder. Now, don't be in such a rush. Just stand there and watch as I slowly extinguish your brother's life. Your turn will be next." With that threat, he leveled his sword directly at Qin Yu's heart. "Now die." The blade pierced straight through his chest, and fresh blood erupted from the wound. Mingling declared triumphantly, "Do you see? This is the vast difference in our power." But to his astonishment, Qin Yu offered a weak, blood-stained smile. "Oh, I see it clearly. This is the difference in our intellect." A stunned Mingling could only exclaim what Qin Yu's hands were now clamped tightly around the blade of the sword, and a faint, ethereal smoke began to radiate from his body. The wisps coiled around Mingling's arm like serpents, and he was horrified. "Damn you, what have you done to me? My power. It's draining away." He flew into a rage, slashing his sword erratically. "You miserable insect, you dare to ambush me. I will slice you into 1,000 pieces and see what tricks you have left." At that moment, Qin Yu's voice echoed, uttering a single chilling word, "Ignite." A confused Mingling could only ask what Qin Yu's eyes turned a ghostly white as his physical form started to dissolve. Even as Mingling kept spewing venomous curses, "Damn you to hell, you filthy insect. How dare you do this?" In his final moments, Qin Yu managed to force out one last word. "Endless." A ferocious inferno erupted from his very being. Mingling collapsed to his knees, his entire body scorched and his clothes incinerated to ash before he finally fell face first onto the ground, utterly devoid of strength. Nearby, Boss Kim clutched, clapping his shoulder, his voice filled with disbelief. "We did it, didn't we? We actually won." Xiao Yu rushed over, ecstatic. "Brother, that was absolutely incredible." Qin Yu's sharp command cut through the celebration. "Don't move." She stared at him, bewildered. What's wrong?" Qin Yu's eyes darted around, his voice laced with doubt. "He's not finished." Boss Joe's voice was a shocked whisper. "After being scorched to a crisp, he's still breathing." From the edge of the group, Xiaowei's voice rang out. "What is that thing?" Qin Yu's gaze snapped upward toward the stone precipice. A deep fissure had just split the cliff face before them. He leaped back instinctively as the Nether King beast began to claw its way out from the chasm. Boss Kim and the others huddled closer, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. "What in God's name is that creature?" The Nether King beast lumbered toward Mingling's fallen form, its entire body pulsating with a formidable emerald green aura. That potent energy enveloped Mingling, lifting him high off the ground. His eyes fluttered open as he spoke, his voice a ragged, halting whisper. You actually managed to kill me." One more time, in a different location, Heian was expertly weaving through a thicket of mutated flora, dodging attacks as he drew nearer to Xiaowei. A thorny vine snaked around Heian's arm. He shot it a dismissive glance, let out a cold snort, and then froze in place, his head slowly turning over his shoulder. "So another one has reached this level." His gaze fell upon Shia, cold as ice. "Himph. It all ends now. Prepare for your demise." On threw his arms wide, unleashing a devastating blast in every direction. As Shia reappeared, Xiao now questioned, "You've escaped." The figure returned to her side, responding, "Master, you must see this." The scene shifts. Mingling was now completely restored. A voice from the crowd asked, "Is this?" In awakening, he cocked his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Oh, you have a sharp eye." It would seem you are far from ordinary. Xiao, completely lost, had to ask, what does awakening even mean? Qin Yu began to explain in grave detail. When a person's mastery over pure flames reaches the absolute pinnacle, the ultimate realm is to grasp its awakening. The true potential, a story of *** betray Manhwa hides *** is often revealed at the brink of death. To give you an example, the awakening of my own flame ability is the power to become a living incarnation of fire. His eyes then shifted to lock onto Mingling. And if I'm not mistaken, that colossal beast standing behind you is the manifestation of your awakening. What is its name? The Undying Nether King Beast. A flicker of surprise crossed Mingling's face. Oh, I only name my awakening within my own mind and have never spoken it to a soul. How could you possibly know? He let out a sneer, but it matters not. From this day on, I officially declare its name to the world, the Undying Nether King Beast. Ha 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 ha. The Undying Nether King Beast. Now obliterate him. Qin Yu, grasping the gravity of their predicament, spun around and yelled to Shia Yu. This enemy is on a completely different level than us. You must have the world-devouring flower. Get us away from here now. Shia Yu asked, her voice filled with confusion. But what about everyone else? Qin Yu's gaze swept over the chaos before he made a cold, swift decision. We can't afford to worry about them now. Just grab anyone who is within reach. Mingling pointed a finger at them, a cruel sneer spreading across his face, running away. You are all far too naive. Not a single one of you will escape this place today. Thunder cracked across the blood-red sky as a ferocious gale ripped through the battlefield. Mingling glanced upward, his face a mask of annoyance, and spat a curse. You damned insect, daring to interfere with the business of a king. High in the sky, a colossal vessel materialized from the clouds, and all eyes turned toward it with murmurs of curiosity rippling through the survivors. An quickly appeared at his side, urging, my king, you must preserve your power. Remember the true objective that lies ahead. Mingling shot Qin Yu a look of pure contempt, a disdainful smile on his face as he warned, you little ant, consider yourself fortunate to have clung to your life this long. But don't get comfortable. All of you are merely postponing the inevitable. With that final threat, he boarded the ship and vanished from sight. His subordinates trailed closely behind him. Are we actually retreating? Dai Ye questioned, her brow furrowed as she clutched a smoldering talisman. Have those fiends truly departed? From the rear, Boss Zhou overheard and offered some perspective. The important thing is that you're all still breathing. Everything else is just material we can rebuild. The boss's son voiced his anxiety. But what's our plan if they decide to return? At that moment, Xiao Yu touched her own head in shock before scrambling over to Qin Yu to report. Ruhua's power is being completely neutralized. Her ability is useless. She can't transport us away from this place. Qin Yu was taken aback, demanding, how is that even possible? Xiao Yu gestured towards the colossal ship still suspended in the sky, offering her theory. I'm almost certain that vessel is the source of the suppression. Qin Yu paused, lost in thought for a second before sharing a piece of lore he recalled. Ancient legends speak of the corpse king Mingling, claiming that wherever he travels, a gargantuan ghost ship is never far behind, a vessel that brings ruin to all life in its path. He cast a furtive glance at the retreating figures. Now that they've withdrawn, it's almost certain they've gone to board that ship, and when they come back, he added grimly, they will likely be a far greater threat. In another location, Xiao Na and Xiao Yi also detected a profound disturbance. Xiao's report was laced with concern. Boss, I've just picked up on an overwhelming energy source. I fear that even with our combined strength, we would be no match for it. The scene shifts. The group assembled, a heavy silence hanging over them as they contemplated their dire situation. Abruptly, a firm voice cut through the tension. There is only one path forward. Li Wei strode forward, his hands clasped behind his back in a posture of command, and declared with absolute certainty, we launch a preemptive strike. Huang echoed in confusion, a preemptive strike. But how could we possibly manage that? Shu Nuo shared his bewilderment. Stroking his chin in contemplation, Li Wei began to lay out his logic. You all heard their exchange earlier. That massive vessel was once ours, but it was clearly lost to us under mysterious circumstances. Recall what the subordinate advised his master. He urged him to conserve his power, stressing the importance of their main business. From this, I deduce that the ship is riddled with peril. A deeper truth this betray Manhwa hides is that even its current masters must tread with extreme caution. This presents a golden opportunity. We can follow them and launch our assault precisely when their attention is divided by the dangers of that ship. Shu Nuo voiced his doubt. Is a plan like that truly feasible? However, Qin Yu found himself concurring with Li Wei's audacious strategy. It's a gamble, but one worth taking. Boss Jin, who had been listening intently, interjected with a critical reminder. But what's the point even if we manage to defeat him? Have you all forgotten that the man can simply come back to life? Li Wei countered this immediately. Nothing in this world is truly immortal. If we can just strike him down one more time, I'm certain I can put an end to him permanently. Intrigued, Qin Yu asked, oh, you have a method for that? Li Wei affirmed, I do, but to speak of it now would be to tempt fate. All I need is for everyone to defeat him again, and I guarantee he will not rise. We cannot afford to waste a single moment, Li Wei declared, clenching his fist with resolve. We must assemble our finest warriors at once and depart immediately. The ghost ship hung silently in the air as the team advanced with utmost caution. Xiao Yu rubbed her temples, observing the path ahead. It's a dense thicket of carnivorous flora. What's our strategy for getting past it? Qin Yu, however, appeared completely unfazed. He raised a hand, conjuring a roiling flame, and stated simply, this part is simple, we just incinerate them. Witnessing this, Li Wei held up a hand to halt him. Qin Yu, conserve your energy, allow us to handle a trivial matter such as this. A line of 5 warriors stepped forward and unleashed a unified torrent of fire, the resulting inferno reducing the man-eating plants to ash. As the smoke cleared, the ship was revealed in its entirety, prompting Xiao to exclaim in awe, "Whoa, that vessel is absolutely colossal." The scorched earth left by the plants created a clear path, and the group pressed onward. Mingling, standing guard by the vessel, perceived their advance and spoke. Coldly stated, "Your time was running out, yet you foolishly chose to come here and meet your end." With a turn and a wave of his hand, he summoned Arise, immortal Nether King Beast. Instantly, the ground began to tremble violently as someone shrieked in terror. What in the world is happening?" Minlin furiously pointed at Qin Yu's faction, demanding, "What have you done?" Qin Yu retorted with an air of indifference, "I was just about to ask you the very same thing. Weren't you the one making such a grand spectacle?" Qin Yu glanced back at his comrades and warned, "It appears our adversary is just as clueless as we are. Everyone stay on high alert." Abruptly, the dormant warship erupted in a blinding radiance, a light so fierce that no one could bear to look at it directly. Everyone threw their hands up to shield their eyes. "What's the situation now?" someone cried out. Peeking through the gaps in his fingers, Qin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible. It seems we've all been teleported into a dimension within the ship itself." Mad Dog scanned their new surroundings, asking, "My king, what is this place?" Minlin replied with unnerving calm, "Even this king is uncertain." Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Boss Kim asked, bewildered, "Where are we? How is this possible? Weren't we just aboard that vessel?" Qin Yu took a moment to contemplate before speaking. Could this space possibly be? But before he could voice his suspicion, a guidance system materialized, announcing in a robotic tone, "Welcome to the experimental grounds of the heretic shaman." The name alone caused Minlin to blurt out in shock, "How can that be possible? I thought the heretic shamans of this realm were wiped out ages ago. How could any survivors possibly remain?" In stark contrast to Minlin's shock, Qin Yu remained perfectly composed. "Just as I suspected. The kind of deep secret this world of asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk. This is a ruin from another dimension." The mechanical voice clarified, "I am not a heretic shaman. I am the sentient guidance system for this warship. To gain entry to the heretic shaman warship, you must first pass my trial." Minlin was skeptical. "A trial? What sort of trial?" the system replied without hesitation. "It is exceedingly simple. You must survive the relentless onslaught of the experimental subjects." Before them, several containment pods materialized. The pods were transparent, allowing everyone a clear, horrifying view of what was held within. The system added with chilling indifference, "To all participants, good luck." In that instant, the single eye of a monstrous creature flashed with light, and Xiao managed a strained smile. These things look absolutely bizarre." With a deafening crash, the one-eyed beast shattered its glass prison and charged directly towards him. Boss Kim frantically signaled to his men behind him, "Careful, stay sharp, they're coming at us." Zealand unsheathed her blade, assuming a combat stance. Her voice was firm with resolve. "They're swarming us from all sides. There's no way out. We must fight." She brought her sword down in a powerful arc, and a spray of pitch-black ichor erupted from the creature. Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Zealand too noticed something crucial and shouted to the others, "Everyone, don't be fooled. Their appearance is just for show. They're incredibly weak." Just then, another creature lunged, trying to seize her. A voice screamed in alarm, "Look out." Now wise to their nature, Zealand met its attack with a flurry of precise slashes. Seeing her lead the charge, the others gained confidence and charged into the fray. So they're nothing but paper tigers. Just watch me." A relieved Qin Yu turned to his inner circle and gave an order. "Let the others handle these experimental freaks. The four of us, our core strength, need to find an opening to take down Minlin's group." His three companions replied in perfect unison, "Understood." Across the battlefield, Mad Dog and Hyen were methodically wiping out the experimental creatures. Minlin, however, sensed a beast lunging for him from behind and calmly remarked, "While it stood frozen behind me, Shishin launched himself forward, his kick tearing a gaping hole through its midsection." Min sneered with utter disdain, "Pathetically weak, hardly worthy of being my adversary." Abruptly, the creatures turned on each other in a cannibalistic frenzy. Apart, Shunuo was bewildered. What are they doing? Are they slaughtering each other?" One of the monsters ripped the head clean off its kin and began chewing with a sickening crunch. Shia Yu could only watch horrified as they devoured one another. Once a creature finished consuming its own kind, it visibly surged with newfound power. It reared back, unleashing a deafening roar. Han Kuei, with his keen perception, immediately bellowed, "It's evolving, take them down now before they complete the change." But Huang Ke was impaled by one of the newly warjeks evolved monsters and cried out in agony. Boss Kim noted the creature's transformation, observing the rate at which it's growing stronger is far too rapid. Qin Yu lunged, driving his spear through the heart of the beast that had just assaulted Huang Kuei, shouting, "Endless burn." After dispatching it, he spun around, his voice stern, "Don't just stand there gawking. Those of you with abilities, go eliminate the highly evolved test subjects. We cannot permit them to evolve any further." Shishan jabbed his finger into the face of one monster, completely oblivious to another creeping up from behind. It eyed his pale shoulders with hunger and lunged forward, sinking its teeth deep into his flesh. Shishin exclaimed with a hint of amusement, "Oh." A terrifying grin spread across his face as his hand clamped around the creature's neck with crushing force. "You want a meal, is that it? Fine, I'll make sure you eat until you burst today." Xian then grabbed another evolved monster, and with brutal force shoved the smaller one's head directly into the larger one's gaping maw. Staring at the evolving creature in his grasp, he chuckled with twisted amusement. "Haha, so cannibalism really is the key to your evolution, isn't it?" He cast a glance at the other monsters swarming behind him and let out a savage, echoing laugh. "Ha ha ha." Shishi then locked it in a headlock and began to drag it away, declaring time for another course. A moment later, he seized the newly evolved creature's neck, assessing his handiwork with satisfaction. "You've been fattened up quite nicely." He then gripped its chin, projecting his voice for all to hear. Allow me to put on a little performance for all of you. Just as he finished his declaration, Shishan violently hurled the evolved creature across the battlefield. Go on, keep them entertained. Boss Kim was deeply engaged in the fight. Shuo spotted the incoming threat and yelled a warning. Boss Kim, watch out. Boss Kim looked up startled, but he was a fraction of a second too late. The evolved creature's razor-sharp arm had already punched clean through his torso. The raw betray Manhwa hides in these sudden brutal moments. Sunuo let out a gut-wrenching scream. Boss Kim. He reached out desperately, his fingers closing on nothing but empty air as the evolved monster casually dropped Boss Kim's lifeless body. It stood with its back to Shuo for a moment. Then its head snapped around, its eyes blazing with a crimson light. Shuo's own eyes widened in pure terror. He felt an invisible force binding his hands, holding him in place. He struggled against it, but his efforts were entirely futile. The creature shot forward with the speed of a lightning strike. Shu Nuo was trapped, cornered by the beast as he screamed at the top of his lungs. But just at that critical instant, Xiao intervened, impaling the monster with a single decisive thrust. He then used his bare hands to violently rip its body into two separate pieces. Daishi seized the momentary opening and lunged, throwing a powerful punch that sent Xiao Fang flying backward into a wall. From the wall behind him, a sharp spike erupted without warning, piercing straight through his chest. He let out an unearthly scream, coughing up a torrent of blood. Xiao Na cried out Huo Xiaopang's name in a panic. Xiaopang gripped the spike protruding from his own body, coughing violently as he arched his back in agony. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Xiao Na moved in front of Heian and issued a sharp command. Xiao, finish him. At that command, she lunged forward, yet before he could even reach Heian, a dense wall of vines erupted to block his path. Qin Yu observed from the sidelines, musing, could that woman actually have a soft spot for Ho Xiaopang? Mistaking this for a moment of weakness, she seized the opportunity and lunged from behind. But Qin Yu instantly tightened his grip on his spear, pivoting to unleash a devastating counterthrust. With a menacing grin, she effortlessly caught the spearhead in his bare hand. The moment they locked, realization dawned on Qin Yu and his expression darkened. His physical prowess is at least 70 times greater, a stark contrast to my own power before Xiao Yu's enhancement. The true danger a betray Manhwa hides is always more than it appears. She violently wrenched the spear towards him, dragging the off-balanced Qin Yu forward before throwing a crushing punch. Qin Yu swiftly leaned to his right, dodging the blow. The fist pulverized the wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole as she roared in frustration. That was no ordinary punch. It would have shattered the bones of any normal person. Fueled by rage, he charged forward again, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists, yet Qin Yu deflected every single one with ease. He scoffed, is this paltry strength all you have? What a profound disappointment. He flicked the spear's tip towards Shi's face, instantly carving a bloody gash across his cheek. He scowled, hissing, damn you, you dare to scar my face. Even as the words left his mouth, Qin Yu unleashed a torrent of searing purple flames that completely engulfed Shi's body. He tensed, gritting his teeth through the inferno. Your fire is intense, but what can it possibly do to a body as hard as rock? Yet mere moments later, his confidence shattered. A wave of shock hit him. Why? Why is this fire so potent? Ignoring the searing pain, he lunged for a perceived opening in Qin Yu's defense. His powerful hand clamped around his throat, squeezing relentlessly. Qin Yu choked out a gasp of pain. She effortlessly hoisted him into the air by his neck. Ha! This is what you get for being so arrogant about your pathetic abilities. But to Shi's astonishment, Qin Yu simply smirked. Oh, I'm plenty confident in my abilities, but I'm not arrogant enough to leave myself so wide open. Now it was Shi's turn to be utterly stunned. You! What are you saying? Don't tell me. A clone of Qin Yu materialized, piercing straight through Shi's back with a flaming spear. On his command, both the real Qin Yu and the clone erupted in a violent blaze. Qin Yu roared endless inferno. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Heian conjured a thicket of mutated thorn-covered vines. Xiao Na nimbly darted through the gaps in the thorny maze. She broke through, coming face to face with Heian, who only offered a calm, knowing smirk. You've fallen right into my trap, he declared. Heian's eyes glowed with a crimson light as he gestured, and a colossal tray materialized, directly behind Xiao Na. Its arms, sharpened like a massive drill, plunged straight through her back. She let out a piercing scream of agony. But just as Heian savored his victory, a trickle of blood suddenly escaped the corner of his own mouth. He uttered in disbelief, What? What is this? To his horror, Xiao Na, who should have been bleeding out from a fatal wound, was now standing there completely unharmed. I've been revived, she stated coolly. At that moment, Xiaopang seized Haiyan's body and hoisted him high into the air. A flicker of rage crossed his face. You people killed me again. It's really starting to get on my nerves. With those words, he brutally slammed Heian down onto the ground. Heian lay sprawled out, coughing weakly as black blood oozed from his chest. Over with Shi, the situation was no better. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest in agony. Elsewhere, Kuang Quan had been beaten back into his original form, the terrifying form of a three-headed hellhound. Throughout the entire ordeal, Mingling had remained a silent observer on the sidelines, refusing to lift even a single finger to intervene. An evolved creature raised its fist, lunging to attack him, but Mingling, with serene composure, simply lifted his hand. In an instant, the mutated entity's body disintegrated into 1,000 pieces. A halo of brilliant light enveloped Mingling as he elegantly stepped aside. The Nether King beast materialized, its mouth agape in a deafening roar. She leaped protectively before Mingling, vowing, My king, we will handle this. Heian, too, struggled to his feet. He clutched his chest, hacking violently, and spat, Himph, you're all as good as dead. Just prepare to become sustenance for our king. Mingling, who had been utterly silent, finally spoke with an icy tone. Leave them to me, Xian. Quan. The three of you can finally rest in peace. They were stunned into silence, and Han asked in utter confusion, My king, what are you saying? Before he could finish his question, the Nether King beast was upon him, pinning him to the ground with its immense claws. Shishin screamed in bitter resentment. Why, my king? Why, after we have served you with such unwavering loyalty? With a twisted sense of fairness for their long service, Mingling explained, From the very beginning you were all merely vessels I used to cultivate evolutionary energy. Now the time for the harvest is at hand, so you may die in peace. You have no reason to feel wronged. From the moment you gained consciousness, haven't you secretly plotted for the day I might be weak so you could devour my power? Do you honestly believe your king was unaware? Shia Yu couldn't help but cry out. This man is consuming his own comrades. The kind of depravity this *** betray Manhwa hides *** is truly chilling. He is genuinely worse than any beast. Qin Yu's face twisted with contempt. This is the true nature of the immortal race. Even when they evolve intellectually, they remain devoid of humanity. For the slightest immediate gain, they will sacrifice anyone. The Nether King beast, having devoured its meal, unleashed a roar of pure satisfaction. Xiao Yu watched, muttering to himself, This is going to be exceedingly troublesome. It has evolved a golden bloodline. I initially estimated a 30% chance of taking it down with me, but now my odds are not even 10%. His soft words, however, drifted into Qin Yu's ears. He wondered in confusion, how does this little creature know about the golden bloodline? And to claim a 30% chance of mutual destruction, this thing is certainly not simple. Xiao Fang, however, blinded by a fearless rage, roared and charged forward. Take this. Qin Yu desperately tried to call him back. Hey, stop. That creature's physical strength is 100 times greater than yours. But it was far too late. Xiao Fang was swatted aside by the Nether King beast. It then coiled its body to gather power, its razor-sharp claws lunging straight for Xiao Yi. Xia shrieked in absolute terror. Xiao Yi Qin Yu could only gasp. So incredibly fast. Xiao Mei was so terrified she could barely stammer this. This is a monster. The bald man was also in shock. It defeated two of our strongest fighters in a single move. They were our very best. Amid the chaos, no one paid any mind to Lini, who stood in a corner, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Ha! Suddenly, Lini's eyes flew open as he let out a horrifyingly loud cackle. Seeing his bizarre state, Lu Yun asked with deep worry. Commander Li, sir, what is happening to you? Lini's booming laughter even puzzled the Nether Spirit Corpse King. What do you find so amusing? He replied instantly. I'm laughing at how utterly stupid you are. This contemptuous retort enraged the beast, which roared back. You filthy little ant, have you gone insane? Lini's strange transformation immediately caught Qin Yu's eye. Something was profoundly wrong with this man. An aura of dark energy began to emanate from him as he started to utter strange words. The golden bloodline of the immortal Nether King beast plus the warship. It seems wasting so many days was to have been a worthy gamble. This overwhelming surge of power prompted the Corpse King to declare, regardless of your identity, I shall acknowledge your strength. As a courtesy to the powerful, I can spare your life. Take your underlings and depart this place, or you will regret it. This condescending offer earned a scoff from Li Nagi. Spare my life. Have you failed to grasp the situation at this very moment? You should be the one on your knees begging for me to spare yours. Incapable of containing its fury any longer, the Nether Spirit Corpse King commanded the Nether King beast to execute him. Upon receiving the order, the creature instantly charged, raising its lethal claws toward him. This dire predicament made Gao Xiao frantic with worry, and he screamed, Commander Li, look out. The warning had barely escaped his lips before the Nether King beast slammed a crushing blow into the ground where Li Nigui had been standing. However, contrary to its expectations, he had managed to evade the horrifying attack with milliseconds to spare. Without a moment's hesitation, the Nether King beast whipped its tail at him again. But in an instant, Li Nigi had already vanished and reappeared in another location. His incredible agility and combat prowess left Qin Yu utterly baffled. How on earth did Commander Li become so powerful all of a sudden? Li Fang, standing next to him, replied uncertainly, I don't know either. Immediately, a chilling deduction began to form in his mind. Something is fundamentally wrong with Li Nigi. If he possessed this kind of power from the start, saving every survivor in Shenjing City would have been no problem at all. Yet he made the choice to abandon them, taking only the elite forces. And beyond that, how did he attain this strength? Is he even human anymore? Meanwhile, the Nether King beast resumed its relentless assault, swiping with its claws. It appeared that Li Nigri had finally grown weary of evading as he stood his ground and raised a single hand. Lu Yun was left speechless by the impossible sight before him. He was actually blocking a direct strike from that monstrosity. Li Nigi showed not a shred of fear, instead raising one finger in a taunting gesture. I will grant you one chance. Come at me with your ultimate form so you'll have no excuses left when you are defeated. Hearing this, the Nether Spirit Corpse King smirked as if mocking his supreme arrogance. As you wish. Nether King beast, unleash your full power. In the very next second, the beast unleashed its total strength, lunging forward with a deafening roar. After observing for another moment, Gao Xiao finally had a dreadful realization. You are not Commander Li. Who are you? What have you done to him? Hearing this question, the entity inhabiting Li Nigui's body let out a cold, chilling laugh and slowly turned. Who am I, you ask? That night you all bore witness to me. As for your precious Commander Li, he is gone. Naturally, these cryptic words made Gao Xiao grit his teeth and roar in absolute fury. What do you mean that night? Who in the hell are you? The kind of twisted secret a betray Manhwa hides is nothing compared to this. Stop hiding and tell us everything. The being proudly introduced herself. My name, you may call me Boxa. This brief exchange with Gao Xiao only served to make the Nether King beast even more ferocious. The Corpse King could no longer tolerate this blatant disrespect. Roaring, insolent insect, you will pay the ultimate price for your arrogance. Nether King beast rip him to pieces. Heeding the command, the beast shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Before a single person could even react, the Nether King beast landed a devastating kick squarely on Boxa. A figure was then sent hurtling through the air far into the distance. It was Li Nigi's body, which was now deeply embedded in a solid wall from the force of the attack, but the wait was not long, as his entire form began to grotesquely deform. In the next moment, Boxa emerged from within Li Nigi's body. Her very presence struck terror into the hearts of everyone present. The Nether Spirit Corpse King, however, had an instant of recognition upon seeing Boxa's true form. So that's it. No wonder you are so incredibly powerful. I was just pondering how a mere human could evolve to stand on equal footing with the Nether King beast. So that's it. You're not human at all. You belong to another race. Hearing this, she scoffed at the very notion. Human, don't compare me to such lowly creatures. I am a magnificent creator, a world-birthing deity responsible for countless lives. The kind of truth A** betray Manhwa hides ** is finally revealed. Upon discovering this horrifying truth, Gao was consumed by rage. You monster, I'll end you. Thankfully, Longfang intervened, stopping his impulsive charge. He pleaded, calm down. While restraining Gao Xiao, he desperately tried to reason with him. Don't be reckless. Don't throw your life away. We will get justice for Commander Li, but this is not the time. Qin Yu also moved swiftly, positioning himself between them and the threat. He told them there's no need to be afraid. However, Xiao's voice was steady as she replied, I'm not. A moment later, the Corpse King asked, his tone laced with confusion. If you aren't human, then is there any reason for us to continue this fight? Boxa's reply was immediate and chillingly pragmatic. She stated, even if I were human, what grounds would you have to fight me? But regardless, I desire your Nether King beast and your ship. The moment those words left her lips, he adopted a combat stance, declaring, if that is your intention, then let us settle this now. The Nether King beast responded, instantly lunging forward to attack. Without a shred of hesitation, the Corpse King acted. He roared Soul Guard, his beast then unleashed a titanic bellow, a sonic wave that forced everyone nearby to their knees. They all clutched their heads in agony. Yet while they writhed in pain, Boxa simply observed with unnerving calm. Then she focused her will. The very air around her began to tremble as a colossal wave of psychic energy erupted from her form, slamming directly into the Nether King beast. The beast was struck head-on. This terrifying display of power left the Nether Spirit Corpse King utterly horrified. How? How is this possible? The Soul Guard was useless. Your spiritual power, it surpasses even that of the Nether King beast. As if this was expected. Boxa let out a cold snort and retorted, you are truly ignorant. What a coincidence. Spiritual power just so happens to be my specialty. After all, I command a few tens of insectoid races. Do you truly believe their collective consciousness would be weaker than yours? After carefully observing and processing this new information, Qin Yu finally voiced the dreadful question. You're the insect queen. Lin Fang, along with Gao Jian and Lu Yun, looked utterly stunned by this revelation. She's the target, the one from the decapitation strike we failed to complete last time. The broodmother, Boxa smiled. Your deduction is commendable, little one. Your knowledge is quite vast. It's no wonder Li Wei held you in such high regard. However, I am merely a clone, not the true body. In that instant, everything clicked for Qin Yu. I knew it, he muttered. It's a good thing you all listened to me. Otherwise, that decapitation strike would have been aimed squarely at our own necks. Despite the terrifying revelation, he showed no fear and turned to ask, what has become of Shanjing City? Boxa's reply was slow and deliberate. Shanjing City has already fallen to me. But do not worry, most of its residents still live. They are, after all, prime natural seeds. And soon enough, Tian Mang will also become my territory. Just as she finished her declaration, a low growl from the Nether King beast drew her attention. She casually raised a hand, casting some kind of silencing spell. Instantly, the beast fell quiet, unable to make a sound. Seeing this impossible feat, the Corpse King's voice trembled with worry and hesitation as he questioned her. You, what are you doing? As if in answer, the Nether King beast suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar, but this one was different. It seemed the Corpse King had sensed the unthinkable. His face contorted in disbelief. How could this be the link, the bond between me and the Nether King? The King Beast be severed. In the very next instant, the creature bowed its colossal head, a clear sign of submission to Boxat as its allegiance began to shift, hostile toward the Corpse King, leaving him utterly stunned. It was undeniable. She had successfully usurped control of the Nether King Beast. This may be the most promising vessel I have ever commanded. In response, the beast unleashed a ferocious roar as if to affirm her words. Its cry, a direct answer to Boxat's praise. The sheer bloodlust radiating from the Nether King Beast sent a chill down Shunua's spine as he stammered, We're finished. The Nether Spirit Corpse King was no longer their ally. The moment the words left his lips, the beast turned its horrifying gaze upon them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably with fear. Despite the palpable dread, the boss's son swiftly moved to shield the others, demanding, What is it you want from us? A smug grin spread across Boxat's face as she spoke. It seems, I actually owe you all my thanks. Had it not been for you, I would have departed this place long ago, and I would never have encountered these specimens, let alone captured the malevolent witch's warship and this magnificent Nether King beast. Her gaze then shifted, landing on Shia Yu. Your performance throughout this ordeal has been quite intriguing, she purred, especially you. It was clear that Shia Yu's unique nature had sparked a dangerous excitement in Boxat. You are nothing like these lesser beings. You're like me. You possess a noble bloodline. Her words instantly put Qin Yu on high alert. The kind of secret a classic betray Manhwa hides was unfolding right before him. Could she truly see that Shia Yu was from another race? In the next second, Boxat's eyes widened as she began to summon a terrifying power, her aura flaring to life. Witnessing this display, he urgently shouted, "Be careful." At that very moment, Ruhua, the creature perched on Xiao Yu's head, began to stir violently. This prompted her to ask with concern, "Ruhua, what's happening?" It turned out the armored insect king residing within Ruhua was desperately trying to break free. As it emerged, Boxat offered a twisted sort of praise. "To think you could compel one of my precious insectoid children to defy my control. Truly impressive, if that's how it is." After a pause of barely 2 seconds, Boxat shot forward with a deafening roar. "Then I have all the more reason to eliminate you." Fortunately, the armored insect king reacted just in time, managing to block her devastating attack. Its astonishing power drew an exclamation from Boxat. To think a mere armored insect king could evolve to this level of power under your influence. This is not simple. Not simple at all. Now I'm truly curious. Just how much more powerful will I become after I've taken your life? The moment she finished speaking, she contemptuously swatted the armored insect king aside, causing Xiao Yu to cry out in alarm. This reaction only earned Boxat's scorn. "You still have the luxury to worry about that thing, just die." Suddenly from behind her, Qin Yu, who had seemingly appeared from thin air, lunged in for an attack, but it was as if she had anticipated him, dodging with swift precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he roared Xiao Yu full power enhancement. She responded instantly, her voice ringing out, "Enhance." As soon as Xiao Yu's power surged into him, Qin Yu let out a sharp breath, his body immediately enveloped in an immense and crackling aura of power, observing him with keen interest. Boxat commented on his potential little boy to have evolved to this stage in such a short period and to possess more than a single ability. "If I were to let you live, you would undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse one day. You might even pose a threat to me. But how unfortunate for you that you had to meet me." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Yu charged forward, spear in hand, but his attack was a feint. The spear had slammed into the wall right beside Boxat. He followed up with a furious barrage of strikes as if trying to provoke her. Suddenly, Boxat's hand shot out, grabbing Qin Yu by the face. In a blur of motion, she violently slammed him into the ground exactly as he had planned. Boxat's expression darkened with rage. "What is going through your mind? Do you arrogantly believe you are a worthy opponent for me?" In the next second, a smirk spread across his face, a look of pure triumph. Suddenly, a phantom of Qin Yu's spear in hand materialized and plunged downward at her. But Boxat remained unfazed, calmly calling out his bluff. "Ha, is this the best you can do? Have you completely forgotten that? The realm of the mind is my domain. A mere flicker of killing intent, and you truly thought I wouldn't detect it." In that instant, the Nether King beast obliterated Qin Yu's duplicate. As if to release her fury, she brought her foot down hard, crushing him and sending waves of agony through Qin Yu. The cat strode forward, her hand raised to deliver the final blow. "So creating illusions is your other little trick, is it?" Even in his predicament, Qin Yu calmly corrected her. "It's not illusion, it's replication." This pedantic correction only served to annoy Boxat. She scoffed. "What's the difference? In this moment, even with 2 powers, you can't possibly escape your fate, which is to be annihilated by me." But her celebration was short-lived. Qin Yu reached up, placing a hand on his own shoulder as he corrected her yet again. "Wrong. Not 2 abilities, but 3. At that moment, a faint, almost imperceptible scent drifted into Boxat's nostrils. She froze for a split second. "Ugh, what have you done?" Suddenly, no countless images of Qin Yu swarmed her vision as a wave of vertigo crashed over her. Boxat's brow furrowed. "A hallucinogenic toxin. Clever. But don't you forget." With a thought, she summoned the presented Underworld King Beast. "I still have another vessel at my command." The colossal beast let out a furious roar and charged forward, merging seamlessly with Boxat, who now seized control of its immense form. It slammed a massive foot into the earth, forcing Qin Yu to leap back to evade the devastating strike. "Hey!" Qin Yu clicked his tongue, a spark of irritation in his eyes. What a troublesome creature. This Underworld King Beast is at its core a product of an ability, and if it's born from an ability... A realization dawned on him, and he thrust his spear forward. But Boxat, piloting the beast's body, stomped down in a rage, pinning Qin Yu beneath its colossal foot. "You treacherous little rat, you dare use this opening to attack my duplicate." Just then, Xiao Yu surged forward, knife in hand, screaming, "Let him go." Boxat snarled, "Your brother's spear can't inflict any real harm upon me. This pathetic blade of yours is countless times weaker than his weapon. How could you possibly entertain the fantasy of even scratching me?" She raised a claw and swiped viciously, shattering the knife in Xiao Yu's hand and sending her stumbling back in shock. An arrogant laugh boomed from the beast. "Don't be in such a rush. I'll devour your brother first, and then I'll attend to you." But midway through her threat, Boxat's voice faltered. What's happening?" "My connection. It's weakening." "What is this?" Meanwhile, Qin Yu, still pinned beneath the Underworld King Beast's foot, allowed a faint smirk to grace his lips. "My hunch was correct. Your true self is over 100 kilometers from Shangjing City. Your ability to command such a powerful creature is entirely dependent on the power amplification from your duplicate's ability. So now I'll use a degenerative toxin to sever the connection to your duplicate's power, and this Underworld King Beast will naturally reject your control." The beast with Boxat inside staggered back. She shook her head, trying to reassert her dominance. Ha, you wretched creature, you dare defy me, a faint specter began to form as a maniacal laugh echoed through the air. Ha ha, once the underworld king beast is free, I'm mingling. It can finally be reborn. But whether it was mingling or back at Qin Yu knew the ultimate truth, this epic of asterisk asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk asterisk he couldn't let this drag on. He swung his spear. Why don't all of you just take a permanent rest? With those final words, the razor-sharp spearhead plunged directly into the underworld. King Beast's skull and a torrent of green blood erupted. The beast howled in agony and Mingling's newly formed consciousness. His form dematerialized completely. Ah, but those were also Mingling's final words as the underworld King Beast imploded spectacularly, dissolving into a wisp of emerald smoke before vanishing entirely. Victorious Qin Yu rose to his feet, having successfully absorbed Mingling's evolution energy. Bakat's clone snapped back to her true appearance, and she let out an indignant snort. You wretched brat, she seethed. How dare you play such a game with me? In that moment, her clone's power reserves were depleted, and Qin Yu easily bisected her with a single effortless thrust of his spear. In a realm far away, a thunderous echo resounded as Bakat's true form violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. She licked the crimson from her lips, tasting its metallic tang, and hissed with venomous promise, Qin Yu, I will burn your name into my memory. Her monstrous underlings remained below, frozen in silent terror, not daring to stir. Back on the airship, Qin Yu clutched his chest, sinking to one knee in a fit of violent coughs. Shia Yu hurried to his side, crying out, Brother Qin Yu, yet his primary concern was for his sister. He managed to ask between ragged breaths, Are you all right? Xiao glanced at her own minor wounds compared to his. Don't fret over me, brother, I'm perfectly fine. Compared to your injuries, this little scrape of mine is insignificant. Boss Xiao approached, his voice filled with gratitude. Qin Yu, your presence was our salvation. Without you, this place would have become our tomb. As Xiao helped him to his feet, Qin Yu answered with humility, We were also fortunate that Mingling was present. Had that fool not been consumed by greed for the underworld, King Beast might diverting over half his power to command it. I fear that no amount of luck or strategy would have secured my victory regardless of the tricks I had in my arsenal. As they looked toward Bakat's grotesque remains, an orb of ivory-white energy suddenly drifted forth. Xiao Yu let out a fearful gasp. Brother, as the sphere floated nearer, she stammered, Brother, what is that thing? Qin Yu deftly caught the orb in his palm and examined it. Bakat was of the insectoid race. This can't be an evolution source. The true nature of this betray Manhwa hides something more. Just as he uttered those words, the energy shattered, morphing into a viscous white liquid that clung to his hand. The abrupt transformation caught him entirely by surprise, his eyes widening in shock. A repulsive sensation coursed through his veins as Qin Yu desperately tried to shake the substance from his hand. What is this vile stuff? Xiao gasped, horrified. Get it off of you, right now. But after several frantic shakes, the adhesive-like substance remained. Xiao Yu's eyes were wide with alarm. Is it gone? Did you manage to get it off? Regrettably, Qin Yu's response was a simple no. He gazed at his hand, resigning himself to his fate. It's fused to my palm. All at once, a peculiar energy surged within him, freezing him in place for a few moments. What is happening? I can feel a new power flooding my entire body. Xiao Yu shook her brother, her voice trembling with worry. Brother, what's happening to you? Please, you can't die. Qin Yu managed to reply, Stop shaking me. I'm not dying. He slowly regained his composure to reassure his sister. Realizing his spiritual power had surged to a new level, Xiao could only utter a confused oh. Remembering how Bakat had dominated the underworld King Beast, Qin Yu calmly explained, spiritual power is an incredibly vital attribute. That ultimate technique she used, Soul Devourer, the one that subjugated the underworld King Beast, was fueled entirely by her spiritual power. And now every last drop of that immense power is mine. Qin Yu mused aloud, I have very little experience wielding spiritual power, so I can only wonder what other advantages it might grant me. He then strode over to retrieve his spear, when suddenly, he let out a sharp cry, stunned by the transformation he felt in the spear. His blood-flame spear, once a mere D-class weapon, had just leaped in power to the triple D class. At that moment, the system guide materialized as a projection, its voice announcing, Congratulations, you have passed the trial. You are now granted clearance to board the Evil Witch warship. Behind them, Xiao Fang slowly pushed himself up, finally shaking off his debilitating motion sickness. He looked completely bewildered, his mind still reeling. Huh, what happened to that beast? Is it gone? Catching sight of the calm and effortlessly handsome Qin Yu, Xiaopang felt a fresh wave of resentment at being outdone yet again. Qin Yu simply offered a knowing smile and gestured forward, saying, Let's move. With that, he led the party aboard the warship for an inspection. Naturally, the system guide led the way as it was her authority that granted them access in the first place. As Qin Yu's team advanced, they took in the unsettling atmosphere, murmuring amongst themselves, Whoa, this place gives me the creeps. You could tell instantly that this was no place for saints. The guide at the front of the group began its explanation, The Evil Witch. Warship 233 comprises a total of 3 floors with each level spanning over 21,000 square feet. Qin Yu couldn't help but wonder, what is the significance of the number 233? The system promptly replied. In the beginning, during the golden era of the Evil Witch race, their power was absolutely immense. A-class warships of this very model numbered no fewer than 2,000, and you are currently standing on vessel number 233. The colossal vessel soared through the heavens, the echoes of their voices bouncing off its ancient walls. This warship possesses the capability to traverse dimensions and even lock down spatial coordinates. It's armed with 3 primary cannons and 12 secondary batteries. Upon hearing this impressive summary, Qin Yu turned back to his companions and asked, "So are you all still set on heading to Tianmeng?" Lin Fang let out a heavy sigh, gently scratching Chen Chu's head. "Our original mission was to escort Commander Li there to rendezvous with the main force, but now Commander Li is gone. They couldn't even pinpoint when the commander's body was taken over. The insidious treachery this betray Manhwa hides had been right under their noses." Lin Feng felt a crushing sense of shame, asking, "How could we possibly show our faces there now?" Qin Yu offered some gentle comfort. "I agree, Commander Li's death is a profound loss, but those who are still living must continue to look toward the future. Why not establish your own settlement to become the masters of your own domain? That wouldn't be a wasted life, would it?" At that, Boss Joe suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Qin." He and Boss Sun exchanged a meaningful glance before speaking in perfect unison. "If you would agree to be our leader, we are certain you could guide us in building a formidable new faction." Inside the warship's cabin, however, Qin Yu flatly refused. "I have no interest in leadership, nor am I suited for the role." With that, he turned his gaze to Lin Fang and made a counter-proposal. "Lin Fang, you are far better suited to be a leader than I am." Lin Fang was clearly taken aback. "Young Master Qin, you mean to say you don't want this evil witch warship?" Qin Yu replied with an air of indifference. "A man with grand ambitions doesn't chain himself to a single location," he explained. "This warship can serve as a powerful stronghold and home for all of you. It holds little value for my own journey, but for your group it is absolutely vital. With its capabilities and support," he looked directly at Lin Fang, his expression one of sincere trust and encouragement. "You can undoubtedly take the cause you've always championed and elevate it to new heights." Upon hearing this, Lin Fang seemed to falter, a look of confusion crossing his face. What was it that I wanted to do in the first place?" Qin Yu simply maintained his smile. "Oh, it's nothing important. Don't worry about it," he deflected smoothly. "I just have a strong feeling you're better suited to be a leader than I. The real question is, do you have the confidence to be given such a vote of confidence by a powerhouse like Qin Yu?" Lin Fang. Qin Yu couldn't suppress a faint blush, genuinely moved by the declaration. A sense of satisfaction washed over him as he thought, "I'm certain of it. Perhaps this is the key to altering my grim fate of perishing in that dark forest." Meanwhile, Lin Fang puffed out his chest, making a solemn vow, "I will absolutely forge a powerful faction dedicated to aiding more people." Once their discussion concluded, the system's voice chimed in with a suggestion. "This warship conceals another treasure. It is the ultimate weapon, a project our evil witch people poured a decade of effort into researching, though it's a pity it remains merely a prototype. Follow me." Qin Yu's interest was immediately piqued, and he leaned in. "Oh, an ultimate weapon, you say? I'm listening." The system guided the two siblings into a hermetically sealed chamber, which was filled with modern technology, completely anachronistic for this era. At the room's epicenter stood a weapon containment field, and suspended within it was a single blade, levitating in midair. As Qin Yu reached for it, his hand met an invisible protective barrier. Xiao scoffed dismissively. "This is supposed to be the ultimate weapon. It's just a pitch-black shadow. I can't make out any details. My own broken blade looks more impressive." However, it was clear Qin Yu disagreed, sensing a profound power emanating from it. The very instant his hand neared the hilt, there was a violent discharge of electricity from the weapon. In a flash, Qin Yu was struck and violently thrown backward. He slammed hard onto the floor, writhing in agony. Seeing him in such pain made Shia Yu's heart clench, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She scrambled to his side, her voice trembling as she asked, "Are you all right?" Residual arcs of lightning still danced across Qin Yu's body as he lay sprawled on the unforgiving floor. "I'm fine," he managed to gasp. Only then did the system guide speak, its tone flat and unhurried. "This weapon is no common artifact. Without its acknowledgement, you can never become its master." Hearing this explanation, Qin Yu slowly turned his head to gaze at the system, the words echoing in his mind, "Its master." His eyes then shifted back to the blade in the containment field, and he felt a jolt of realization. This black blade, it's a soul weapon. Qin Yu stroked his chin, delving into the recesses of his memory for everything he knew about these legendary armaments. A soul weapon is an entity far surpassing even an S-class weapon in power. Every last one of them possesses the power to shatter the world. The system elaborated. This is called the King's Thunder Edge. It was the personal weapon of Lord Mocha, the greatest hero of our evil witch tribe. He was ultimately defeated in a cataclysmic war. The full story of that great betrayal Manhwa hides even from us. The blade was damaged in the conflict, and despite our efforts to restore it, its power is a mere fraction of what it once was. The system added with a tone of regret, "The King's Thunder Edge as it stands can now only be considered slightly more than half of a true soul weapon." Qin Yu was nonetheless deeply impressed. Even if it's only half a soul weapon, that's still more than enough to overwhelm the vast majority of S-class blades. The system concurred matter-of-factly. Gazing at the King's Thunder Edge within its containment field, the system continued, "If you can truly master it, unleashing power comparable to a complete soul weapon isn't an impossibility." Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Perhaps, but for now it doesn't seem to have taken a liking to any of us." From behind them, Xiao Fang was itching for a chance. "Let this great master give it a shot," he declared, thrusting his own hand into the field, attempting to seize the King's Thunder Edge. Even as electricity coursed through him relentlessly, he stubbornly refused to let go, praying desperately in his mind. "Come to my embrace." From the sidelines, Xiao Yu cheered him on with all her might. "Tuong, you've got this, you can do it." But evidently the blade had no affection for Tuong, unleashing an electric shock far more potent than before. Tuong was violently zapped and sent hurtling through the air. He cursed silently, damn it all, before crashing down hard on his rear with a heavy thud. The pain was blinding, His very soul seemed to groan as smoke billowed from his entire frame, making him look like he was about to become a well-done barbecue dinner. Fuang was utterly crestfallen, lamenting, geez, he looks completely dazed, like he just took a round trip to the underworld and barely made it back. This weapon is so overwhelmingly powerful that even I was helpless against it. Long Fong also made an attempt only to be zapped until he was seeing a galaxy of stars. Luke Van and Huanhuo were similarly rejected by the blade, both sent scrambling by its intimidating bolts of lightning the instant they drew near. The ever-astute Tuna wisely refrained from trying, offering only a wry smile. Haha, I have no need for such an artifact. Tuvu gazed upon it and remarked with a casual air, so many have tried and yet it has chosen none of them. What an arrogant weapon. It was then Tanvu remembered that his own sister had not yet made an attempt. He encouraged her, saying, you are the only one left, Tuvu. Will you give it a try? She let out a sigh and stated with finality, I am not going. Tuvu pouted. When you used that igniter on me, it was already agonizing. This electricity will surely be 100 times worse. Tanvu gently patted her head to reassure her. Whatever challenges we may encounter, we must never be afraid. He gave her a gentle push forward, a smile playing on his lips. Go on. Tuvu sulked and sighed wearily. You just want to watch me get humiliated, don't you? Resigned. Tuvu stepped forward, shutting her eyes tightly as she reached for the magnificent blade. The Thunder King's edge. She rallied herself, internally convinced that the best method to conquer fear is to face it head-on. Her fingers wrapped firmly around the hilt. She told herself that true victory is born from persistence. You can do this, Oliver. Finally, making contact with the Thunder King's edge, Tuvu was flabbergasted to realize she was not being zapped like everyone before her. She remained frozen in a daze for several seconds. Then an overwhelming wave of joy and happiness washed over her, and she immediately spun around to show off to Tanvu. Can you believe this? Haha, brother. The blade in her hand began to hum and vibrate as lightning erupted forth while she was still celebrating her newfound treasure. Out with the old and in with the new. I have another brand new weapon. She was not being harmed. But the untamed surges of lightning were making her a bit frantic. Ah, what is happening? The system suddenly cried out. How can this be possible? Tuvu was now being lifted uncontrollably into the sky, spinning in a whirlwind of crackling energy. The guide system was in a state of utter disbelief. The most essential criteria for the Thunder King's edge to select its wielder are the attributes of death and lightning. The kind of secret this betray Manhwa hides is that this evolved girl appears to have no connection to these powers. Why then is it performing such an unorthodox master recognition ceremony? Tuvu meanwhile screamed out in sheer embarrassment. Ah, I'm just like you, brother. This is far too flashy and incredibly mortifying. A moment later, the master recognition ritual concluded and she drifted gently back to the ground. Feeling stronger and more vigorous than before, she checked her wounds and let out a gasp of pure amazement. My injuries are completely healed. I never would have guessed the lightning effect could also be used for healing. Having said that, she turned toward Tanvu with the blade held high. Brother, I will heal you. This offer caused Tanvu to recoil in terror for several steps, but the room was too small, leaving him with no place to run. In the end, he had no option but to accept the electrifying treatment. Ah! After the shockwave passed, smoke began to curl up from Tanvu's head. It was as if his soul had just taken a brief journey outside his body and had not yet fully returned. A moment later, gazing at the wound on his hand, he marveled, it's real. I feel like every single cell in my body was just supercharged by that electricity. Tuvu's face immediately lit up with pure excitement as she laughed heartily. Haha, I'm going to open an electrotherapy clinic. I'll be the next Professor Yang. Haha. Watching his sister gaze at the blade with such intense fascination, Tanvu mused. From what I understand, using electricity for healing requires an incredibly refined level of skill. Tuvu has never possessed any electrical abilities, yet she managed it so effortlessly on her very first try. He then said to Tuvu, the Thunder King's edge also carries a death attribute. Any wound it inflicts will undoubtedly have a contagious spreading effect. He then thought to himself, this death attribute is practically on par with the lethal venom of the five-venom beast. Without any life force defenses, once that toxin spreads, it's a guaranteed end. The kind of power a classic ** betray Manhwa hides ** is as expected of a soul weapon truly formidable. Tuong sheepishly approached Tuvu and offered himself up. Hey, I'm injured over here too. I need some treatment. Ask and you shall receive. Tuvu didn't refuse for a moment and immediately started zapping him with the Thunder King's edge, making him twitch uncontrollably. Tuong had to cry out, it's healed, stop zapping me, but the look on his face was just begging for it. So she continued laughing as she generously offered a friendly discount. 2 more sessions on the house. Tanvu let his sister have her fun, then turned his attention to the guide system. He inquired if there were any other rewards. She replied flatly, you are certainly a greedy one. The final treasure is also the most priceless one, the records left behind by our malevolent shaman tribe. It contained all their years of research into genetic modification. Having had her fun with the Thunder King's edge, Tuvu snorted coldly. And here I was, thinking it was something actually useful. The annoyed guide system snapped back. Mortal, do you have any eye for quality at all? You fail to recognize this magnificent technology. It can. Tanvu cut her off before she could say another word. All right, just bring it out. A while later, back in the small village where they had taken up temporary residence, Lethin noticed something was terribly wrong. He alerted everyone, look. A massive airship is slowly making its way toward us. He looked up at the sky with suspicion. They returned. Is it our boss and the others? Or is it the Immortal Clan? When the airship finally landed, everyone erupted in a chorus of joyful cheers. Haha, this is incredible. We're saved. Standing on the deck and looking down, Theopong remarked, this thing is remarkably fast. Boss Xiao stood right beside him and shared the wonderful news with everyone below. Do not be afraid, everyone. That other group has been dealt with, and today we can finally leave this godforsaken place. The people below roared with elation. Oh, that's fantastic news. In another place, a bright sunny village, Luke Tuet gazed at the sky with a worried expression, wondering how the others were faring and whether they were even still alive. Suddenly, Lidio spotted a tear in space itself. He shouted, "Everyone, be careful." A spatial rift just appeared. The rift gradually twisted and expanded into a massive spatial vortex as dark and ominous as a black hole. Mong stood frozen in shock. What in the world is that? From within the swirling vortex, a colossal spaceship emerged, thundering down onto an open field in the center of the village. Lu Van cautiously pulled Li Hao behind a wall and signaled, "Shh, be quiet. Hide yourselves well. Whatever is on that ship is definitely not something we can handle." He peeked out from cover to check on the situation, was stunned to see Tanvu's face. The siblings had barely set foot off the spaceship when a cheerful voice called out his name. It was Luke Tu. Tanvu glanced up as his sister stepped forward to greet their friend. Luke Tu was ecstatic. "You're all still here. It's incredible to see everyone safe. You finally made it back." Tuvu inhaled deeply the familiar air of her world, a welcome comfort. Even amidst an apocalypse, it was infinitely better than that other realm. "It's good to be home," she murmured. Later that evening, the siblings settled in and Tanvu laid out their hard-won spoils of war. It was time for their usual routine copy and enhance. Tuvu mirrored his actions but soon realized something was amiss. "Brother," she said, "my enhancement isn't having any effect." Tanvu crossed his arms, lost in thought. His own copy ability had also failed. It was likely because the item's power level was simply too high. This was the evolution energy of the golden bloodline after all. Without hesitation, Tuvu offered the energy to her brother. "You should use it. I just acquired a powerful new weapon, and besides, you did most of the work to obtain this." Tanvu didn't argue. "All right then." With that, he accepted the golden bloodline's evolution energy and consumed it. Instantly, a terrifying power erupted and surged through his entire being, unleashing a wave of unbearable pain that ripped a scream from his throat. "Ah!" Tuvu rushed to his side, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Tanvu managed to prop himself up, bracing his hands on his knees as he gasped for air. Once the agonizing surge from the enhancement finally subsided, he slowly stood up straight, wiping a sheen of sweat from his brow. His physique level had skyrocketed from 41 directly to 46. "Truly remarkable," he declared, a hint of a boast in his tone. "And now I possess the power of the golden blood." Tanvu could feel the potent new energy coursing through his very veins. This golden blood energy could amplify his physical strength by a factor of 5, but on top of that, his entire body felt fundamentally transformed. He decided to put it to the test, condensing the golden blood's power to the very tip of his finger, focusing its immense energy into a single point. He then produced a moderately thick iron plate for his experiment. He focused the golden blood once more and flicked it toward the target. The energy shot out like a bullet, piercing clean through the priest's iron plate and shattering a distant window beyond. The hole it left behind was perfectly clean and small, Tanvu remarked with deep satisfaction. To pierce such a thick plate with a mere flick of a finger. The power of the golden blood is truly astounding. Tuvu approached him, curious. "Check again. Did you gain anything else?" Following his sister's advice, Tanvu inspected himself once more. He summoned a cluster of his purple flames, noticing immediately that the synergy between his abilities had grown significantly stronger. With continued training, he realized that grasping their profound secrets was now well within his reach. The very next day, Lamfong approached them cautiously. "Mr. Tan, are you all really planning to leave?" Tanvu's reply was firm. "We must. We have another mission to complete." He then turned his gaze to Dao Dak. "Brother Dao, this area is filled with masters and is under the protection of the evil shaman's cult. You should remain here where it's safer, because the kind of betray Manhwa hides from view out there is not something you're ready for." Dao Dak understood that following them would only make him a liability. He accepted the decision and bowed with respect. "Tanvu, Tuvu, please take care of yourselves." Lamfong then turned his attention to Tufong and Tuna. "Mr. Hoke, Miss Bok, what are your intentions?" Tuna was quick to answer. "I think I'll remain here for a few days, and then depart." Tufong, who was quite reliant on her, asked closely, "Sister Na, where will we go?" But Tuna wasn't keen on any interest in traveling with him. She stated it plainly, "You go east, and I'll go west." Seeing that their paths were set to diverge, Lamfong chose not to insist. "In that case, I cannot force you. Should you ever reconsider in the future, know that you are always welcome among us." After exchanging their farewells, the Tanvu siblings set a course for the Hmong city, a place that was now a desolate wasteland, with the undead aimlessly wandering its streets. Their haunting groans and shrill shrieks echoed from every corner. Ignoring the cacophony, Tanvu and Tuvu strode brazenly into the heart of the zombie-infested city, paying the creatures no mind. Spotting fresh prey barging into their domain, the ravenous horde immediately surged forward. Tanvu remained perfectly still, while Tuvu brandished her crackling lightning sword. "Perfect," she thought. "I'll use all of you to test my new blade." With a single fluid slash as effortless as slicing through fruit, the low-level zombies were instantly incinerated by arcs of lightning. Tuvu, pleased with her handiwork, casually began collecting the shimmering evolution energy they left behind. "Nice," she remarked. "We've got some loot." It was time for her familiar routine copy and enhance. While absorbing the spoils to augment her power, she lamented, "This entire trip you've let me take every single one. I've absorbed more than 10 orbs, yet it's still a far cry from the power of that single golden one you possessed." Tanvu offered no response to her complaint, merely urging her onward. We're nearly at our destination. Let's pick up the pace. They needed to secure a location before darkness fell upon the Hmong city. He scanned their surroundings and remarked, "It's been some time since I've seen the undead. The Hmong city must maintain a disciplined army that conducts regular patrols." He then gestured toward a derelict storefront. "We'll take shelter there for the night and proceed into the city proper tomorrow morning." The sanctuary they had chosen was a long-abandoned supermarket. Tuvu ventured inside to prepare some food and drink for them, but soon announced, "Brother, there are people on the floor above us." Tanvu had already sensed their presence. He confirmed her discovery. "Yes, 3 men, 3 women, and 1 child. Do not worry. Their auras are quite weak. They pose no threat to us, so you can be at ease." Tuvu wasn't particularly concerned to begin with. Right now, her only desire was to eat. Let's eat, let's eat." As they were enjoying their meal, she noticed a small figure cautiously approaching. It was a little girl, whose vibrant green hair seemed full of life, a stark contrast to her face, which was gaunt and hollowed by hunger. Tuvu's heart went out to her, and she asked Tanvu, "The poor thing. Can I offer her some chocolate?" He simply nodded. "Of course." She approached the child and held out a bar of chocolate. "Are you hungry?" she asked gently. "Here, have this." The little girl snatched it and began devouring it, as if terrified someone might rip it from her hands. Slow down, Tuvu soothed. "Nobody's going to take it from you." In her frantic haste, the girl accidentally bit Tuvu's hand. She yelped in surprise, "Ow, you're practically feral, you even bite people's hands." The little girl immediately grew flustered. I'm so sorry." But just then a harsh voice shattered the moment, shouting, "Hey, you two." Behind them stood a group of rather thuggish-looking men, each of them clutching a knife. Their leader wasted no time ordering, "Hand over all of your food to us." The man's demand was absolute. "Give us the food now." Tuvu was unfazed. "We don't have any, and even if we did, we certainly wouldn't give it to you. If you want to eat, you can go find it yourselves." The leader snarled, stepping forward menacingly. "The two of you don't look like you're starving at all. You definitely have food, so hand it over." One of his gaunt cronies added a chilling threat, revealing the ugly truth this world of betray Manhwa hides. "If you don't hand it over," he sneered, "we'll just have to treat you two as our next meal. You look so fair-skinned and clean after all." A tempting meal. Yet against absolute power, such pathetic threats were utterly meaningless. Yu lifted a hand crackling with violet flames, tilted his head, and hissed a single menacing command, "Vanish." The group recoiled in terror, and one of the girls gasped in realization. He's one of the awakened." Noticing their hesitation, Yu's voice dropped to a low threat. "If you don't disappear right now, I'll incinerate every last one of you." As they were just ordinary humans, the group immediately scrambled away, crying out, "We made a mistake, we're going. Please, sir, spare our lives." Once they had vanished, Yu turned his attention to Shia Yu's injury, asking gently, "How is it?" "Is your finger okay?" She reassured him. "Yes, it's already completely healed." "Good," he said decisively. "Let's pack our things and move out. We have to make it to Tien before sundown." Just as they prepared to depart, he abruptly sensed a presence outside. The deep rumble of the vehicle's engine was steadily approaching. Yu alerted his sister, "Get ready for a fight." Shia Yu gave a subtle nod in response. Outside, a military transport had pulled up. A soldier reported, "Captain Lu, we've arrived at the location. I'm counting 7 individuals. They appear to be survivors." The man addressed as captain immediately issued an order. "Move in and investigate. Bring them back with you." Several soldiers advanced with their rifles at the ready, breaching the building. One of them radioed back, "We're inside the structure, clearing corners as we speak." At that very moment, Yu and his sister emerged from the shadows. A soldier spotted them and barked out a command. Survivors cited, "Freeze, don't move, put your hands in the air." Unwilling to escalate the situation, Yu calmly raised his hands and stated, "We're not infected, we're human." Seeing his compliance, the soldier quickly pivoted to halt his squad, shouting, "Hold your fire, they're survivors." At that point, Captain Lu approached and greeted them with a professional demeanor. "Hello there. We are the search party from the 3rd Squad of the City Center's 9th Division. Our mission is to escort you back to the center. You are safe now." After his introduction, he inquired, "I was told there are likely 5 combatants within." Shia Yu shot back, "What do you mean, about 5? My count shows there are precisely 7 of them. You need to be extremely cautious going in. They're all half-mad with starvation. They even attempted to jump us last night." Noticing the clear discrepancy, the captain turned to confront his subordinate, "Xiao Jiang, didn't you report a total of 7 people inside?" The soldier seemed at a loss for an explanation, scratching his head awkwardly as he fumbled. "It's a strange situation, like a plot twist, a betray Manhwa hides. My ability must have malfunctioned." After the remaining survivors were secured, the military vehicle transported everyone toward the city. Its walls were unbelievably massive, towering high into the sky. A voice from inside the transport announced, "We have arrived." As they stepped out of the vehicle, Shia Yu couldn't help but gaze in awe at the colossal structure. "Wow, this is incredible. Behind a wall like this, we won't ever have to worry about the infected again." Captain Lu stated with pride, "This wall is 3.4 meters thick and forged from solid steel. Even if you hammered it with artillery shells, it would hold. This is all thanks to the brilliant leadership of Director Li Sil." At that moment, Shia Yu discreetly sensed a strange pull and whispered to Yu, "Brother, I can feel it. There's something within these walls that seems to be calling to us." Yu immediately recalled the old woman's cryptic warning, "Journey south to attain your ultimate evolution, but also, be swift for a great danger is approaching." He couldn't help but think to himself, it seems there was truth in that old woman's words after all. Captain Lu, however, was more concerned with protocol, prioritizing health and safety as the mandatory first step for anyone entering the city. He gave the order, "Get inside quickly." Someone will see to your arrangements. Immediately, a soldier stepped forward to escort them. Please move along to the safety checkpoint. Meanwhile, that fellow Dukan, the very same one who audaciously tried to rob the Chin siblings just yesterday, was now meekly pleading, "Sir, none of them even laid a hand on me. I'm positive I'm not infected. There's no need for me to be tested." But the soldier clarified infection isn't just spread through bites. The virus is also airborne. If your immune system is compromised, you could catch it just by breathing. Form a line and get tested one at a time, Xiao whispered nervously. Brother, my blood. He offered her a steady, reassuring gaze. Don't you worry. The nurse with pink hair then drew a blood sample for the mandatory screening and was taken aback when she noticed a faint, golden glimmer in Qin Yu's blood. She blinked, looking closer to be sure. Huh, am I seeing things? For a second, I could have sworn his blood had a golden hue. Shortly after the test results came through, she announced the results immediately. Qin Yu, test complete. You are clear of infection. Next up, Qin Shia Yu. Noticing how anxious Xiao was, the nurse Li Ya tried to soothe her gently. There's no need to be frightened, young lady. It's just a small prick. It won't hurt at all. But then Nurse Li Ya froze. Her eyes locked on the screen's display. She's infected. Qin Xiao Yu is infected. Upon hearing the devastating result, Xiao clutched her chest, her voice trembling with panic. That's ridiculous. I'm not infected. Qin Yu immediately stepped in front of his sister, shielding her protectively. He retorted firmly, You've made a mistake. My sister is absolutely not infected. In response, two soldiers swiftly closed in, their weapons raised and aimed to subdue them. You are infected. Do not resist or you'll force us to open fire. Qin Yu, refusing to accept the outcome, demanded, Please test her again. There has to be a mistake. Just then, a woman named Helen quickly interjected, Wait, that result is a mistake. She isn't infected with the zombie virus. Instantly, one of the soldiers shot back angrily. What do you mean a mistake? If they had resisted and we'd been forced to shoot, would you take responsibility? Helen apologetically twisted a lock of her hair, replying with a flustered look. My apologies, it was our oversight, but she is in fact infected. It's just not with the zombie virus. She has the blue death virus. Qin Yu could only exclaim in shock what Xiao Yu completely lost. Didn't understand either and pressed for an answer. What in the world is the blue death virus? Helen's expression turned grave as she explained. In this new apocalyptic world, it isn't just the plants and animals that have mutated. Microorganisms have evolved as well. Both the zombie virus and the blue death virus are simply two types of mutated evolutions among diseases. She lowered her head, her voice hesitant as she revealed the kind of cruel twist a betray Manhwa hides patients afflicted with the blue death virus. Will find their strength gradually fading away. Their skin and even their blood will slowly turn a chilling shade of blue, and they will ultimately perish from complete exhaustion as their windpipe liquefies. It's a virus for which there is no known cure, though thankfully the rate of infection is extremely low. Typically, it only preys upon children with compromised immune systems. At that moment, Qin Yu abruptly spun around. Standing before him was Tuan, a little girl with blue-tinged hair and a gaunt frame looking utterly exhausted, and standing just behind her was a man with a cold, unreadable expression, his intentions a complete mystery. A crimson glint flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he suddenly bolted towards the pair. Witnessing his speed, the soldier was utterly stunned. He's evolved. In a flash, Qin Yu had grabbed Tuan, sweeping the small girl up into his arms. The child shrieked in terror. The soldier scrambled to intervene, shouting, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Tanmeng has laws, you can't just do that. Put her down, ignoring him. Qin Yu carried the girl straight to the nurse, asking her softly to check on the child's condition, that she too carried the blue death plague. Raising a syringe, the nurse complied without a second thought, of course right away. A few moments later, the nurse came back, the grim results in hand. She confirmed the young woman was indeed infected with the blue death, and moreover, the infection was in a dangerously advanced stage. In all likelihood, she wouldn't survive more than 5 days. Xiao Yu's face drained of all color, her expression twisting in terror. No, that's a lie, she stammered. I'm not going to die. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down her face as her voice choked with sorrow. It must have been when I was careless, she sobbed. I must have gotten infected then. Losing all composure, Qin Yu lunged forward and seized the nurse by her shoulders. Isn't there any cure for this sickness at all? You can clearly see. We are evolved. Just save my sister and I will pledge my service to Tan M. The nurse's expression was full of pity as she tried to calm him. I am so sorry. It is not a matter of us refusing treatment. The truth of this plague, a secret so dark it's like something a betray Manhwa hides from view, is that there is truly nothing we can do. Not long ago, a general's son died from this disease, and even with all our resources, we were powerless to save him. Xiao Yu lowered her head, her gaze clouded with despair. In a tormented whisper, she said, Brother, this is all my fault. If only I hadn't been so reckless, I wouldn't have gotten infected. Qin Yu gently stroked her hair, trying to soothe her. It's not your fault, he said softly. Don't you worry, we will find a way. A nearby soldier then approached the siblings with a gentle suggestion. If you would please come with us. Considering your sister's condition, we can provide her with special care. Qin Yu's response was firm. That won't be necessary. I will look after her myself. The soldier was visibly taken aback by his refusal. He then instructed, very well then, but you are required to bring her for a checkup every 3 days so we can monitor her condition. The moment she enters the critical phase, you must cooperate fully with our quarantine and observation protocols. You are dismissed for now. Someone at the main gate will arrange a work detail for your group. With that, the siblings departed. As the clamor and chaos of the medical examinations raged on, a nurse on the far side of the room announced another result. This individual is positive for the zombie virus. You are required to follow us to the quarantine observation zone. The diagnosed man shrieked in pure terror. That's impossible. I'm not infected. Instantly, the soldiers raised their rifles, taking aim to suppress any dissent. We need your cooperation now. If you persist in resisting, we will be forced to open fire. As this drama unfolded, the sun climbed higher into the sky, its brilliant light glinting across the bay. Lieutenant Gong stood watch supervising the newly arrived evolved. They were all being put to work, toiling diligently under the sun. Suddenly, one of his subordinates approached with a report. Lieutenant Gong, this is the latest group of evolved, who just completed their medical screening. There are a few among them with special circumstances. Qin Yu and his sister, Shia Yu, were lost within the throng of other evolved, their faces blank as they surveyed their new surroundings. Lieutenant Gong's sharp gaze, however, quickly found and locked onto the pair. He strode forward to address them directly. What are your names? Judging by your features and your manner of speaking, you're not from around here, are you? Qin Yu was quick to introduce them. I am Qin Yu, and this is my younger sister, Qin Xiao Yu. We've come from Shangjing City. The moment he heard the name Shangjing, Lieutenant Gong's interest was piqued, and he pressed them. You're from Shangjing City. Tell me, what is the current situation there? Qin Yu simply shook his head, replying, We departed some time ago, so we are unaware of the specific details, but the outlook was grim when we left. Following this exchange, Lieutenant Gong positioned himself sternly before the assembled group of evolved and laid out their two choices. All right, listen closely, all of you. We are living through an era of unprecedented hardship. Every single one of you must demonstrate your value to earn your place here, to earn your chance at survival. You are all young, strong, and you have two paths laid out before you. The first is to remain within the base performing manual labor. It's grueling, but it guarantees your safety. The second is to enlist in the army. It will be fraught with danger, yet it offers access to greater resources and a status far above the common survivors. The moment Lieutenant Gong concluded his offer, one of the evolved shot his hand into the air without a moment's hesitation, declaring for the second option. I will become a soldier. I'll slaughter those accursed monsters and claim vengeance for my family. Lieutenant Gong offered a nod of approval, then inquired, Excellent. Are there any others with his conviction? Another survivor stepped forward, and a third quickly followed suit, stating, I want to join the army as well. At that point, Lieutenant Gong's attention shifted, gesturing toward Qin Yu with an inviting look. Qin Yu, you're not going to declare your intentions. You possess the skill to have survived the treacherous journey from Shangjing City without falling prey to the undead. That alone proves you are a hardened survivor. Do you not wish to become a soldier? Qin Yu responded with cold indifference. I'm not interested. A flicker of annoyance crossed Lieutenant Gong's face. If you refuse to join the army, are you then volunteering for the backbreaking labor within the base? Qin Yu simply crossed his arms, dismissing the lieutenant's question with an even colder reply. I have no time for that either. Lieutenant Gong's tone hardened as he warned in a stern voice. Qin Yu, you must face reality. If you wish to survive here, you are required to contribute. Tian Mang does not harbor freeloaders, not even a powerful evolve like yourself. In response, Qin Yu produced 2 evolution energy crystals, stating icily, we have no intention of being a burden. These 2 evolution energy cores are payment for a place for myself and my sister to reside here. Tell me, is that sufficient? Gong Xiaoyi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the items in Qin Yu's hand. Evolution energy. His entire demeanor shifted as he pressed on his voice, suddenly persuasive. Qin Yu, I understand your concern is for your sister's condition. Am I right? If you enlist with us, there may be a chance to find a cure for her down the line. Qin Yu retorted with scorn. Doesn't this base already harbor the son of some influential figure who suffers from the very same affliction? He remains uncured. So why would I trust your empty promises? Every betrayed Manhwa hides a serpent behind a smiling face. Gong Xiaoyi scrambled to salvage the conversation, desperately throwing out enticing offers. There are things you aren't aware of. Our scientific capabilities here at Tianmang are advancing at a phenomenal rate, a truly unprecedented pace. We've even developed a unique drug capable of multiplying a person's physical prowess several times over, not to mention Compound H, which massively enhances muscle mass. An ailment like your sister's might just be treatable in the near future. Qin Yu's lips thinned into a hard line. He knew the drug Gong spoke of was no simple medicine. It had to be a gene-tempering agent. For the Tianmang base to produce such a thing, there was only one plausible explanation: they possessed a dimensional relic. If he could somehow gain access to that dimension, a cure for Xiao Yu's condition might actually be within reach. After a moment of heavy consideration, Qin Yu finally relented. If what you say is true, then my sister and I will join. Gong Xiaoyi's face lit up as he replied, joyfully, excellent. All new recruits follow me. With that, they boarded a vehicle and set a course for the barracks. The once bustling streets of Haha were now desolate and hauntingly quiet. Inside the vehicle, Gong Xiaoyi sat in the passenger's seat, crossing his arms and probing for a reaction. Here in the Tianmang base, we've managed to restore much of civilization's order. While life is certainly harsh, it's about as secure as it gets. What are your thoughts on that? Qin Yu ignored the question, posing one of his own instead. At this moment, the leader of Tianmang is Li Hongming. You mean Commander Li, correct? Gong Xiaoyi confirmed. Essentially, Tianmang's command structure is a triumvirate. It consists of Commander Li Hongming, Commander Kong Dingguo, and most notably, Commander Zhaoying Rui. A surprised Qin Yu echoed 3 separate leaders. In the back, Xiao Yu listened intently and silently. Gong Xiaoyi continued. All 3 of them are incredibly shrewd. They began assembling forces right at the start of the early stages of the outbreak. Once the majority of zombies and mutated beasts emerged, the 3 commanders wisely formed a collaboration to co-manage the Tianmang army. However, Commander Li's authority subtly outweighs that of the other 2 leaders. It's only a matter of time before that imbalance shows. Sooner or later, he's destined to be the sole figure in charge of Tian Mang. As he finished, Gong Xiaoyi glanced back at Qin Yu. He then made his pitch. To be perfectly honest, my allegiance is with Commander Li's faction. If you join us, I can guarantee a future with no limits. Qin Yu crossed his arms, a thoughtful expression on his face. We'll have to see about that. Gong Xiaoyi wisely chose not to press the matter. He simply waited in silence for Qin Yu to make his decision. Shortly after they arrived at their destination, Second Lieutenant Gong instructed, the registration area for enlisting in the army is just inside. Everyone needs to go through the screening process and then you'll officially be in. The group filed in one by one until it was finally their turn. Approaching the woman at the desk, Qin Yu stated, I'm here to register for the army. Her eyes widened in surprise. Oh, she exclaimed before clarifying, this particular station is for registering evolvers. Please, follow me this way. As long as you can demonstrate that you're an evolver, you will qualify for enlistment. She then guided the two of them into the designated testing area. The people already inside eyed them with curiosity. One man greeted them cheerfully, it's about time we got some new faces joining the ranks. However, another man sneered, don't get ahead of yourself. It could just be some fool who snuck in hoping for the better treatment. Ignoring the comment, Qin Yu initiated the ability assessment. Let's begin. First up is the physical strength test. I need you to punch this machine, and it will measure your striking power. A result of 200 kilograms or more is considered a pass. Qin Yu then delivered a powerful blow to the machine. Upon seeing the result, Qin Yu was completely stunned. 1,000 kilograms, and that was just from a single punch. Could you possibly be a Tier 2 evolver? Qin Yu scratched his head, replying humbly, no, not quite. My ability just happens to significantly enhance my striking power. It's focused on increasing the force behind my fists. Qin Yu praised him. All right then. For reference, a normal person's punch is only around 50 kilograms. That means your constitution is at least 10 times stronger. Very impressive. Next, just as Qin Yu finished her sentence, a hat mysteriously appeared, spinning on Shia Yu's finger. She twirled it with an excited, confident grin and announced, and my ability is speed. Noticing the hat in Shia Yu's hand, the man who had sneered earlier reached for his now bare head, searching in confusion. Hey, my hat. Qin Yu's eyes crinkled at the corners as she beamed with delight. Excellent, you have both proven you are indeed evolvers. Welcome to the team. A man named Shou, who had been observing from a chair, crossed his arms and let out a hearty laugh. Haha, not bad at all. Afterward, Qin Yu led the two siblings to meet one of the superiors. She snapped to a salute, addressing Second Lieutenant Zhao. Sir, these two are our newly enlisted evolver soldiers. Please escort them to the barracks to get them situated. The Lieutenant Zhao replied, all right, leave it to me. He then formally introduced himself. Greetings, you two. My name is Zhao Gong. From this moment on, you are official members of the evolver barracks. You will now undergo a period of intensive training. If your performance is deemed excellent, you will be awarded a military rank directly. You offered only silence, but Shia Yu whined softly. Do we really have to train again? Zhao Gong cut in, giving a brief overview of the training regimen. The curriculum was comprehensive, covering grueling physical conditioning, advanced combat techniques, reconnaissance skills, wilderness survival, and complete weapons mastery. Relax, for seasoned evolvers such as yourselves, this will be a trivial matter. With that assurance, he took the lead, continuing onward. He continued instructing as they walked, let's get the paperwork sorted. Afterward, you can head to your assigned dorm. The army had apparently prepared special quarters. These dormitories were surprisingly well kept, clean, tidy, and offering a warm, comfortable refuge from the harsh world. While they couldn't compare to life before the cataclysm, they were a paradise compared to the ruins outside. Oh right, Zhou Gong added, the people in your squad are a rough bunch. They came from all walks of life. They were into all sorts of things before becoming evolvers, so watch your back. Qin Yu simply nodded, thinking, I'll just keep my head down and not cause trouble. He then quickly made his way to his assigned dorm room and threw the door open without ceremony. Everyone inside was startled, their heads snapping to face the entrance. A man named Hele was the first to speak. He scoffed in annoyance. They sent in another newbie this fast. He then jabbed a thumb towards a bald man lounging on a chair and sneered menacingly. That's right, fresh meat. Aren't you going to come over and pay your respects to Brother Shou? Qin Yu completely ignored him, instead pointing to an unoccupied bunk. That empty bed is mine, correct? He asked coolly. This blatant disregard sent Hele into a fury. Hey kid, are you deaf? Don't you understand the rules around here? I told you to come and greet Brother Shou. He roared, his hand clamping down hard on Qin Yu's shoulder as he snarled through clenched teeth. You arrogant little punk. You think you can just ignore us when we're talking to you? This military camp isn't like the outside world, you know. Anyone can put you in your place here. At that, Qin Yu's eyes turned ice cold, his expression becoming dangerously sharp. He growled in a low, threatening tone. Let go. Utterly enraged by the defiance, Hele drew back his fist to strike. You've got some serious nerve. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson in respect. But Qin Yu moved like lightning, his hand shooting out to catch Hele's wrist, stopping the punch cold. Hele's eyes widened in disbelief. You. In the next instant, Qin Yu twisted his arm. The motion threw Hele completely off balance, sending him stumbling backward. Ouch, it hurts, let go of me. Across the room, Brother Shou's face darkened into a grim scowl. He roared with authority, stop it. Qin Yu immediately released his grip. Hele cradled his throbbing wrist, whimpering, damn it, that hurts so much. So damn much. Hele scrambled behind his leader, shouting, Brother Shou, you have to teach this punk a lesson. Another man, Leah, chimed in. Yeah, show him who's really in charge here. Brother Shou advanced on Qin Yu, his posture radiating pure menace. You might have a bit of strength, kid, but in front of me you'd better learn some humility. His face was a mask of fury as he activated his spiritual power, an intimidating aura flaring to life as he cracked his knuckles ominously. Or maybe I should just put you in the ground. Qin Yu observed the flow of spiritual energy coalescing around the man and noted with mild surprise. Oh, a creation-type ability. Brother Shou jabbed a finger toward the floor, his expression dripping with contempt. Kid, you'll learn what a true asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk from fools like you. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and say, Brother Shou, I was wrong, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly you won't even be able to beg for mercy. Qin Yu's expression remained glacial, his eyes as sharp as daggers. He growled back, I am not in a good mood today. Stop causing trouble and don't create any more problems for me. This final dismissal sent Brother Shou into a rage and he lunged forward, fist raised. But in a shocking turn of events, before his attack could even connect, he was sent flying backward by a single powerful kick that slammed him into the far wall. His body slid down the wall like a puppet with its strings cut, managing only a single choked cry. Helei's face went completely white with shock. Did you see that? He took down Brother Shou in a single move. The fear was now palpable in Helei's voice. The following morning, Qin Yu woke and began his daily routine. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and looked at his reflection in the mirror. Adjusting his new uniform, he remarked with a nod of approval, The material is quite good. This is exceptional. It offers complete freedom of movement, wicks away moisture, and is clearly designed for intense combat. The military of a major settlement is truly on another level. Qin Yu waited for Shia Yu in the corridor of their dorms, and just a moment later she emerged from her room. Her eyes scanned him from head to toe with admiration as she praised him with a hint of shyness. You look incredibly handsome in that uniform. Qin Yu cleared his throat a little flustered. Ahem, let's go grab a bite to eat first. Shia Yu's eyes lit up as she nodded enthusiastically. In agreement. The two siblings wasted no time heading to the mess hall where Shia Yu promptly popped a piece of meat into her mouth, her praise immediate and effusive. Wow, the cooks here are masters. They can make even mutated beast meat taste this incredible. Just then Sun Yan and her crony approached from behind, prompting Shia Yu to mutter in disgust, not them again. Qin Yu glanced over his shoulder and asked, surprise, oh you know them? Shia Yu replied with a scowl, they're my roommates, and they're a constant headache. The one leading the way is Sun Yan. She's the absolute worst of the bunch. Sun Yan and her friends sauntered over, plastering on fake smiles as she cooed. Well, what a coincidence, Qin Shia Yu. Mind if we join you? But Shia Yu refused to give her the satisfaction. A mocking glint appeared in her eyes as she shot back. Feel free to get your own meal. We're just about finished here. Undeterred. Sun Yan continued, Shia Yu, I actually have some wonderful news. Young Master Kong has personally requested your presence on the 3rd floor for a private meal. You know, only those of his caliber get to dine up there. Shia Yu's brow furrowed, her expression a mix of annoyance and complete disinterest. Sun Yan made a show of turning to leave but glanced back to deliver a final pointed remark, don't say I didn't warn you. In Tianmong, the true danger, a simple refusal to the young master invites, is the kind of secret that betray Manhwa hides. You'd better not regret this. Meanwhile, up on the 3rd floor, Huang Fang was raising his glass for a toast. To young Master Kong I propose a toast. It is truly an immense honor for Tianmong to host a man of your exceptional talent. Ru Fang raised his own glass, beaming with pleasure. Old Huang, you're far too generous. You are all my father's sworn brothers, which makes you my uncles and respected elders. I hold you all in the highest regard. Suddenly, a flirtatious voice cut through the air. Young Master Kong, Ru Fang's gaze shifted to the doorway just as Sun Yan practically threw herself into his embrace. His eyes roamed over her with unconcealed lust. My dear, to what do I owe the pleasure? Sun Yan then relayed the entire encounter from downstairs to Ru Fang, who listened with rapt attention. He then declared with a smug air, forget her. She's just another woman. It's her loss for not accepting my invitation. With my standing, it's not like I'm short on female company. As he spoke, he licked his lips and gave Sun Yan a lewd pat on her backside. Besides, I still have you, don't I? Sun Yan purred back. Young Master Kong, I'm not just saying this, but that girl is a true goddess. And more importantly, she has an air of purity completely untouched by the harsh realities of this fallen world. Believe me, you will not find another woman of her quality in all of Tianmong. Ru Fang grinned. You really know how to read my mind. Don't you worry. Once I have her, I will absolutely make good on my promise to you. Sun Yan's face lit up with delight. Of course, with young Master Kong handling it personally, success is guaranteed. He then quickly addressed the table. Gentlemen, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go get acquainted with that little lady so I can't stay. Huang Fang chimed in obsequiously, may you be victorious. Young Master Kong, we have no doubt you'll capture the beauty's heart. Another man added with a greasy smile, when that time comes. We hope you'll let us get a look at her too so our loyalty won't have been for nothing, young master. With that, Ru Fang and Huang Fang, Fong and Sun scurried away as Su Yuan watched their retreating figures with utter disdain. That Kong Ru Fang is a complete and utter waste of space. His mind is a shallow pool of lustful thoughts completely devoid of any real substance, Baldy concurred, adding, this isn't our battle to fight. He's got a powerful father backing him. We should keep our distance. But Su Yuan suddenly sprang to his feet. Come on, let's go watch the fireworks. Down on the main floor, the siblings Qin Yu and Shia Yu were still sharing their meal, with Qin Yu placing another piece of food on Shia Yu's plate. She protested with a familiar annoyance, brother, I'm not a child. Stop fussing over my plate like that. Just then, Sun guided Ru Fang directly to their table. With feigned concern, she addressed Qin Shia Yu. Weren't you just saying you were almost done eating? How is it that you're still here? Qin Yu shot back. Whether I'm finished or not is my business. What in the world does that have to do with you? Ru Fang contemptuously shoved Sun Yan aside, flashing a predatory grin. Well, now look at what we have here. Not bad at all, are you? The name's Kong Ru Fang. Surely you've heard of me. Xiao Yu merely glanced at him before replying icily, never. We're trying to eat. Would you kindly stop bothering us? Ru Fang erupted in condescending laughter. Haha, you must be new around here, aren't you? How could you possibly not know who I am? Very well, allow me to enlighten you. I am Kong Ru Fang, son of Commander Kong Ding Guo, one of the 3 great commanders of Tianmong City. In this city, what I say goes. Sun Yan then interjected with a tone of false sincerity. Qin Xiao Yu, you should know that young Master Kong is a major figure in Tianmong City. If you align with him, you'll want for nothing. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate that this world of *** betray Manhwa hides *** for the foolish. You should choose wisely. Ru Fang glanced disdainfully at their food. He gestured toward the 3rd floor while reaching for Xiao Yu's arm. This slop is terrible and there's not even any wine. Why not? Come upstairs to the 3rd floor with me for a private chat. Xiao Yu sighed, her patience worn thin. Look, young Master Kong, I am completely uninterested. Could you please just leave? You're ruining our meal. Ru Fang was left speechless with fury while his lackey Huang Fang, hoping to curry favor, bellowed, "You insolent little brat, an invitation from young Master Kong is an honor. Do you actually think you're somebody special? You can either do this the easy way or we can do it the hard way." Xiao Yu calmly crossed her arms, her voice unwavering. "I'm sorry, but whether it's the easy way or the hard way, my answer is no. I don't drink." Su Yuan, who had been observing the entire exchange from afar, cursed under his breath and started to move. That shameless bastard, Huang Fang. A man ranked on Tian Mang's top 100 warriors list is actually threatening a young woman. In that instant, Baldy seized his arm, whispering urgently. To de-escalate, Su Yuan, don't get involved. You're on the verge of becoming a candidate for Great War God. Don't throw it all away. You can't afford to make a mistake at such a critical juncture. If you get on Kong Ru Fang's bad side, he'll never let it go. Don't sacrifice your future for a couple of strangers. Besides, look at her brother, he hasn't lifted a finger. Why should you be the one to jump in? Su Yuan glared at Qin Yu. His thoughts burned with anger. That man is supposed to be her brother. His own sister is being harassed right in front of him, and he's just sitting there silently. At that very moment, Sun sidled up to Xiao Yu, her voice a venomous whisper. Qin Xiao Yu, don't you dare think your pretty face is some kind of shield. Men won't always come running to your rescue. In this apocalyptic world, no one has time to treat you like some delicate princess. Offending. Young Master Kong will guarantee you a fate far worse than a simple death. Qin Yu, unable to remain silent any longer, finally spoke. Are you? Speaking from your own extensive experience as a hostess, just a few words in and you're already reverting to your old trade. Enough, being so ridiculously arrogant. Get out of my sight. Hearing this, Sun's face flushed a deep, furious crimson as her eyes bulged. She shrieked, her voice cracking. What did you just say to me? A sharp crack echoed as Qin Yu's palm connected with her face. She cried out, a sharp gasp of pain escaping as tears instantly flooded her eyes. Pointing a trembling finger at Qin Yu, she stammered, You. Are you even a man to lay your hands on a woman? From across the dimly lit chandeliered room, the voice of Kong Ru Fang cut through the thick silence. He's her brother, is he? Xiao Yu, however, seemed entirely unbothered, crossing her arms and turning her face away with a defiant puff of her cheeks. Ru Fang then took a menacing step forward, his voice a low growl. You're coming with me now, and perhaps I'll consider letting him walk away. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Qin Yu's bored voice sliced through his threat. Otherwise nothing. Crawl back to whatever miserable hole you slithered out of. At the insult, Ru Fang's face contorted with rage as he snarled an order to his subordinate. Huang Fang, deal with this piece of trash for me. His eyes narrowed to dangerous slits as he added, and don't hold anything back. Huang Fang gave a curt nod, yes, young master. He then began a deliberate, heavy-footed advance toward Qin Yu, stopping directly in front of him. With an arrogant tilt of his head, Huang Fang cracked his neck loudly as a crude show of force, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. You worthless punk. You picked a terrible day to get on young Master Kong's bad side. Seeing this display, Qin Yu remained utterly unfazed. He simply folded his arms and raised an eyebrow. And what is it you intend to do? Huang Fang's smirk widened into a sneer. What do I intend? The words had barely left his mouth when he lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch straight at Qin Yu's head while arrogantly declaring his aim. I intend to send you on your final journey, of course. And yet, in a flash, Qin Yu leaned back just enough, effortlessly dodging Huang Fang's fist. The punch, which had been thrown with absolute certainty, connected with nothing but thin air, causing Huang Fang to stumble forward completely off balance. Thinking fast, he planted a hand on the floor to stabilize himself and spun into a low, sweeping kick aimed at Qin Yu's legs. It was a desperate attempt to trip him up, but it was futile. Qin Yu had already anticipated the move, leaping gracefully into the air. An onlooker gasped in sheer amazement. He's so fast. Su Yuan, who had been watching the confrontation from the side, finally spoke, his voice thick with contempt. That thug. He's clearly not just fighting, he's playing for keeps. His opponent is lucky to have such quick reflexes. He only narrowly avoided a crippling blow. At this point, his voice rose in righteous anger. This is the kind of grim reality *** betray Manhwa hides ***, all this just because of a few disagreeable words. Are you really prepared to take a life over something so trivial? The bald man beside him quickly grabbed his arm. He reminded him in a low hiss, Hey, this has nothing to do with us. His eyes darted back to the intense fight. He added softly, Don't lose your cool. A moment later, a furious Su Yuan stormed into an adjoining room, plopped down on a chair, and seethed. Through gritted teeth, he muttered, "What kind of twisted world is this? Are we just supposed to stand by and watch? That brother and sister get tormented into oblivion by Kong Rufang." Back in the main room, Qin Yu pressed his advantage with another powerful assault. Huang Fang cried out in frustrated disbelief, "This power? Are you actually trying to end me?" In response, Qin Yu once again launched himself upward, driving his knee with vicious force toward Huang Fang's skull. Fortunately for him, he managed to block the blow with his arm. At the very moment of impact, Qin Yu's cold voice rang out, "If it were anyone else on the receiving end of your attacks, they would have been knocked unconscious on the ground by now." His words successfully ignited Huang Fang's fury. He threw off the block and roared, "Nonsense, you think? So, you actually thought you could survive after crossing young master?" Kong Huang Fang sneered, yanking Qin Yu up by a fistful of his hair. He spat, feeling the regret sink in. "Now are we, if you hadn't gotten lucky and dodged that last punch." The hand tangled in Qin Yu's hair tightened its brutal grip. "You might have been granted a merciful end," but then, as if sensing a dreadful shift, something was terribly wrong. The color drained from Huang Fang's face as he stammered, "How can this be your head?" Qin Yu's chillingly calm voice cut through the tension. "My head." In that very same instant, Qin Yu's fist exploded forward, connecting squarely with Huang Fang's jaw, sending the brute staggering back until he slammed violently into a far wall. Qin Yu then added, "Is not made of glass." After delivering the devastating blow, Qin Yu sank to one knee, bracing himself with a hand on the ground, while Huang Fang slid down the wall in pure agony. A spray of crimson erupted from his lips before he lost consciousness and crumpled into a heap on the floor. The spectators who saw it all unfold were utterly dumbfounded, their voices rising in a chorus of disbelief. Who in the world is that guy? How did he just floor someone with a constitution 20 times stronger like Huang Fang in a single strike? Could he be a level 2 he? What even happened? It was just a blur. In stark contrast, a low growl rumbled from Rufang's chest as he seethed you. In a flash, a palpable aura of demonic energy began to radiate from his body. He continued, his voice dripping with malice. "Such blatant disrespect. It seems I'll have to put you down personally. Taking out Huang Fang means you have some talent. I'll give you that." He then lifted his foot, and as he stepped forward, the very stone beneath it spiderwebbed into pieces. As he advanced, he said icily, "But you need to understand something." With that, Rufang exploded upwards, launching a powerful kick as he declared, "The gap between a level 2 and a level 1, his foot sliced through the air, aimed directly at Qin Yu's head as he finished, "are two completely different worlds." But seeing this, Qin Yu appeared to anticipate the move perfectly effortlessly, weaving his body back to evade the strike. He then calmly shifted into an offensive stance, his hand once again balling into a tight fist before swinging upwards toward Rufang, delivering a flawless uppercut that caught him completely by surprise, snapping his head back and sending him stumbling away. A moment later, Qin Yu's cold, resonant voice echoed in the stunned silence. To be perfectly honest, he lowered his gaze slightly, his long lashes casting a shadow over his sharp, chilling stare fixed on Rufang. "The true power a betray Manhwa hides is a secret you'll never grasp, and you are the weakest level 2 evolver I have ever met." Hearing this, Rufang erupted into a blind rage, struggling to push himself up as his foul mouth spewed, "You son of a... I'm going to end you and that sister of yours." He then craned his neck, his eyes filled with pure hatred, vowing, "I will tear you both limb from limb." But before he could finish his vile threat, his entire view was filled by a polished leather shoe advancing with a calm, deliberate pace. Just as the final words escaped Rufang's lips, Qin Yu simply placed his foot upon Rufang's shoulder, applying an immense and unyielding pressure, forcing him down onto his knees. Pinned hard against the unforgiving ground, Rufang was a storm of shock and absolute fury, his pupils constricting as veins throbbed on his forehead. He snarled, "You bastard, you dare force me to kneel." One might have expected Rufang to unleash his latent power to tap into his reserves and fight back with everything he had. But that didn't happen. Instead, he shrieked at his underlings, "What are you worthless statues waiting for? Get over here and save me." Hearing this, one of his cronies quickly tried to warn him, "Boss, don't be reckless. If you actually kill him, you won't be able to. Would make it out alive either." Another, too terrified to approach, yelled from a distance, "What do you think you're doing? Release young Master Kong this instant." Abruptly, a commanding voice boomed from outside. "Clear a path, make way, Lord Tian Chang has arrived." Tian Chang swept in with an imposing aura, striding toward Qin Yu and declaring with a deep frown, "Boy, I suggest you release him immediately." Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yu didn't even deign to turn, offering only a dismissive glance over his shoulder. Su Yuan, witnessing this from afar, felt his blood run cold. He whispered in sheer horror, "This is a catastrophe. Regardless of how powerful this kid is, he can't possibly contend with Gian Yang, one of the 10 great war gods." In response, Qin Yu remained silent, simply wrenching Rufang's arm further behind his back, forcing a sharp cry of agony from his lips. He then calmly retorted, "Is that a fact?" Witnessing this blatant defiance, Tian Chang shouted in alarm, "Release him, I said, let go, stop this at once." Qin Yu's only answer was a piercing cold stare as he continued to apply pressure to Rufang's arm. His actions were a clear and successful provocation. This finally infuriated Tian Chang, who bellowed, "I said, release him." In the heat of his rage, small crystals of ice began to form around his feet. Qin Yu's sharp crimson eyes flickered down to the forming ice as he thought, "So this guy," and finally let go of Rufang. He turned to face Tian Chang, directly locking eyes and assessing internally. His constitution is likely around 30 times more powerful than a normal human's. That explains his overwhelming arrogance. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps was punctuated by the arrival of Gao Yuan's voice. It sliced through the tension. What's all this commotion? Did I interrupt something important? The familiar tone of his voice left everyone momentarily stunned. Everyone turned as one, murmuring in disbelief, Lord Gao Yuan. Even he is here. As Gao Yuan drew closer, Tian Chang's expression soured. He scowled in annoyance, demanding, Gao Yuan, what business do you have here? Gao Yuan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, simply kept walking. He replied smoothly, where I go is a matter of my own concern, and strode right past him. At this slight, Tian Chang's face darkened ominously. He shot back, I have not violated any protocol. In the now silent room, Tian Chang's voice echoed with a threat. Where you go is indeed your affair. However, I would strongly advise you against interfering in the affairs of others. I trust you understand the consequences. Tian Chang's gaze then shifted. He looked at the battered form of Rufang struggling on the floor and added with a pointed reminder, if Kong Rufang perishes in this room, can you even begin to imagine the wrath of Commander Kong? Hearing this veiled threat, Gao Yuan spoke up with a helpless sigh. Young man, please wait a moment. He offered a placating suggestion. Would you consider sparing Kong Rufang? If you kill him, this matter will become exceptionally complicated. Qin Yu met Gao Yuan's diplomacy with nothing but a contemptuous sneer. He let out a cold laugh and asked, you want me to show him mercy? Before the question had even fully left his lips, he exploded into motion. In less than an instant, his foot was a blur of movement. It connected squarely with Rufang's stunned face. Qin Yu delivered a brutally efficient kick that sent Rufang hurtling backward. As Rufang's body sailed through the air, he finished his sentence with a single word, done. Rufang crashed violently into the wall as his men outside cried out in alarm. They all yelled, young Master Kong, are you all right? Gao Yuan's brow furrowed, marveling at the sheer nerve. A tale of asterisk betray Manhwa, hides asterisk in its core. Outwardly, however, a wry, almost amused smile touched his lips. Qin Yu's patience had clearly evaporated as he asked icily, may we depart now? Rufang cradled the arm Qin Yu had shattered, slowly getting to his feet and seething with hatred. Leave, don't even dream of it. Then he shrieked. He screamed the order, Tian Chang, go end him. Confronted with the escalating crisis, Gao Yuan thrust out a hand to intervene. He boomed, that is enough. He moved to stand between them, physically blocking the murderous glare. Tian Chang was aiming at Qin Yu. Firmly commanded, both of you stand down. This farce is over. Realizing his plan had been thwarted, Ruo Fang seethed, grinding his teeth in pure rage. He bellowed, mark my words. I will ensure you die a horrific death. Qin Yu paid his empty threats, no mind. Pushing the door open, he spoke softly, Shia Yu, we're leaving. Gao Yuan's eyes followed Qin Yu, observing him for a long moment before sighing inwardly. If he just hadn't crossed Kong Ruo Fang, the man is a genuine talent, someone worth bringing into the fold. What a waste. 3 days passed, and at the outdoor training grounds, a cheerful Shia Yu sprinted towards Qin Yu, calling out, big brother, have you finished your training as well? As she approached, Qin Yu wasted no time in asking, Shia Yu, how have things been? Has that girl Sun Yan been causing you any more trouble? Shia Yu tilted her head in thought before replying, nope, she actually moved out a few days back. I think she got spooked after she saw you take down that one guy. At her words, Qin Yu grew pensive for a moment, then murmured quietly, it seems it's the same situation with me. I can't tell if everyone is terrified of me for what I did, or if they're just trying to steer clear of the crossfire from my feud with Kong Ruo Fang. Abruptly, Xiao Yu's cheerful demeanor returned as she switched topics, a bright smile spreading across her face. Oh, that reminds me, check this out. As she spoke, she presented a small potion bottle she was holding. Qin Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized it. This is a Tier 1 potion, the kind that enhances a person's physical attributes. Xiao Yu nodded eagerly and explained, we had a competition today. Then after a brief pause, Xiao Yu planted a hand on her hip, a proud grin on her face, and I took home first place. Hearing his sister's boast, one might have expected Qin Yu to shower her with praise. Instead, he deadpanned. You snagged first place with your level 5 combat techniques. Hearing his skepticism, Xiao Yu protested indignantly. What's that supposed to mean? I'm incredibly strong. I wiped the floor with them, with barely any effort at all. But Qin Yu merely smirked, continuing his teasing. Isn't that a given? Your physique is a full 40 times stronger than a baseline human, while the others are considered gifted if they're just 10 times stronger. You against them is like an adult squaring off against a group of toddlers. Hearing his analogy, Xiao Yu's cheeks puffed out in a frustrated pout. Fine. I'm not giving it to you, then I'll just enhance it and use it all myself. Just as she spoke, Qin Yu's expression shifted and he said urgently, wait. His sudden call made her pause, her eyes wide with curiosity. What's wrong? Qin Yu's tone became deadly serious as he warned her, you can't just use that potion recklessly. For a low-level evolver, a Tier 1 potion like this can boost their physique by 3 to 5 times over, but for someone at our level, it's virtually worthless. More importantly, this substance isn't like pure evolutionary energy. The insidious trap this kind of betray Manhwa hides is that it creates a conflict between your evolutionary level and your physical stats. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Then why on earth are so many people desperate to get their hands on it? Wait a minute, she said, a suspicious glimmer in her eye as she turned to Qin Yu. You're not just making all this up so you can trick me into giving it to you, are you? Seeing her expression, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile, a look that was 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts fond exasperation. When have I ever lied to you? He then had to clarify. They're so desperate for it because pure evolutionary energy is far too precious for them to obtain, so they're forced to rely on inferior substitutes. After listening to her brother's explanation, Xiao Yu gave a dismissive wave of her hand, almost like she was casting a spell, and said, all right, Rua, that's enough, put it away. A short time later in the bustling cafeteria, as Qin Yu was carefully transferring choice pieces of food onto Xiao Yu's plate, Su Yuan abruptly appeared at their table. Qin Yu didn't even grant Su Yuan a glance, his hand remaining perfectly steady as he continued to dote on Shia Yu, breaking the silence himself. Is there a problem? Su Yuan heard his cool question and gestured to an empty seat, asking, is this spot free? Mind if I join you? Qin Yu replied, with a detached tone. Suit yourself. Su Yuan took the seat and wasted no time on pleasantries, stating bluntly, you two are in some serious danger. Shia Yu, who had just parted her lips to accept another bite from Qin Yu, paused and shot back instantly at Su Yuan's words. What kind of danger? At her question, Su Yuan's expression immediately clouded over with grave concern as he explained, what other kind could there be? It's about Kong Rufang. You've both made a powerful enemy, and knowing his vindictive nature, he's not the type to let things slide. The only thing holding him back are the rules inside the base. That's why he's treading carefully for now, and it's the only reason you've been safe up to this point. Qin Yu and Shia Yu listened in silence, their full attention on Su Yuan, but in just 2 days, all new recruits, including you two, are scheduled to go outside the walls to hunt monsters for a mandatory combat evaluation. As he spoke, a hint of hesitation entered his voice. A flicker of unease crossed Shia Yu's face as she quickly interjected. Are you suggesting he's going to rig the test? Su Yuan's brow furrowed. Rig the test? You're both being far too optimistic. The depth of this betray Manhwa hides a much deadlier intent. It's far more sinister than that. Let me lay it all out for you. Su Yuan's low, serious voice seemed to absorb the ambient noise of the cafeteria. He began. There are 3 major powers ruling Tianmeng City: Li Hong, Ming Kong, Ding Wo, and Xiao Xing Rui. Of the 3, Li Hongming's faction holds the most power, but Kong Ding Wo and Xiao Xing Rui are strong enough to challenge his dominance when they work together. Tianmeng City was incredibly lucky. Right after the apocalypse began, a few capable leaders managed to secure resources and rally survivors, establishing this fortified base. Now there's a new rule of law. Taking a life is forbidden within these walls, and everyone clings to a basic code of conduct and civility. As he explained this, Su Yuan's voice dropped to a graver tone. But beyond the city gates, none of that matters. Out there, people exploit official missions to settle personal scores, to steal credit, or to permanently eliminate rivals from other factions. It's disturbingly common. Su Yuan's gaze shifted between the 2 siblings, who paused their meal for a beat before he continued. This upcoming practical combat exam is the perfect opportunity for him. Kong Rufang will undoubtedly pull strings to have you both assigned to a zone patrolled by his loyalists. When that happens, you won't just be fighting off zombies and mutated creatures. You'll also be facing every evolved human from factions eager to get on Kong Rufang's good side by hunting you down. When Su Yuan concluded his grim warning, not a single trace of fear appeared on Shia Yu's lovely face. Instead, she just arched a single, delicate eyebrow in mild surprise, letting out a soft "oh." Su Yuan was completely taken aback by her nonchalant reaction, and he felt a nervous sweat break out on his brow. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, aren't you too concerned at all? I can sense you're strong. Probably level 2 awakened. But you have to remember his side has level 2 evolvers as well, and there are a lot of them. There's no way the 2 of you can stand against that many opponents. Witnessing his genuine panic, Qin Yu finally offered a reassuring smile. We appreciate the warning. May I ask your name? In response to the question, the man introduced himself. My name is Su Yuan. He then added with a sense of urgency, please listen to me. Do not engage them directly. Steer clear of them at all costs. If you're cornered, your only option is to bolt straight out of the examination area, get out of Tianmeng City, and never look back. Qin Yu regarded Su Yuan with gratitude and stated sincerely, we're in your debt. As Su Yuan rose to depart, a lingering sense of dread made him turn back to caution them one last time. You two absolutely must exercise extreme caution. Once Su Yuan was gone, Shia Yu couldn't help but look to Qin Yu, asking, brother, what's our next move? Qin Yu offered a wry smile, replying, what choice do we have? If push comes to shove, we'll have no choice but to paint the town red. We certainly can't just roll over and accept our fate. Over at the barracks, standing before a formation of perfectly disciplined soldiers, the captain's voice boomed. I'm certain the rumors have reached you. Today marks the commencement of the practical combat assessment, and participation is mandatory for everyone. After a brief dramatic pause, the captain elaborated, the test itself is quite straightforward. Beyond the central district of Tianming City lie numerous unsecured zones. Your objective is to deploy to your assigned sectors and eliminate as many zombies and mutated creatures as you can. Your final evaluation will be determined by the volume and purity of the evolution energy cores you manage to collect, and rest assured, every evolution energy core you gather is yours to keep. No one will lay a claim to your spoils. The individual who achieves the highest score will earn the right to enter the Tianmeng City Vault at their leisure and select a single treasure as their prize. Very well, I will now declare the zone assignments for each and every one of you. A moment later, the captain gestured toward the military vehicle depot in the distance, bellowing with urgency, move out, move out. Locate the vehicle that corresponds to your assigned sector. Obeying the captain's order, the participants began scrambling to find their transports. Suddenly, amidst the commotion, a figure rushing past collided directly with Shia Yu. The young man, distinguished by his deep blue hair, feigned surprise upon seeing who he had run into and hastily offered, my apologies. Shia Yu, however, snapped back with irritation. Watch where you're going, but never mind. You said you're sorry. Her response seemed to make the young man even more contrite, but he could only scurry away, repeating, I am truly sorry. As he disappeared into the crowd, Shia Yu frowned, remarking, what a strange and hurried fellow. Qin Yu overheard her and added grimly, that was no accident. Those people are plotting something. Hearing his ominous tone, Shia Yu let out a startled "oh" and pressed him. What are you talking about? Qin Yu lowered his voice to explain. The man who just collided with you did so deliberately. I detected a subtle flow of evolution energy from him. It has to be a perception-based ability. He's planted a tracking marker on you. The kind of devious betray Manhwa hides in its darkest chapters, making you an easy target. Realizing the implication, Shia Yu instinctively crossed her arms over herself, her voice seething with anger. So they have a death wish, is that it? A short while later, the blue-haired young man hurried back to his comrades. One of his associates immediately asked, well, did they suspect anything? The young man rubbed his chin, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he answered, mission accomplished. Those two are complete fools. I planted the tracking sigil and they're none the wiser. A man with vibrant green hair exclaimed with manic excitement, this is a blessing from the gods. Taking that guy out will land us a spot on the reserve war god roster. Another member of their group, this one with brown hair, then inquired, and the girl, what's the plan for her? Do we bring her in? The blonde man in their crew shot back a sharp retort. Are you trying to get us all killed? That's young Master Kong's prize. Don't you dare jeopardize the entire operation for a moment of foolishness or else. Otherwise, the next mission will have a target painted right on your back. Moments later, as Shia Yu and Qin Yu settled into their transport, a blonde-haired girl approached from a distance, making her way over to the truck where the two were seated and inquiring, excuse me, you two. Are the open spots in this truck already claimed? Qin Yu gave her an icy look and stated flatly, they're free, get in. But just as she moved to climb aboard, a coarse hand suddenly gripped her shoulder as a man's voice commanded, hold on a second. A group of 4 brutish-looking men swaggered over with the scar-faced leader gesturing dismissively with his chin and ordering, go find another ride. This one belongs to us now. After shooing the blonde girl away, the entire crew piled into the vehicle. Witnessing this, Shia Yu leaned in close to Qin Yu, whispering, brother, it seems there are plenty of people eager for an early grave today. Once the 4 men were settled, their faces twisted into cunning smirks as they exchanged knowing glances, a silent, treacherous scheme already taking root between them. After a long drive, the truck they occupied veered onto a side road before grinding to a halt. As Shia Yu and Qin Yu disembarked and stretched, he remarked with excitement, all right, let's get this party started. It's been far too long since I've had a proper warm-up. Abruptly, a deep voice snarled, hey, causing both Tanvu and Xiao to spin around in surprise. The scar-faced man was once again stepping forward, his cronies flanking him with a predatory grin. You two seem awfully composed, Tanvu asked with a hint of suspicion. What is it that you want? One of the thugs casually stroked a gleaming sharp blade as he answered, young Master Kong has put out the word. Whoever claims your head gets a place on the supplementary war god list as their prize. Tanvu's brow furrowed as he muttered under his breath, such a generous offer, what a complete waste. As he finished speaking, a faint chilling aura began to radiate from his entire body. In the next instant, Tanvu closed the distance to the knife wielder, unleashing a powerful rage-fueled punch while declaring that reward isn't something you can just take. However, much to his astonishment, the fist that he expected to land squarely on target instead met nothing but empty air. The knife wielder had already sprung backward, landing nimbly on his feet, and he let out a cold, contemptuous snort, sneering, I have absolute confidence in my speed. But then from the side, the scar-faced man's voice boomed, hey, move it, what are you doing, just standing there like a statue? Hearing this, the knife wielder froze, completely baffled by the command. He began to mutter to himself, touching his forehead in confusion, frowning as he wondered, what's happening? Was that just an illusion? The subtle betray Manhwa hides is often a trick of the mind, and in that very moment of hesitation, Tanvu's fist finally connected, smashing directly into his face with brutal force. The knife wielder had no chance to defend against the strike and was instantly knocked unconscious, crumpling to the dusty ground. The scar-faced leader observed this display of power, stroking his chin in thought, while the green-haired youth beside him shook his head unimpressed and scoffed. And this clown had the nerve to boast about his superior speed. Look at that pathetic reaction time. The blonde thug then drew his own blade from its sheath, stepping forward aggressively and shouting, enough talk, let's just finish them off together. Without delay, the blonde man surged ahead, closely followed by the scar-faced leader who was now brandishing a massive iron baseball bat. The blonde attacker took the lead, aiming a vicious slash with his knife directly at Tanvu's neck. Seeing his target seemingly so vulnerable, he smirked triumphantly and yelled with such pitiful strength, you actually had the audacity to cross young Master Kong. Just then, the scar-faced man's enraged voice suddenly echoed through the air. What in the world are you doing? Snapped from his trance by the shout, the blonde-haired man whipped his head around to find his own brother, the green-haired youth on the ground and clutching his throat in agony as he collapsed. The blonde screamed in disbelief, it can't be. You. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man snarled with rage and suspicion. So you were planning to steal all the glory for yourself, weren't you? The blonde hastily denied it. No, you've got it all wrong, I swear. But the scarred man just tightened his grip on the baseball bat, bellowing with fury. Don't play me for a fool. I'm not falling for your tricks. I'll take care of you right now. At this, the blonde's own temper flared. He scowled, retorting, it sounds like you're the one trying to hog the spotlight. The words had barely left his lips when the scar-faced man's bat came swinging down, cracking against his skull, watching his own subordinate crumble to the ground by his hand. The scar-faced man's expression soured and he mumbled over and over, this can't be happening. This isn't right. He then swung his finger to point accusingly at Tanvu as Shia Yu roared in fury, this was your doing. It was clear the duo had enchanted them, twisting their minds and forcing them to see things that weren't there. He grabbed his head, screaming in torment, what is happening to me? Overwhelmed by a fit of sheer rage, the scar-faced man suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth before losing consciousness completely. Shia Yu casually placed her hands on her hips, nudged the unconscious man with her boot and remarked, it's just like the old saying, men perish for wealth, and birds for food. They were ready to eliminate each other for a mere spot on the selection list, and in the end, they just destroyed themselves. It's exactly what they deserved. Tanvu turned away, simply stating, "We're leaving." Some time later, after they had traveled a considerable distance, the pair found themselves navigating a maze of streets. In one particular alleyway, Shia Yu nonchalantly flicked the cheek of a fallen body. A grin spread across her face as she announced, "Well, look what we have here." Perched coolly on a rooftop balcony above was the green-haired youth. He smirked down at them. "Didn't expect to see me again. I'm the one who tagged you." Tanvu's expression grew grim, realizing the depth of the trap this betrayed Manhwa hides. He looked up, his demonic eyes blazing crimson before launching himself from the ground like a bullet. The green-haired man watched in astonishment, crying out that speed. Where did he disappear to? And just like that, Tanvu materialized right before them, as if he was directly answering the question. Tanvu hovered effortlessly in mid-air, unleashing a torrent of magic upon his targets. After the dust settled, Tanvu landed gracefully on the ground. Shia Yu closed her eyes and let out a helpless sigh. "We've barely hunted any regular zombies this morning, yet you've already eliminated 30 or 40 of the evolved. Are you even planning on leaving a chance for anyone else to compete?" But as she was bantering with Tanvu, a zombie lunged out of nowhere, forcing Shia Yu to react instantly. She cut the chatter and threw a punch that completely obliterated the zombie's head, which only managed a final guttural cry. Just as the sound died, another infected creature crept up to strike Shia Yu from behind. In that moment, she froze, completely oblivious to the imminent threat. Tanvu's voice boomed with a warning, "Look out." The zombie was closing the distance, yet she remained utterly still, unresponsive. Without a second's hesitation, Tanvu thrust his spear, dispatching the creature. In the aftermath, Shia Yu's face was ashen as she clutched her chest. Tanvu rushed to her side, his voice laced with worry. "What's the matter? Why did you freeze up in the middle of a fight like that?" She was in so much pain that a cold sweat broke out across her brow as she groaned in fear. It suddenly felt like my entire body was being stabbed by countless needles." Doubling over, Shia Yu gasped. It hurt so much as Tanvu surged forward to help her. He grasped her arm, soothingly reassuring her. "I'm holding the pain back," Shia Yu managed to say. "Don't worry, it's subsided. I'm all right now." Yu's gaze filled with worry as he looked at Shia Yu and asked, "How many days has it been this way?" With her head bowed, Shia Yu answered, "It started 2 days ago, but it was never this severe. This is the first time the pain has been this excruciating." A deep frown creased Yu's brow, a dark thought crossing his mind. This must be the LAM-2 virus activating. It's progressing far quicker than I anticipated. After that, the two of them made their way quickly back to the dormitory, arriving as the late afternoon sun began its descent, and the blazing crimson sunset cast a somber, melancholic shadow over everything. Yu knelt before Shia Yu, his voice soft as he spoke to his sister. "Shia Yu, you need to rest here. Conserve your energy unless it's a truly dangerous situation. I'm going out to hunt for evolution energy." Seated on a chair, Shia Yu watched him go and offered a gentle reminder, "You must be careful out there by yourself." That very night, under the brilliant glow of a full moon that illuminated the dark night, Yu was on the move. He ran alone, completely focused on his mission. He was determined to secure first place in this test to gain the recognition of Tianmeng City's leaders, which would grant him access to the intel needed to cure Shia Yu's illness. Lost in these heavy thoughts, he was suddenly pulled back to reality by the sound of hushed whispers. "Taking out 20 zombies ought to be enough to get us some evolutionary energy. Let's push hard tomorrow. We'll definitely score more, and eventually we'll get noticed by Commander Kong and finally stand out. It's just a shame we haven't stumbled across that kid, Yu." As the group of people got closer, Yu swiftly melted into the shadows of a corner, eavesdropping as they discussed him. "The kid only has one head. How can that possibly be enough for so many of us to share? In a world where every asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk a new enemy, I'm afraid someone else has already gotten to him." Then they realized they weren't alone. Lan Shang's voice cut through the air, sharp and hostile. "Who's there? Come out." Yu stepped out from his hiding spot, his cold gaze sweeping over them. Chuach chuckled with sinister glee and said, Well, it's him." Lanch looked at Yu, his eyes as sharp and predatory as a wolf sizing up its prey. It seemed their fruitless search was about to pay off, without any real effort. Yu's face was a mask of cold fury. "I am not in a good mood, and I have more important matters to attend to. If you don't want to die, then get out of my sight this instant." Hearing the menace in Yu's tone, Lanch immediately scowled, planting a hand on his hip and jutting his chin out with pure arrogance. "Is this kid insane? Talk nicely, and I might just grant you a quick death, but if you keep this attitude up." Before he could finish his threat, a vicious kick flew straight into his face. Lanch was sent flying backwards, impacting the wall behind him with enough force to dent it. Lanch's teammates were utterly terrified, trembling as they stammered, "How is this guy so powerful?" Chuachak couldn't believe his eyes, standing there seething with rage. But Yu unleashed his flames, his eyes blazing with fire as he furiously charged into the fight. The men cried out in agony, hastily begging for mercy. After a brief but brutal skirmish, the entire group was left defeated on the ground. Yu was pleased. At this rate, becoming number one likely wouldn't be a significant problem. From a distance, Yu's eyes caught movement zombies. An entire horde of them. A massive number of the undead had gathered in front of a building. Yu thought to himself, "What are all these zombies doing here? Could there be living people trapped inside?" He then unleashed a devastating fire attack, incinerating them all. The horde of undead. He stood before the building's entrance, knocked, and announced loudly, "The undead have been incinerated. It's safe for everyone now." The door creaked open as DF cautiously peered out, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked in astonishment, Just you handled that entire swarm all by yourself. Qin Yu replied, I am a soldier from the Tan Mang base city. Your ordeal is over. A team will arrive shortly to escort you there. DF, however, hastily waved him off. No, that won't be necessary. If you're done here, please be on your way. We need to recover. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned to depart, calling back, if that's your wish, so be it. This was the very dismissal DF had been desperately hoping for. He rushed to slam the door, but a frantic cry for help suddenly pierced the silence from within. Sir, I beg, you don't leave. Help us. This was immediately followed by DF's furious roar, shut your mouth, make another sound, and you'll live to regret it. Qin Yu instantly spun back around and slammed his fist against the door. What's happening in there? I'm certain I heard a cry for help. DF's muffled voice came from inside. That was my daughter. She's just playing a prank. It is getting quite late. You should be going now. Qin Yu's gaze hardened as he stared at the door and commanded, open this door now. But only silence answered him. The door remained bolted shut. Enraged, Qin Yu raised his leg and unleashed a powerful kick. The reinforced door buckled violently, tore from its very hinges, and crashed to the floor. DF was utterly flabbergasted, his face turning ashen. An entire legion of zombies couldn't breach that door yet. This man shattered it with a single kick. He scrambled to block Qin Yu's path, mustering a false bravado. Hey, this is a private residence. You can't just barge in like this. Qin Yu effortlessly shoved him aside. DF cried out in pain. Qin Yu then strode past him and began ascending the stairs, heading directly for the second floor. A panicked DF desperately scrambled after him. Are you searching for a room? It's a complete mess up there. We have a spare room downstairs. Allow me to show you. But the moment Qin Yu reached the second floor landing, he saw dozens of survivors huddled together, their faces etched with despair and their heads hanging low in defeat. At that moment, DF finally caught up to him. Qin Yu turned to him and asked coldly, explain this. Now, DF tried to mask the truth. They are all survivors just like me. We're a small community barely scraping by in this apocalyptic world. But the fear in their eyes told a different story, the kind of dark secret a betrayed Manhwa hides. Qin Yu addressed the group gently. Everyone, your nightmare is over. Tomorrow, soldiers will arrive to bring you to the Tan Mang base where your safety is guaranteed. A far better existence than what you've endured here. Suddenly, a courageous young woman named Ling Xin shot to her feet, pleading, that girl is Ling Xin. Sir, I implore you, do not leave. If you go, we will not survive until morning. He intends to eliminate every single one of us. Qin Yu's brow furrowed with suspicion. Ling Xin urgently added, Sir, be careful. He's about to attack you. Startled, Qin Yu glanced at DF, who after a moment of confusion suddenly produced a hidden knife, his face contorting into a vicious snarl as he lunged toward Qin Yu. Yet Qin Yu remained utterly unfazed. He stood his ground calmly, assessing the pathetic attack. As DF lunged, Qin Yu sidestepped with fluid grace, causing DF to stumble clumsily past him. Qin Yu then raised his hand and delivered a single decisive chop to the back of his neck. DF's life was extinguished instantly, his body dropping to the floor. Seeing this, Ling Xin stared in disbelief, stammering, You took him out with just one strike. Qin Yu sensed something was amiss and turned back to her, asking, young lady, you knew he was going to attack me before he even made a move. How did you know that? Ling Xin replied shyly, her gaze falling to the floor. In a flustered rush, she confessed, Sir, a few days ago I developed a strange new power. I can hear what people are thinking. At this revelation, Qin Yu's brow furrowed in thought. You can read minds, then prove it. Read mine. A wave of pure terror washed over Ling Xin. She shook her head frantically, her fingers twisting together nervously. Sir, your mind is far too powerful for me. I only perceive vague intentions, like when you were planning to leave or when that man was about to lunge at you. Unmoved, Qin Yu extended a hand towards her. Miss, you're coming with me. The abrupt offer left Ling Xin utterly shocked. She exclaimed, Wait, what about the others here? Qin Yu replied with unnerving calm. A team will be dispatched for them tomorrow to escort them to the base. I'm sure your ability tells you that I am not deceiving you. Deceiving me? Lin Tam whispered. I can't read you at all. Tanvu explained gently. Do not worry, I have no reason to lie to you. One of my primary missions is to seek out and rescue survivors in peril. By the way, miss, aside from reading minds, have you discovered any other abilities? Lin Tam replied. I can also influence the thoughts of others to a small degree. That vile creature. He would claim a victim every few days. He had decided to take me next, but I used my power to push the thought from his mind and make him stop. Qin Yu observed her, realizing it was a form of psychic control. I am proposing that you remain with me from this point on. Do you accept? A relieved smile bloomed on Lin Tam's face as she quickly agreed. Yes, I agree. You're a good person, I can feel it. You can protect me. I'll do anything you ask. Tanvu then inquired, What is your name? She stammered slightly. My name is Lin Tami. At that moment, a group of figures appeared in the distance, marching directly toward them. Isn't that Tanvu over there? Lin Tam sensed the murderous intent in their thoughts and urged worriedly, Sir, they plan to kill you. We must run. Tanvu didn't move. Instead, he summoned his spear, which erupted in flames as his expression turned cold as ice. Lin Tami, get behind me. The confrontation was over in moments, leaving the attackers defeated and screaming in agony. Lin Tami stared at the carnage in stunned silence. Tanvu shot a silent, piercing glance her way, his voice chillingly flat. Do you still believe I am a good person now? Lin Tami placed a hand over her heart, reeling. I felt their malice. They truly wanted him dead. But this violent side of him, it's the kind of dark secret a betray Manhwa hides until the final shocking chapter. She voiced her question aloud. If they held no murderous intent towards you, would you have spared them? Tanvu replied with detached calm. Perhaps. He then turned and resumed walking. That is enough for today. Let us head back. Lin Tammy hurried to catch up, asking hesitantly back to where, after some time walking, the two arrived in front of a dormitory building. Tanvu pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lin Tammy followed shyly, her head bowed. Suddenly, Tuvu ran out to greet them with a cheerful voice. You're back. Her eyes landed on Lin Tammy, and she pointed curiously. Brother, who is this girl? Lin Tammy fidgeted nervously before stepping forward to offer a polite greeting. Hello, my name is Lin Tammy. Having been outside all day, Tanvu was keen to wash up. He turned to the two women. You two get acquainted. I saw a water heater on a lower floor. I'm going to see if it still has water for a shower. After he had cleaned up, he immediately made his way back. As he reached the top of the stairs, he called out, So did you two get to know one another? He was greeted by the sight of Lin Tammy in Tuvu's arms, her eyes brimming with tears as Tuvu stroked her head comfortingly. Tuvu looked up with a sympathetic gaze and said, Brother, she is so pitiful. We should take her in. Tanvu corrected her sternly. Watch your phrasing. She is not a stray. Referred to it as adopting her. Meanwhile, inside Ding Kwok's private quarters, he was indulging himself with a stunning woman draped over each arm. An abrupt knock echoed at his door, prompting him to yell, Enter. With his leisure, time shattered, his expression soured as he barked furiously. What in the world is it? Couldn't this have waited until the morning? His subordinate reported with a tremor in his voice. Commander Kong. It's a complete catastrophe. You must see this immediately. He was then rushed to his office where the computer monitor displayed a chilling scene. Tanvu stood unyielding, spear in hand, effortlessly cutting down a massive crowd of fighters all by himself. Den Kwok's brow furrowed as he asked with deep skepticism, Is that really Tanvu? The subordinate pulling up the data stammered, Yes, sir. He's eliminated a great number of our forces. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Den Kwok demanded irritably. Exactly how many? The subordinate replied. We've lost contact with nearly 500 to 600 of our people. Din Kwok exploded in rage. 500 to 600. District D only has a total of 800 to 900 evolved individuals, and he's wiped out 2/3 of them. Why was I not informed of this sooner? The subordinate answered fearfully, explaining that Tanvu leaves no one alive to send a distress call. The true danger, much like a betray Manhwa hides its turning point, was never revealed until it was too late. Din Kwok immediately ordered, Cancel the assessment now. Recall every last person who's still breathing. We cannot sustain any more losses. Bring me Cao and Shuang Jianghuan and Fan Vanvo this instant. I'm going to make that punk wish he was never born. The following morning, as golden sunlight pierced through the dormitory windows, the walkie-talkie on the nightstand suddenly sputtered to life. Tuvu and Tanvu were still peacefully asleep, wrapped in each other's embrace. Tanvu swiftly pressed the button to listen as a formal announcement crackled through. The combat assessment has concluded ahead of schedule. All personnel are to return to their original positions and await further orders for helicopter transport back to the Hmong base. The static jolted Tuvu awake. She looked at Tanvu and asked, Brother, was this the good thing you were planning? Tanvu simply switched off the device and replied with a confident smile, Let's get going. A short while later, the sky above the dormitory was filled with the roar of approaching helicopters. Down on the rooftop, a formless black liquid suddenly coalesced, its voice echoing in surprise. At last, I have awakened. The strange entity slowly molded itself into the form of a primal demon and inspected its new body. It is just as I foresaw. All of my former power has been completely erased. I possess not even 1,000th of my strength at its peak. But even so, compared to the others, I'm quite fortunate. I wonder just how far humanity has advanced in this new era. The primal demon gazed up at the countless helicopters swarming the sky, a smirk playing on its lips. So many of these flying machines, it appears a grand show is about to unfold. I should go have a look. I might just find myself an exceptional new vessel. Sometime later, the helicopters touched down one by one and all the participants gathered at the designated assembly point. Timwin and Baldy were deep in conversation. He asked Baldy with a puzzled look. This is incredibly strange. What's happening? Why would they end the test so abruptly? Baldy, equally bewildered, replied, I know, right? This is a first. What could have possibly happened? Timwin grumbled. What a total waste. This was my golden opportunity to really showcase my abilities. Baldy, still trying to make sense of it, mused, This has never occurred before. What's the reason? Tinwin offered a theory. If I had to guess, it probably has something to do with that newcomer Tanvu. Baldy scoffed and quickly shot back. You can't be serious. That guy was sent to District D. That's Commander Kong Din Kwok's territory. He was probably taken out ages ago. The two fell silent. Nearby, Tunuan scanned the crowd and muttered in frustration, The people from District D are taking forever. All this time has passed and not even half of them are back yet. Then a girl suddenly pointed toward the distance and yelled out, Hey everyone, direct your attention over here. All eyes followed her gesture, landing on Ding Guo as he approached with his personal squad. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. It's Commander Kong. What's he doing here? Is something major about to happen? People whispered anxiously among themselves, trying to make sense of the situation. Jiang Hang leaned towards Ruang, asking quietly, Brother Gu, what's the story behind this Qin Yu character nearby? Gao Fang stroked his chin in deep thought, pondering what that kid could have possibly done to make Commander Kong halt the evaluations across all other zones. At that very moment, Qin Yu, Shia Yu, and Ling Xin finally arrived at the assembly point. Shia Yu looked around in awe, exclaiming, Wow, they brought all the examiners together. Is it always this crowded? Ling, however, sensed a lethal threat and urgently whispered to Qin Yu, Sir, that man over there is radiating an intense desire to end you. Qin Yu had sensed it as well, muttering a simple, I know. Just then, Ding Guo's group began to close in on them, his expression frigid. A subtle but deadly aura seeped from him. Qin Yu calmly told his companions, "You two wait here for a moment." Shia Yu replied with a hint of worry. "Please be careful." From the opposite direction, another group was making its way through the crowd, which began to buzz with even greater anticipation. "Look, it's Commander Li and Commander Jiao, they're here too." Zhu Yu rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed on Qin Yu. She mused, "So that's him, Qin Yu. After eliminating so many Evolve, he still has the audacity to come back. This one's got some serious nerve." Ding Guo stood with his arms crossed, a condescending smirk playing on his lips. "Well now, have you finally come to kneel and plead for your life?" Qin Yu shot back with biting sarcasm, "Plead for my life? Not quite. I'm here for you to announce the final scores." The response left Ding Guo momentarily stunned. Hong Ming, who was standing close by, scoffed, "Announced the scores? This kid is actually still hung up on that." With his hands tucked in his pockets and a chilling look in his eyes, Qin Yu's voice turned deadly serious. "The evaluation might have concluded ahead of schedule, but the results still need to be tallied and announced. Am I wrong? You're the one who said that whoever gathered the most evolution energy of the highest grade would be granted access to the Tian City Vault to select a single treasure. Well, this is my contribution. I've already counted it. 1,231. You're welcome to verify the count yourself." With that, he slammed a small sack onto the ground. The top burst open, sending a cascade of countless evolution energy cores spilling across the floor. Ding Guo's face was a mask of sheer disbelief, his brow furrowed in confusion. How? How is this possible? How could you by yourself have amassed this many? A faint smile touched Qin Yu's lips as he explained. "Well, it wasn't entirely my own effort. This is my share, combined with the evolution energy from the hundreds of evolvers I took down. A little over 1,000 isn't a staggering amount, but even so, I'm quite certain nobody else has more than I do, correct? Now then, hurry up and announce the official results." Ding Guo's face contorted with rage as he bellowed an accusation at Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, are you even aware of your crime of slaughtering fellow participants during a combat assessment? Of the more than 900 candidates from the embankment zone, you single-handedly eliminated 600 of them. They were the future of Tianmeng City. How could you be so utterly heartless? You are a demon, a vile traitor to the human race." At his words, the students from the embankment zone erupted. One of them stammered in terror. "That kid. He took down 600 people alone," another added, "so that's why there are so few of us left." Qin Yu cut through the noise with an irritated command. "Stop. The kind of simplistic evil betray Manhwa hides is nothing compared to the corruption you're trying to conceal. You're attempting to frame me. Your son initiated this conflict without any reason, with the intent to kill me, and those followers were merely trying to curry favor with him, which is why they rushed to their own doom. How is any of that my responsibility?" Ding Guo was incandescent with rage as he continued to level accusations at Qin Yu. "Over 600 lives, and you extinguished them all. Do you possess even a shred of remorse?" Qin Yu snarled back, "Utter nonsense. If I hadn't eliminated them, they would have undoubtedly eliminated me. It's not as if I was massacring the innocent. What reason do I have to be remorseful?" Ding Guo's aura blazed with uncontrollable fury as he pointed at Qin Yu and commanded, "Seize him for me. I will make a public example of him and burn him to cinders." Heeding the command, his subordinates immediately raised their weapons and closed in on Qin Yu, every single one of them radiating palpable killing intent. Qin Yu instantly activated his spirit energy, which coiled protectively around him before expanding outward. The potent energy washed over the men, who panicked, only grasping the true danger for a fleeting moment before they collapsed one by one, falling to the ground, desperately clutching their throats and gasping for air. Zhu Yu couldn't help but exclaim with intrigue. "So this is his unique ability, a hypnotic illusion that induces total paralysis." Ding Guo ground his teeth in fury, grabbed one of his men and screamed, "Open fire, unleash everything you have for me. Annihilate him." Ling Xin stood anxiously nearby, whispering, "Will brother Qin Yu be all right?" Xiao Yu comforted her, stating with complete and utter certainty, "Relax. That rabble couldn't even touch a single hair on his head." Qin Yu's spirit energy surged with ever-increasing power, gradually forming a swirling vortex that enveloped him. The terrified subordinates aimed their weapons at him. Hong Ming's eyes went wide as he stammered in shock. "Too. He has two abilities. This man is a level 2 evolver." Hong Ming raised his arm and issued an order to his own men, "Continue firing. His evolution energy is bound to run out eventually. Fire at will." Zhu Yu watched the unfolding chaos with a cold, calculating gaze, while Gain, standing at his side, stroked his beard in clear admiration. This Qin Yu is truly a formidable individual. Against such a dense and intense barrage of projectiles, I'm afraid even I would find it difficult to escape unharmed. Positioned at the very center of the spirit energy vortex, Qin Yu shouted coldly, "Tell them to stand down, or I will be forced to retaliate. Do not push me into a massacre." Seeing the situation rapidly escalating out of control, Hong Ming turned to advise Ding Guo. "Halt, Commander Ding, order your men to stand down. To fight an evolver, you must use another evolver." His subordinates, however, continued to fire relentlessly. Ding Guo coldly raised his hand and commanded, "Cease fire. Cease fire now." He then turned to issue a new order to 3 of his own evolvers, Gaoong, Jiang Hong, and Ruong. "Which of you can bring him down? I will double your evolution energy supply for the last half of this month." Jiang Hong stepped forward with the speed of a lightning bolt, declaring, "Leave him to me." Su Yuan stood with his arms crossed, carefully assessing the entire scene. Jiang Hong is ranked 5th among the 10 great war gods of Tianmeng. A bald man nearby added, "This kid is done for. How can a lone evolver possibly be a match for the 5th-ranked war god? What a complete waste." Another person in the crowd shouted, "It's Lord Jiang Hong. That kid is most certainly dead." Xiao observed the crowd, which was now cheering with a wild fervor. One man yelled, "Lord Jiang Hong, You can do it, another roared. Take down the traitor of humanity. The twisted truth, this whole betray Manhwa hides was lost on them, as yet another yelled excitedly, get rid of that monster. She became absolutely livid, her eyes blazing with a fire that looked ready to incinerate them all. Shrieked in frustration. Damn it all, are you all completely blind? They came to end his life, and he defended himself. He had no other choice. Is anyone even listening? At this, Ling Xin swiftly took Shia Yu's arm, trying to calm her with a hushed tone. Sister Shia Yu, don't waste your breath on them. They've been swept up by the crowd's madness. Their sense of reason is all but gone. In this state, your words will fall on deaf ears. Shia Yu spat out another curse in disgust, a pack of gutless sheep. In the midst of this, Jiang Hong addressed Qin Yu, his voice dripping with smug arrogance. Well now, boy, you must possess some talent to have taken down that many evolved. But let me make one thing clear. The might of a war god is an absolute force that someone like you can never hope to challenge. Qin Yu's gaze was glacial as a contemptuous smirk played on his lips. Jiang Hong's face contorted with rage as he ground his teeth. What's so damn funny? With utter disdain, Qin Yu replied, frankly, you're not going to like this, but every last one of you is nothing more than garbage. Not a single one of you deserves to carry the title of war god. These words sent Jiang Hong into a blind fury, his eyes turning crimson as he unleashed his aura. Tendrils of raw red energy swirled around him as he snarled, you arrogant little insect, you're begging for annihilation. I was prepared to grant you a quick end, but after that little performance, I've had a change of heart. With that, Jiang Hong slammed his foot into the ground, causing the very earth to fracture. He rocketed toward Qin Yu, vowing, I'm going to make you suffer peace by agonizing peace. Witnessing the sheer force of Jiang Hong's assault, Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel at his power. It's immense. Even though I'm also at level 2 when compared to a genuine war god, the gap in our strength is still an entire world apart. Jiang Hong unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at Qin Yu, roaring perish. Yet, Qin Yu intercepted the blow with startling speed. Jiang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, How? How can this be? A dangerous light flickered in Qin Yu's eyes, and a confident smile spread across his face. Oh, the strength is there, all right. My physical body is roughly 35 times stronger than a normal human's, and by enhancing it with my ability, I can strike with a force of nearly 40 times that. And what ability would that be, Berserk? The name alone sent Jiang Hong leaping back in haste, his mind reeling in utter disbelief and profound disturbance. He actually blocked my full-powered strike. How is that even possible? How can some lone wolf upstart contend with a formally trained war god like myself? He then unleashed a furious volley of punches at Qin Yu, screaming it had to have been a fluke. Qin Yu deftly weaved through the assault, his eyes shimmering with lethal intent. In a flash, Qin Yu seized one of Jiang Hong's arms, thinking to himself, had I faced this man before I absorbed the golden bloodline without calling upon my unique abilities, and the power of the betray Manhwa hides within the blood flame incense, I truly would have stood no chance. With swift and brutal certainty, Qin Yu captured his other arm. Jiang Hong was caught completely off guard. In that instant, Qin Yu sprang into the air, driving his knee mercilessly into Jiang Hong's sternum. The impact sent him staggering backward, his balance shattered before he collapsed to the ground in a heap of pain. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd as one student stammered in awe, Jiang Hong. He can't even touch him. Another's eyes bulged with astonishment. Just what kind of monster is this Qin Yu? Meanwhile, Jiang Hong was seething his humiliation, fueling a new surge of power as he ground his teeth in pure rage. You did this to yourself. You're forcing my hand. A moment later, Jiang Hong's eyes flooded with crimson as his entire body began to transmute into searing hot magma. He threw his arms wide and let out a guttural roar, showcasing his terrifying transformation. Jiang Hong then erupted from his position, blasting towards Qin Yu like a meteor, his face a mask of pure hatred as he clenched his jaw. He threw a wild punch. Go on. If you think so little of your hands, then try to catch this. Qin Yu was happy to oblige, decisively seizing his fist. The molten magma instantly began to crawl up Qin Yu's entire arm as Jiang Hong sneered, You absolute fool. The crowd gasped in sheer horror and disbelief, exclaiming, Is that man out of his mind? He made no move to dodge. Taking a direct hit from Jiang Hong's magma will sear the flesh right off his bones, but in that very moment, Qin Yu channeled his own flame spirit energy to completely incinerate Jiang Hong's molten attack. Witnessing this, Jiang Hong was paralyzed with terror. How can this be possible? Qin Yu retorted coldly. It seems you picked a fight with the wrong person. When it comes to pure heat, did you honestly believe you could win? He then lifted his hand, unleashing a colossal, eternally burning flame. Jiang Hong was violently thrown back several steps by the inferno, his arm left completely scorched. In a flash, Qin Yu closed the distance, and before Jiang Hong could even process what was happening, Qin Yu seized him by the throat. Jiang Hong choked out in pure terror. What do you think you're doing? Qin Yu then effortlessly hoisted him into the air. Just a moment ago, you were boasting about torturing me slowly. Starved for air, he struggled to form words, gasping you. I was just. But before Jiang Hong could finish his plea, Qin Yu's eyes glinted with a cold, victorious light. Don't bother. It's too tiresome listening to you. A burst of flame erupted, charring Jiang Hong's face as he shrieked in agony. Every single person watching was frozen with wide eyes and gaping mouths, utterly panicked. Qin Yu then let Jiang Hong's body drop to the ground and slowly retracted his spiritual power, remarking, I believe that's enough of the celebratory fireworks. Now, it's time to tally up the rewards. Dingguo immediately shot a look over his shoulder and commanded Qinsen ascertain his constitution. Qinsen swiftly acknowledged the order. Yes, sir. His eyes flew open, his pupils glowing with a brilliant light as his gaze filled with a spectrum of colors. He scanned the entire crowd. They all appeared normal, but Qin Yu alone was radiating a profound golden aura. Qinsen was stunned, his mind reeling. This Qin Yu's power is immense, but this golden light, it's a depth of power a typical betray Manhwa hides from view. The aura intensified, becoming so blinding that Qinsen was forced to shield his eyes and scream out, "Ah!" He then collapsed to the ground, trembling violently and clutching his eyes as the crowd cried out in alarm. "Qinsen, what's happened to you?" Qin Yu merely glanced over and let out a cold snort. As Qinsen was quickly carried inside to recover, Dingguo's brow furrowed as he continued to issue commands. "Get in touch with the Ashura squad immediately and order their return." Ruang frowned, questioning, "Is that truly necessary?" Dingguo replied grimly, "I have a premonition that something significant is about to unfold. It's far better to recall them and be fully prepared." He then turned to the two remaining evolved individuals, ordering you to attack him together. You must subdue him at all costs. Ru Chang exchanged a meaningful glance with Gaoyun, who understood instantly and nodded in assent. Qin Yu, visibly annoyed and unimpressed, asked, "Are you two finally going to get serious?" Ru Chang and Gong stepped forward, positioning themselves before Qin Yu, bracing for a battle to the death. Ru Chang conceded, "I admit I gravely underestimated you." Qin Yu replied nonchalantly, "Let's just hope I haven't overestimated you." With that, Ru Chang and Gaoyun charged toward Qin Yu. Gaoyun cautioned Ru Chang, "Don't you dare hold anything back." Ru Chang replied without a moment's hesitation, "Understood." He then gritted his teeth and unleashed his ability, his hands radiating a chilling frosty aura. He slammed his palms onto the ground, and in an instant, countless sharp ice spires erupted from below. Jagged spires erupted from the earth, hurtling directly toward Qin Yu, who countered by instantly unleashing a ferocious wall of flame. His fiery defense managed to intercept Ru Chang's icy assault at the last possible second, drawing a contemptuous smirk from Qin Yu as he taunted, "Is that all you have?" A menacing glint flashed in Ru Chang's eyes as he let out a cold, chilling laugh. In that same instant, countless towering earthen spikes burst from the ground behind Qin Yu. He immediately sensed the trap. Perched atop one of the spires, Gao Fang gloated, "Qin Yu, doesn't matter how powerful your flames are. Can they truly incinerate solid rock?" Internally, Qin Yu realized, so, it's a telekinetic ability, just as Gao Fang clasped his hands together. Focusing his will, he forced the two masses of ice and earth to merge, forging a formidable sphere of stone and frost that completely encased his target. With Qin Yu trapped, Ru Chang urgently yelled to Gao Fang, "Hurry, don't let him escape." Gao Fang scoffed, "Relax, in less than 1 minute we can pulverize this brat into nothing." From the sidelines, an anxious Ling asked Shia Yu, "Will brother Qin Yu truly be all right?" Shia Yu fretted, her voice laced with regret. "If only I had managed to cast a buff on him sooner." Suddenly, the sphere of ice and earth began to tremble violently. Fissures spiderwebbed across its surface as brilliant streams of golden light erupted from within. The radiant glow began to intensify with each passing moment. As the light blazed even brighter, the cracks widened into gaping chasms, leaving Ru Chang and Gao Fang to stare in abject horror. Gao Fang growled, "How is this possible?" A deafening explosion then ripped through the air as the sphere shattered into a million pieces, blasting Ru Chang and Gao Fang backward. A resplendent golden aura now enveloped Qin Yu as he calmly advanced on the two fallen assailants. Gao Fang sprawled helplessly on the ground, gasped in agony as he looked up at Qin Yu. "So, this is the true power. Betray Manhwa, hides ***. Qin Yu's fury was palpable, his eyes bloodshot and blazing. An overwhelming golden spiritual energy pulsed around him as he sneered down at them. "Was that pathetic display truly the extent of your strength?" Witnessing this utter failure, Dingguo's face contorted with rage, his expression darkening as he spat, "Useless, you're all completely useless." He then turned and gestured sharply. He commanded his remaining underlings, "All of you get in there and eliminate that brat for me." Instantly, 4 distinct auras, red, white, blue, and pink, flashed forward. The spiritual energies of white, blue, and pink leaped to position themselves before Qin Yu, the 4 auras revealing 4 new adversaries. They were Qin Yan, Gao Yuan, Li Jiang, and Zhu Yu. Qin Yu scanned the group, his gaze icily sharp, and declared with supreme arrogance, "All of you attack me at once. It will save me the trouble of dealing with you individually." Gao Yuan, however, attempted a calmer approach. "Listen, kid, you should still consider surrendering. Regardless of your power, you cannot possibly hope to defeat our combined strength when we team up. Just lower your weapon, and I promise I can put in a good word for you." Upon hearing this attempt at negotiation, Ding Guo, watching from the side, erupted in fury. He furiously bellowed, "Gao Yuan, stop wasting your breath on him. Just finish that brat for me now." A smirk played on Qin Yu's lips. "It seems your master isn't in a conversational mood." Nearby, Qin Yan had already unsheathed her spirit sword, while Li Jiang appeared reluctant to engage. Resigning himself to the fight, he proposed a strategy. "It seems a battle is unavoidable. Let's attack in unison. I will use my flora abilities to bind him. Once he's restrained, the rest is up to you all." Qin Yu tightened his grip on his spear, poised for combat, and goaded them, "Make your move. I'm growing tired of this pathetic delay." A new voice suddenly cut through the tension. "Wait." It was Hongming, who had been observing the entire confrontation from the very beginning. With his arms crossed, he offered his praise. To witness an individual evolve to such a degree entirely on their own is a truly rare spectacle indeed. Using a mix of praise and persuasion, he then made his proposal. "If you pledge your allegiance to me, I can personally take charge, and grant you a full pardon for all of your past transgressions." At these words, Ding Guo became absolutely livid, veins bulging on his forehead as he seethed with uncontrollable fury. Commander Xiao, positioned behind him, watched as he spat and roared, "Impossible. That man is a demon who slaughters without a second thought." Hong Ming, he cautioned softly. He has slain over 600 of the evolved and left Jiang Hong a cripple. Li Hong Ming, you must weigh your words carefully. Hong Ming merely scoffed, his disdain clear as he slowly closed the distance with Qin Yu. Qin Yu, I hold your capabilities in the highest regard. With Jiang Hong grievously wounded and unable to continue his duties, if you were to simply give your assent, the title of Tianmeng's new war god will be yours. A wave of outrage rippled through the crowd, their murmurs growing into a low rumble. A voice from the throng trembled with fear, but he's a killer responsible for hundreds of deaths. Another added, their tone thick with indignation. Did all those lives mean nothing? Are they to be forgotten? By what right? Just then, a glint of gold flickered in Qin Yu's eyes as he silently took stock of the unfolding scene. He thought, this old fox, unfazed by the public's fury, is still trying to recruit me. The depth of scheming this kind of betray Manhwa hides is astonishing. Isn't he concerned that his two rivals will seize this opportunity to depose him? Hong Ming raised a hand, a clear gesture for the crowd to fall silent. His voice resonated with false assurance. Everyone, there is no cause for alarm. He then turned his attention back to Qin Yu, continuing to present his offer. Naturally, he began, you would be required, like the other war gods, to have a few devices integrated into your system. He said this with a hint of jest. This ensures you could never turn against Tianmeng City. I am certain everyone would then be willing to let bygones be bygones and welcome you into the fold. His tone then hardened with finality. So Qin Yu, what is your answer? Qin Yu's lips drew into a thin, hard line as he responded with pure contempt. Mr. Li, you truly believe you have this all planned out, don't you? Attempting to collar me like a dog is a grave miscalculation. He continued with deadly seriousness. Mr. Li, you are fundamentally mistaken on 3 points. A puzzled Hong Ming inquired, and what 3 points might those be? Qin Yu's voice cut through the tension, sharp and stern. First, the fault does not lie with me. Those individuals sought to trade my life for their own glory and profit. Their deaths were a paltry price for their transgressions. I was merely acting in self-defense. His gaze turned to ice. Second, your title of war god is a meaningless trinket, and I have absolutely no desire to join your ranks. Hong Ming cut him off. Fine. Even if you refuse the title of war god, you are still welcome to remain. Now what is this third point? Qin Yu's finger shot out, aimed directly at Hong Ming. The third point is that I am here today to claim my justice. The declaration left Hong Ming utterly thunderstruck, his mind reeling. Having made his stand, Qin Yu began to gather his energy, his voice a cold command. Enough talk. Make your move. In that instant, Qing Yan surged forward, her sword drawn to defend Hong Ming, while an enraged Gao Yuan charged headlong at Qin Yu, shielding Li. Qin Yu's eyes were like shards of ice. His lips formed a grim, determined line as he lunged forward, bringing the shaft of his spear down on Gao's arm with devastating force. Gao Yuan was annihilated in a single brutal strike, his body crashing into the earth, shattering stone and sending debris erupting into the air. Nearby, Hong Ming seethed with fury, continuing to hurl curses. Qin Yu, you will pay for this. Qin Yu formed a mock gun with his hand, retorting with chilling confidence, regret it, against this pathetic collection of underlings you command. At Qin Yu's taunt, Hong Ming's subordinates practically vibrated, with rage, their teeth grinding in unison. He swept a challenging glare across them all. Li Jiang was dumbfounded, his lips trembling as he struggled for words, while Qing stood in stunned silence, her gaze sharpening to a razor's edge, and Xia Yu grit her teeth in frustration, her face contorted in sheer frustration. Li Jiang, consumed by fury, surged ahead, his spirit energy flaring as he lunged to seize Qin Yu. You'll answer for your insolence, he roared. Qin Yu sidestepped with fluid grace, simultaneously countering Li Jiang's attack with a whip-fast strike of his spear. But fate wasn't on his side. The blow still connected, and one of his hands instantly turned to solid stone, forcing the spear to tumble from his grip. Qin Yu froze, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. Positioned behind him, Xia Yu stood with arms crossed, a smirk playing on her lips and a wicked glint in her eyes as she mocked him. Well now, how does it feel to be turned to stone? Refusing to be sidelined, Qing Yan unleashed her own assault, conjuring a storm of innumerable blazing phoenixes. At her silent command, they streaked through the air, homing in on Qin Yu like living missiles. Upon impact, they detonated in a series of catastrophic explosions. Qin Yu tightened his grip on his spear, an unmovable pillar in the heart of the fiery maelstrom. The firebirds slammed into him relentlessly, one after another, erupting into a tempest of smoke and fire that sent embers scattering in every direction and culminating in a colossal detonation that swallowed Qin Yu whole in a churning ocean of flame. Dingguo roared with delight, a perfect strike. In the aftermath, a dense shroud of smoke and dust choked the air, completely obscuring the battlefield. A wave of whispers rippled through the crowd as one spectator asked with uncertainty, "Is it over? Is he gone?" Another strained to see, replying, "I have no idea. I can't make anything out." It was Qing Yan who declared with absolute confidence, "I turned him to ash." There is no way he could have survived that. But then a silhouette pierced through the smoky haze. "Hold on, there's movement in there," a voice cried out. Qin Yu emerged from the cloud of debris, contemptuously dusting off his shoulder while fixing his adversaries with a glacial stare. "All of you are so pathetic, you can do little more than stir up a bit of dust." Qing Yan gasped in utter disbelief. How can that be? The inferno from that last attack was intense enough to liquefy solid steel. In a blur of motion, Qin Yu surged forward. He raised his spear, and with a single decisive thrust, he ended another man's life. His eyes were crimson with fury as his gaze flicked sideways, a lethal glint in their depths just before his spear lanced out once more. Without a moment's pause, Qin Yu drove his spear clean through Xia Yu's chest. She was given no time to even register the attack. Xia Yu crumbled to the ground, a thin line of blood escaping her lips. Qin Yan shot a panicked look at her fallen comrade, then back to Qin Yu. He closed the distance, his voice dripping with rage. You're right, you can melt steel. But I am not nearly as fragile. Qin Yu unleashed a brutal barrage of strikes against Qin Yan's torso. She collapsed in a heap, writhing in agony. Qin Yu then turned his scornful gaze upon Hong Ming. Commander Li, have you any final words? The onlookers erupted into a state of panic, their whispers turning to frantic cries. One man stammered, the great war masters, they were all defeated. Another, drenched in a cold sweat, shrieked in pure terror, that's no man, he's a monster from the abyss. A third simply stared, unable to process the scene, muttering, how could this have happened? Hong Ming was so consumed by rage that words failed him. You! Qin Yu met his gaze and calmly delivered his ultimatum. Commander Li, I will grant you 10 seconds. After that, I can no longer promise anyone's safety. Meanwhile, Yuan and Guhwa, concealed behind a wall and observing the entire confrontation, gazed upon the chaos with absolute delight, exclaiming, how fascinating, he's no one's chosen one, yet he holds this power. It's the kind of dark secret a betrayed Manhwa hides. An absolutely delicious turn of events. Suddenly its gaze locked onto something new, its eyes widening as it gasped. Qin Yu turned as drawn by the voice. They looked up as someone declared, sorry, I'm late. A shimmering portal tore open the sky, and from it emerged Asura and his comrades, stepping through into the chaos. A wave of relief washed over the crowd, their cheers erupting like they'd just been saved from the gallows. You finally returned? Asura surveyed the battlefield, his expression hardening into a grim scowl as a menacing glint ignited in his blood-red eyes. He let out a cold, dismissive grunt. Asura strode forward to confront Qin Yu, measuring him with a piercing gaze. A thought crossed Qin Yu's mind. This one is no pushover. When it comes to raw physical power, I fear he might actually be my equal. Nearby, Dingo gestured to his men and bellowed a command. Get me 10,000 Teen Hmong guards. Now, I'm going to flay this wretch alive for what he's done. Qin Yu studied the formidable man before him, once more voicing his confusion. Tell me, with a power level like yours, why are you throwing your life away for scum like them? Asura completely ignored the question as if the answer was a deep secret, the kind of story of betray Manhwa hides, and instead fired back with a query of his own. You've always walked a solitary path, haven't you? Are you deaf to the chorus of voices surrounding us? Qin Yu's gaze fell, a flicker of profound loneliness crossing his features. Just then, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of support. A bald-headed man roared, Lord Ashura. You can do it. The man beside him echoed the sentiment with glee. Lord Ashura, make him pay for our fallen comrades. Another voice proclaimed, that life-draining fiend is no match for the might of Lord Ashura. With a mocking gesture, Ashura pointed at Qin Yu and sneered, behold, you stand utterly alone. You comprehend nothing of true responsibility. But in that instant, a figure moved to stand before Qin Yu. It was Shia Yu. Her expression was grave as she took a protective stance in front of him, stating with unshakable firmness, my brother has never been alone. I am and always will be by his side. Qin Yu, stunned and deeply moved, whispered her name, Shia Yu. He then added, Xia, don't waste your words on him. He's cut from the same worthless cloth as the rest of them thugs. Xia nodded in agreement. I know. And that's precisely why I'm here to help you. Overhearing their exchange, Ashura found the entire spectacle utterly laughable, letting out a deep booming laugh. Tanvu immediately moved Shia Yu behind him, shielding her protectively as he faced her assailant. His hand tightened on his spear, his eyes locked defensively on Tula. What's so funny? Tula began to unleash his aura, a predatory grin spreading across his face as if he'd just found a worthy adversary. You are quite interesting. I desire a proper duel with you. Tula's power flared, blindingly intense. Tanvu shielded his eyes, instantly recognizing the technique as a domain ability. This man was on another level. Tula's energy intensified, becoming so dazzling that everyone was forced to squint in discomfort, shielding their vision from the oppressive light. The raw energy began to coalesce, gradually forming the shape of a sword. A crimson light flashed in his eyes as he looked down upon Tanvu with disdain. You have a sharp eye, I'll give you that, but I wonder if your skills can possibly match your perception. With a powerful leap, Tula launched himself at Tanvu, swinging his newly formed blade. His face contorted into a savage grin like a fiend straight from the depths of the abyss. Tanvu reacted, instantly raising his spear to intercept the devastating strike. Realizing he was outmatched in raw power, Tanvu glanced over his shoulder and yelled, Xiao, I need a boost. Got it, Xiao replied without hesitation. She raised her hands, channeling her spiritual energy, and called out, Brother, the enhancement is active. Go. Tanvu's brow furrowed in concentration as he felt his strength surge to incredible new levels. With a mighty roar, he unleashed this newfound power, blasting Tula away and seizing the advantage. Tanvu pressed his attack, charging forward once more. The two warriors clashed relentlessly, their weapons ringing out in a furious symphony of combat. As Tanvu raised his spear to parry a vicious slash, Tula deftly sidestepped the counter. Though Tanvu's spear found its mark, the sheer force of the blow sent Tula staggering back several meters. Tanvu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this sorcery? His wound. It's completely healed. Indeed, the gash on Tula's body was knitting itself shut. Tula grimaced through the pain, but a smirk crept onto his face. You are powerful, I'll grant you that, he said with chilling confidence, but inside this domain I am immortal. His expression then twisted into a dark scowl. His voice dropped to a menacing growl, and you are already dead. With a furious roar, he swung his blade, unleashing a colossal wave of spiritual energy. The torrent of power surged directly toward Tanvu. Behind him, Shia Yu could only clasp her hands to her chest, her heart pounding with terror. Tanvu shot a quick glance over his shoulder, his mind racing. I can't let Shia Yu be harmed. I have no choice but to risk everything. He swiftly positioned his spear to intercept the blast. The moment his weapon met the oncoming energy, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The impact hurled Tanvu backwards, sending him crashing to the ground. Brother Shia Yu cried out, rushing to his side in a panic. She helped him sit up, her voice trembling. Are you all right? Tanvu gritted his teeth against a wave of agony and forced a reply. I'm fine. Tula advanced slowly, a cruel smile playing on his lips. To withstand one of my full-powered strikes and still be conscious. You truly are impressive. Tanvu shot back with a sarcastic sneer. It's a shame I can't say the same for you. You've been quite the letdown. Tula's face contorted with rage. He gripped his sword hilt, pouring his spiritual energy into the blade as he prepared for another devastating assault. Tanvu clenched his own fist, his aura flaring to life in response. He taunted, that healing ability of yours is quite something, isn't it? With a sharp grin, he lunged forward. Let's see if my spear is faster than your flesh can knit itself back together. Tula expertly deflected the strike, but a grim thought crossed his mind. A prolonged battle of attrition like this would surely lead to his own exhaustion and defeat. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the tip of Tanvu's spear shot forward once more. A flicker of genuine terror widened Tula's eyes, but his fear was instantly replaced by a savage laugh as he did the unthinkable. He caught the razor-sharp spearhead with his bare hand, blood exploding from his palm. Tanvu's jaw hung open in utter shock. Seizing the opportunity, Tula counterattacked with a vicious swing of his sword, forcing Tanvu into a desperate sideways dodge. The blade slammed into the earth where Tanvu had just stood, shattering the ground on impact. The shockwave threw Tanvu off balance, causing him to stumble and fall hard. Tula wrenched his sword from the cratered ground. Tanvu, pushing himself up, admitted with a grimace, not bad at all. Tula scoffed in return. That relentless assault must have taken its toll. You must be exhausted, aren't you? If you were to take another blow from me now, I doubt you'd ever get back up. The same could be said for you, Tanvu countered, pointing with his chin. Your vaunted regeneration has slowed down considerably. Tula glanced at his palm, channeling spiritual energy to mend the wound. You're not wrong, he conceded. My healing ability is indeed approaching its limit. Yet, he began to channel his power even more furiously, roaring, but my wounds are gone now. Tanvu watched, stunned. What is he planning? The dark secret this betray Manhwa hides is about to be unleashed. He yelled, Shia Yu, get back now. He could be creating a smokescreen to blind us. The sheer amount of energy is overwhelming. Tula was panting heavily, raw power spilling from his lips like breath. As the energy surged beyond his control, he let out a guttural cry of pure agony. Suddenly his body began to contort and evolve. His muscles bulged, shredding his clothing as his feet morphed into monstrous three-toed talons. The claws dug deep into the ground for purchase, while two sharp, wicked horns erupted from his forehead. Tula's form was no longer human. He was now a true monster, his eyes glowing a malevolent blood red, his brow locked in a mask of fury. This is the very first time I have been forced to use this form against a human. You should feel honored, he snarled, swinging his empowered sword with a smug roar. Now show your gratitude and perish. All color drained from Tanvu's face, replaced by sheer terror. Tula's cataclysmic power surged forward, engulfing everything in a violent world-shaking explosion. A fiery inferno consumed him as the very ground trembled, and a thick cloud of dust billowed out, obscuring everything. Tula's eyes burned with a vicious glee as he gritted his teeth, savoring his presumed victory. However, his triumph was destined to be short-lived, for as the dust slowly began to clear, Tanvu was still standing there completely unscathed. He had caught Tula's blazing sword with a single bare hand. Tula could only stammer in disbelief. How can you possibly still possess such immense power? With a slight tightening of his grip, Tanvu caused the blade of fire to dissipate into nothing. He then cast a look at Tula, one filled with a condescending smirk. I was actually planning to give you a proper fight, he mused, completely dismissing Tula's hateful teeth, grinding fury as his gaze shifted elsewhere. But it seems our audience is getting impatient. At that moment, Hongmen pointed decisively and barked an order to his subordinates. Open fire on Tanvu immediately. Don't you dare give him a chance to escape. Fu Yi quickly attempted to intervene, protesting Commander Hong, at this range, Tula will be caught in the crossfire, but Hongmen just snarled back. Are you blind? Tula is completely outmatched. If we allow that brat to escape, the repercussions will be catastrophic. With that chilling declaration, he decisively gave the command to fire. The first volley erupted in a flash of muzzles, and the deafening roar of gunfire tore through the air. A massive boom followed, and thick smoke instantly blanketed the entire area, blinding everyone. Sun's voice cut through the haze. With that kind of firepower, that guy has to be finished. The bald man yelled out anxiously, Where's Lord Ashura? Is Lord Ashura all right? Isn't he? Fanja replied with a worried tone. I can't see a thing. The smoke is too dense, and the glare is blinding. As the dust and smoke finally began to clear, the scene came into focus. Tanvu stood protected within a shimmering barrier, while Ashura lay completely motionless outside, his condition a mystery. Tanvu seethed. This Li Hung Min was truly ruthless. The deception this whole *** betray Manhwa hides *** is deeper than I thought. If they launch another barrage like that, even this barrier won't hold. Hung Min saw it all clearly, his eyes widening in utter disbelief. What? You didn't kill him? Quickly prepare the second volley. Sensing their window was closing, Tanvu glanced at Tiovu and instructed Tiovu. It's your time to shine. She simply raised her hand, and a small, delicate flower bud materialized. The bud drifted to the ground and immediately took root, growing at an astonishing rate. It was Nuoa. Tiovu gently touched one of its petals and whispered, Flower beast, we need your help. Nuo responded, using its massive leaves like two gentle hands to lift both of them into the air as their figures slowly faded from sight. Fanja cried out in alarm. That's a spatial ability. Take them down quickly, he frantically waved his hand, shouting orders. Hurry up, reload, and fire the second volley. Fanjia's composure completely shattered as he cursed his men, calling them a pack of useless trash. Beside him, Hung remained silent, his expression unreadable. Just then, near their own position, Thin Lin opened a swirling black vortex, and from its depths, something began to emerge. Fanjia's sharp eyes caught the disturbance instantly. A single glance was all it took to recognize the familiar figure stepping through. A scream of pure terror tore from his throat. Look out, protect Commander Lee. But before Fanjia could even finish his warning, Danvu's fist connected squarely with his face, sending him tumbling hard to the ground. Danvu just smirked, casually flexing his wrist. Hung Men, his voice trembling with terror, demanded, "How in the world did you get over here?" He scowled and pointed furiously at his frozen soldiers, yelling, "What are you all standing there for? Get them now." His subordinates snapped into action, dropping to one knee and shouldering their weapons. In an instant, countless gun barrels were leveled directly at Tanvu and his companion, Tiovu. Seizing this moment of hesitation, Tiovu gripped her blade tightly and launched herself straight towards Hung. The soldiers held their positions, their fingers frozen on the triggers, not daring to fire. With Commander Lee in her sights, Tiovu was closing in fast. Her gaze swept across the area, a silent command for everyone to freeze. The air grew so still you could hear a heartbeat. Tiovu pressed the cold steel of her blade against his throat, her voice a low hiss. Feeling reckless, "You want to detonate this whole situation, you fool, and have Commander Lee go up in flames with him." At that moment, Din Ku rushed in demanding answers, only to find his own throat caught in an iron grip. Struggling for air, Din Ku choked out, "What are you trying to accomplish?" Divu offered no reply, simply tightening his grasp on the man's neck and hoisting him clean off the ground. Guttural sounds of agony escaped him as the life was squeezed from his throat. Din Kwok's airway was being obliterated, foam gathering at his lips. His desperate gasps faltered, and with a sickening crack, Din Kwok's eyes rolled into the back of his head as his world went silent. Then nothing. Tanvu contemptuously tossed the lifeless body aside. Hung's men cried out in disbelief, You actually killed him." Tanvu's gaze turned glacial as he faced their leader. "Commander Lee," he stated, his tone sharp as a razor, "I strongly suggest you reevaluate your position." Hung's brow creased, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. I surrender," he stammered, raising both hands in defeat and forcing the words out, "I concede." Tanvu placed a steadying hand on Tiovu's shoulder, halting her. "Tiovu," he said, a faint smile playing on his lips as he gently pushed the tip of her blade away. "Let's not show any disrespect to the commander." Seizing the opportunity, Hung offered a placating smile and extended a hand. "This was entirely our mistake. Whatever your demands be, it access to the treasury, to select a prize, or entry into the ruins, we will grant them all." A smirk touched Tanvu's lips. "I'm delighted you've made such a prudent choice," he remarked, his eyes scanning the chaotic, debris-strewn battlefield. Hung in turn replied with an almost servile tone, Of course. He then shot a look at one of his subordinates and gave a sharp order. "Escort Mr. Tan to the VIP lounge to recuperate." So Lam snapped to attention, "Yes, Commander." He then bowed deeply and gestured graciously. "This way, please." After a few steps, Tanvu realized Tiovu wasn't with him and turned only to find her rooted to the spot. Tiovu was absolutely seething, stomping her foot in frustration. "You tell me to go on the offensive, and then you're the one who calls it off. I am not some weapon you can just turn on and off," she fumed, her brow furrowed and cheeks puffed in indignation. Tanvu simply reached out and gently patted her head. "My apologies. That was my mistake," he said softly. Tiovu's anger instantly melted, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she fell silent. The scene then transitions. Later, the three are escorted to a luxurious lounge. Tiovu, resting her chin on her hand, was lost in thought. "Do you think that Li Hungmin is plotting something? I feel like there's a deeper scheme, the kind of dark secret a betray Manhwa hides." Tanvu, casually peeling a tangerine, simply replied, "Unlikely." He continued, separating a segment. He just publicly capitulated in front of all his men. If he were to renege on his promise now, what authority would he have left in the future? He popped a slice of the fruit into Tiovu's mouth. "Besides, if anything, Li Hung should be grateful to me." "Grateful? For what?" she asked, puzzled. Just as the words left her lips, the door swept open, and Hung himself entered with a polite smile. "My apologies for keeping you three waiting," he began. The moment he was seated, he looked directly at Tanvu. "Mr. Tan, I owe you a sincere debt of gratitude." Tanvu tilted his chin up, a smug look on his face. Tiovu and Thin Lin exchanged baffled glances at Hung's deferential tone. Hung's expression, however, held a shrewd glint as he began to speak. "Mr. Tan, you and I are both aware that the one individual who posed a real threat to my position in Thiameng City is now permanently removed from the picture. If you were to assist me in consolidating my power, my gratitude would know no bounds, Mr. Tan." But to Hung's surprise, Tanvu slammed his hand on the table. "I'm afraid that's not going to happen." He rose to his feet, his face a mask of grim resolve. "I refuse," he declared flatly. Hung was clearly taken aback by this turn of events. Why, he demanded, his brow knitting in confusion and frustration. Hastily added, "With your oversight, we can surely prevent needless bloodshed and loss of life. If you believe my sincerity is insufficient." Before Hung could complete his sentence, Tanvu interjected sharply, "It's because I have no taste for taking lives." He then turned to depart. Hung's subordinates rose to their feet ready to pursue him, but paused when they heard Tanvu's voice drift back. "Rest assured, I have no intention of meddling in the internal power struggles of Tianmong City." Upon reaching the doorway, he glanced back over his shoulder and inquired, "Are you able to lead me to the treasury, so I can select an item now?" Hung's response was immediate, but of course. "Tio Huang, escort Mr. Tan to the treasury." Tio Huang, who was standing nearby, answered at once, "Yes, my lord." Hung's gaze followed Tanvu's departing figure as he murmured, softly to himself, "What an enigmatic man." The scene then transitions. As the doors to the grand hall swung open, a blindingly brilliant golden radiance flooded the entire chamber. Xiao's eyes widened in wonder as she gasped, "Whoa, so this is what it's like." Inside the legendary resplendent golden jade room. Gazing around in astonishment, Xiao cried out, "You have to see this." She then dashed towards a glass display containing a peculiar stone, a wide smile on her face as she pointed. The sight immediately reminded Tanvu of how an elderly woman had once presented a nearly identical stone to Shia Yu, saying, "Do not refuse this. I implore you to safeguard it for me." Unsure of how to react, Shia Yu had graciously accepted it with a quiet "thank you." Now Tanvu stared at the stone inside the glass case, thinking, this artifact appears exactly like the one that old woman entrusted to Shia Yu. His curiosity sparked, he inquired about the object, but even Xiao Huang was at a loss. "We have no idea what it is. This stone possesses an incredible hardness," she elaborated, "so much so that even Sure with all his might couldn't put the slightest scratch on it, which is precisely why it is kept secured in this place." Xiao carefully lifted the stone from its case, cradling it in her palm, to compare it with the one she already possessed. A smile graced her lips as she remarked, "These two stones are a perfect match." While Xiao was intently examining the twin stones, Tanvu observed her, his own curiosity growing. Just what could the true nature of these black stones be? Then the unexpected happened. As the two stones drew near, they suddenly snapped together with an unseen force. Xiao let out a startled cry. An unbelievably intense light erupted from them, so fierce and blinding that it forced everyone to avert their eyes. Once the brilliant light finally subsided, Xiao Yu opened her hand to reveal a stunning sight. The two distinct stones from moments ago had miraculously fused into a single seamless object. She gasped in utter amazement, "Look at this." "What is it?" Tanvu stepped closer to inspect it for a moment before responding, "I haven't the faintest idea either, but this object is far from ordinary. The truth of its power is like a secret a betrayed Manhwa hides, waiting for the right moment." As if a thought struck him, he turned his head and exclaimed, "Oh, that's right." His gaze shifted to Ling Xin, and he asked with genuine concern, "Ling Xin, is there anything here that catches your eye?" She paused, considering for a moment. Then Ling Xin raised her hand and pointed towards a glass case on the far side of the room. Tanvu's eyes followed her gesture, and he let out a soft "oh." Ling Xin stated with conviction, "I want that one." Xiao Huang was immediately impressed, praising her, "You have a remarkable eye, young lady. That particular sword is rumored to be an ancient weapon capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay," she explained as she began to retrieve the blade from its glass enclosure. "It also possesses a unique property that allows it to be stored within a separate spatial dimension." Xiao Huang presented the sword with both hands in a gesture of respect. As Ling Xin accepted it, her eyes were drawn to two characters etched into the hilt. She asked with intrigue, "Oh, what is the meaning of these two characters?" Now stepping into her field of expertise, Xiao Huang launched into a detailed explanation. "The archaic script on this sword was once analyzed by a renowned professor of ancient languages. That's the sword's name." As Ling Xin tenderly cradled the blade, she heard Xiao Huang add, "I do believe it is called Ling Xin." Xiao Yu, who was standing nearby, overheard and cheerfully came over to sling an arm around Ling Xin's shoulders, exclaiming, "This sword was truly destined to be yours." Seeing that the two young women had selected items they adored, Tanvu finally spoke up. "Very well, take these two treasures." "When do the nearby ruins become accessible?" Xiao Huang immediately replied, "Mr. Tan, the ruins will open in 2 days. We have already arranged rooms for the three of you to rest. Please follow me." The scene then transitions to the building where Xiao Huang had prepared their accommodations for the night. In the profound quiet of the evening, Xiao Yu softly called out, "My love." The two of them were still awake, and Tanvu held her intimately. He listened as she asked in a slow, hesitant voice, "Tell me honestly, am I going to pass away?" Tanvu gently turned so that Xiao Yu could press her face against the warmth of his chest. He soothed and reassured her, "Don't speak such foolishness. You are not going to die." As the two were sharing this tender moment, an unnatural sound suddenly shattered the peace outside. Someone holding a firearm shouted in alarm. "What in the world is that?" A tall, dark silhouette loomed before them. A guard gripping his weapon fought to keep his composure and yelled, "Where did this creature come from? Is it some kind of mutant beast?" Yuan Guhwa tilted its head, pulling its lips into a grotesque grin that stretched from ear to ear. "Hey, a mutant beast. This great one is no such common thing." Hearing the disturbance, Tanvu quickly threw on his clothes and ran outside, demanding, "Who are you?" Yuan Guhwa didn't answer, instead echoing the question with amusement, "Who am I?" It chuckled at the absurdity and introduced itself. "Hey, I am Yuan Guhwa, the Great Lord." After hearing its grandiloquent name, Tanvu's mind went completely blank. He was utterly bewildered, thinking that in these times, even abstract concepts were manifesting as monsters. Yuan Guhwa, having been so ridiculously misidentified, was both embarrassed and enraged. It ground its teeth and snarled, "It is Yuan Guhwa, the primordial demon." Shalu frowned, raised his rifle, and bellowed, "I don't give a damn if you're a turtle or a ghost." Brothers opened fire. Shalu urged them to annihilate this monstrous being. And in an instant, countless bullets tore through the air, flying directly toward Yuan Guhwa. It simply let out a calm, cold snort. The bullets that made contact with its body were stopped dead, spinning uselessly in place, unable to even scratch its flesh. Yuan Guhwa spoke with a tone of pure contempt. "You actually think you can contend with the great Lord Yuan using these pathetic toys?" The guards kept firing, emptying an entire clip in the blink of an eye. One of them shouted urgently while reloading, "Keep going, hurry!" They aimed their blazing muzzles back at Yuan Guai, preparing for a second volley. Yuan Gui took a slow step forward and sneered, "Such a tedious performance. There will be no need for a second act." It flexed its entire body, and a ring of dark energy pulsed outwards, launching all the countless bullets that had been lodged in its form. Xiaolin saw the tide turn and quickly shouted, "Ah, this is not good at all." Xiaolu immediately turned and fled for his life, screaming, "Find cover, quick!" A tragic scream ripped through the night. Xiao Yu asked worriedly Tanvu, "Who is this person?" Tanvu shielded her, pressing them both against a wall. "I have no idea. The kind of monster a world of asterisk asterisk betray Manhwa hides asterisk asterisk. I've never seen anything like this before." He watched as the guards, pierced by their own deflected bullets, screamed in their final moments of agony. Tanvu speculated it's likely from another race, and a high-ranking one at that. Just then, Yuan Gui's gloomy voice echoed out, "You two little insects." It chuckled darkly as it spoke. The creature strode toward the pair, gesturing with a dismissive wave of its hand and declaring you could never fathom the noble existence, that is, this magnificent being. With a snap of its fingers it added, "So, cease your pathetic speculations." In that instant, a barrier conjured by. Yuan Gui sealed the entire structure, leaving not a single opening. Tanvu's brow furrowed. "A barrier," he demanded, his voice sharp. "What is it that you truly desire?" Yuan Gui, now, surprisingly forthcoming, began to explain. "My reason for appearing before you is remarkably simple." A strange blue light flared in Yuan Gui's eyes as a smirk spread across its face, revealing rows of jagged teeth. It then proclaimed, "I, the great Lord Yuan Gui, have personally selected you." Tanvu and Xiao Yu could only stare back, their expressions utterly blank, in perfect unison. Qin Yu was the first to recover his senses, shouting, "What in the world does that mean?" The Origin Ghoul's reply was curt. It meant precisely what it had stated. An image flashed through its mind, Qin Yu, spear in hand, standing amidst a raging sea of fire. "You are the one wielder of abilities with the potential to rise highest in this age," it gestured grandly, continuing, "so long as you agree to become my loyal subordinate." The Origin Ghoul leaned intimately close to Qin Yu, its voice attempting whisper, "I will ensure you become the supreme overlord of this entire world." To the creature's utter astonishment, his response was ice cold. "Apologies, but I refuse." Qin Yu then turned his back, stating, "I have no time to play these childish games with a psychopath." Now it was the Origin Ghoul's turn to be flabbergasted. You're truly not even going to consider it. Serving me comes with incredible benefits, a full insurance package, paid vacation, and even performance bonuses." Qin Yu cut it off without a moment's hesitation. "No, I have no interest in any of that. Shia Yu, we're leaving." As the two walked away, the Origin Ghoul's gaze fell upon Shia Yu, and a new thought formed. "Hold on, there is still this young woman." It immediately flew over to Xiao to resume its recruitment pitch. "My dear young lady, your potential is also quite exceptional." Shia Yu simply crossed her arms, asking with an air of indifference, "And what are you staring at me for?" The creature rubbed its hands together in a gesture of negotiation. "Would you perhaps agree to become my subordinate?" Unfortunately for it, Shia's resolve was just as unyielding. She screamed back, "Get lost. Only a complete monster would ever want to work for you." As the Origin Ghoul watched their retreating backs, it heaved a long theatrical sigh of disappointment, murmuring with regret, "What a terrible shame." In a flash, the Origin Ghoul dissolved into a plume of black smoke, which then surged directly toward the pair. As they continued to walk, the shadowy mist thickened around them, and the Origin Ghoul's voice echoed, now dripping with sinister intent. "If that is how it must be." Then in a blink, it materialized directly in front of Qin Yu, letting out a ferocious roar. "Then I have no choice but to eliminate you." The Origin Ghoul thrust out its pitch-black hand to snatch him, but Qin Yu was not about to let it succeed. With a single fluid slash of his weapon, the Origin Ghoul's outstretched arm was cleanly severed from its body. And yet the creature merely laughed, a sound filled with excitement and praise. "You truly are magnificent." It gazed up at Qin Yu before leaping high into the air, though its attack still lacked sufficient power. Xiao Yu cursed furiously, "You absolute coward. How dare you use such a despicable sneak attack?" The entire situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the Origin Ghoul maintained its dark, unreadable expression, but inside it was in an absolute panic. "Hey, you can't just do that. This is the kind of epic betray Manhwa hides for the climax, aren't you supposed to be asking me why I'm completely unfazed by your blood flames?" Seeing Qin Yu charging forward with his spear radiating pure killing intent, its internal panic intensified. "You're not following the script whatsoever." With a tremendous explosion, the Origin Ghoul's entire body was violently blown apart, scattering in every direction. Xiao Yu rushed to his side, asking urgently, "Brother, is it finished?" Qin Yu's spear was his weapon still embedded in the earth, he answered, "Not yet. I landed a solid hit, but my instincts tell me it wasn't a fatal blow." Unseen by anyone, the Origin Ghoul had dissolved into a shadowy mist that hovered just above the floor. A chilling, gleeful cackle escaped it as it slithered through a crack beneath a door, sneering to itself. "The great Lord Origin Ghoul defeated by a mere human. Preposterous. I shall simply revert to my core form and recuperate." But at that exact moment, Ling Xin appeared, her eyes wide as she stared at the apparition in complete shock. "You, what are you?" The Origin Ghoul's form instantly twisted back into its malevolent visage, a wicked grin spreading across its face. Its eyes narrowed as it coaxed her with a sickly sweet tone. "Well now, little girl, you're quite a special one, aren't you? Why don't you come with Uncle?" Gripped by terror, Ling Xin's hands trembled as she clutched her sword, her voice faltering, "Don't you come any closer." The Origin Ghoul offered a demonic smile in response. It feigned compliance as a shadowy hand slithered toward her. All right, uncle, stay right here. I won't move an inch. Overcome with panic, Ling Xin could do nothing but swing her sword in a wild, desperate arc. Stay back, she shrieked, but the origin ghoul effortlessly snatched her blade from the air. Her weapon was torn from her grasp, her strength completely overwhelmed. All Ling Xin could manage was a sharp scream before it seized her arms, slowly lifting her from the ground, exclaiming, "My, what a delightful little prize." She struggled instinctively, her body dangling helplessly in its grip as the origin ghoul grew ecstatic, having found someone capable of captivating the hearts of others. Ling Xin was petrified, her entire body completely restrained by the creature cradled within its ink-black palm. A hopeless scream for help tore from her throat. "Brother, sister." Shia Yu, her cries sliced through the silence, reaching Qin Yu's ears, who instantly recognized the terror in Ling Xin's voice. That was the scream of someone fighting for their life. Without a second thought, Shia Yu and Qin Yu sprinted toward the building where the screams originated. Shia Yu cried out anxiously, "Ling Xin." The two of them burst into the structure where Qin Yu let out a furious roar. "Let her go," he bellowed, spitting its name. "Origin ghoul," the creature turned with infuriating casualness to reply, "and why should one as great as I listen to you?" Swinging his great spear with all his might, he cursed the fiend. "You resort to taking hostages the moment you can't win a fair fight. So much for your profound and mysterious act. It's the kind of vile *** betray. Manhwa hides *** behind a powerful facade." Clutching Ling Xin instantly vaulted into the close air, effortlessly dodging his lethal strike. The origin ghoul scoffed from above. "A hostage? You sorely underestimate me." Its grip on Ling Xin tightened menacingly as it retorted flatly, "When I make threats, I have never had need of a hostage." Before Shia Yu and Qin Yu could even process the situation, vast shadowy wings erupted from its back, launching it high into the place air. As the origin ghoul made its escape, it left them with a parting taunt farewell. Shia Yu urged him impatiently, "Brother, attack the origin ghoul now." But Qin Yu stopped her with a sharp don't. He'd heard the faint whimper of Ling Xin in pain, and suddenly a searing sharp agony shot through Shia Yu. She collapsed to the ground, her hands clawing at her own neck. Seeing this, he cried out. In alarm, Shia Yu, her entire body was drenched in a cold sweat. Shia Yu clenched her jaw, forcing words through the pain as she stammered. I'm fine. It's Ling Xin. She's the one who is hurt." He rushed over and gently scooped her into his arms, comforting her. "She's going to be all right. That origin ghoul, from its behavior, it won't truly harm Ling Xin for the time being." After speaking, he started toward the room, soothing her with gentle words. "Let's get you back to our room to rest. Once you're healed, we will go and save Ling Xin." Lying dazedly in Qin Yu's arms, she replied with steely determination, "I will, without fail, save Ling Xin." That day, Lord Huang gestured toward the imposing gate of the ruins, posing a final question to Qin Yu. "Mr. Qin, are you absolutely certain you won't be taking that young lady into the ruins with you? They only open once every 3 days, meaning your next chance won't be for another 3 days. Qin Yu offered only a cold, dismissive response. Taking the hint, the man ceased his questioning and simply guided him toward the entrance. "Very well, then please proceed into the ruins." As Qin Yu ascended the stone steps one by one, Lord Huang offered a parting word of encouragement just before he passed through the threshold. "May fortune favor you." Upon reaching the very edge of the gate, Qin Yu came to an abrupt halt. For a fleeting moment, he whispered his sister's name, Shia Yu. His gaze fell to the ring on his finger as a silent vow formed in his mind. "I swear I will find your cure within these ruins." From the gem set into his ring, a spectral image of Shia Yu materialized, showing her lying helpless, her body racked with convulsions. Her breaths were shallow, almost non-existent. Without warning, a swirling vortex of light erupted from the depths of the ruins, unleashing a powerful suction force. A violent tremor shook the very ground beneath him as he neared the gate. The light seized him, pulling him irresistibly forward and sucking him in. He vanished into the ruins before the eyes of General Huang and his bald subordinate, who then asked with a worried tone, "General Huang, do you truly believe that this fellow Qin can actually make it out of there alive?" The general merely shrugged, replying with chilling indifference, "Who can say it would be a fine thing if he returns in one piece?" General Huang added this as he turned to depart, his next words laced with venom, "But it would be even better if he never returns at all." The scene then cuts to a different location deep within the ruins, where Qin Yu was sprawled on the stone floor, groggily blinking his eyes open. He wasn't alone. All the others who had been pulled into this place were also stirring, slowly pushing themselves into sitting positions at the same time. The moment everyone had regained their senses, a conflict instantly flared up nearby between a rough-looking group of men and a wary party of women. A brute named Meng bellowed, "What are other people doing in these ruins? Identify yourselves." A woman named Fun Yu shot back, unafraid, with a defiant question of her own, "And just who might you be?" Qin Yu remained off to the side, his eyes carefully observing the unfolding drama. He analyzed the situation, thinking, "They're strangers to one another. Could that mean?" His gaze shifted back toward the direction of the entrance as he reached a startling conclusion. These ruins must have more than one entrance. Fang Yu let out a small, awkward cough before extending her hand with a cheerful but forced smile. She began her introduction. "Hello there, my name is Wang Fang. We represent the Hunters branch from Guiyang City." Nearby, a man named Yang Shi raised his firearm and spoke to his leader boss. "The intel said these ruins are packed with treasure. Why don't we just take care of this problem right now? It'd be easier." Instantly, Meng's henchmen raised their weapons, completely surrounding Fun Yu and her companions. A panicked member of her party, Wang Xuan, frantically waved his hands, pleading, "We have no quarrel with you. There's absolutely no need for this." Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, a calm voice sliced through the tension. Every single head swiveled to face Qin Yu. He had spoken simply asking, "Could you please let me pass?" Hearing this audacious request, Yang Shi exploded in a fit of rage, instantly raising his gun again. He aimed it squarely at Qin Yu's head. "You little punk," but just as Yang Shi's finger tightened on the trigger, Mang stopped him. "Yang Shi," said calmly, "we are all civilized people here. Let's not ruin the mood." He stepped in front of his subordinate and offered a cheerful yet menacing introduction. "We hail from Sangwang City, and you can call me Ba Mong." Upon hearing their origin, Qin Yu's entire expression turned to ice. The name instantly chilled him to the bone. He thought Sangwang City. The true danger this betrayed Manhwa hides is not in ancient curses, but in the lawless men who hunt them. A torrent of faces from a future he knew all too well flashed through his mind. In the days to come, Shangwang City would rise to become a fearsome and powerful stronghold. The A-rank factions where there is no law, only power. The strong dictate every outcome. To have survived in Shangwang City, this man must be a formidable opponent. Bong stepped forward before the assembly, extending his hand to present his proposition. "Everyone, there's no need for such hostility. We can strike an accord. I wonder, are any of you intrigued by a potential deal?" Feng Yu eyed him with suspicion. "An accord? What sort of deal are you proposing?" He brandished a notebook, his voice filled with certainty. "According to the records within this book, a legendary treasure known as the Spirit Scepter is hidden within these ruins." Her curiosity piqued, she asked, "And what is this Spirit Scepter?" He delivered an answer that immediately seized even Qin Yu's unwavering attention. "Legend says the Spirit Scepter possesses the power to bring the dead back to life." A surge of urgency hit Qin Yu, who pressed him. "What about a mutation disease? Can it cure that?" Bang simply shook his head with a knowing chuckle, replying, "That I cannot confirm. The truth, a betray Manhwa hides, is often more complicated than a simple resurrection. Bringing back the dead is likely just a tall tale, but as for restoring a grievously wounded person to their peak condition, that is almost certainly not a problem." He continued with growing excitement. "The healing energy of the Spirit Scepter is absolutely immense. Our very own city lord of Xiangwang is actively seeking treasures with such restorative abilities." With that, Qin Yu made his decision, turning his back and walking away. He completely disregarded the piercing glare from Yang Shi. Seeing him depart, Yang Shi was momentarily stunned before turning to Bong and exclaiming. Boss Bong responded with unnerving calm, "It is of no consequence. Simply let him go." Without a shred of hesitation, Qin Yu proceeded with resolute steps, venturing deeper into the heart of the ruins. Suddenly, a voice rang out, halting Qin Yu in his tracks. "Hey brother, hold on a moment." He paused, turning toward the sound to see Duan Xin jogging up to him, waving his hand as he spoke. "Are you really planning to enter these ruins all by yourself? That's incredibly reckless. If you'll take my word for it, those other people don't seem trustworthy in the slightest. You would be far safer sticking with our group." Yang Shu, however, made his contempt clear, crossing his arms arrogantly with a disdainful sneer. "Are you seriously suggesting we let him tag along?" Before Duan Xin could even intervene, Yang Shu plowed on. "It's obvious this kid has a few screws loose." Qin Yu remained silent, listening to the taunts. His only reaction was a slight furrowing of his brow. Yet when Yang Shu noticed Qin Yu's expression, his wounded pride immediately ignited into a fiery rage. He roared, "What's with that look? You have a problem with me or something?" But what Yang Shu failed to realize was that Qin Yu's gaze was fixed on the monstrous beast, looming directly behind him, its maw wide open, showcasing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it hurtled towards him at an incredible speed. Qin Yu replied calmly, "I don't have a problem with you, but I believe it does." A glob of the creature's saliva splattered onto the ground. As Duan Tu glanced over his shoulder, he froze solid. He was so utterly paralyzed by shock that his jaw went slack just as the beast lunged forward to take a bite. Luckily, Duan Tu scrambled to the side at the last possible second, letting out a panicked shriek. "Ah, somebody help me." Witnessing this, Duan Tan immediately cried out his name, Duan Tu. Fuang Vu's eyes flared crimson as a cerulean aura erupted around her. A pair of new beast-like ears sprouted from her head. Her eyes burned with intensity as she dropped into a low stance. One hand shot forward, unleashing a torrent of pure white flame. The searing blaze engulfed the creature, causing it to howl in excruciating pain. Duan rushed to his friend's side, filled with concern, asking Duan Tu, "Are you all right?" He just sat on the unforgiving ground. Completely dazed, his gaze locked on Puang Vivu as she fearlessly confronted the monstrous Wang Huyen. Rushed to Fuang Vu's side. He barked at old Duang, get Duang Tu to safety before launching himself at the creature with a raised fist, clenched into a stone-like weapon. Wang Huyan unleashed a devastating haymaker, connecting squarely with the beast's jaw. The massive creature crumpled to the ground while Nam Ki, scouting from the rear, urgently shouted, "We need to move now." His voice laced with alarm, he then warned the group, "I'm counting more than 10 monsters, and they're closing in fast." Sure enough, a pack of smaller creatures identical to the one they had just felled began swarming toward them from a distance. He yelled out, calling to the others. "Our only chance is the main road up ahead. Run." Duan Tan, with Duang Tu slung over his shoulder, called out to Tanvu, "Brother, you should stick with us." Though caught off guard, Tanvu nodded in agreement. "All right, lead the way." And with that, the group made a desperate escape. They sprinted forward as one, but their flight was cut short when Nam Ki scanned their surroundings and grimly announced, "It's a dead end." Seizing the brief pause, Tanvu formally introduced himself. "The name's Tanvu from the Hmong City." Duan Tan's eyes widened. "The Hmong City? That's a hell of a long way from our Kwang City." Eager to return the courtesy, Duan Tan began introducing his own crew. "Brother, allow me to introduce my squad. That's our captain Fuang Vu. The big guy is her younger brother Vuang Huyen, and the sharp-eyed one is Nam Ki, our scout. You've already had a taste of what they can do." Vuang Huyen puffed out his chest and boasted about his power. "My ability is rock control. so if things get dicey, I'll be the shield for all of you. Following his lead, Duan Tan also shared his own skill. As for me, I'm an enhancement type with a piercing ability. In turn, Tanvu offered a simple fact about his power. I control fire. From nearby, Duong Tu let out a derisive scoff, his voice dripping with contempt. Fire, what a pathetic ability. Next to my metal manipulation, your power is absolute trash. Tanvu barely gave him a sideways glance, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Clearly unbothered as he replied coolly, I don't waste my breath arguing with idiots. Enraged, Duong Tu lunged forward roaring. What did you just call me? Just then, Namki's hand brushed against a large metal plate set in an iron frame. He called out, hey everyone, check this out. You think this could be a dungeon entrance? Vuong Huyan swaggered forward. Doesn't matter what it is. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared with unwavering confidence, there's only one way to find out by going in. Vuong Vu, ever the cautious leader, stepped in with a worried tone. Hu Yan, be careful. We don't know what's in there. His fists hardened into solid rock as he retorted, where there's danger, there's treasure. Without another word, Wang Huyan charged forward. He unleashed a furious barrage of punches against the iron frame, sending a shower of sparks into the air until the sturdy structure was reduced to a twisted heap of scrap.